This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. In a small dark room. There were more than a dozen children sleeping on a large bunk bed. They were all boys aged 12 or 13. They curled up one by one, sleeping not very well, and didn't even dare to stretch their hands out of the quilt. Shoo! The candle on the left wall suddenly lit up. The boy sleeping on the far left was blinded by the candlelight, curled up in the quilt, and kicked the boy on the right with his foot. The boy on the right was kicked, so he kicked the boy on the right again in a daze. He kicked one boy after another, and kicked the boy on the far right against the wall. Sol groaned, rubbed his aching knee, got up in a daze, and was stunned for a moment to wake himself up. Go quickly. If you are late, the wizard will turn you into fertilizer for the flowers. The boy next to him reminded him like a dream. Sol pressed the old wound on his forehead, and the slight sting made him sober, and his movements finally became neat. He quickly climbed out of bed, put on the servant's clothes hanging on the wall, pushed open the door of the hut, and walked out. Outside the door was a long curved corridor, with a door every few meters on both sides of the corridor. There was a candlestick on each side of the door, using their weak and dim light to try to dispel the coldness in the corridor. Thor looked at his left shoulder by the candlelight. There was a hardcover book less than the size of a palm floating there. Has it not disappeared yet? Maybe it's not my illusion. Since he came here a few days ago, the book has been floating on Thor's left shoulder. It can be seen, but not touched, and no one else can see it. Thor called the system and asked for the chip, but got no response. In the end, he could only attribute it to the hallucination caused by his head injury. But the hallucination should not last for so many days. Whether it is a hallucination or not, Thor has his own things to do, and has no time to study it all the time. He is in a wizard tower. Since crossing over, Thor has never walked out of this tower. Moreover, as a servant here, he has to get up at around 4 in the morning every day to mop the floor of the corridors from the 11th to the 13th floors. There must not be obvious stains or garbage left on it, otherwise it will be chopped up and used as fertilizer for the flowers. The work of cleaning the corridor must be completed before the candlelight turns from dim yellow to bright white flames, otherwise, if you run into a wizard apprentice going out, you may be caught for experiments. Those wizard apprentices all look weird, and have very bad tempers, and are very impatient, as if they are chased by the god of death every day. Thor's predecessor was killed by a wizard apprentice with a book. The body was thrown into the utility room, and was almost treated as garbage. When he crawled out of the utility room with blood all over his face, even the housekeeper almost thought it was haunted. After the housekeeper confirmed that he was not dead, he immediately assigned him a job. Thor was sent to work without even having time to recover from his injuries. Until today. After the memory ended, Thor first went to the utility room next to the big bunk room to get a mop, a bucket, and a trash can, put them on a small flatbed cart, and pushed it forward. The wheels of this cart are said to be engraved with a silencing spell to prevent disturbing those extremely fragile wizard apprentices. Sol had carefully observed the patterns on it 2 days ago, but apart from a slight dizziness, he had no gains. He yawned and started a new day's work in the cool morning. The corridor was a semicircle to be exact, with a door every few meters on both sides. There were house numbers hanging on those doors, and the characters on the house numbers represented the room numbers. Sol's body could read, and after a few days of exploration, he found some basic common sense from his broken memory. When cleaning the 11th floor, Sol heard a sobbing sound behind a door. Whenever the crying sounded, the candles on both sides of the door would sway gently, and the light and shadow would sway, which was extremely creepy. Sol tightened his collar, and all his sleepiness was woken up by the cold. He quickly pretended that he knew nothing and heard nothing, and quickly mopped the floor here. There was a weird person on the 12th floor who liked to throw garbage at the door. Hair, torn paper, unknown pieces of meat. Sol was used to cleaning up when he walked by here. He took the small shovel hanging next to the trash can to collect all the garbage, and when he turned around to dump the garbage, he heard a faint friction sound. He turned around quickly, and saw that the door behind him was opened a little. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything behind the door. Thor immediately felt the hairs on his body stand up. His hands were shaking slightly. He wanted to run, but he was afraid that the wizard apprentices in the room would think he was being rude. He had only been in this strange and terrifying place for a few days, and what he was taught the most was to maintain the greatest respect and humility to all wizard apprentices. Thor was now just a 12-year-old child with no abilities and a thin body. A powerful wizard apprentice can kill him with just a flick of his finger. As for the wizard, he can't even see a wizard with his status. Thor waited for a while in fear. There was no movement behind the door. Time was running out, so he kept alert to the door behind him, mopping the floor while staring at the crack of the door. Finally, he walked over, and the door was blocked by a curved corridor. Thor's tense shoulders relaxed a little, and he pushed the cart along the slope to the upper floor. The 13th floor. As a time traveler, Thor was more sensitive to this number. Even if you are a materialist, you will still choose to follow your heart when you come to a strange world with wizards and monsters. It is said that the last servant in charge of cleaning died on the 13th floor. Thor also cleaned here 2 days ago and did not find anything unusual, but this floor still made him feel uncomfortable. The kind of fear that makes your hair stand up and your fingers tremble even though nothing has happened. Thor lowered his head and mopped the floor vigorously, using physical labor to dispel the uneasiness in his heart. However, the thing he feared the most still happened. When passing the 3rd door, a pool of bright red blood suddenly oozed out from under the door of the room in front of Thor to the right. The blood was bright red, sticky, and had a strong fishy smell. At first glance, it was not a good thing. The blood flowed to the middle of the corridor and finally stopped spreading. According to the housekeeper's request, Thor must clean up all the obvious dirt. He clenched the mop in his hand, gritted his teeth, and prepared to go forward. At this moment, the hardcover book on his left shoulder suddenly flew to his chest and opened with a rustle. Thor was stunned. This was the first time the hardcover book had changed. He was delighted. Did the Goldfinger know that he was in danger and came out to save him? Thor glanced at the blood on the ground with his peripheral vision, and most of his attention was on the book. The hardcover book froze on a blank page, and a few lines of words quickly appeared on it. New Moon Calendar Year 314, May 21st. When you were cleaning the corridor floor, you saw a pool of blood seeping out from behind the door. Although it felt horrible, in order to complete the task and not be turned into fertilizer, you went forward to mop the floor. But this floor is really hard to mop. Why is there more blood on the floor the more you mop? You looked down and understood that it was you who was bleeding. The next day, a dried corpse appeared in the garbage room of the wizard tower. Thor's legs went weak, and he almost sat in the garbage can behind him. He supported his body with a mop stick and looked at the pool of blood with lingering fear. It turns out that my golden finger is a death crisis warning. In this scary and gloomy place, it is quite useful. He never thought that this hardcover book would deceive him. What value did he have to be deceived? Sol pushed the cart carefully, trying to avoid the blood. At this time, the hardcover book in front of him changed again. You are afraid of the unknown blood and decide not to clean the ground. In the morning, because the ground is not tidy, you are called away by the housekeeper. The next day, new fertilizer was added to the greenhouse, and you were very satisfied with your new smelly appearance. Sol, damn, no matter what you choose, it's death? Chapter 2. Thor stood there. He was thinking, but he didn't have much time. The candlelight on the wall had changed from dim yellow to dim yellow. When it turned bright yellow, it would mean that the next day would be dawn. Before the candlelight emitted white light, Thor had to return to the 4th floor. These were the rules. The pool of blood on the ground was still there. If he left, it would become fertilizer for the flowers the next day. But clean it up? He was an ordinary person, without any extraordinary means. How could he deal with the strange murderous blood? Ask for help from others? The boys who lived together seemed to be somewhat hostile to Thor before he crossed over, and they would never come to help him. Moreover, those people were ordinary people like Thor, and they were also unable to help him. Looking for a housekeeper? But the housekeeper never appeared at night, and Thor didn't know where to find him. The entire area of his current activities was the 4th-servant floor and the 11th to 13th floors. There was no other way. Thor's trembling fingers suddenly stabilized. He put the mop back on the cart and tidied his clothes. He walked to the room opposite the room where the blood flowed, raised his hand, and knocked on the door 3 times. In the silent corridor, the 3 knocks were very clear. Sol lowered his head and glanced at the hardcover book, which did not show his new way of death. Just as Sol raised his hand and was about to knock 3 more times, the door in front of him suddenly opened. Sol held his breath. The door opened little by little. A slender figure appeared behind him. It was a woman, wearing a black nightgown, with a plump but not fat figure, and the skin exposed outside the clothes was very white. Thor looked up and saw a beautiful chin, rosy and plump lips, a high nose bridge, and the top was gone. The woman only had half a head. In the dark night, seeing such a scene, Thor felt that his soul was about to fly away. Thor suppressed his fear, and did not let himself show a rude expression. But his teeth made an uncontrollable clattering sound. The woman opposite lowered her head. The upper half of her head was gone, and the skin and flesh at the cut of the head turned white and rotten. The place where the eyes should have been was replaced by a semicircular glass cover. The glass cover contained turbid white liquid. As she lowered her head, something that looked like an eyeball would hit the glass wall from time to time. "What's the matter?" The half-faced woman opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was quite pleasant. "My lord." Thor heard his voice trembling, and he took a deep breath to stabilize himself. A pool of blood flowed out of the room opposite. "I can't handle it. Please save me, my lord." The woman looked up, and an eyeball appeared in the glass cover, clinging to the edge. Then the eyeball disappeared, and she lowered her head again, chuckling. "Why should I save you?" Thor knew that he would not be so lucky to meet a kind and helpful person as soon as he knocked on the door. "Sir, what do you need me to do?" Thor lowered his head. He was just a servant, and he had no right to make conditions. The woman held her chin with her slender fingers. "I need a living experimental subject, but I don't have enough credits recently. If you volunteer to be my experimental subject, I will help you solve that problem." Thor glanced at the hardcover book on his left shoulder. The hardcover book did not react. Thor was too weak now, and he could only rely on the death hint of the hardcover book to gamble. "Okay." The woman raised her red lips, very satisfied with Thor's decisiveness. She stepped aside to let Thor enter her room, then walked outside and did something unknown. Thor stood in the woman's room. He found that this place was much larger than the dormitory where more than a dozen people lived, and there was a suite inside. The oil lamp in the living room was on, very bright and stable, and it should also have the effect of witchcraft. On the long table in the middle of the living room, there were many props and materials that he didn't recognize at all. The most conspicuous one was a crucible in the middle placed on a small stove, with a pot of black liquid bubbling inside. "That's what you're looking at." The woman walked in at some point. Thor looked back and saw that the door was closed. He didn't know if the pool of blood outside had been dealt with. "I need you to put one hand into the crucible, take it out, and tell me how you feel." The woman pulled out a bench and sat across from the table, crossing her legs, waiting for Thor's reaction. Thor knew he had no bargaining power, so he simply didn't play the victim and beg for mercy. He rolled up his left sleeve, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and directly put his whole hand into the black liquid. He didn't use a finger to test it first, for fear of making things worse and causing the woman's dissatisfaction. Hiss. Thor took a breath. But he was not burned, but cold. A bone-chilling cold. Crackle, crackle. Sol's teeth were chattering from the cold. "You can take it out now." Hearing the woman's voice, Sol hurriedly pulled his hand out. But when he looked at his hand, the breath he had just exhaled because of relaxation was sucked back by him. The flesh on his hand was gone. Only a skeleton remained on Sol's left hand, as clean as a human model in an art studio. The most terrifying thing was that Sol didn't feel any pain at this moment. Hee hee. Sol gasped continuously, holding his left wrist with his right hand, and both hands trembled together. His left hand made a sound of bones rubbing against each other when it trembled. The woman opposite did not comfort Sol's fear. She stood up and pointed at her chin with her finger. "It seems that the Zishli python has released too much gastric juice. How do you feel in your left hand now?" Giggle. "Cold. But not painful." Sol endured the fear and coldness and tried his best to act like a professional researcher. "It seems to be still controllable." As he said this, he moved the fingers of his left hand. It was a little difficult, but it was indeed movable. "Not bad." The woman smiled and seemed very satisfied with Thor's answer. She picked and chose, took a few materials from the table, and threw them into the crucible seemingly at random. The crucible. Chi-chi. 2 streams of white steam came out, and then it returned to the quiet state of bubbling just now. "Now." The woman sat back, raised her chin with interest, and pointed at the crucible, put the other hand in. Thor let out a breath. He had expected it. The first test was obviously unsuccessful. The second test was a natural progression. Thor loosened his left hand, and then resolutely put his right hand into the crucible. He suddenly felt that his whole arm was about to freeze. His right hand buried in the black liquid had no feeling at all. "It's okay." Hearing the woman's voice, Thor immediately pulled out his right hand. What was reassuring was that this time, it was not a skeleton hand. Not only that, his palms, which were originally covered with scars and calluses due to labor, also became smooth and white. Without waiting for the woman to urge him, Sol took the initiative to say, "Oh, it's still very cold, colder than before." Snap. Snap. He tried to control the impact of his teeth. "It doesn't hurt, I can control it." Sol stretched out his fingers and raised them up for the woman opposite to see clearly. The woman smiled again, and this time she was obviously happier. Sol saw the sharp white teeth behind her red lips. You really surprised me. The woman stood up and even clapped her hands twice. She walked to the other side of the room, took out a crystal bottle from the cabinet, and handed it to Thor. Drink it. Seeing Thor's face turn ugly, she laughed so hard that the white liquid on her head swayed with her movements. Don't worry, this is not an experiment, it's a healing potion. Chapter 3. Sol stretched out his hands, trying to take the potion. But his right hand was extremely stiff, and his left hand was even more like bones. Seeing this, the woman did not hand the crystal bottle to Sol, but pulled out the cork herself and fed it to Sol. Sol mechanically raised his head and cooperated with the woman to swallow the medicine. It is a good thing for a beautiful woman to feed you medicine. It is not a good fortune for a half-beauty to feed you medicine. But the potion is really useful. After swallowing a bottle, Sol immediately felt a cold current flowing from his throat to his stomach. He stopped shaking, and his hands were gradually regaining consciousness. Soon, his right hand was able to move flexibly. He felt a little itchy on his forehead, raised his hand and touched it, and found that the scars of his old injuries had fallen off. Only his left hand was still a skeleton, with no sign of recovery. Your left hand may not be able to recover with your current physical condition. The woman put the crystal bottle on the table, unless you can become a wizard apprentice. Thor smiled bitterly. I'm just a servant. So what if I'm a servant? The woman smiled. If you are interested, I have a test opportunity here. It depends on whether you dare to participate. The test to become a wizard apprentice? Thor raised his head. I want to be a wizard apprentice, sir. Oh, he. The woman was not surprised by Thor's choice. From Thor's choice as a test subject just now, it can be seen that he has good willpower and courage. Although he is afraid, he can remain calm. These are the qualities that a wizard apprentice should have. Thor waited until the woman finished laughing before continuing to ask, Sir, if you help me become a wizard apprentice, what do I need to pay? What do you want to pay? What do you think is in you that can match the qualifications of becoming a wizard apprentice? The woman's tone suddenly changed again. Sol was startled, and gradually calmed down from his excitement. After being a male servant for a few days, he couldn't wait to get rid of this identity. That's why he was so excited just now, and even wanted the other party to make conditions. But the woman's question immediately calmed him down again. He, at present, has no value that can make the other party give him a place for the test. Thor was silent, but he did not give up on becoming a wizard apprentice. He believed that the woman on the other side would not bring up the test opportunity just to tease him. He should wait for the person on the other side to make conditions. Do you really want to be a wizard apprentice? The woman asked again, even if you will become like me? She leaned forward suddenly, and the glass cover above her head shook violently. The milky white liquid inside collided with foam and waves, and the eyeballs hidden in the liquid hit the glass wall from time to time, making a thumping sound. Thor had occasionally seen wizard apprentices, but none of them looked as scary as the woman. But, I think. Facing the woman's head, Thor answered in a low but firm voice. It's better to die on the road to power than to worry about becoming fertilizer all the time. Okay. The woman nodded with satisfaction. A new batch of apprentices will be sent in the next 2 days. If nothing unexpected happens, they must have died on the way. According to convention, a few servants will definitely be selected to make up the number. I will send your name in. Thank you, sir. Kong Sha. Second-level wizard apprentice, Kong Sha. If you can pass the test to become a wizard apprentice, remember to choose Mentor Kaz. I understand, Sir Kong Sha. My name is... No need. Kong Sha interrupted him. Wait until you become a wizard apprentice, then tell me your name. Sol was silent. Before he became a wizard apprentice, he was just a servant who didn't even deserve a name to Kong Sha. Very realistic. But in the wizard tower, identity always matches strength. Thor left Kong Sha's room, and the door closed silently in front of him. He looked back, and the blood on the opposite side disappeared. He didn't know how Kong Sha did it. The candlelight on the wall was almost bright yellow. Thor hurriedly observed the rest of the corridor. There was no dirt on the surface. He didn't have time to continue cleaning. As long as there was no conspicuous garbage, the housekeepers would not really use white gloves to wipe the floor. Thor turned around and pushed the cart all the way, finally running into the corridor on the 4th floor before the candlelight turned white. He panted, put the sundries back into the utility room, and dumped the garbage. Finally finished before the housekeeper checked. Thor subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his left hand, but his skin was scratched by the hard bones. My left hand still has no pain, even no touch. He moved a few fingers. But it can move freely. Is this the power of witchcraft? After accepting that his left hand might become bones forever, Thor was fascinated by the power contained in it. He looked at his right hand again. Although it only looked thinner on the outside, Thor could feel the power contained in it. He picked up a stone from the trash can in the utility room and crushed it into several pieces with a light squeeze. The right hand should be the result of a successful experiment. The grip is very strong, far beyond that of an ordinary adult male. I think the grip of the so-called warriors and knights in this world is just like this. Just adding a few more ingredients can make such a big difference in the effect of the potion. Thor once again reaffirmed his belief in becoming a wizard apprentice. Thinking of this, he left the utility room, walked to the door of the resting bedroom, and pushed the door open a little. Because he was still observing his hands, he opened the door very slowly. At this time, there was a discussion coming from the door, which made Thor stop. That guy Thor hasn't come back yet. It seems that he is really dead this time. Humph, it's not easy for him to offend a wizard apprentice and still live until now. Alas, he's dead. Now we have to take turns to get up early and clean the corridor again. There was a moment of silence in the room. And Thor frowned fiercely. The task of cleaning the corridor was actually a rotation? This group of people actually bullied him because of his incomplete memory and pushed this dangerous job onto himself. After a while, someone in the room spoke again. Thinking like this, it's better to let Thor live. He has lost most of his previous memories. Doesn't he still have to listen to us about what he can and can't do? Now, it's time to take turns on the Dawn mission again. Who knows when he will die inexplicably? Who said that the Dawn mission must be rotated? Why? We have always asked Thor to clean the corridors. Didn't the housekeeper say anything? Starting tomorrow, let George go. He hasn't lost his memory. Will he agree? If he doesn't agree, beat him until he agrees. At this point, everyone seemed to have determined that Thor was dead, and began to arrange the next unlucky guy. Bang! Sol kicked the door open. Starting tomorrow. He glanced at the boys in the room. The task of cleaning the corridor will continue to take turns. Some people were startled by Sol, while others smiled hideously after being delighted. The boy who smiled was called Brown. He was the strongest and most powerful man among the male servants, and he also slept on the far left of the bunk bed. He could enjoy the best light source, and the honor of being the first to get food. All of this was earned by punching. Now, a little brat dared to disobey his arrangement. Brown pressed his joints, and vowed to let Thor know what rules are. Brown walked over and raised his fist without saying a word. Snap! However, Brown's fist was blocked by Thor with his right hand. Asshole! Brown didn't expect Thor to react so quickly. He wanted to pull his hand out and attack again. But soon he found that his hand was firmly grasped, and he couldn't pull it out at all. How could he not know that Thor had such great strength? He was obviously as thin as a 10-year-old child. Sol felt the power transmitted back from his right hand. Little bastard. He had a blank expression on his face and exerted a little force. Snap! Ah! Chapter 4. All the boys in the room looked at Thor in surprise. The whole room was quiet for a while. But soon, 3 boys looked at each other and walked out. You are quite capable, boy. The first one picked up a chair from the ground and chopped it hard at Thor. I wonder if your hand is hard or the wood is hard. Thor stretched out his bony left hand and punched the wooden stool. The wooden stool was smashed to pieces, and the debris covered the other party's face. But the boys did not attack again. Everyone fell silent, their faces no longer showing surprise, but horror. Even Brown, who fell to the ground and groaned, looked at Thor's left hand in shock, and subconsciously rubbed it back. The left hand cannot be hidden. They, the male servants, don't have gloves, and they have a lot of daily work, so it's impossible not to use their left hands all the time. Thor simply showed it to shock everyone, and at the same time made his right hand less conspicuous. You are cursed? Unexpectedly, the first thing everyone thought of was the curse. Is this curse contagious? Go tell the housekeeper. Sol didn't explain. He looked at Brown, and suddenly stretched out his left hand to grab someone. Woohoo! Brown was so scared that he didn't even care about the injury on his left hand. He rolled and crawled back. Sol waved his left hand in front of everyone again. A group of boys were also scared and screamed and retreated. Sol suddenly felt that he was a little childish, but he was also a little relieved. Starting tomorrow, I won't clean the corridor anymore. No one in the room dared to refute Sol. You take turns. He pointed at Brown with his bony index finger. You're the first one. Brown's face changed immediately. Butler, it's him. He was cursed and didn't report it. A boy's voice came from behind. Sol turned around and saw another boy who always laughed at him coming in, with a middle-aged man in a black uniform. The butler didn't show any fear when he saw Sol's hand. He frowned quickly. "Come with me." Sol glanced at the informer, and followed the butler out in silence. The two came to the utility room. "Tell me about it." "I did a live experiment for Master Kong Sha, a second-level wizard apprentice." The butler was startled. "You volunteered?" Thor was puzzled. If he didn't volunteer, could the butler still help him sue? Ahem. The butler coughed twice. "I mean, did Master Kong Sha pay you? If not, you can apply for compensation from the butler. After all, servants are the assets of the tower master, and even the apprentice master cannot consume them at will." Thor would not believe what the butler said. Before the time travel, Thor was killed by a wizard apprentice who hit him with a book, but when he died, no one wanted to give him an explanation when the current Thor traveled through time. The other party was just testing whether he had any friendship with Kong Sha. So Thor said calmly, "No." Seeing the butler's face change slightly, he continued, "There is no need for that little reward between me and Lord Kong Sha." The butler's face changed again. He was halfway angry, and forced a smile. "Ah ha ha, well, since you guys. I won't bother you anymore. You can go back. You don't have to work these 2 days, take a good rest." He glanced at Thor's left hand fearfully. Sol bowed slightly. "Thank you, butler." He pushed the door open, and saw a group of boys crowding at the door of the bedroom looking over here. Sol walked over, and the boys immediately retreated back to the room. "You?" Sol pointed at the boy who told the story. "It's your turn the day after tomorrow." The other person's face turned as white as bronze. For the next 2 days, Thor lived a very comfortable life. No one assigned him any work, and he could wander around most areas of the 4th floor. No one dared to compete with him for food, so he could finally eat hot meals and occasionally see meat. Even the butler sent him a bottle of medicine the next day, which was said to be for his head injury. Ridiculous, he didn't even have a scar on his forehead. But Thor still accepted the medicine respectfully, and thanked the butler repeatedly. Everything he enjoys now comes from everyone's speculation about his relationship with Kong Sha, but if Sol cannot become a wizard apprentice, then everything will be a bubble, and he will eventually be beaten back to his original form. Didn't you see that Kong Sha didn't even bother to know his name at that time? Without becoming a wizard apprentice, he has no right to be arrogant, and Sol can only scare those boys who bully the weak and fear the strong. On the 3rd day, something happened. The boy who went to clean the corridor in the early morning of that day did not come back. In the end, the housekeeper came forward and brought back the body. A boy enthusiastically described to Thor that the dead servant's head had turned into a flower. The skull was the pistol, and the skin and flesh on the face bloomed layer by layer, bright as fire. After the butler brought the body back, he directly handed it over to the garbage room for disposal. The blood dripped all the way, and even Thor, who was resting, was called to help clean the floor. Thor and a group of boys squatted on the ground and wiped the bloody floor vigorously. None of the wizard apprentices who passed by paid attention to them. They were always in a hurry, and would not care about which servant died. Sol even saw Kong Sha's chin. But the other person's head was hidden in the hood, not as scary as at night. After returning, the housekeeper came again. "I think you have rested enough. Start working normally tomorrow." "Okay." Sol agreed immediately. Someone was whispering behind him. Obviously, this brush with Kong Sha was seen by someone. Because Kong Sha didn't waste even a glance on Sol, some people thought Sol was bluffing. Seeing that Thor agreed so readily, the butler frowned even more. Just as he was about to say something, the door of the room was pushed open again. It turned out to be the butler who walked in. "Mr. Butler." The butler hurriedly bowed 90 degrees to salute. "Why are you here?" The butler ignored the butler's courtesy and said to Thor with a cold face, "Are you Thor?" Thor knew that Kong Sha's chance to agree to him had come. He quietly clenched his hands hidden in his sleeves. "Yes, Mr. Butler." "Follow me." The butler turned and walked out, ignoring the butler's words. Thor turned sideways and walked past the butler, nodding and smiling at him. A layer of fine beads of sweat instantly appeared on the butler's head. Thor followed the butler all the way to the 6th floor. Most of the people living on the 6th to 9th floors were junior wizard apprentices, and there were also higher-level apprentices who were promoted but did not want to move out. Usually, there were few people in the wizard tower, but today the corridor was full of people. They were all neatly dressed children in their teens, but they didn't have the innocence of children on their faces. They were pale and panicked. "You go stand at the back." The butler led Thor to the back of the team, pointed his chin, and said lightly, Yes. Thor knew that this was the new wizard apprentice. He suppressed his excitement, walked slowly, and stood quietly at the back of the team. The person at the back heard the noise, turned back alertly, looked at Thor, first puzzled, and then showed some anger. Thor didn't know why he had that expression, but he stared back firmly, not afraid. After living with those boys for a few days, Thor finally understood. This world is different from his world. If you are harmonious and friendly, you will only be regarded as weak and can be bullied. In this case, Thor simply became tough. Chapter 5. Next. A voice came from the front of the team. The boy in front of Thor glared at him for the last time before turning around. Thor only glanced at the other person's back coldly, remembered his appearance, and then shifted his attention to the front. The crowd walked forward for a while, and Thor could already see the person in the front. Two people sat at a table with something on the table. It was too far away to see clearly. After a while, there were only 5 or 6 people in front of Thor, and 3 or 4 people lined up behind him without knowing when. Probably like him, he was born as a servant and came to make up the numbers. This kid has no talent for magic, and his mental strength is also very poor. He is not good at both. He has no value. How did he get selected? At this time, a young man in charge of the assessment in front suddenly shouted loudly. Sol looked over and saw a chubby boy smiling with narrowed eyes, handing the thing in his hand to the complaining young man. My talent is average. Please bear with me, Master Wizard. This is a blatant bribe. Unexpectedly, the young man who was obviously just a wizard apprentice took the thing and sneered. A magic crystal? It seems that this is how you got here. Do you really think that wizards can be driven by you for money? The fat boy's tricks that always worked didn't work, and the smile on his face froze. That's not what I meant, sir. He wanted to explain something, but the young man suddenly flicked something with his thumb. Thor couldn't see clearly from his angle. It seemed to flick it on the fat boy's face, or it might have flicked it into his mouth. Then, Thor saw a scene that he would never forget. The fat boy's movement suddenly stiffened, and then his whole body melted into a pool of liquid like a candle, and the boy's facial features and hands and feet could still be vaguely seen in the liquid. The man next to the young wizard apprentice said TSK, "It's so dirty, so disgusting. Wouldn't it be better to just throw him to be a servant?" Thor's heart sank. He too is a servant. At this time, the hardcover book that had been quiet for several days suddenly flew in front of Thor's eyes and opened again. On May 25th, 314th year of the new moon calendar, you finally joined the team of apprentices. But you forgot how you became a servant. Someone who failed in magic talent at the beginning, could he have the potential to be a wizard after a few years? Ridiculous, ridiculous. You laughed to death. As expected, Thor followed the team stiffly and moved forward again, and heard a few uneasy whispers behind him. If he took the test like this, he might not pass it. According to the contents of the hardcover book, he would most likely be discovered and die of laughter. Thor looked down at his left hand tucked in the shadow of his sleeve. The bone-white left hand that could scare servants, and even ordinary housekeepers certainly couldn't scare wizard apprentices. Are we going to bring Kong Sha out? Just when Thor thought of this, another line of text appeared on the hardcover book. Because you failed the magic test, and your servant's identity was exposed, Sid interrupted the test and wanted to take your life. At the critical moment, you brought Kong Sha out, and Sid silently let you go. After the other 2 tests, you successfully became a low-level wizard apprentice, and that night, you were lucky enough to turn into a pile of bones. This way, your left hand won't be so obtrusive. Sol paused. Can't we use Kong Sha? Fear crept into Sol's heart again. What should he do to pass the test? Even if Sol gave up now, death was the only thing waiting for him. He didn't need a hardcover book to remind him. Every step he took forward with the team was like getting closer to the abyss. He was about to fall. Think about it quickly. Think about it quickly. There must be another way. Sol's eyes were fixed on the table that was getting closer and closer, on which were placed the instruments used for testing. He watched the test process carefully. Those who participated in the test would be asked to take the test one by one from left to right. The first one on the left was a black crystal ball, which was used to test the magic qualification. Pick up the crystal ball and stick it between your eyebrows. The more transparent the crystal ball becomes, the higher the magic qualification. In the middle was a wooden doll, which was carved lifelike. It was a little girl, but there was a hole in the eye, which was dark inside. The tester stared at the little girl's eyes, and the doll began to move. The larger the movement, the better the mental qualification. The paintbrush dipped in paint seemed to be testing elemental affinity. Draw a circle on a white paper, and the paint will automatically change color. Then the young wizard apprentice will report 2 elements, and the other man will write them down. Thor nervously watched the two people's test process. There are still a few people like the fat boy who rely on money to get by. Both of them passed the test. But Thor found that these two people were pale and listless after the test. So much so that after the third test, they all staggered to the side, and one of them looked like he was about to faint. Maybe. Although he was not sure, since he had a new plan and the hardcover book did not appear, Sol was determined. At this time, he no longer had the right to withdraw, and could only try to break through this death barrier. The number of people in front of Sol was getting smaller and smaller. Finally, it was his turn. The young man who was lazily leaning on the chair sneered immediately after seeing Sol's face. He knows me. Sol's heart jumped, but his face showed fear. Let's start. The young wizard apprentice spoke in a long tone, pointing to the black crystal ball on the left. Thor honestly reached out his hand and picked up the brush used to test elemental affinity. Before the young wizard spoke, he held the brush tightly in his right hand and quickly drew a trembling circle on the white paper. The circle just drawn was black. Thor picked up the pen and waited with bated breath. The young wizard didn't look very happy, but he squinted his eyes and didn't say anything in the end. The black circle slowly changed, and several colors appeared. The longest part was only the length of the little finger, and it was still black. Other places are really red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, gold, and white, all colors come together. Heh. The young wizard apprentice laughed when he saw it. You are quite greedy. Sol heard that he was laughing at him, and just lowered his head in fear. Dark element, the rest. I can't find the second most common element. Nick, just write one. The other man named Nick nodded and wrote on the paper. Dark element, light element. The young wizard apprentice Thor was already sure that he was the Sid mentioned in the hardcover book. He laughed. Two opposing elements? You really wrote it casually. Nick didn't say anything. Sol waited until Sid finished laughing before reaching for the wooden doll that tested his mental power. He lowered his head and stared at the doll's empty eyes. He also watched the doll's movements change with his peripheral vision. Save me, save me, save me. A series of whispers rang in Sol's ears. The speed was very fast, and the voice was very soft, making people want to listen unconsciously. But the more carefully he listened, the more confused the voice became, and the content inside gradually changed. Save me, save me. Kill me. Kill me. Save me. Thor felt dizzy. Okay, you can stop now. Sid's deep voice came to his ears. But Thor didn't stop. He let his mind be immersed in that voice. Enough? Do you want to die? Thor was startled and raised his head suddenly. He first glanced at the wooden doll, which had raised both hands, and then looked at Sid, who stood up with an angry face. Then, before Sid could say the next word, his eyes rolled up and he fainted. Chapter 6. Save me, save me, save me. Kill me. Huh? Thor opened his eyes and sat up suddenly. Are you awake, sir? A boy quickly got up from the ground and came to Thor. George. Thor recognized that the boy was the boy sleeping on his right. In that big bunk bed, only George was friendly to Thor. Thor had just come here and only had fragmentary memories of the original owner. Many things about the Wizard Tower were told to him secretly by George. George never dared to talk to Sol in front of others, because he was afraid of being bullied by other boys. Now, George showed a flattering smile and held up a bowl of soup. Sir, are you hungry? I serve you a meal? Sol pushed the soup away. No, I'm not hungry. What time is it now? How long have I been unconscious? Sir, you have been unconscious for about an hour. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. A little after 8 o'clock. George looked back at the hourglass on the wall and barely understood the time. Thor followed George's line of sight and realized that he was in a single bedroom. A 1.5-meter wide wooden bed, 2 long desks, 2 high-back chairs, and an empty bookcase that took up an entire wall were all the large furnishings in the room. There was also a blue hourglass hanging on the wall. There were scales on the hourglass, and the sand was just below the 8 o'clock mark at this moment. Is this the Wizard Apprentice's room? Did I pass the test? Thor felt a warm current rising from the bottom of his heart, slowly spreading throughout his body. Excited, thrilled, and surviving a disaster, he smiled foolishly. Hee hee. Seeing Thor laughing, George quickly followed. Congratulations, sir. Thor realized his loss of composure, quickly restrained his expression, and coughed twice. George, why are you here? George quickly knelt on the ground, raised his head and said, Sir, the butler asked me to take care of you. It turned out that after Thor fell into a coma, he was sent to an empty room on the 6th floor by the butler, and George, who volunteered, was asked to take care of him until he woke up. After hearing what George said, Thor fell into deep thought. Since I was sent to the wizard apprentice's room, my identity should have been recognized. But if nothing unexpected happens, my magic talent is still very low. If I can't find a way to improve it, I'm afraid I will only be a first-level wizard apprentice for the rest of my life. Because he fainted and avoided the magic test, Thor didn't know what his magic talent was. He had to find time to secretly test it. The excitement of becoming a wizard apprentice and the worry about the hardships ahead made Thor feel very entangled. After a while, he exhaled and noticed that George was still kneeling on the ground, staring at him eagerly. George, get up. Sir. Seeing that Thor had come back to his senses, George dared to speak. Sir, please let me be your exclusive servant. Exclusive servant? Thor had no memory of this. George carefully glanced at Thor's left hand, and then quickly looked away. Yes, sir, I have seen other wizard apprentices designate servants to serve their daily lives. Sir, accept me, I will serve you well. Seeing that Thor was a little hesitant, George knelt to the bedside and lowered his voice. Sir, I can be your spy and help you keep an eye on Brown. Brown? The boy who always bullied him? Sir, I found that Brown was found out twice after you woke up from your injury. After that, he became more arrogant than before, and deliberately let everyone unite against you, and gave the job of cleaning the corridor in the early morning, which was originally rotated, to you alone. Soul's pupils shrank suddenly. So, those boys were not simply bullying him, but were instigated by someone. His left hand hidden in his sleeve slowly clenched. Someone wants me dead. Seeing this, George knew that his information was very useful to Soul, and quickly continued, Sir, I can help you find out who is behind Brown. Soul shook his head, and refused George without much hesitation. No, don't do anything. Soul paused for a moment and said, just pay attention to Brown's actions every day, but don't take the initiative to track them down. As for the exclusive servants, I will ask the butler when I am stable here. George was a little disappointed, but he quickly cheered up. He knelt straight. I understand. Sir, if you need me, you can summon me at any time. George is willing to sacrifice his life for you. But the 12-year-old boy was full of loyalty and enthusiasm. Soul would not take such empty words to heart. He waved his hand to let George stand up and asked him, Do you know what to do after becoming an apprentice? This time George shook his head blankly. Yes, George was called here later, and he couldn't be expected to know everything. Saul didn't want George to be too conspicuous, so he asked him to go back first, and he walked around the house to see if he could find some useful information. After all, he fainted during the wizard apprentice test, so he might have missed a lot of information. The room where Saul was just a small single room, which couldn't be compared with Kong Sha's. Except for basic daily necessities, other places were empty. Thor found a blank book and a water-absorbing pen under the long table. This meant that he was allowed to study. He held the two things in his arms, pursed his lips, and began to smile again. His precarious life as a servant was finally over. He no longer had to worry about how he would die every day. A bright future seemed to be within reach. He knew that he was not talented, and he was lucky to be able to survive and become a first-level apprentice. It doesn't matter if I can't advance. I am willing to stay at the next level until I die. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Soul adjusted his expression and hurried over to open the door. He had seen the person outside the door before him. It was one of the two people who had been tested before him. It was a freckled girl with pigtails, wearing a simple blue dress and a hard cloth shoulder bag on her back. I saw your servant leave, and I thought you woke up, so I came to say hello. The freckled girl spoke without any expression, her head moving with the sound. My name is Kelly, and I live in room 603 next to you. Taking the initiative to say hello should be a warm gesture, but Kelly's expression was a little too cold. Hello, my name is Thor. Kelly looked at the book and pen in Thor's arms and nodded slightly in approval. I came to you because you have a good talent for mental power, and I have a good talent for magic. Excellent people should be parallel to excellent people. Soul twitched his mouth. Secondly, you are the only one among those who passed the test and survived. After hearing Kelly's words, Thor's heart sank. As expected, all the servants who failed the test died. So if you don't have enough talent, opportunities will turn into disasters. I see your clothes are the same as the servants in the tower, so I guess you are all servants who took the test. Since you can go from a servant to an apprentice, your willpower must be good. Although Kelly was praising her, Thor didn't know why he didn't feel happy. The above is why I came to make friends with you. Thor wanted to ask. Then why should I make friends with you? But he held back. Chapter 7. A close neighbor is worse than a distant relative. Although this close neighbor, Kelly, is a little uncomfortable with her straightforwardness, Thor also took this opportunity to inquire about the news. He was about to speak when he saw someone walking over from the end of the corridor. The man walked quickly and announced loudly, "All new first-level apprentices, go to the last classroom on the 10th floor of the East Tower on time at 9 o'clock to attend the first public class. All new first-level apprentices, go to the last classroom on the 10th floor of the East Tower on time at 9 o'clock to attend the first public class." Someone heard the sound, opened the door and asked, but the man didn't answer. He just delivered the message and went upstairs along the slope at the end. Some new apprentices gathered in the corridor and whispered to each other. The atmosphere was lively, and everyone was full of hope. "Kelly!" Two more boys ran over, and one of them with bright eyes said, "Let's go to class together." Kelly just glanced at them lightly without even answering, and turned to Thor and said, "Let's go now." The two people who were left out did not show any angry expressions, but looked at Thor with a little fear. Thor realized that these people probably also thought that he was very talented, but he could not explain such things, so he just nodded and agreed to go with him. It was still some time before 9 o'clock, and almost all the new apprentices rushed to the East Tower as soon as they heard the news. The Wizard Tower itself should be a cylinder, wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, and divided into two in the middle, forming the East and West Towers. The East and West Towers are both semicircular, separated by a thick wall in the middle, and there are only passages on the 5th, 6th, 10th, and 14th floors. These passages are closed at night, and people are not allowed to pass through them at will. Sol had seen the passage door when he was cleaning the corridor, but he had never been allowed to enter the East Tower. Following the crowd, he passed through the passage for the first time and came to the East Tower. The 6th floor of the East Tower did not have the terrace rooms on the West Tower. All he could see were gray walls with symbols and patterns that Sol could not understand at all. Sol was dizzy at a glance. He turned his head to avoid it, and saw that Kelly beside him had been lowering her head, with no intention of looking at the wall at all. This guy seems to know a lot. Plop, plop. Two people in front of him didn't look away in time like Thor did, and fell to the ground in a daze. People walked past them, and no one reached out to help them. Thor walked past the two people, watching them struggling to stand up, and his longing for the future life of a wizard apprentice suddenly diminished a lot. "Everyone be quiet." Thor and his friends sat in the last classroom on the 10th floor of the East Tower for about 10 minutes, and finally a man in his 50s walked in from the front door of the classroom in a hurry. He walked quickly to the front desk of the classroom and put one hand on the desk. "In the first class, I will only explain the rules of the Gorza Wizard Tower once. If anyone asks me again, I will eat him." The man bent down and vomited very appropriately after he finished speaking. A large pool of green mucus fell to the ground, splashing everywhere, mixed with a few fingers, falling, bouncing, and falling again. The apprentices sitting in the front row suddenly leaned back and hit the table in the back row, making a clanging sound. Thor, who habitually sat back, lowered his head and didn't look at the scene that made his stomach churn. The man on the stage was very angry. After vomiting, he straightened up and shouted again, "Quiet!" No one dared to move, even if they had to endure the nausea. "First, you need to register for a tutor based on your elemental affinity. My name is Gudo, a tutor of poison, and I can also teach gold. If any of you have talent in this area, choose me on the form." Thor lowered his head, and the table was empty. This tutor Gudo didn't conjure up a form like in the movie, and no one appeared to distribute the forms. He quickly spread out the book in his arms, and took notes with a pen. At the same time, there was a rustling sound beside him. It turned out that Kelly took out paper and pen from her backpack and started to take notes. There were about 20 people in the classroom, and almost half of them prepared paper and pen by themselves. Those who didn't prepare wanted to borrow from the people next to them, but they didn't dare to speak, and were noticed by Gudwa. On the stage, Gudwa's teacher was still talking, and his speed was very fast. First level apprentice, learn the public courses first, including witchcraft characters, cognition of all things, meditation, runes, and finally touch low-level witchcraft. Sol wrote so fast that he couldn't keep up, so he simply used the words from his previous life to record. Don't waste your time, because you don't have time to waste. Level 1 apprentices are assessed once a month, and the first assessment will be in 3 months, if the assessor thinks you have no possibility of growth. Gudo paused here, narrowed his eyes, and looked around at the apprentices in the classroom, and said gloomily, "Then, there is no need for you to be trained." Sol's hand trembled, and a word was dragged out with a long tail. He silently started a new line, and continued writing. "Finally, I remind you, When you read the book in front of you, don't think about anything else. That's something that only second-level apprentices need to consider. Sol didn't understand this part. Other things. What does it mean? Witchcraft. Okay, that's all. I'm leaving. After saying this, Gudo turned around and left the classroom, faster than he came in. Without the scary mentor, everyone began to talk, and the voices in the classroom burst out at once. Sol did not participate in the discussion. He stared at the notes he had just taken, as if in a daze. Is your left hand like this from birth? Kelly's voice sounded again. Sol was anxious to take notes just now, and habitually pressed the book with his left hand, which was naturally seen by Kelly, who was sitting next to him. Sol did not hide his hand again, and said nonchalantly, "No, it was like this the day before yesterday." Kelly frowned and pursed her lips, as if she was stuck in some century-old problem. At this time, a young man walked in from the front door of the classroom again, with a smile on his face and a stack of papers in his hand, and walked to the front desk of the classroom. "It's 10 minutes before 9 now. You've all arrived early. Great. As apprentices, we have to seize every moment. It's better to be early than late. Sometimes being on time is also a form of being late." The young man tapped the stack of papers in his hand and restrained his smile a little. "I give you the registration form for the tutor and the Wizard Tower's rules manual first. Teacher Gudwa will come to give the first explanation in a while. You have to keep quiet. Teacher Gudwa doesn't like noise. If you have any questions, don't ask. Read the manual. I will explain it later." The audience was silent. The young man was very satisfied. The apprentices of this class were very obedient. They would be quiet immediately when asked. He walked off the stage to distribute forms and manuals to everyone, but he stepped on something sticky. The young man lowered his head and raised his foot to see a broken finger stuck to the bottom of his shoe, twitching slightly. He looked up at the new apprentices again and asked with a twitching mouth, "Teacher Gudwa, he has been here." A girl sitting in the second row replied in a low voice. Chapter 8. The young man looked hopeless, leaning against the podium behind him, and it took him a long time to say the next sentence. "My name is Luo Kai, a second-level apprentice. Come up and get the manuals, and read for 10 minutes first." The voice became weak. But soon, enthusiastic boys and girls came forward to help distribute the manuals. After his hands were free, Luo Kai recited an incomprehensible spell and made 2 gestures. With a swish, the dirt on the ground disappeared. The new apprentices who had seen Sid kill the fat boy did not show much panic about Luo Kai's magic. This made Luo Kai, who wanted to show off, look even more depressed. The 2 boys sitting on the left of Kelly also stood up to get the forms, and brought back Kelly and Sol's copies. Kelly took it naturally, and Sol said thank you. You're welcome, you're welcome." The big-eyed boy was a little surprised. "My name is Doze, and he is Rocky. We live in room 613 and 614. We can study and discuss together in the future. If it were an ordinary school, now would be a good opportunity to make friends." However, Thor did not think that as wizard apprentices, they could learn together. After all, the elements they majored in, and the mentors they followed might be different. He looked down at the table in his hand. There were a total of 5 mentors on it, and that was all the Gorza Wizard Tower had. There was a brief introduction behind each mentor's name, marking the type of elements they majored in and the areas they were good at. These mentors generally had 1 or 2 major elements, and more areas of expertise. Foresaw the name of Mentor Gudo at first glance, and the mentor next to Gudo was named Kaz. Kaz, major in elements, dark elements, specialties, necromancy, ghost research, corpse preservation, limb grafting. These specialties are all in the underworld. Thor thought of Kong Sha's terrifying face again. He honestly ticked the name of Kaz. Then he took out the manual and read it briefly. The details and rules in it were much more than what Gudwa said. When he was a servant before, there were not so many rules. But it may also be that servants are exposed to limited things, and don't need to know so much. At this time, he saw Kelly frowning and biting the pen shell of the absorbent pen in her mouth. It seemed that she had not moved for a long time. What's wrong? Did Kelly find some hidden information? Kelly took off the pen shell and turned to Thor and said seriously, "The element I perceive most strongly is the fire element, but no tutor majors in this element." Before Thor could speak, she lowered her head to look at the table again. "Can I only choose to major in the gold element? Damn, I am so unwilling." When Kelly said this, her frown had already relaxed, and it was unclear how much of her reluctance was genuine. This wizard tower was not a formal school, and there were only 5 instructors in total, so it was normal that they could not cover all the major elements. Just like Thor's dark elements, only Instructor Kaz knew it. Thinking of this, Thor's face became serious. Wait, how did Kong Sha determine that the dark element was my strongest perception? Was all this a coincidence? Or was it a human arrangement? Thor looked at Kaz's name and frowned a little bit. Luo Kai on the stage finally recovered from the blow. He straightened up and asked everyone in a friendly manner. If you have any questions, you can ask me now. Soon someone raised their hand. Some asked about the rules in the rulebook, and some encountered the same problem as Kelly. Just as Thor thought, without a corresponding mentor, the apprentice can only choose the element major with the second highest affinity. Even worse, they may have to choose the third or fourth one. Luo Kai patiently explained to everyone for half an hour. He explained it in detail, even a little nagging, but explained every question very clearly. Even if some questions could not be answered, he would explain what everyone needed to pay attention to. Even Thor was so engrossed in listening that he temporarily forgot about Kong Sha's hidden danger. Suddenly, Thor felt his arm being poked. He turned his head and found that Kelly had just retracted her finger and signaled Thor to look to the right front with her eyes. Thor looked up and found that the boy who stood in front of him and glared at him when he participated in the apprentice test before was still staring at him with resentful eyes. After the other party noticed that Thor looked up, he looked at him deeply and turned his head away. Who is he? Sol leaned to the left and asked in a low voice. Kelly still sat upright. Duke, his best friend, died on the way here. The third-level wizard apprentice, who led the way, saw him die without helping. What does that have to do with me? At that time, the third-level wizard apprentice said that there were too many people. Because there were too many people, the wizard apprentice let the people who took the test die on the way. As a result, it was found during the test that there were a few more people inexplicably. Sol turned his head silently, and after a moment, he said, It has nothing to do with me. Ha! Kelly laughed briefly, but she didn't know who she was laughing at. The two continued to listen to Luo Kai's explanation on the stage, and no one mentioned Duke again. In short, as long as you devote most of your energy to learning basic knowledge, you don't have to worry about failing the test. Luo Kai clasped his hands together and made a final summary. Okay, my mouth is dry, so this explanation ends here. Have you filled out the forms? He coughed lightly. Before collecting the forms, I will introduce my mentor, Enze. Yes, he is the first mentor in your form. He is introduced as a master of earth element spells, and can also teach wood element spells. But in fact, the teacher has studied water element and poison element spells. Luo Kai smiled. You don't have to worry about not majoring in it. After all, the mentors are all formal wizards, and they don't need to distinguish the major elements when teaching you. Even if you are a dark element apprentice, it is absolutely no problem to choose mentor Enze. What's more, we have a group of seniors to assist and guide us. In short, you are very welcome to join Mr. N's big team. Luo Kai gritted his teeth, winked, and was very friendly. Shwa shwa shwa. Sol noticed that several people immediately modified their registration forms. Even Duos and Rocky, who were sitting on the other side of Kelly, were modifying them. Duos even suggested to Sol and Kelly, why don't we choose Mr. N's together? You see that Senior Luo Kai is so enthusiastic, he must be willing to tutor us, so that we can improve faster. No! Kelly refused him without thinking. Sol also shook his head. These apprentices were brought in from the outside world, and they may still have illusions about the people in the wizard tower. In Sol's impression, these wizard apprentices and wizards are always in a hurry, and they will not stop for insignificant things. If they stop in front of you one day, don't be happy, because they may need you. As for how to use you, Sol's left hand turned into bones constantly reminded him that people without strength and value can only sell their bodies. The kind where there is a high risk of death, or a high risk of death. Luo Kai finally finished recommending his mentor, and asked everyone to submit the forms. Duos wanted to help Kelly, and Sol submit the forms again. But this time, both of them chose to submit them themselves. Sol glanced at Kelly's form, and was surprised to find that Kelly actually chose Gudwa, who had just arrived early and left early. After all, considering Gudwa's just sounding ugh, it really takes a lot of courage to choose him. After submitting the forms, Luo Kai told everyone that they could go back to the dormitory first, and a servant would deliver some supplies. Everyone said goodbye to the senior excitedly and walked back. The large classroom on the 10th floor soon became empty and quiet. Luo Kai sorted out the forms in his hand, and placed them neatly on the podium. He suddenly laughed. Chapter 9. The dormitories for the newly promoted first-level apprentices are distributed from the 6th to the 9th floors, but most of them live on the 6th floor. Thor thought that when he returned to the dormitory, he would see servants delivering teaching materials and other things. Unexpectedly, he saw a familiar face at the door of his own room 604. Sid, the second-level apprentice in charge of the test, was crossing his arms and looking at Thor, who was walking side by side with Kelly. His face was full of ridicule. Thor's heart tightened, and he quickly glanced at the hardcover book on his left shoulder. The latter floated obediently, with no intention of opening. He breathed a sigh of relief, and walked up to the other party with a brave face, facing Sid's cold eyes. "Senior, are you looking for me?" Thor lowered his head slightly, staring at Sid's hand. Second-level apprentices usually don't appear here. Many new apprentices were startled, and stood far away, watching in surprise. They were all shocked by the way Sid killed the fat boy. For children from outside, even if they were just watching, it was a nightmare experience. Even Kelly stayed 3 meters away, looking at this side expressionlessly. Sid put down his hand, and the ironic smile on his face became wider. He leaned forward, lowering his mouth to the top of Thor's head. "I know how you cheated to pass the test." Thor suddenly raised his eyes, and looked at Sid at an extreme angle. "But I will not cancel your apprenticeship." Sid stood up, crossed his arms, and his tone seemed to be softened. "Do you know, people who only have mental power, but no magical talent become apprentices. They will only die more miserably, ha ha." Sid didn't lower his voice deliberately. Thor could already hear people talking about him behind him. "I'm looking forward to your death. If you die beautifully, I don't mind making a wax statue of your body, and putting it on the 4th floor to warn those lowly servants." "Don't, foolish, heart, delusion, thought." Thor felt his skin numb from head to toe. Sid was very satisfied with Thor's pale face. He took a half step back, and looked at Thor, as if he was appreciating a work of art. "Well, I look forward to seeing you next time." He sneered, his face darkened, and he turned and left. All the apprentices in the corridor moved aside, and stood against the wall, fearing that some part of their body would block the senior's way. When the senior disappeared at the turn of the ramp, Thor let out a long sigh, and then he felt his stiff limbs regain consciousness. He lowered his head, and prepared to go back to the room, without looking at the eyes of the people around him, thinking that it would not be good. It was his choice to become a wizard apprentice, and he knew that his qualifications and talents were not good. Therefore, even in the face of everyone's doubts and ridicule, Thor would not give up. He reached out to open the door, but another hand slapped the door. Thor looked up, and saw Duke's distorted face. "Sanchi. He actually lost his life because of a waste like you?" Duke's chest kept rising and falling. "People without talent are not qualified to learn witchcraft. Go back to your servants' pile to rot and mold." A fire rose from his heart, burning his throat and starting to smoke. Thor suddenly stretched out his left hand. The bony palm tightly gripped Duke's head, like squeezing a ball. The hair and skin were slightly dented by the compression of the bones, and even the skull made a fragile sound. Duke's dirty words turned into wails. "Ah, ah, ah." He was pressed down to his knees little by little under Thor's huge, irresistible force. "Those who lost their lives are wastes." Thor gritted his teeth and said. He looked up at the people in the corridor with different expressions, and his men began to exert force again. "Ah!" Duke's wailing became more and more sharp, like a needle, drilling into everyone's brain. Everyone couldn't help but step back. However, a hand suddenly rested on Thor's left arm. Thor turned his head with red eyes, only to find that Kelly had come behind him without knowing when. She looked at Thor indifferently, as if Thor was not killing people, but eating. Kelly raised the apprentice rule book in her hand, and shook it in front of Thor's eyes. Rule 3. Apprentices are not allowed to kill each other, otherwise they will be skinned. If you really want to kill him, let's go to a place where there is no one next time. Kelly did not lower her voice, so that Thor and Duke, who was kneeling on the ground, could hear it clearly. Maybe it was the slight chill between Kelly and the breeze from the book. Thor felt that the fire in his heart was not so violent. He let go of his hand and watched Duke, whose face was left with deep finger marks, crawling into the crowd. "You are right." Thor looked at Duke's fleeing back and shouted, "Let's go to a place where there's no one and kill him again." Thor no longer looked at the eyes of the people around him, and pushed the door back to his dormitory. When he turned around to close the door, he found that Kelly ducked down and got in from under his arm. Thor paused and slowly closed the door. "You didn't bring your bag?" Kelly walked around Thor's room with her hands behind her back. Thor didn't say anything. Kelly walked back to Thor. They were both in their teens, and she looked a little taller than Thor. "How did you cheat? Did you pretend to faint to escape the magic test?" Soul turned his head away. Kelly turned to face Soul again, do you have a bad magic talent? Yeah. Sol did not lose his temper with Kelly, who was the only one standing beside him, but snorted. It is a bit tricky to have a bad magic talent. You may not be able to cast a few spells before you are out, Kelly said stiffly. But your mental talent is still the best in the test that day. Kelly suddenly stretched out her right hand to Thor. Geniuses should walk with geniuses. Hello, I am Kelly, who ranked first in the magic talent test. Thor. After a moment of silence, Thor put his right hand on her. He had an inexplicable friend for no apparent reason. After Kelly left, Thor sat at the table, thinking back to the somewhat childish scene just now, and the corners of his mouth twitched. But he quickly collected his mind. Unlike Kelly, who was still known as a genius, his reputation for cheating would probably spread out and become a household name. But Sol had no time to consider other people's opinions. In order to become an apprentice, he was in a mystery that he couldn't even see clearly. The anger just now was more from the fear of Sid. Now his reason was back online. Sol tore off a piece of paper and wrote a few names on it with a pen. Brown, Sid, Kong Sha, Kelly, Duke. Brown had been deliberately targeting him. And it seemed that someone was pushing all this behind the scenes. Sol wrote an enemy after Brown's name. Sid, who has deep hostility towards Thor. Thor even suspects that Sid is the man behind Brown. The hardcover book also reminded Thor that Sid would kill him after testing his magic talent. In addition, Sid blocked his door today and spread his talent. Thor wrote the words mortal enemy behind Sid's name. Unfortunately, Thor has no way to fight this mortal enemy. He can only be thankful that after he becomes a wizard apprentice, the other party should not be able to attack him directly. Next. Kong Sha. Sol whispered the name of the person who changed his fate. He wrote a question mark after Kong Sha's name. Kong Sha's terrifying appearance and mysterious methods made Sol deeply afraid of her. At present, Sol didn't know what Kong Sha wanted him to do. He was weak and could only take one step at a time. Sol bypassed Kali's name and turned to the last name. Duke. Although he had vented once, he still felt uncomfortable seeing this name. He raised his pen and quickly wrote behind his name, Dasha. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door interrupted Sol's movements. He crumpled the paper on the table into a ball and put it in his pocket. The door opened, and a beautiful girl of 17 or 18 appeared in front of Sol. She was wearing a very revealing maid outfit, with her chest and hips raised, pushing a small cart in a posture that was extremely attractive to boys. The cart was piled with books, school supplies, and daily necessities half a person high. She lowered her head and smiled at Sol, with a standard and sweet angle. Good afternoon, Master Sol. These are the books and props you need for study. Do you need me to help you push it in? Sol took the handrail of the cart. No, thank you. The maid bent down deeply, and her towering chest almost rubbed against Sol's nose. Do you need me to provide other services, Master? Chapter 10. Sol looked at the maid in disbelief. He was only 12 years old. Sol pulled the heavy cart into the room and slammed the door in front of the maid. The maid straightened up and pouted unhappily. At this time, the maid who was responsible for delivering books to 603 came over with an empty cart. She looked at the young maid standing outside the door with empty hands, and was a little surprised. He didn't let you in. It's okay. The maid hooked her collar with her index finger, and the collar bounced back to her flesh, trembling slightly. He will need it. Thor didn't know that the people outside the door had already regarded him as prey, and he was happily picking up each book and flipping through it. Each of these books was very thick. Some introduced animals, plants, minerals, etc. that had magical powers in this world. Some described the characteristics and legends of some common ghosts. Some were like foreign language textbooks, but they were as complicated and difficult to understand as English-Chinese dictionaries. Others were pictures, but the pictures were so weird and scary that they would make people dizzy if they looked at them for a long time. After flipping through each book, Thor checked the things covered by black velvet. There was a crystal ball he had seen before, but it was not pure black, but transparent. There was a set of transparent crystal or glass test tube beakers, and a small crucible. There was also a large wooden box with more than a dozen compartments, which contained different items, including several sets of clothes and a first-level apprentice badge. These things were introduced in the apprentice manual. Thor checked the manual one by one and finally recognized all the things. Thor pinned the apprentice badge on his coat and stroked the slightly rough texture with his fingers. Thinking about the first public class tomorrow, Thor took out a book called Wizard Language, Introduction to Know a Language, sat back at the long table, and started to prepare. After all, Thor had passed the college entrance examination in his previous life, so he was good at rote memorization and the sea of questions. There were no windows in the room of the first-level apprentice, so he could not see the scenery outside. He could only tell what time it was based on the blue hourglass above his head. Blue sand fell one by one, accompanied by the sound of paper turning and pen writing, and the whole world became quiet. After eating the lunch and dinner brought by the maid, when Sol looked up to check the time, he found that it was already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Classes will start tomorrow, so he can't stay up too late and waste his energy. Sol stretched his waist, and his muscles began to groan with soreness, but he was in good spirits and didn't feel drowsy and tired. After the apprentice's mental test, he found that his energy was significantly improved, as if some valve in his body was opened. When he was still a servant, he had to work until midnight, and if he slept until 4, he would be kicked awake and then get up to work. At that time, he always felt that he didn't get enough sleep. I didn't expect that after becoming an apprentice and having time to sleep, I didn't feel so sleepy. Is it my illusion? It seems that my mental power is much stronger than before. Thor was not sure about his condition, so he decided to ask the instructor for advice tomorrow. He simply scrubbed and then walked to the wall to adjust the candle to the dimmest. Whether in the room or the corridor, the brightness of the candlelight can be dimmed, but it must not be extinguished. This is common sense that even servants know. The kind that can save lives. Lying on the bed, Thor was a little excited again. This bed is about 1.5 meters wide, much more spacious and comfortable than the big bunk bed he used to sleep on. Thor spread out his arms and legs and tried to occupy the entire bed, but he was young and thin now, so there was not enough space even for lying sideways. After lying like this for a while, Thor did not fall asleep. He had no choice but to shrink back into a small ball and cover himself tightly with a quilt, and then he felt an inexplicable sense of security. This time, he fell asleep quickly. At 4:15 in the morning, the biological clock forced Thor to open his eyes. He sat up and yawned, and the slightly cool air inhaled into his lungs and abdomen immediately made him sober. The bright candlelight poured down again, and Thor sat back at the long table. Just as he was about to turn the page, he suddenly had an idea, walked to the door, pushed the door open a little, and looked out. His room was 604, near the end of the corridor, where he could see the ramp leading up and down the stairs. After a while, he heard faint footsteps, and a boy appeared in the dim light, pushing a cart up with great effort. "Is it Brown?" Saul opened his eyes wide, still a little eager to try, but finally suppressed the impulse in his heart. Although his identity had changed to an apprentice, his strength was still the same as a day ago. He closed the door again, and sat back at the long table. "I remember Brown was on duty at midnight 2 days ago. Why is he on duty again today? Is it because I became an apprentice?" Although there were some problems with the way Thor passed the apprentice test, and many apprentices knew about it, but the servants might not care about it. They only knew that Thor had changed from a servant to a powerful and terrifying wizard apprentice. So Brown, who once took the lead in bullying Thor, might have to take the duty at midnight frequently in the future. Thor wanted to ask who was instructing Brown to kill him, but now is not a good time. First, Thor is not capable of interrogating the truth, and second, it is easy to alert the enemy. He looked sideways at the hardcover book on his left shoulder, and reached out to touch his life-saving book, but unfortunately his fingers passed through the air and only touched nothingness. Perhaps only when I become a wizard, I will be qualified to understand the principle of this hardcover book. The threat of death did not retreat because he became an apprentice, but made the shrouded cloud heavier. Thor could not see what kind of conspiracy vortex he was in. Sol buried his head, and plunged back into the ocean of knowledge. Now only learning, non-stop learning, can make him feel at ease. What woke Sol up again was a polite knock on the door. Outside the door was Kelly, with slightly blue eyes, probably also staying up late to study. "It's almost time for class. Let's share what we learned last night," Kelly said bluntly. This may be the true meaning of geniuses should go hand in hand with geniuses. Sol looked up at the time, and it was indeed almost time for class, even later than he expected to leave. He quickly picked up the books, paper and pen and rushed out the door. You can set a reminder for that hourglass. It's explained in the apprentice manual. Thor subconsciously made an okay gesture, but Kelly didn't understand. The two walked quickly towards the east tower, chatting as they walked. "How long did you read yesterday?" "I only read for 2 hours, but my head was already dizzy and I couldn't calm down. I had to close my eyes and rest for a while," Kelly said in a low voice. Thor's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't tell the truth. "I take a break after reading for about 3 or 4 hours. In fact, he even ate with a book in his hands yesterday, and only rested properly when he lay on the bed to sleep." He only slept for 4 hours in total, and now he is full of energy. Even so, Kelly stared at him in disbelief for a long time with her eyes wide open. Your mental power is really terrifying. No wonder you can stare at that puppet for so long. She lowered her head and glanced at the book in her hand, and said with regret, I wish I could read for so long. As they talked, the two of them came to the large classroom on the 10th floor. There were many people sitting here, many of whom were obviously not the new apprentices of this batch. Except for the first row, there were also empty seats in the corner of the last row, and the rest of the seats were full of people. While Sol was hesitating between keeping a low profile or being high profile, Kelly had already walked towards the first row with her head held high. She found that Sol had not followed her, so she turned around and raised her chin at him. Let's go, you can't keep a low profile anymore. Chapter 11. Sol's first public class was learning witchcraft texts. The teacher was not a wizard instructor, nor even a third-level apprentice. It was just a second-level apprentice with a plain appearance. His mind was not on teaching at all, and it was obvious that he took this class just to earn credits. He spoke very quickly, and did not allow people to ask questions. After raising her hand for the third time and being ignored, Kelly puffed up her cheeks in anger. Okay, does anyone feel dizzy or even nauseous after talking about this? The second-level apprentice in charge of teaching finally raised his head and asked everyone a question. 7 or 8 people in the classroom raised their hands, obviously all newcomers. Heh. The apprentice in charge of teaching sneered, with such poor mental strength, I really don't understand how you passed the test. He snapped the heavy book on the podium, straightened up, and crossed his arms. Noah's language, the most common and basic of all wizard languages. If you can't even read this language for more than an hour, then I advise you to just give up on advancing to the second level. The newcomers who raised their hands put their hands back under the table, their faces flushed with shame. Some people were indignant, but they didn't dare to refute openly. The second-level apprentice bent his knuckles and knocked on the cover of the book. This is too basic, there is nothing to say. When you go back to study on your own, if you can read the book for more than half an hour without feeling dizzy, you will be considered qualified. If the time is longer, the better, but don't force it. I don't want a large number of you to die so soon. Why did this guy suddenly become kind and remind everyone? Sol felt that he must have another purpose. Sure enough, the second-level apprentice's next sentence was, if you are really too stupid and need to ask me questions, remember to exchange them with magic crystals or credits. He looked at Kelly, who raised her hand several times and raised his eyebrows. But I guess you don't have much money now, a bunch of white mushrooms. He snorted coldly, picked up the book, and left the front door of the classroom with his chin raised. White-skin mushrooms? Kelly turned around and asked Thor, puzzled, what do you mean? Sol's incomplete memory did not have any knowledge about this. On the contrary, the first-level apprentice in the back row, who was not a newcomer, stood up and answered Kelly while sorting out the books. White-skin mushrooms are the weakest and the least valuable, but they are the most delicious. Most of the people in the classroom dispersed at once, and the only ones left were the new apprentices. Doze, who had tried to curry favor with Kelly yesterday, walked over quickly, and his friend Rocky followed him timidly. Doze pulled on Kelly's sleeve and said, Kelly, why are you still with him? What do you mean? Doze had seen how Sol dealt with Duke yesterday, and he was a little afraid to look Sol in the eye. There are second-year seniors targeting him. Don't get implicated. He didn't dare to mention Sol's cheating to pass the apprenticeship test in front of Sol, and just wanted to wait for a chance to tell Kelly privately, and persuade him to stay away from Sol, and it would be best if he moved away from Sol's house to avoid being implicated. Do you think other people will treat us kindly? Heh, white mushroom? Kelly turned around and walked away with the book in her arms, imitating the expression of the second-level apprentice who was teaching the class when he left. Without Kelly blocking the way, Doze quickly stepped back and looked at Thor vigilantly. And Thor lowered his head, picked up the books and papers on the table, ignored Doze, and walked out of the classroom. After Thor left, Doze turned back angrily and said to Rocky, he actually ignored me? Rocky frowned. Let's stay away from him. The second public class was half an hour later, a meditation class. According to the requirements in the apprentice manual, Sol took the crystal ball he had received yesterday and went to another large classroom. This classroom was fan-shaped, with high sides and low corners. There were thick cushions on the floor, and many people were sitting there. Sol even saw a few second-level apprentices. He found an empty space to sit down, and left a seat for Kelly next to him. But as soon as he sat down, a new apprentice on his left quietly picked up the crystal ball in front of him and changed his seat. Childish. Sol rolled his eyes in his heart. He was not a 12-year-old child. This level of exclusion would not affect him. Just before class, Kelly, who had a pigtail, plopped down on the left side of Thor. Sol silently put away the book on the cushion on the right. I went to ask about the price. Kelly told Thor. It's really dark. Do you have magic crystals? The new apprentices don't have credits yet. I bought it with pocket money. The class time soon arrived, and even passed, but the person in charge of the class had not come yet. The newcomers began to whisper, while the old apprentices lowered their brows and sat quietly. Thor opened the meditation book in his hand. There was a strange and chaotic illustration every few pages. He would feel dizzy after looking down at the pattern for a while, which was much more uncomfortable than reading Noah's words. Thor carefully avoided the pattern and only read the words in the book. However, the words on it were obscure and difficult to understand, and there were many rare words that he didn't know at all. Thor frowned as he did when he first saw the book yesterday. At this time, footsteps finally sounded again. Thor looked up and saw a tall blonde beauty walking in with a creature that looked like a lizard or a crocodile. She walked to the corner at the front of the classroom, loosened the chain of the lizard or crocodile, and stood with her hands on her hips. Newcomers, put your crystal balls aside and listen to me first. Those who have learned it should meditate on their own first. All the old people around him turned the books one by one, held the crystal balls in their palms, and half closed their eyes. Is this meditation? He thought. The blonde beauty teacher in front of him started talking again. I'm Monica, majoring in lightning. If you take my class this afternoon, remember not to bring metal objects with you. Thor hadn't realized what she meant when a blue arc suddenly appeared on Monica's face. The arc appeared and disappeared quickly, but it left a charred mark on Monica's left face and neck. Monica raised her hand and tore off the charred skin completely, revealing the bright red texture underneath. There was no blood flowing out, but the bulging muscles looked extremely creepy. Especially when this huge scar appeared on the face of a beautiful woman. The strong contrast impact made many newcomers lower their heads and dare not look again. Sol gritted his teeth and looked at Monica. He had seen the terrifying scene of Kong Sha's half head, and he could still hold on with just these. Crack, crack, crack. The lizard-like crocodile-like creature on the ground actually began to devour the charred skin thrown by Monica. It was really crunchy. Thor and Kelly were silent. Each of these wizards was extremely strange. There were a few who looked normal, but they were not normal inside. Thor lowered his head and looked at the white fingertips flowing out of his sleeves. If he became a wizard, would he also become a monster-like human? Kong Sha's face, the melting little fat man, the disgusting and terrifying Gudo Mentor, and the Monica Mentor, who was tearing off a layer of beautiful skin from time to time in front of him. Is becoming a monster the price to pay for becoming a wizard? Chapter 12. Monica on the stage didn't care whether her actions scared the children around her. She stretched out her index finger and picked up the crystal ball with her fingertips as easily as picking up candy. Meditation. Through mental immersion, you can sense the elements around you, pull the elements into your body, and merge them with your own magic power. This is the most stable way to increase your magic power. The crystal ball rotated slightly at Monica's fingertips, and bright white arcs flashed inside from time to time. Meditation can also stabilize your mental state. If one day you realize that you are about to go crazy, you can try to use meditation to maintain a certain degree of clarity. Monica raised her red lips and smiled slightly, as if she thought of something interesting. Of course, if the cause of the disorder cannot be solved, the madness will still go crazy. Then Monica began to instruct the new apprentices on how to enter meditation. She asked everyone to choose a picture that they liked the most or the least dizzy from the meditation album in front of them, and observe it through the crystal ball in front of them. Thor endured the discomfort and quickly flipped through the album in his hand. He felt dizzy looking at each picture, and finally he could only choose a picture that made him less uncomfortable and nauseous. It was a picture of multiple people walking in a circle. The highest point of the picture was a normal adult man, and on his left was an almost identical portrait of a man, but if you look closely, the movements of the two people were not the same. The second person slightly bent his knees and raised his hands. The third person looked similar, but it could be seen that his hands were stretched out on both sides of his body, and his heels were slightly raised while bending his knees. In this way, the movements of each person are different, just like the original animation picture, and finally form a walking movement change picture. This is how Thor remembered the principle of making animation. He looked down along the densely packed figures, but when he saw the upside-down figure at the bottom of the pattern, he suddenly realized that the person's appearance had turned into an octopus monster without knowing when. This change was not sudden. When Thor looked back again, he didn't feel that each picture was different from the next one, but the figure pattern at the bottom was indeed an octopus picture. A person walked and turned into a monster, but he didn't notice anything wrong. It was as if the person was originally an octopus monster. Thor endured the dizziness and continued to look up counterclockwise. This time, he not only paid attention to the changes in the character's movements, but also paid attention to the differences in each picture. It seemed to have changed, but it seemed not to have changed. When he looked back at the top picture, the monster turned into a person again. Thor finally couldn't hold on, and he covered his eyes with his hands and fell backwards. However, before he fell to the ground, a pair of hands suddenly supported his back and lifted him up. There was laughter around him. Soul's eyes were tearing up, and he couldn't see clearly. He thought it was Kelly who supported him, and only whispered, "Thank you. There's nothing funny about this." He fell to the ground because he had watched the whole picture, unlike you who retreated when you felt dizzy. When the voice sounded, Soul realized that it was Monica who supported him. At this time, his eyes were no longer so painful, and he opened them reluctantly, and vaguely saw the woman beside him. Monica couldn't help but smile at the tearful little boy. She looked down at the pattern chosen by Thor, and a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. But she quickly regained her composure. Exploration is brave, but you should also pay attention to moderation. You have good mental strength. Try to see if you can immerse yourself in the crystal ball. Thank you, mentor. It seems that Thor got started quickly, and Monica actually used him as an example to guide other newcomers. This made many newcomers and old people envious. Thor did not disappoint, and he immersed himself directly on the first try. Entering a state of meditation and immersion, and then observing through the crystal ball, the picture of the walking monster will not make people dizzy. The images of characters and monsters floated up from the paper, and reflected in Thor's mind. Soon, everything around became blurry, and the sound seemed to come from the distant sky. Everything dimmed, and soon it became bright again. What relit Thor's world was a colorful ball of light. Under Monica's guidance, Thor immediately pulled the ball of light closest to him, leading it to melt into his forehead little by little. It went very smoothly. The first element particle followed Thor into his body, and merged into a bubble-like existence in his mind. Thor was extremely excited, and immediately started the next traction. He did not notice that Monica, the teacher beside him, suddenly frowned. She left Thor and walked around the classroom, asking other new apprentices to try meditation like Thor. Not all new apprentices can immerse themselves directly like Thor, and many of them have not even found a suitable meditation map. Take your crystal ball with you. It can help you isolate dangerous things and keep your meditation stable. Before you enter the second level, I don't recommend you to meditate directly without the crystal ball. Monica returned to the front and patiently talked about the key points of meditation, but she didn't personally guide others like she did to Thor. This made some people feel indignant. How could a wizard apprentice who cheated successfully deserve the most attention from the instructor? But no one dared to really express dissatisfaction. The first meditation class passed quickly, and Soul didn't come back to his senses until everyone left. Kelly wanted to call Soul to get up, but was interrupted by Monica. Kelly looked at Monica in confusion, only to see the latter showing an inexplicable smile. "You go out, I have something to talk to him alone." Kelly immediately looked at Monica with a suspicious look. Being looked at by a red-haired little girl like this, Monica's face immediately sank, but before she could get angry, Kelly ran away. "Don't forget to close the door." Monica then walked back to Thor, and snapped her fingers. A string of electric sparks immediately hit Thor's forehead. Thor was startled back to his senses by this sudden stimulation, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Monica's long legs standing in front of him. "Teacher Monica." He looked up and looked around, and then he found that there was no one around. "Sorry, Teacher Monica, I leave right away." Thor apologized repeatedly and began to pack his things. Elemental perception, this is what I will talk about in the next class. Monica opened her red lips slightly, but her voice was cold. Elemental perception is actually a characteristic of mental power. Just like everyone looks different, everyone's elemental perception is not exactly the same. It represents your sensitivity to elemental ions with specific attributes. For example, take a piece of paper with 3 color attributes of red, yellow, and green, and then throw a handful of red, yellow, green, and blue stones on it. What color do you think you can see? Soul didn't quite understand. You mean a piece of paper with red, yellow, and green colors? Can you figure it out? It means it has 3 color properties at the same time, not painted with 3 colors. Soul seemed to understand what Monica meant. If a piece of paper is red, yellow, and green, then the first thing I see is the blue stone. Monica nodded. I'm glad you understand. The body is like that piece of paper. The color attribute makes us insensitive to other elements. The color you can see the most is the element you have the strongest perception of. The strength of our mental power will also affect the number of elements we perceive. After saying that, she picked up the little monster eating human skin on the ground and twisted her waist to leave the classroom, leaving behind Thor, who was confused. Teacher Monica, why did you suddenly tell me this? Thor picked up the book and the crystal ball and couldn't figure it out. In the small classroom, he walked for a long time, moving forward slowly step by step, just like his stagnant thoughts at this time. I can only see blue. I can only see blue. When Thor's hand pressed on the door handle, he suddenly raised his head. I didn't seem to see many dark element particles when I was meditating just now. The muscles on his face kept twitching, and the boy's face twisted little by little. The element I perceive most strongly is not the dark element. Chapter 13. Thor didn't know how he walked all the way back to the dormitory. He slammed the door, threw all the books and crystal ball on the bed, and slid down slowly against the foot of the bed. Why can't I sense much dark element? Is it because the element particles in the classroom are unevenly distributed? Thinking of this, Thor immediately opened the book, picked up the crystal ball, and began to meditate while sitting on the ground. This time he sensed dark element particles, but they were still pitifully few, even less than the white ones. The white is light. How is that possible? When I took the test, I clearly had the highest perception of the dark element. Could it be that Sid did something at the time? It's unlikely. If he didn't want me to pass, what's the point of tampering with the elemental perception? Although he was not very willing, Thor finally thought of Kong Sha. The picture in his mind was fixed on the bottle of healing potion Kong Sha gave him. If the element I perceive the most is not the dark element, then that bottle of potion is most likely to have temporarily changed my mental power. Soul knew from the beginning that Kong Sha must have some purpose in helping him become an apprentice, and now he was just more certain of this. He let out a long sigh, dropped the crystal ball, and looked up. It was almost time for the afternoon class. He couldn't find Kong Sha to ask about meditation now, so he could only take it one step at a time. He went out again, and didn't see Kelly. The plan to ask her about her meditation state failed, and Soul could only walk to the 15th floor of the East Tower alone. Instructor Kez has a private laboratory, which is right there. If ordinary apprentices want to get guidance from their mentors, they usually need to go to the laboratory. When the mentors are doing experiments there, they may answer a few questions. But more often, apprentices are reluctant to go to their mentors before they encounter bottlenecks. The answers they get are more likely to be you don't even know how to do such a simple question. Didn't I explain this question before? I don't think you need to wait for the next test, you are eliminated now. Only the angry newcomers, who have not seen the mentors yet, will be excited to see the mentors up close. Thor had a lot on his mind, so he didn't feel excited when he went to the 15th floor. He came to the laboratory of Mentor Kaz, and when he pushed the door, he met a pair of eyes. The owner of those eyes immediately showed a rich emotional change of surprise, anger, fear, and forced calmness. Thor looked at Duke and scratched his chin with his white knuckles. Duke immediately looked away. After all, there were still slightly purple five-finger marks on his face. Don't dare to provoke, don't dare to provoke. Not many apprentices chose Kaz, only 3 of the 20 or so newcomers. Soul, Duke, and a cute girl named Angela. She seemed to be unaware of the conflict between Soul and Duke. Her big eyes flickered, and a quiet smile hung on the corner of her mouth. There was also a young man wearing a second-level apprentice badge in the laboratory packing up his things. He saw the 3 people standing quietly in the laboratory, and walked up to greet them. Teacher Kez usually doesn't come so early in the afternoon. You can come around 3 o'clock in the future. He laughed again, with an unclear meaning. Of course, you can also not come. After a simple greeting, the laboratory was quiet again. The second-level wizard apprentice turned around and was busy, not interested in continuing to communicate with everyone. Seeing that Teacher Kez had no intention of showing up early, Thor simply took the book and found a table without clutter to sit down and study. Seeing this, the other 2 also found a place to read. There was a distance between the 3 of them, and they were clearly separated. Because he had too many things on his mind, Thor was unable to concentrate on reading this time. Every once in a while, he would look up to check the time. Finally, when the hourglass reached 3:30 in the afternoon, the door of the laboratory was pushed open again. Everyone put down their work and stood up. Teacher. The second-level young apprentice greeted him with a smile. Following his line of sight, Thor saw a thin, dry, white-haired old man. The other party looked very old, with wrinkled skin and slightly cloudy eyes, making Teacher Kez look like he was over 90 years old. Kaz walked in slowly. His steps were steady. He did not respond to the second-level apprentice, but just glanced around the laboratory. Thor found that the second-level apprentice seemed very nervous. My request is very simple, Kaz said to the second-level apprentice with a cold face. Put the used things back to their original places. If you can't even do this, don't come to my laboratory in the future. The second-level apprentice couldn't hold the smile on his face, and said embarrassedly, Yes, mentor, I will clean it up today. When is your next test? In a month. Okay, then let's test whether you can clean up the lab. Yes. Sol noticed that the second-level apprentice was relieved when he heard Kaz's test requirements. After that, Kaz looked at the three newcomers. Come here and stand in front of me. Are you going to let an old man like me walk over? The three people hurried over, and stood in a row in front of Kaz. Kaz's gray pupils swept over the three people one by one, and when they finally fell on Sol, he suddenly asked in a bad tone, Why is your magic so low? Duke, who was standing on the other side of Angela, had his eyes brightened. He seemed to be hesitating whether to take the initiative to help Thor explain. Just as he was about to speak, the wound on his face started to hurt, and he couldn't make a sound. Thor knew that he couldn't hide his situation from the official wizard, so he took the initiative to say, Teacher, my magic talent is not very good, but my mental talent is okay. But Kaz didn't buy it. Without magic, but only mental power, that's a scholar, not a wizard. A wizard can't just read books. He muttered again, Is it impossible to find a decent apprentice outside now? Sol was mentally prepared, and was not hit by Kaz's words. But if even his mentor looked down on him, how would he continue his studies in the future? Teacher, I will work hard to improve my magic power. Please give me a chance. Kaz rolled his eyes. How hard? Witchcraft transformation? Okay, as long as your magic power increases to 10 joules within 3 months, I will consider you to have passed the first test. Otherwise, my laboratory will never have too many materials. Joule is a unit of measure for magic. During the wizard apprentice test, the black crystal is responsible for measuring the magic in the human body. Generally, it is required to reach 10 joules before the age of 15 to be considered qualified. However, Thor's magic talent is definitely less than 10 joules, and may even be less than 5 joules, otherwise Mentor Kaz would not think that he has no chance at all. It is indeed difficult to complete a goal that originally took 3 years to complete in 3 months. Thor took a half step forward, intending to ask the mentor for some time. But Kaz raised his hand and stopped Thor from speaking. He said to Duke, who was gloating, and Angela, who looked sympathetic, You two follow me. You? He glanced at Thor. Learn from Mark first. Mark was the second-level apprentice in the laboratory. After Kaz finished speaking, he took the other 2 newcomers out of the laboratory, not knowing what to do or where to go. Mark was not surprised and walked him to the door. After Instructor Kaz and his group left, he closed the door and went back to the cabinet to organize his things. He actually ignored Thor's intention. Thor was not frustrated, because there was a Kong Sha behind him. Now he had met Kong Sha's requirements and became a student of Teacher Kaz. I think she will soon convey the next order to Thor. It's just that Kong Sha used Thor mostly. She ignored Thor's situation and forcibly influenced his elemental perception, probably to make Thor choose Teacher Kaz. If Thor wanted to take advantage of Kong Sha's power to become stronger, then he couldn't let the other party treat him as a cannon fodder that could be abandoned at any time. He must carefully walk the line between rejecting the other party's dangerous orders and obtaining the other party's protection. First of all, the study of witchcraft must never stop. Senior. Thor took the initiative to walk behind Mark. Can I help you clean up? Mark turned around, not surprised at all by Thor's choice, as if he had been waiting for him to speak. Alas, you newcomers have no magic crystals, no credits, and can only do manual labor. For the next month, you will be responsible for cleaning the laboratory, and I will spend an hour every day to teach you. Thor looked around the small but full laboratory and said hesitantly, Cleaning the whole laboratory? Senior, I don't know if I can delay your work with my current ability. Of course I won't leave all the work to you. I will tell you the precautions, and you only need to be responsible for the final finishing. Mark suddenly raised his hand, and a mouth opened in his palm, and a bright red tongue stretched out, almost licking Thor's face. If you don't concentrate on your work and make mistakes, I will tear your skin off. Chapter 14. Sol's first tutoring class turned into a big cleaning. But fortunately, Sol had experience in doing the work and got the hang of it quickly. Mark was in a good mood when he saw that he worked carefully and seriously. While cleaning up, he told Sol some things he needed to pay attention to in his studies. 2 hours passed like this. Mark had something to leave for, so he told Sol about the finishing work. You will pour the garbage into the yellow trash can in a while. Remember, it is yellow. If it is not yellow, put it in a bag first, seal it, and deal with it tomorrow. Thor looked at the yellow trash can next to the laboratory door, which was taller than his chest, and nodded seriously. Okay. Mark pulled out a chair, stretched out his legs and sat down. Now I give you a chance. You have 5 minutes to answer. After that, I have to go on a date. Sol quickly asked the question he had prepared long ago. Senior Mark, what is the impact of mental power and magic power on the study of witchcraft? Mark was not surprised by Thor's question. After listening to what Teacher had said, he had already thought that the magic talent of this junior in front of him might be really poor, but the mental power talent was good. Probably unwilling. If we look at it from the book, both are equally important. But as a wizard who values practice, magic is the medium that turns knowledge into witchcraft. Let me give you a similar analogy. The elemental ions in the outside world are a river 100 meters away from you. Your mental talent is your running speed, and your magic talent is the tool you use to carry water. Mark gestured with his hands. Ordinary wizard apprentices usually use buckets to carry water. His gesture shrank again, and you use a bowl. So your growth will be much slower, understand? Thor immediately said, then I will run a few more times. Mark shook his head, more than that. In the wizarding world, there is almost no time when magic is not used. You cast witchcraft, make props, draw magic circles, and construct runes, and these require you to carry 2 bowls of water or even a bucket of water at a time. Your bowl can't do it, what should I do? Thor lowered his head, revealing a little on the fingertips of his left hand. Senior Mark, don't you have a way to turn the small bowl in my hand into a big bucket? For example, witchcraft transformation? Mark also glanced at Thor's left hand, but this level of body transformation was nothing to him. Of course there is, but almost no first-level apprentice can bear it. The witchcraft transformation that the instructor just mentioned requires at least a second-level apprentice to try. He raised his hands, and the palms of both hands opened a big mouth at the same time, constantly opening and closing, wanting to swallow, wanting to lick. 2 bright red tongues kept probing Thor and approaching. Thor gritted his teeth and forced himself not to retreat instinctively. At the same time, his left hand was ready to move at any time. Just as the atmosphere in the room turned cold, Mark suddenly retracted his hand. Don't move, this is a laboratory, he said calmly, as if he just wanted to scare Thor. Okay, Senior Mark. Thor also put down his left hand and asked unwillingly, is there no transformation that a first-level apprentice can do? I'm afraid I only have 3 months. Senior Mark stretched and stood up. Then you can only gamble your life. For example, go to the library and look at the textbooks that the second-level apprentices will use. Thor saw that Mark was ready to leave, and he didn't have much time to ask questions. He hurriedly followed Mark to the door. Can I borrow books for second-level apprentices? Mark walked quickly to the door and opened it with one hand. As long as the books are in the public library, you can borrow them. He turned around and showed a weird smile. The library has never stopped low-level wizards from reading books by high-level wizards. They are all so boring. After saying that, Mark left the lab and closed the door. Thor stood in front of the door, lowering his head and thinking, are you betting your life? It would be impossible for Thor to complete the requirements of Mentor Cats in 3 months just by meditation. He looked at the hardcover book floating quietly on his left shoulder. I'm good at this. At this time, the door of the lab suddenly opened again, and Mark poked half of his face out. Remember to pack up your things before leaving. Got it, Senior. Thor was startled, looking at Mark's half face and shrinking back. The door closed. Sol was the only one left in the room. Probably. Sol turned around and looked around. He didn't have much work left. He just had to put things back in place, dump the garbage, and check if all the cabinets were closed tightly. Sol walked around the laboratory. He pushed back the chair that Mark had pulled out, shoveled the garbage under the table, and threw it into the yellow trash can. The yellow trash can was very dark and bottomless. It didn't look like a bucket, but more like a passage. Sol didn't look at it much. He closed the lid immediately after dumping the garbage. I always feel uncomfortable when I'm the only one in the lab. Sol touched his arm and felt goosebumps popping out from under his skin. Sol found a few graffiti on the table in the middle of the lab. Something had been drawn on the paper, but it was now covered by the chaotic black lines, and nothing could be seen. The paper was wrinkled, as if it had been thrown away and then picked up and flattened. Were these papers here just now? Thor carefully swept it into the bucket and turned around to prepare to pour it out again. However, just as Thor reached out to lift the lid of the trash can suddenly turned red in front of Thor. Thor's hand stopped in midair and slowly retracted. He pretended that he saw nothing, turned around, sealed the bucket, and put it under the table. He continued to patrol and walked to the row of cabinets at the deepest part of the laboratory. Somehow, he suddenly remembered the walking figure of the human monster used for meditation today. According to the layout on the map, Thor was standing at the lowest monster. He shook his head quickly to get rid of this unlucky thought, but when he took another step, he stepped on something. He looked down and almost jumped up. It turned out to be the puppet doll they used when testing their new talents. There were 2 holes where the puppet's eyes were, but Thor felt that there was a sight looking at him from inside. Make sure there is no debris on the floor of the cabinet area when you leave. I clean it up first, if you find something on the floor when you leave. Don't worry, find a cabinet with the same thing around, then pick up the one on the floor and put it back. Make sure to close the cabinet door. Sol remembered Mark's instructions just now. He turned his head and saw that the cabinet next to him was opened a little. In the glass cabinet door, you can see a pile of puppets lying in all directions. Okay, this is your home. Sol tilted his head slightly to prevent himself from looking directly into the eyes of the puppet on the floor, and leaned over to pick up the puppet. When his fingertips touched the rough and slightly cool surface of the puppet, swish! A sound that only Thor could hear sounded, and the hardcover book flew in front of Thor. The pages flipped quickly, and finally stopped at a new blank page. On May 26th, 3/14 of the new moon calendar, you were left by Mark to clean the laboratory. This is really not an easy job. You were hit on the foot by a naughty puppet, and were about to throw it back to where it should be. You opened the cabinet door, picked up the puppet's head, and carefully put it in. You were carefully put down by the head. You lay on your companion's body, watching the glass cabinet door close, and Thor outside the door hummed a beautiful song and ran away happily. Chapter 15. Thor's fingers were on the puppet, and he couldn't take it or put it down. Why do I always receive death warnings? Is it because I'm unlucky, or is this the norm in the wizard tower? Thor slowly and tentatively loosened his hands, and found that he didn't turn into a puppet lying on the ground. It seems that if the puppet wants to take my body, she can't do it alone. I need to open the cabinet or face multiple puppets to do it. Thor walked around the puppet and prepared to take the small bucket containing the garbage. Since you don't plan to go back to the closet, then be my trash. However, Thor was too happy too early. New words appeared on the hardcover book. Year 314 of the new moon calendar, May 21st. Because of laziness, you threw the puppet into the trash can. Although this is indeed where it should be, the small bucket can seal the garbage, but not the props. The next day, you came to the laboratory again, and it was like a hurricane passing through. The angry senior Mark didn't listen to your explanation at all, and licked all your skin, flesh, and internal organs. You turned into a skeleton. Your left hand is very happy. Sol immediately jumped back and grabbed the puppet on the ground. You are so cruel. You will die if you put it in the cabinet, and you will die if you don't put it in. He pinched the doll, and really wanted to crush it with force. But the doll was very strong, and with Sol's strength, he couldn't even remove one of its arms. Sol gave up trying. Because when he exerted force, the doll seemed to smile. Although there was no death warning, Sol always felt that breaking the puppet was not a good thing. Take it outside the lab, and find a place to throw it away. Sol thought tentatively. The hardcover book did not warn again, but retracted to his left shoulder. Huh? Sol breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and prepared to inspect the last section of the road and leave immediately. But as soon as he turned around, clatter, there was a sound of something falling to the ground behind him. The glass cabinet door was wide open, and the puppets inside were scattered all over the floor. When Sol turned around, he inevitably met the eyes of one of the puppets. Save me, save me, save me. Save me, save me, save me. I want it too, I want it too. Save me, save me, save me. Instantly, it seemed as if hundreds of voices rang in Thor's mind. Thor no longer cared about the warning that Mark would kill him the next day, and turned around and ran. However, as soon as his feet left the ground, he lost his balance and fell to the ground with a bang. Thor tried to get up, but found that his limbs were as stiff as wood. A feeling of numbness was spreading from his limbs to his torso and brain. No! Sol remembered the meditation teachings of Monica during the day, and immediately recalled the details of the walking diagram of the monster in his mind. Although he had no diagram in his hand, and no crystal ball to assist meditation, in the face of life and death crisis, Sol still entered a meditative state. The complicated sounds in his ears immediately weakened, but did not disappear completely. The numb feeling retreated from his internal organs to his limbs. If Monica were here at this moment, she would probably be amazed that Thor's talent and mental power was better than she thought. But Thor still couldn't get up and run away. His limbs were still as stiff as wood. No, my left hand can still move. Thor felt that his skeletal left hand was not stiff, and it could be flexed and extended flexibly. He poured all his strength into his left hand, crawling on the ground, trying to stay away from the puppets behind him. But as soon as he moved his left hand, he couldn't maintain meditation, and the numbness spread along his limbs again. But simply maintaining meditation cannot solve the dilemma, and he will even fall into a desperate situation after his mental strength is exhausted. Thor simply gave up meditation and focused on crawling with the strength of his left arm, dragging his body, and crawling again. Only when the numbness spread to his chest would Thor pause and meditate again, letting the stiffness retreat to his limbs. In this way, he kept switching between crawling, meditating, and approached the door of the laboratory little by little with difficulty. Thor had his left hand on the door of the laboratory. I didn't expect that it was the live experiment that saved me. The door of the laboratory opened inwards, and Thor had to get up and pull the handle. But when he tried to prop up his upper body with his left hand and lean on the wall, the door suddenly opened by itself. Half of Mark's face stuck out from behind the door, his eyes staring down at Thor, revealing a large area of white in his eyes. Thor, what are you doing? The familiar face appeared, but it made Thor feel like he was falling into an ice cave. A chill swept through his body. From the angle where he was lying on the ground, he could see clearly. Where was that senior Mark? Only a thin half of his face was sticking out from the middle of the door. The face didn't seem to realize that it had been exposed, and it was still staring at Thor. The lab is a mess. Where are you going? Go back and clean it up. The big red trash can next to the door suddenly opened its lid by itself. Pop! A pair of pale hands rested on the edge of the trash can. The joints were bulging, the veins were bulging, as if they were trying hard to climb up. A strange sound of gurgle came from behind, slowly approaching Thor. Something was rolling towards him. Thor's teeth began to chatter again. He didn't expect that after becoming a wizard apprentice, he still couldn't escape the fate of being weak, helpless, and waiting to die. The hardcover book flew in front of him again, flipping quickly, but without stopping. On each flashing paper, there was a big death written on it. Words. It was even too lazy to describe how Thor fell into death. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Thor began to laugh. Why does death always stare at me alone? Is my meat delicious? Ha ha. He was a little crazy. Come on, let's go together. See who is more powerful after becoming a ghost. Come on, ha ha. Bang. The door was suddenly pushed open. The door hit Thor's forehead and knocked him to the ground. Soul's laughter was interrupted. He groaned, and subconsciously covered his forehead with his hand. Wait, my body can move? Hardcover quietly retracted his left shoulder. Without time to check, Soul quickly looked up and looked forward. On the door, half of Mark's face had disappeared. The door was completely opened, and a man wrapped in pink bandages slowly walked in. Except for a pair of silver eyes, the man's other parts were tightly wrapped in bandages. Ears, nostrils, and even a strand of hair were not exposed. Stared at by the man's silver eyes, Thor half prone on the ground, unable to move, his mind was blank, and he didn't even feel fear. Fortunately, the man in the pink bandage just glanced at Thor, then raised his head to the laboratory and whispered, "Go back." He looked down at Thor again, the coldness in his eyes retreated, as gentle as clear water. New apprentice, why did you spend the night in the laboratory? Overnight? With this thought, Thor regained consciousness, as if he was himself again. Thor turned his head to look at the hourglass on the wall, only to find that it had already reached 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. It was not even 6 o'clock when Senior Mark left, so why is it already 11 o'clock now? In Thor's perception, he had definitely not been alone in this laboratory for more than half an hour. Chapter 16. My lord, thank you for saving me. Soul got up from the ground. Although his legs were still a little weak, he insisted on standing up and looking directly at the man in pink bandages. New apprentice, don't stay alone in the East Tower until you have enough knowledge and strength. At night, only your dormitory is safe. His voice was low, but unusually clear. I'm sorry, my lord, I didn't know. Don't say you've seen me. Soul was interrupted by the person opposite him just halfway through his words. The bandaged man raised his hand and waved. A breeze blew closer, and Thor blinked unconsciously. When he opened his eyes again, Thor found himself standing outside the door of dormitory 604. He quickly scanned the corridors on both sides. The dim candlelight flickered slightly, and there was silence. Without thinking too much, Thor opened the door and rushed into the dormitory. It was past 12 o'clock. The blue hourglass turned upside down instantly, and the sand that had been accumulated fell down again, and time continued to pass slowly. The 2 dormitory doors on the 11th floor of the West Tower opened at the same time. Mark walked from the dim room to the even darker corridor and looked at the door across the street. It's past 12 o'clock, and our agreement ends here. I will only do it this time. Whether he survives or not, he will only be my junior in the future. At this time, there was no impatience or smile on Mark's face. Sid walked out of the dormitory across the street with a faint smile on his face. Of course, this is what we agreed on long ago. But don't you want to know why I had to kill that guy? No, Mark said, and returned to the dormitory, slamming the door. It's so boring. People who deal with corpses all day are like this. Sid's golden hair also became dull under the dim candlelight. He lowered his head, and the candlelight and shadow divided his face into several pieces. His expression twisted for a moment, and then returned to gloomy in the next moment. The diary must be with that kid. Only when the previous owner dies will the diary appear again. Brat, blame yourself for being too lucky. The diary I have been seeking for many years was thrown on your head. Sid's right hand clenched for a few times, and he seemed to still remember the subtle touch of the hardcover book. Unfortunately, due to inertia, he realized that it was what he was looking for after he threw the book away. However, when he kicked Thor's body away and frantically searched his body, he found that the hardcover book had disappeared. Soul under his feet resumed breathing again. There is only one explanation. It must be the hardcover book that saved him. Looking at Thor's childish face, Sid wanted to kill him with his own hands countless times. But no, according to his grandfather's records, the diary will not be obtained by the murderer who killed its owner. Other arrangements must be made. Sid retreated back to his dormitory little by little and closed his eyes tightly. Diary of the Dead Wizard, what is your charm? Why did my grandfather kill all his relatives and friends just to get you? Although Sid was full of doubts, he was very determined in his heart. He must get what made such an excellent grandfather pursue it madly. After a chaotic, dangerous and crazy day, Soul still had to get up early to go to class tomorrow. Reality is really helpless. It was 12 o'clock, and he lay on the bed and forced himself to sleep. But the weird and terrifying scene in the laboratory kept playing in front of his eyes. Is the abnormality in the laboratory related to Senior Mark? Why did he want to kill himself? Who is the pink bandage man? Is he one of the 5 instructors? It seems impolite to always call someone the pink bandage man. Soul thought about some insignificant things to cheer himself up. He is so powerful that he suppressed all the weirdness in one go. Let's just call him Fanda first. In a daze, Soul felt that he was about to fall asleep. Knock, knock, knock. Why is there someone knocking on the door? Is it already morning? Gully came to see him? Soul got up and turned on the light, but found that it was just past 1 o'clock. Knock, knock, knock. The person outside the door was still knocking on the door. Soul didn't want to go over. He had just experienced such a terrifying scene. He was a little nervous. Sir. The person outside the door couldn't wait any longer and called softly. It turned out to be the maid from the daytime. Soul walked to the door and opened it a little. It was indeed the maid from the daytime. At this time, she was wearing a pink silk cape. Only her beautiful face and white neck were exposed, and below, it seemed that she was wearing nothing. Soul stood in the door. What are you doing here? Sir. The maid smiled, her face flushed. I know you are still young, but don't you want to touch it? As soon as the words fell, the maid raised her hand, and the silk fell smoothly along her naked skin to her feet, revealing a body carved from wood. Soul stepped back and tried to close the door, but the other person stuck his head in, his face stuck in the crack of the door, with only his mouth exposed. The lips opened and shouted loudly. Save me! Kill me! Kill me! Kill me! Knock, knock! It was still a knock on the door. Soul suddenly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Is it a dream? He jumped out of bed, turned on the candlelight, and looked at the hourglass clock. 12:30. It was indeed a dream just now. Soul picked up the crystal ball on the table and slowly approached the door. Who's outside? It was very quiet outside the door. I don't need special services. Soul raised his voice. It's me, Kong Sha. Soul didn't really want to open the door. Who knew if it was Kong Sha or something else outside, but he couldn't stay in the dormitory forever. The door was opened a crack, the kind that can be closed at any time. Outside, a woman wearing a long dress and a hood, with only her delicate chin exposed, stood there, with the corners of her mouth slightly turned down. Mr. Kong Sha? Soul stepped aside, and Kong Sha walked straight in. She sat on Soul's chair and lifted the hat on her head. Kong Sha's head was still scary, but Soul, who had just escaped from the laboratory, could face it numbly and calmly. Your apprentice life is quite exciting. At such a young age, someone wants to climb into your bed? Kong Sha put one leg on top of the other, one hand on her elbow, and the other on her chin. Her sexy and slender figure was fully exposed. If it weren't for that half head, she would be more attractive than any maid. You finally came to see me. Thor closed the door with his backhand. You should understand your situation now, right? If Lord Kong Sha means that my strongest elemental perception was transformed into dark elements for some reason, then I probably understand my situation. Humph! Kong Sha snorted. Do you think you have a strong elemental perception? If I hadn't helped you, you probably wouldn't even be able to choose your major element. Thor paused for a moment. What Kong Sha said was probably true. He found out during meditation that he seemed to be able to perceive all elemental particles, but his perception of each one was not strong. He walked in front of Kong Sha and softened his tone. Senior Kong Sha, are you here to help me? Of course, or should I provide you with special services? Kong Sha sneered and spread her hands. A small medicine bottle appeared in her palm. It was the medicine bottle that was used to heal Thor. Senior, what is this? This is a potion that can improve your perception of dark elements in a short time. Is this the medicine I drank last time? Not exactly the same. You take 1 drop of this before meditation every day, which can maintain high-intensity perception for several hours. After a month of adaptation, I will give you a new potion to help you reach 10 joules of magic power in the first test. How did she know that I needed to reach 10 joules of magic power in the first test? Who told her? Thor looked at the potion in front of him, and his heart was moved, but he did not accept it immediately. Senior, can I ask first, are there any side effects after taking this medicine? Chapter 17. Kong Sha is not a kind person. Everything she does for Thor requires Thor to pay for it. Kong Sha chuckled. What are you afraid of? Didn't you drink the medicine without hesitation last time? Last time, Thor was just a servant, and faced with the threat of death, he had no power to fight back. And this time, there are still 3 months before the first test. As for how to become stronger, Thor is not completely clueless now, and naturally does not want to spend his future on a bottle of medicine with unknown side effects. There is no problem with taking this potion in the short term, but if you take it for a long time, it will overdraw your potential and consume your vitality. Once it is all consumed, you will naturally die. Kong Sha changed the subject, but if you strive harder and work harder, you may be able to become a second-level apprentice before your potential is exhausted. Then you don't have to forcibly improve your magic power, and instead use witchcraft research to gain achievements, and you can also pass the test every 6 months. After she finished speaking, she raised the small medicine bottle and shook it. The transparent liquid in the small medicine bottle rose and fell, full of temptation. Overdrawing potential. Soul stared at the potion and sighed softly. If I really take it for a long time, will I never be able to become a formal wizard again? Ha! Kong Sha was almost laughing to death at what she heard. You may not be thinking too much. Even I am not sure that I can be promoted to a formal wizard. Although the sentence was not stated explicitly, it basically confirmed what Soul said. Sorry, senior sister Kong Sha, I can't take this medicine. Soul lowered his head, but his voice was firm. Kong Sha's smile disappeared, and she stood up and looked at the top of Soul's head. In the glass cover on half of the head, 5 or 6 eyeballs appeared densely, tightly attached to the glass, staring at Soul fiercely. Although he didn't look up, Soul could still feel endless pressure and fear. After Soul's face turned pale, and his body began to tremble, Kong Sha smiled and retracted her eyes. Do you think 3 months is a long time? Since you don't want to, I won't force you. However, when you regret coming to me for help, you will need to do more than just this. After saying that, Kong Sha seductively walked around Thor and walked out of the dormitory. After a while, Thor looked back at the closed door and raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. The cold sweat dripped down, and when he touched it, it gathered into water droplets and slid down the corners of his eyes. Although it was terrifying, Thor had to refuse Kong Sha's medicine. First, he couldn't let himself become Kong Sha's puppet and gamble his life on the other party's kindness. Secondly, as a time traveler with a hardcover book, he could not be satisfied with the future of a second-level wizard apprentice. The door to wizards has been opened to him a little, and just a glimpse is enough to make Thor fascinated. Am I born lucky? Why do I always encounter various dangers? It's too difficult to survive in this world. There is Sid in front, Kong Sha behind, and Mark in the middle with an unclear attitude. There is Kez above, Brown below, and Duke beside him who is hiding Badwater. Is there no good person in this wizard tower? Can't he live the life of an ordinary apprentice, study honestly, and not encounter an enemy every step he takes? Because of the shock just now, Thor's hands and feet are still a little sore. He barely moved 2 steps, and then let himself fall on the bed. After rejecting Kong Sha, I can only find a way to become stronger for the time being. Thor covered his eyes with his left hand, and the cold and hard white bones stung his eyelids. Damn, at worst I just give up and stop being a human being. There are classes tomorrow. Go to sleep. With half a night's sleep and intermittent nightmares, Sol didn't rest well at all. But he still got up early in the morning, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, and found George, who was working on the 4th floor before class. George was very excited to see Sol coming. He would have to clean the corridor in the early morning tomorrow. Although he might not encounter any problems, it would be better not to go. As long as Sol valued him, other male servants would not dare to assign him dangerous work. Sir, are you here to take me as your personal servant? George's eyes were shining. Not yet. George was still a child, and immediately showed a disappointed expression, but he quickly cheered up. I know, sir, George is always looking forward to serving you. Sol talked about business. Has anyone come to see Brown these days? George shook his head. Everyone is together during rest time, and he is always there at that time. But I don't know about the night. Sol thought that maybe the person who instructed Brown to target him had not appeared yet. He asked in a different way. Before that, after I was injured, did you see a blond young man of 18 or 19 years old come to Brown? Sol described the appearance of the 2nd-level apprentice Sid. George opened his mouth wide after hearing this. Seeing George's expression, Sol immediately asked, Have you seen him? George said with some stammering, Sir, I didn't see him come to Brown. But isn't the person you are talking about the one who hit you with a book and hurt you? Thor's eyes widened. His incomplete memory had never told him who killed the original owner of the body. After George reminded him, pictures suddenly appeared in Thor's mind. The fear sealed by death broke out in an instant. It was a bright, but still creepy big room. There were rows of towering bookshelves. There was a blond young man with a weird look, constantly taking books out of the bookshelf and putting them back. There were several voices about diaries' vague whisper. That was the furious expression when he looked back. That was a hardcover book as thick as a palm that was thrown at him. That was a dizziness mixed with intense fear and severe headache. That was the dead silence and darkness. Sol's body shook shocked. What surprised him was not that Sid had killed him, but the hardcover book. It turned out to be the hardcover book floating on his left shoulder. Sol always thought that the hardcover book was a benefit, a plug-in, and a golden finger for his time travel. Unexpectedly, the hardcover book was originally from this world. He resisted the urge to look over his left shoulder. Then he thought of the word diary he heard from Sid, and the familiar format before the words appeared on the hardcover book. Is what Sid was looking for the hardcover book that he casually threw over? Sol sneered. I wonder if Sid realized it. If the other party found out that the hardcover book was what he was looking for, then there would be a reason for the many murderous intentions that Sol had encountered these days. Sol didn't know how to separate the hardcover book, and he couldn't give it up. Then it's a fight to the death, he thought to himself, and he didn't feel scared anymore. Looking up, he saw George looking at him anxiously, and Sol softened his expression. Okay, go back. I transfer you out when I'm settled. George was happy now, and with Sol's words, his life could be extended for several years. After leaving the jubilant George, Sol went to say hello to the housekeeper. The other party was very respectful when he saw him, and readily agreed not to arrange George to do dangerous tasks. After that, Thor hurriedly packed up and rushed to the East Tower. The first class today was the basic cognition of all things. Thor arrived late, and Kelly had already reserved a seat for him. You are finally here. If you hadn't come, I would have thought that you were in trouble. Kelly touched her chin again, although I think it's impossible. Also, who is in trouble? Is there anyone more unlucky than me? Kelly mentioned a name that Sol had never heard of. He's crazy. Seeing that Sol didn't look panicked like the others, Kelly asked, Why aren't you surprised at all? I've seen the horror here, but I didn't expect that someone would go crazy just one day later. Sol whispered. If it weren't for the appearance of Fenda last night, his best outcome would probably be to go crazy. Chapter 18. Did he offend anyone? Sol asked. I heard he brought a book of high-level elven language with him, thinking he could study it after becoming an apprentice, but he was found in the flower bed this morning. Kelly approached Thor and deliberately used a low and hoarse voice to scare him. I heard he cut his legs into several pieces and buried them in the soil as plant roots. When he was found, he almost bled to death. Can he be saved? Who knows? Anyway, he had been taken away when I rushed over. Kelly felt a little sorry. Aren't you afraid? Thor looked at Kelly, a girl in her teens, with some surprise. Kelly held her chin and murmured, "Before I came here, I knew what the wizarding world looked like. It's similar to my family. People always die inexplicably." The crazy new apprentice was just a small episode, and Kelly quickly changed the topic to her experience of carrying a bucket to see Master Godot yesterday. "I feel that Master Godot is still willing to teach me, but he just can't control his vomiting. The bucket I prepared for him was half a person's height, but he still vomited it up in less than an hour. I really don't understand why he can eat so much." Heh. Soul felt disgusted and funny. Kelly suddenly turned her head to look at Soul. "You finally smiled. When you first came in, you looked like a walking corpse." Soul's smile faded, and he rubbed his face with his hands. Did he look so haggard? Only the straightforward Kelly would say this. The person in charge of teaching the basic cognition of all things is a second-level apprentice. He was skinny, with sunken cheeks, and looked more like a corpse than Thor. He didn't pay attention to interaction during class, just reading the contents of the book in a flat tone, which made Thor drowsy. Thor simply opened the book and read it himself. Because of the colorful experience yesterday, he didn't have time to preview today's content. Basic cognition of all things is like a hodgepodge of biochemistry, history, and geography. Everything that can be recorded in the Wizard Apprentice textbook has some characteristics of witchcraft. For example, Thor saw a kind of grass that can increase people's magic power in the plant chapter. But the price is that the person who takes it becomes a mindless puppet. Rather than helping people increase their magic power, it is more like sacrificing oneself to refine magic crystals for others. There are 10 books in the basic knowledge of all things, each of which is 10 centimeters thick. It is impossible to read them quickly. Thor picked the ones he was interested in, and occasionally raised his head to stretch his muscles. At this time, he saw that 2 of Kelly's former followers, Dozer and Locke, were sitting next to Duke and mumbling something. Kelly, who was standing by, had no reaction. "What are you looking at?" Kelly noticed Thor's gaze, followed it, and also noticed the little actions of Doze and the others. She curled her lips. "They want to isolate you, so childish, like a child." This class became a self-study class, and later some people even started to learn knowledge from other courses. The second-level apprentice on the podium just read the first section of the book, and then read other books by himself, completely ignoring the people below. No wonder I didn't see many old apprentices in this class. I guess they all know it's useless. Kelly muttered. She regretted not bringing other books. "Kelly, can you lend me some magic crystals?" Soul, who had been thinking for a long time, finally mustered up the courage to say to Kelly, "What do you want the magic crystals for?" Kelly looked at him warily. "I won't do a deal that's a one-way deal. I want to borrow 2 books from the library. Someone just went crazy reading random books." "Aren't you afraid?" Soul said sincerely. "I won't read randomly, but I really need some special books now." Kelly didn't ask Soul specifically what book he wanted to read. After hesitating for a while, she took out 5 black translucent diamond pieces from her wallet. "I can only lend you 5. You have to return them to me. Return them to me." 10. "Deal. Do you need to write an IOU?" "Of course." Soul tore a page from the blank book, and the 2 reached their first monetary transaction. After the first class, the second class was the rune construction that everyone was looking forward to. Rune construction is the basis of witchcraft. However, to everyone's disappointment, the instructor of this class was still only a second-level apprentice. This guy was even more excessive. He only taught the most basic rune drawing once, and let everyone practice on their own. Many newcomers only understood half of it, and wanted him to teach it again, but the other party actually charged money for it. When Thor heard that he wanted money, he simply gave up. He recalled the knowledge points that had just been taught, and felt that he remembered them clearly, so he began to draw the first basic rune in his mind. With his eyes closed, the first basic rune was clearly imprinted in Thor's mind. He opened his eyes, and was stunned for a moment, somewhat unbelievable. I seem to have memorized it. In order to prevent his eyes from memorizing it but his hands from not, Thor picked up a pen and wrote it on a blank piece of paper. He opened the book, and compared the runes he wrote with those in the book. Exactly the same. Even the curvature of each line is the same. Thor closed the book and tried again. This time he changed to a special pen and ink, and began to pour the magic power in his body into the tip of the pen according to what the lecturer on the stage said. It was a bit difficult to write this time. The magic power should be evenly output and coordinated with the operation of mental power to construct a basic rune. Any step that is not done well will cause the rune to collapse, and the magic power will be directly invalidated, turning into an ordinary pattern on white paper. Thor was fully focused. Then, it succeeded. Although it was only drawn on ordinary white paper, the surface of the rune was flowing with strange colors, and the magic power fluctuations emitted were clearly felt. You succeeded? Kelly widened her eyes and murmured. She originally wanted to spend some money to listen to the explanation again, but now seeing that Thor succeeded in one try, she suddenly felt that it would be okay if she continued to study. Thor did not pay attention to Kelly's voice, and his eyes had already turned to the next basic rune. The second one. Success. Great success. The third one. Success. The fourth one. Failed. Thor frowned. This failure was not because of the error in the rune he memorized, but because his magic power was not enough. Could it be that his magic power could only last for 3 runes? Or is there something wrong with the way he outputs magic power? Soul finally deeply sensed the harm of insufficient magic power. No wonder Kong Sha thought she had him in her hands, and no wonder Teacher Kaz didn't even want to look at him. Soul's chest rose and fell violently for a few times, and finally slowly calmed down. Why are you panicking? He said to himself in his heart, haven't you made up your mind? Soul took out the crystal ball and the walking map of the monster, and began to meditate to restore magic power. There are also benefits to having less magic power, and it recovers quickly. We must learn to look at things dialectically. Thor had successfully drawn 3 runes in a row, which had already attracted the attention of the whole class. Not only the new apprentices, but also the old apprentices, and even the second-level apprentices on the podium were shocked by the series of magic fluctuations from Thor. There were even a few newcomers who were going to bleed and ask the second-level apprentices for guidance, and they turned their feet and prepared to ask Thor for advice. But after seeing that Thor only drew 3 runes and began to meditate, these people began to hesitate again. Could it be that there was something wrong with the rune construction of the newcomers? Besides, you can't just go over and interrupt someone's meditation, right? Duke in front of him rolled his eyes, turned around and said something to his 2 companions, picked up his runes and rushed to the podium. Every apprentice who came from outside had some magic crystals prepared on him. The second-level apprentice on the podium seemed very satisfied that Duke was the first to find him, and lowered his voice to tell him a lot, which made the newcomers in the audience envious. And Duke always cooperated with the expression of sudden enlightenment. Angela, who was sitting at the edge of the classroom, slowly slid her cute big eyes from the podium to the back of the classroom, and finally fell on Thor, showing an interested expression. Chapter 19. Although he always had to stop and meditate to restore his magic power, Thor was the one who made the fastest progress in learning runes among the newcomers present. Many people were unable to draw their first rune even after they get out of class. But Thor was not too proud. He knew that it was so difficult to draw runes now, and he didn't know how many difficulties he would encounter if he wanted to cast a spell in the future. So Thor did not rush to speed up, but constructed several repeated runes over and over again to reduce the dissipation of magic power, so that he could construct more runes with the same magic power. Instead of constructing a rune, the magic power fluctuations were as big as thunder. After class, Soul declined Kelly's request to go with him, and went to test his current magic power first. He wanted to know how useless his magic talent was. Soon, he walked out with a look of disappointment. Although he was mentally prepared, the magic power of only 3 jowls still made him feel that the future was bleak. It is absolutely impossible to reach 10 jowls within 3 months using conventional methods. What will happen if the test fails? It's most likely death, right? Soul followed the slope of the east tower to the library on the 9th floor. The moment he stepped into the door of the library, he had made up his mind. It's better to pass the test at all costs than to die if you fail the test. At the entrance of the library, there was a man sitting upright against the wall. Judging from his clothes, he seemed to be the administrator here. Soul went forward to ask about the rules of borrowing books in the library. But the man looked up at the ceiling in horror, and then stared at the ground with cautious eyes, as if something terrible was about to emerge from above and under his feet. He ignored Thor's question. Thor followed him and looked down and up, but found nothing unusual. He had no choice but to return to the entrance of the library, and look at the rows of towering bookshelves with caution. There was a faint mist floating in the library, and only the 2 or 3 rows of bookshelves near the door were relatively clear. It became more and more blurred as you went further back, and in the end, it was completely hidden under the white mist. There were obvious signs on both sides of the bookshelves, with fist-sized words on them saying, Level 0, Level 1. Wait, The bookshelves here are graded according to the level of witchcraft. The higher the level of the bookshelves, the more profound and dangerous the knowledge. Thor walked along the only straight passage in the library. His footsteps stopped at the boundary between the 0-level and 1st-level bookshelves. He glanced at the spines of the books exposed on the bookshelves. Many of them were marked with names. However, some of those books were written in wizard language. In addition to Noah language, Thor did not know other types of wizard language. The words on the 0-level book only made people feel a little uncomfortable, but not dizzy. Thinking of the new apprentice, who had cut himself into strips and planted them in the flower bed this morning, Thor didn't dare to look at the unfamiliar words. After staying at the boundary for a while, Thor walked in again, his figure disappearing behind the white mist. With the first person trying, the second and third will naturally appear soon. New apprentices entered the library one after another, looking at everything curiously. Someone stepped forward and tried to wake up the administrator sitting at the door. But when he put his hand on the administrator's shoulder, the administrator's figure suddenly disappeared, and his hand fell into the air. It seemed that everything just now was an illusion. Several newcomers looked at each other, recalling how strange this wizard tower was, and hurriedly turned around and gathered together. Do we really want to go in? The atmosphere here looks weird, and it doesn't feel as safe as the dormitory. A timid girl named Jenna said. That servant has gone in. You can't be worse than a servant, right? Another man, with a dignified look, immediately retorted. We can wait here and see if he will encounter any danger when he goes in. This time, the speaker was Duke, who looked much gentler than before. After being threatened by Thor, he seemed to have restrained his anger. But every time he looked in the direction where Thor disappeared, a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes, as if he hoped Thor would just disappear and never come out again. However, to his disappointment, Thor reappeared from the white fog after a while, holding a book in his hand. After coming out, Thor found that the nervous man at the door had disappeared. There was no one else in the library except him, and a few newcomers. How do I borrow this book? Can I take it away directly? Considering that the seniors have to pay for imparting knowledge, Thor doesn't think the library is open for free. 2 magic crystals for 1 day. Just as Thor looked around, an old man suddenly appeared at the door. If you look closely at the old man's appearance, you will find that he looks very similar to the man who just sat at the door, but he looks a dozen years older. So expensive. Sol expected that borrowing books would not be cheap, but he did not expect it to be so expensive. He did not bargain, directly handed over 2 magic crystals to the old man, and rushed out of the library quickly. Now he had to race against time. Do you want to borrow books too? Go and get them quickly if you want to borrow books, don't waste my time. The old man put away the magic crystal with satisfaction, turned his head, and said to the other newcomers with a stern face. Several newcomers shook their heads. You are kidding, there will be a test in 3 months. They haven't even learned the basics of witchcraft. Who wants to read those profound books? And spend 2 magic crystals? That Thor is really crazy. If you don't want to borrow it, get out of here. The old man shouted, and his figure suddenly disappeared. The cheeks of the newcomers were hot, and they lowered their heads and pushed each other out of the library. After a short rest, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Thor came to the laboratory with his newly borrowed book and a blank book. He found an empty table and chair, threw the book on it, and started copying. After a while, Angela and Duke also came. The 3 of them still sat far away, unrelated to each other, and did not disturb each other. It was almost 3 o'clock when Mark, a second-level apprentice, strolled into the laboratory, accompanied by a nervous man. Mark smiled and talked to the man while casually scanning the laboratory. When he saw Thor sitting there, a complex expression flashed across his face. Go back. I find you if there's anything. Mark nodded to the man, walked past Duke, who was closer to the door, and walked to Thor. Duke, who had already stood up, sat back down awkwardly. Mark's arrival did not bring Sol back to his senses, as he was concentrating on copying books. It was not until a hand gently knocked on Sol's desk that he realized someone was standing next to him. Senior Mark. Sol immediately stood up, respectful but with a hint of caution. You did a great job yesterday. It was cleaner than I cleaned it myself. Mark smiled, but I think it might be a little difficult for you to clean up the lab, so you don't have to do this job anymore. Sol's fingers on the book curled up little by little. Mark's sudden change of mind, could it be related to the pink that appeared last night? Or is there another reason? Sol was a little entangled. Last night's experience was indeed horrible, but if he didn't do the work of cleaning up the laboratory, he would not have the money to ask Mark for advice. But Senior, Sol said hesitantly. Mark immediately knew what Sol wanted to say, and said directly and straightforwardly, if you have any questions in the future, Just ask me directly. Teacher has asked me to guide you well. Thank you, senior. Sol immediately straightened his chest, looking very excited. The two of them looked united and friendly, and no one mentioned what happened yesterday. Since Sol survived last night, he must be no ordinary person. Without sufficient price, Mark would not casually attack an apprentice. He didn't want to be dragged into deeper muddy waters. At the same time, he decided to give this powerful newcomer some compensation to cover up what happened yesterday. Are you copying books? Yes, I borrowed a book, but it can only be borrowed for one day, so I thought I would copy some of it and read it slowly. Let me help you see which content is useful. Mark picked up the book enthusiastically. When he saw the cover of the book, he looked at Thor in surprise. This book turned out to be the book about which body transformation that he mentioned to Thor yesterday. Green's cognition of which body transformation. Do you really want to read this book? Faced with Mark's question, Thor nodded calmly. Chapter 20. Mark saw determination in Thor's eyes. Although he didn't know how a newcomer who had just become an apprentice decided to transform his witch body the next day. You know, he hesitated for a whole month before cutting his own hands. But now, Mark can see some value in Thor. To be able to escape from the Midnight Laboratory, the other party is definitely not an ordinary newcomer. Either he has the ability, or he has a backer. Then you copy it first. This book is very straightforward. If you want to learn more after reading, you can come to the lab to find me. I will be here for this month. Such a gentle Senior Mark made the other two newcomers in the lab drop their jaws. Thank you, Senior Mark. Sol sat down again. He didn't have much time, and he had to race against time to copy the book. Mark left the space for Sol and walked to the other side of the lab. At this time, Ankita, who had been observing for a long time, picked up the book in front of her, walked to Mark, and showed a sweet smile. Senior, when I was learning to build runes today, there were a few places that I couldn't succeed in. Can you teach me? Angela propped her chin with a book, trying to show her cute side. Of course. Mark smiled. 10 magic crystals, or 2 credits. The surprise that had just risen in Angela's eyes suddenly extinguished. She only had dozens of magic crystals on her. How could she spend them just by asking a few questions? I'd better think about it myself. Angela hurried back to her seat and bowed her head, fearing that others would laugh at her. She thought she could only find a chance to ask Professor Kaz, but her and Duke's performance yesterday did not seem to satisfy Professor Kaz. I wonder if he will come to the lab today? A book called Green's Which Body Transformation Cognition is not thick, only more than 100 pages, and it is not a printed version, so there are not many words in total. When copying, Sol skipped some useless exclamations and only extracted the essentials to take notes. But for a newcomer, who has only been in school for 2 days, it is more difficult than he thought to fully understand this book. Sol was not polite, and went to Mark to ask him with the book in his hand. From the change in the other party's attitude, Sol could more or less see that the other party was trying to compensate him. I don't know why. Was it because Sol survived successfully that made the other party afraid? Or was it because Mark knew about fans' action? Whatever the reason, it didn't delay Sol from taking the opportunity to get some rewards first. With Mark's help in summarizing the knowledge points, Sol's copying speed was greatly improved. He was fully confident that he could copy down all the important contents in the book before noon tomorrow. This way, the 2 magic crystals would not be wasted. Teacher Kaz appeared after 3:30 again. But he kept frowning, as if thinking about some difficult problem. Duke, who was about to ask questions, was blocked back. The 2 newcomers then understood why other apprentices would not come to the laboratory to ask questions. The patient explanation on the first day seemed to be just a deceptive opening statement. Once you were introduced to it, its true indifference was immediately revealed. Duke failed to find a sense of superiority from Thor again, and his expression was a little flustered, and his eyes secretly glancing at Thor became more and more complicated. But no one expected that after thinking for a while, in the laboratory, with a frown on his face, Teacher Katz suddenly walked to Thor's side. Teacher? Mark thought Katz was looking for him, and stood up nervously. Unexpectedly, Katz stood in front of Thor. You come with me. Thor was shocked at first, and then happy. Yesterday, Duke and Angela were taken away, and he was left behind, which was equivalent to being abandoned by the teacher, but today the teacher actually remembered him again. What made him change his mind? Sol quickly packed up his books and followed Kaz quietly. They walked down the slope of the East Tower. When they met apprentices on the road, they would avoid them and bow their heads. As a new apprentice, Sol had never been to the lower floors of the East Tower. The lower floors of the West Tower were where the housekeepers and servants lived. The first floor at the bottom was a garbage dump. Sol used to take the garbage he received when cleaning the corridor back to the utility room. Someone would clean it up and move it regularly. He had never been to the garbage dump and didn't know what it was like. I only heard that the servants who went there were all old servants with strange personalities and rarely interacted with outsiders. The further down they went, the dimmer the lights in the corridor became. Thor kept his head down and followed Teacher Kaz closely, without looking inside curiously. But he counted the floors silently in his mind. 9, 8, 7. 2. When he counted down to 2, Kaz suddenly turned around and took him into this floor. At the entrance of the second floor, there was a big man who looked to be more than 200 pounds, leaning against the wall, sitting on the ground motionless. The whole corridor was mostly blocked. Kaz led Thor through the remaining gap, but the big man still didn't react. After walking 2 steps, there was a red wooden door. Kaz pushed the door open, and the door panel made a harsh creaking sound. As Thor followed in, a pungent odor mixed with the smell of blood entered his nose. Thor immediately held his breath and looked up at the instructor in front of him. Instructor Kaz seemed to have no nose, and his expression did not change at all, staying in the center of the room. The walls around this room were all covered with pale powder. There were words written on them like graffiti that Thor didn't recognize. Fortunately, although these words looked a bit chaotic, they didn't make Thor dizzy. In the center of the room was a conveyor belt extending from the wall. The entrance was blocked by black leather tassels, and you couldn't see inside. Next to the conveyor belt was a long table, which was filled with various square boxes of different sizes. These boxes were all open at the moment, with nothing inside, but the edges and corners were stained with some unknown sticky substances. Some boxes had clusters of fingertip-sized mushrooms growing outside. Some tools such as hammers and chisels were hung on one side of the table. There was also a large box with wheels under the long table. The box was also open, and the inner wall was stained with patches of dark red and almost black marks. That box seemed to be the source of the stench and bloody smell in the room. And near the inner wall, there was a table and 2 chairs. The chairs were pulled out casually. There were many books stacked on the table, as well as scattered single pages of paper, an overturned pen holder, and pens that rolled down the pen holder to the ground. The first and second floors of the East Tower are rooms for corpses. This is the second floor. Corpse? Thor pursed his lips, and suddenly he had an association with everything he had just seen. If you can do the job here, you can get 3 credits every month. Thor looked up suddenly. It was written in the Apprentice manual that 1 credit could be exchanged for 10 magic crystals, and credits were more useful. On the other hand, 10 magic crystals could not be exchanged for a single credit. Thor couldn't help himself, and the words I want, I can in his mouth were about to push through his teeth and lips and come out on their own. But he suddenly thought of Angela and Duke yesterday. Were they also brought here? However, they did not meet Kaz's requirements, so they returned to the laboratory again today. What do you need me to do? Thor tried to make his voice sound calm and well-behaved. Deal with the alienated corpse. As Kaz spoke, he pulled down a wrench next to the conveyor. The conveyor belt started rolling, and soon, a fresh corpse broke through the black leather tassels and turned in front of the 2 people. Thor could actually guess that he would definitely do work related to corpses. But when the real corpse appeared in front of him, he still couldn't help but turn pale and took 2 steps back. The corpse tied to the conveyor belt was covered with a piece of black leather, and the face was not damaged and exposed outside the leather. Thor recognized at a glance that this person was the new apprentice who cut his legs into strips and buried them in the flower bed yesterday, as Kelly said. Chapter 21. Sol took 2 steps back in shock, his feet hitting the brick floor, making a heavy sound. The corpse tied to the conveyor belt suddenly opened its eyes. Its head didn't move, but its eyes looked desperately to the left. After seeing Sol and Kaz, its pupils suddenly dilated and trembled slightly, as if it saw something exciting. He's still alive? Sol couldn't help asking Kaz. How is that possible? Kaz walked forward calmly, and lifted the black leather covering the new apprentice in front of Sol. Under the leather was a cut chest, with ribs spread out like wings, and the chest was empty. The legs further down had become strips of meat mixed with dirt and stones. It was cut really finely. But the apprentice's eyes were still moving, and they turned upwards as Kaz walked. His lips were slightly cracked, revealing his white teeth. Thor felt his stomach churning. During the days since he came here, he had seen a lot of bloody and terrifying things in the Wizard Tower, which made him hold back from vomiting on the spot. Now, the test for him has begun. He forced himself not to look away. The feeling of nausea and dizziness was still there, but Thor kept telling himself that it was just an immobile corpse, and it would not suddenly stand up and swallow half of his face. The fear was slightly relieved. His brain has long been dead, and it is not his soul that remains here. And it is not aggressive under normal circumstances. Kes covered himself with black leather and turned to ask Thor, "Are you scared?" Thor took a deep breath of the smelly air. "Afraid?" Kes raised his eyebrows. "But I can do it." "Humph." Teacher Kes snorted, "This job is not something you can do just because you want to. The corpse in front of you has gone through 2 rounds of processing, dealing with dangers and recycling materials. These alienated corpses must be specially processed and eliminated in the end, otherwise they will run out and turn the wizard tower into a strange place. But before eliminating them, we can leave some useful experimental materials. What you need to do is the final finishing and cleaning." Kaz's dry hand slapped the black leather. "Pa! You need to use your knowledge or your inspiration to find the part that has become demonic due to alienation, but is not possessed by ghosts. Divide and put it in different boxes on the table. Cover the lid for recycling and preliminary sealing. The rest is put in the big box below. When you leave at night, the people outside will take away the box and replace it with a new one. I will grade your work based on the amount of useful materials. As long as the number of materials submitted each month is more than 5, it will be considered qualified. If it is more than 10, you can get an extra credit." Kes raised his chin and pointed at the still-moving corpse. "Now, tell me, which part do you think can be recycled?" Sol walked to the conveyor belt and pointed at the trembling eyeballs with courage. "Is this useful?" "No." Kes had a blank expression. "It seems that the parts that appear to be active on the surface are not necessarily useful. It may also be because it has been contaminated by some strange transformation and cannot be reused, so it is useless to wizards. This money is really not easy to earn. Do dark attribute wizards deal with corpses and ghosts?" Thor took a deep breath again. Now he is adapted to the smell here. Although he still feels fishy, it is not enough to make him vomit. He lifted the black leather and looked over with gritted teeth. Perhaps it was because he had developed his mental strength after becoming an apprentice. Thor still felt uncomfortable, but he could already observe the pool of blood on the conveyor belt with his eyes, without being frightened and dizzy. This broken body looked no different to Thor's naked eyes, and Thor could not determine where else he could use as a wizard's material. In his peripheral vision, Thor found that Kaz's left hand was constantly hitting his right arm, and his patience was about to run out. "Through my knowledge or my inspiration, but the knowledge I have now can't help me distinguish at all. Then it can only be through inspiration. What is inspiration, intuition, or spiritual power?" Sol's eyes moved carefully to his left shoulder. Unfortunately, his hardcover book was only responsible for saving his life, not for making money. At this moment, it was as quiet as a salted fish lying flat. Then Sol had only one method to try. He stood in front of the corpse of the new apprentice and began to visualize the walking picture of the monster. Without the help of the crystal ball, it was difficult to enter immersion. But the experience in the laboratory last night allowed Sol to enter a semi-meditative state without relying on the crystal ball. In this state, he can see elemental particles and some things that are usually invisible to the naked eye. At this moment, in Thor's eyes, the still movable eyeballs are like the tentacles of a snail, stretching out of the face, shaking up and down, curiously looking at the world. The lips of the corpse are covered with a layer of hard black thorns. The teeth under the lips are slightly flashing. Thor stared at the flash that appeared and disappeared at that time, and felt that the flash was somewhat familiar. Like when he played games before, there were prompts of item drops. "I've picked up the bag, I've picked up the bag. Haven't you found it yet? I can give you a hint. There are at least 2 places on this body that can be salvaged. As long as you can find one, you pass." Kaz's impatient voice interrupted Thor's meditation. Thor didn't have time to figure out whether the scene he detected with his mental power was reliable. He raised his hand and pointed at the mouth of the body. Kaz frowned. "Are you referring to his mouth?" "No, his teeth." Kaz's face flashed with a brief surprise. He walked forward, picked up a thin black stick from the long table behind him, and opened the lips of the corpse. Ahem. He turned around and looked at Thor with a slightly unnatural expression. "Yes, this is one." Success. Thor suppressed his excitement and continued to observe other parts of the corpse with semi-immersive meditation. Then, he saw 2 flashes. Thor pretended to be uncertain and pointed out one of them. Kaz nodded and asked him if he had found anything else. Thor carefully observed it from top to bottom again, ignoring the last flash, and straightened up and said to the instructor, "I didn't find anything else." "Well, not bad." Kaz casually pointed out the flash that Thor saw but didn't say, and said lightly, "There is another one here." Next, Kaz verbally instructed Thor to use the props on the laboratory table behind him to split and recycle the materials. Then put them in 3 small boxes on the table, closed the lids, and plugged in the latches. The remaining part of the body was rolled up with the black leather and placed in the big box under the long table. The big box was engraved with a witchcraft array that could seal ghosts. Only a large bloody mark remained on the conveyor belt. Kaz nodded and raised his chin to signal Thor to turn the wrench on the conveyor platform again. With the sound of the machine turning, the blood-stained conveyor belt turned to the bottom of the machine, and another body emerged from behind the black leather tassel. Thor saw the head also exposed outside the leather, and his eyes narrowed instantly. He also knew the deceased. She had tried to seduce Thor on the first day of delivering teaching materials, and appeared in Thor's nightmare that night. That plump maid, why did she die too? Was it an accident or was it intentional? Do you know her? Looking at Thor's expression, Kaz asked in a flat voice. Well, she once delivered teaching materials to me. Death is a common thing in the Wizard Tower. If we keep dying like this, what will happen if everyone dies? Go to the nearby towns to recruit people. They are willing to send people in. After the small talk, Mintrick has pointed at the maid. There is at least one usable part on her body. If you can find it this time, I will give you this job. Sol was refreshed. He didn't care about the maid's sadness, and lifted the black leather covering her body. The maid's body was naked, and the long wound on her chest proved that she had also been dissected. But she was an ordinary person after all. Although she died strangely, there were not many abnormal parts on her body. Unlike the new apprentice just now, when he was sent to the big box under the table, he was already a light pile. Chapter 22. Sol successfully got the job of the third process in the morgue, but the price was that the maid lost her throat. Sol also got a leather robe from Kaz. It was a bit stuffy to wear, but it was easy to clean up without having to be careful of splashing blood and flesh. Kaz asked Sol to work in the morgue between 3 and 7 every day. But things here cannot be taken out, including corpses. Sol no longer needs to go to the laboratory, where he can't do anything or learn anything. If he submits more materials, he can get extra rewards. Kaz believes that Sol's ability has exceeded the 3 credits, so he added dividends to the fixed salary to encourage Sol to work hard. This is already a very high salary for a first-level apprentice. Normally, a new apprentice is considered a formal first-level apprentice only after mastering all the basic knowledge. In addition to getting a few credits by passing the monthly test, the rest depends on the apprentice doing the work assigned by the mentor to earn more credits. Although the Gorza Wizard Tower is tall, there are still limited jobs suitable for apprentices inside it. Safer jobs usually range from 1 to 3 credits per month, while dangerous jobs may be 4 to 7 credits. Especially jobs worth 7 credits, which means that even senior first-level apprentices may die. Ordinary people dare not take it without some means of saving their lives. Thor's job is not without any danger. According to Teacher Kaz, a corpse was sent to Thor, and had gone through 2 rounds of screening. The person in charge of the most dangerous first round is a second-level apprentice, who will try his best to eliminate the danger on the corpse. The person in charge of the second round is a senior first-level apprentice, who has mastered the basic knowledge of wizards and knows several zero-level witchcraft. He can protect himself, and can also screen most of the useful materials on the corpse. And Thor got the third round of work by relying on his unexpected ability to pick up corpses and good luck. Although the third round is less dangerous, it also earns less. But if you can be as efficient as today every time, it is not impossible to get 6 credits a month. This is the importance of specialties. Teacher Kaz didn't understand. Obviously, Thor's perception of dark elements was not strong, and even not qualified. So why was he so sensitive to abnormalities on dead people? He could only attribute it to the fact that Thor was born to be more sensitive to spirits. Low perception of dark elements, but sensitive to spirits. In other words, it is easy to see ghosts. Thor didn't understand why he could see all kinds of strange phenomena through meditation. But it didn't matter if he didn't understand. It didn't prevent him from using it. If you have time, you can communicate with Kelly. Do different meditation pictures bring different effects? Is there a difference in the speed of meditation? As a newcomer, everything still needs to be explored, and the mentors and seniors leading the way are obviously unwilling to provide free knowledge. With the guidance of Mentor Kaz, Sol completed the first day of work smoothly and became familiar with the general layout of the corpse room on the 3rd floor. Kaz, who successfully found the third worker, was in high spirits and also guided Sol. He found that Sol's spiritual talent was indeed excellent, and he was fast and accurate in learning runes. It is easy to immerse oneself in meditation. Even Thor showed a good talent for language learning when learning Noah. With this ability, he can succeed in any ordinary profession. But as a wizard, he has no magical talent, just like a weapon that cannot kill people. He can only become a plaything, driven and used by others. Unless he can have some adventure, or wait for an opportunity to transform his wizard body. But even the second-level apprentices have a high mortality rate for wizard body transformation. How many chances does a first-level apprentice have to succeed? There was little hope, almost nothing. Kaz's enthusiasm for teaching came and went quickly. Soon, he left Thor alone in the morgue and warned him to leave the second floor of the East Tower before 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was best not to stay in the East Tower. Thor respectfully saw his mentor off, closed the door, turned around and walked to the conveyor belt. He struggled with his thoughts for a while. Now he was the only one here, and it still took courage to pull down the wrench to welcome the corpse. Thor's hand was on the wrench for about a minute. Then suddenly he pulled it down. The conveyor belt rumbled, but no new bodies appeared after a long time. Thor felt strange and pulled it again. Still nothing. Just when Thor was feeling uneasy and wanted to pull it a third time, a man's voice came from the exit of the black tassel. Don't pull it anymore, there are no more today. Got it. Pay attention to the light on the window. If it turns white, it means there is stock. Thank you, Senior. There was indeed a small candle lamp on the black tassel exit, and its appearance was no different from the others around the wall. But when all the candlesticks were emitting bright white light, this candle lamp was dim and weak, almost going out. Mentor Kaz did not tell Thor about this, probably because he was not responsible for the specific work here, so there were some omissions in the procedures. Without work, Thor did not want to stay here any longer, and left in a hurry. When he left, the big man at the end of the corridor was still sitting there, like a dead man. But Thor noticed that his nostrils moved. It was alive. The second day of becoming an apprentice passed smoothly, much more comfortable than the first day. During the class on the second day, Thor found Kelly. Now I have 10 magic crystals. Pay me back. Kelly stretched out her left hand. Do you want 1 credit or 10 magic crystals? Kelly immediately looked at him with wide eyes. You got a job? Thor nodded. I also heard from the instructor yesterday that in addition to passing the test to get credits, apprentices can also take up some positions in the Wizard Tower and get credits. She held her chin, but my instructor didn't let me find a job, he only let me study. I don't have any credits now. You are not allowed to work because you can pass the test smoothly without working. Soul felt a little bitter, but he quickly suppressed these slight discomforts. So do you want credits or magic crystals? Of course it's credits. Kelly wanted to pounce on him. Damn it, I haven't seen what credits look like. Credits are not coins in your hands, so they cannot be traded face to face in class. They need to go to the registration room next to the library on the 9th floor of the East Tower to transfer the credits to Kelly. They quickly turned their attention back to studying. In the second meditation class, Monica did not show up, but a female second-level apprentice took her place. She talked about some new knowledge, and then began to meditate on her own on the podium. All the apprentices who wanted to ask questions with magic crystals were glared back by her with cold eyes. So the rest of the class became a self-study class. Without anyone teaching, some apprentices began to gather together for warmth and discuss with each other, and the classroom gradually became noisy. Kelly still sat next to Thor. Soul looked at the walking figure of the monster in his book, and his mind moved, remembering yesterday's question. Kelly, which picture did you use for meditation? The secret flower on the 3rd page. Can you now leave the crystal ball and meditate independently? Of course not. The instructor said that if you can meditate independently, your mental strength has basically reached the level of a second-level apprentice. Kelly was a little surprised. You can already meditate independently? Soul shook his head. You can only enter a confused state similar to half asleep and half awake. There is no way to absorb elemental particles, but you can stabilize your mental state. Amazing. Kelly gave a thumbs up without hesitation. If I meditate without the crystal ball, I can only see a mess of lines. She leaned over. Which meditation picture are you using? Is the progress of meditation related to the meditation picture? The walking monster picture on page 17. Kelly looked over in confusion, turned back to flip through her book, and turned back. Are our books different? Why don't I have this page? Chapter 23. Soul's interest in academic discussion completely faded. He took Kelly's meditation book and read it from beginning to end despite feeling dizzy. The order and content were the same, except that his 17th page changed from Kelly's picture of thousands of snakes to a picture of a walking monster. Kelly also came over to take a look. Why is our page different? She only took a glance, and then closed her eyes, and turned away. I feel dizzy, and want to vomit. It took her a long time to open her eyes. Her eyes became red, and tears seemed to overflow from her eyes at any time. This picture is probably only chosen by someone with a strong mental power like you. I can't bear to even look at it. Sol took back his meditation book and stared at the monster on it. Only people with strong mental power would choose this picture. Then, conversely, is this the only picture that will not make people with strong mental power feel dizzy? Sol glanced at the picture of 10,000 snakes in Kelly's book again. If no one blames the walking picture, he will most likely choose this picture as his meditation picture. A bunch of questions immediately popped up in Thor's mind. Did someone deliberately replace the content in his book? Who did it? Was it Sid again? Did he know that I would choose this picture of a walking monster? Did he do something to it? Would it be dangerous for me to continue to observe with this picture? Thinking of this, Thor glanced at his left shoulder, and the hardcover book was quiet. Well, there is no danger to my life for now. The meditation book and other teaching materials were delivered to Thor's door by the maid. Could it be that Sid made the replacement along the way? Although the walking monster map has saved him twice, Thor still doesn't dare to use it to meditate. Boy, your name is Thor, right? At this time, a first-level apprentice sitting on the other side of Thor suddenly came over. He looked about 17 or 18 years old, and was 2 heads taller than Thor. Where did you get this meditation map? He heard the conversation between Thor and Kelly. Senior, have you seen it? Senior? This title is good. The other party grinned. I've seen it in a book before. The meditation books used by first-level apprentices and second-level apprentices are different. If I remember correctly, yours should be a visualization diagram used by second-level apprentices. He licked his lips. His eyes were a little hot. I give you 1 credit, and you can make a copy of it for me. This person actually wants the visualization diagram of unknown origin in Sol's book. Sol's hand rested on the back of the book. He thought about the strange walking diagram of the person who helped him in the laboratory, and also thought about the maid lying on the cold conveyor belt yesterday. Yes, but aren't you afraid of any danger on it, Senior? After all, it's a visualization map that only second-level apprentices can use. The senior licked his lips again. You don't have to worry about this. Will you sell it? Sell, of course. After class, the 3 of them came to the library on the 9th floor of the East Tower together, where the senior took the initiative to find someone to help them copy the visualization map. Sol asked him to go to the registration office to transfer 1 credit directly to Kelly's name. The first-level apprentice didn't know about the transaction between Sol and Kelly, but just looked at the two with an ambiguous look and sighed. It's really good to be young, and you can even spend money on women. Kelly was so angry that she wanted to kick the man's balls, but was stopped by Thor. Is he crazy? I'm only 12 years old. After the first-level apprentice left with a printed visualization diagram, Kelly said to Thor angrily, Yes, it must be crazy. After comforting the little girl, Thor left Kelly and returned to the library nearby to extend the book Green's which body transformation cognition that he borrowed yesterday for 1 day. Because he accidentally spent the afternoon in the morgue yesterday, he did not finish copying the book. However, Sol now had income, so he didn't mind borrowing for 1 more day. After borrowing the books, Sol returned to the dormitory to eat lunch. The maid who brought him food this time was not the same one as before. After all, the old one had been thrown into the big box under the operating table by Sol. The new maid looked older, and her hands were shaking when she handed Sol the food, and she almost spilled it. She looked pale, and kept bowing to Sol to apologize, as if Sol would end her life in the next second. Thor waved his hand with a cold face, and asked the maid to leave. This maid might be frightened by the death of her predecessor, or she might know something. Thor decided to take his visualization book to find Master Kaz. Master Kaz would not want the little worker he just hired to die on the job the next day, right? Thinking of this, Thor glanced at the food on the table. His own book could be tampered with. So what about the food? Although he wanted to poison it, he had already poisoned it. But once he became suspicious, he would be nervous about everything. Thor looked at the food on the table, and couldn't muster up any appetite. I'm still too weak now. I have to buy myself some time. At least, I can't let Sid do whatever he wants like before. Sol rushed to the morgue on the 2nd floor of the East Tower, with an empty stomach. There were no guests in the morgue today, and the candlesticks on the conveyor platform were dim, as if they would go out at any time. Sol walked to the conveyor belt, and listened carefully for a while, and could hear the rustling sound next door. He whispered, Senior, don't you have work today? There was a bang from the other side, and the sound came back after a while. Don't you know how to read the lights? Do you know that talking suddenly in a place like this is scary? Sorry. Thor thought about it, and thought that if he heard someone talking suddenly in a place like this, He would probably be scared too. Senior, if there is no work, will we wait here forever? If not waiting here, what are we waiting for? If you dare to run away and delay the work of Teacher Kaz, be careful that you will be lying on the ground tomorrow. Thor looked at the conveyor belt, which was black but had some stains on it, and sat back at the table. The smell here was bad and the atmosphere was scary, but at least there was no shortage of tables, chairs, paper and pens. Thor simply continued to copy his green's object transformation cognition here. When you concentrate on it, time always flies. Thor looked up and found that it was almost 7 o'clock, but Mr. Kaz still didn't come. What should I do? He rubbed his stomach. A 12-year-old body can eat from morning to night. Especially after 2 days of living a life of plenty, Sol couldn't resist hunger at all. He was so hungry that he felt dizzy. If he couldn't see Kaz today, would he be hungry again tomorrow? Or should he go to Kong Sha? Sol shook his head again. He didn't want to be completely manipulated by Kong Sha. If he couldn't show his value in front of Kong Sha again, Kong Sha would definitely let him take the potion that overdraws his potential. No corpse today. Kaz's voice suddenly sounded at the door. Thor looked back in surprise. Kaz had a calm expression, not unhappy because he had no gains today. Teacher. Thor quickly picked up the meditation book that had been on his knees and rushed over. Ask me any questions you have. I'm in a hurry. Teacher. Thor turned the meditation book to the page with the monster walking picture. This is my meditation book. Kaz saw the visualization picture and became interested. Erosion picture? You, a first-level apprentice, dare to use this meditation? Chapter 24. It turns out that this meditation map is called the erosion map. But Thor still thinks that the name he gave is more vivid and appropriate. Teacher, I asked other people, and none of their meditation books have this map, only I have. Someone has moved my book. Someone wants to kill me. Thor's expression kept changing between anger and fear. So what? Kaz was calm, even a little indifferent. Teacher, please save me. Kaz's white eyebrows frowned, and he looked down at Thor. Boy, the wizard world is not about truth, goodness and beauty. To become stronger and explore deeper mysteries, everyone will do anything. What you need to do is to adapt to this world, not just seek shelter. Teacher Kaz, I understand the law of natural selection, but I have only been an apprentice for 2 days, and someone has ordered the maid and even other apprentices to deal with me. Is there any other hidden secret? I am now. Thor shrugged his shoulders, covered his stomach, and said pitifully, I dare not even eat the food brought by the maid. Survival of the fittest? Kaz was startled. You haven't learned much, but you have a lot of words. He thought about it, and finally let it go. No matter who wants to harm you, they have indeed crossed the line by instructing the servants and apprentices of the Wizard Tower. I know about this matter, and no one will dare to touch the apprentices' supplies in the future. He put one hand on Thor's head. You can avoid the calculation of the erosion map. It is your own ability, which is the most important thing. Go back and eat well and study hard, become stronger, and then you will find that the crisis on the road to becoming a wizard is much more terrifying than someone calculating against you. Thor's request for help today took up the time to ask questions. After saying this, Kaz walked out of the morgue with his hands behind his back. Thor was slightly relieved, but also a little disappointed. Although Kaz said that Thor didn't have to worry about being plotted against in his daily life, he didn't say that he would help Thor find the murderer behind the scenes. In other words, he still had to worry that Sid would cause trouble for him in other places, or even kill him himself. Fortunately, the Wizard Tower should have a certain degree of restraint on the second-level apprentices, otherwise Sid would not have tried so many tricks to deal with him. It would only take a flick of a finger for a second-level apprentice to kill a new apprentice. He still had to find a way to become stronger as soon as possible. At the same time, he had to find a way to avoid Sid's tricks before he could resist. Saul began to copy the book again. He had no expression on his face, and wrote quickly, not slowing down much even when copying the complex Noah language in the book. At 7 o'clock, he left the morgue. When he was leaving, he suddenly saw the scarlet door next door open, and a man in his early 20s walked out. The badge on his clothes showed that he was also a first-level apprentice. From his age, it was clear that he was a very senior first-level apprentice. When the other party saw Thor, his eyes passed by him as if he saw air. Thor silently stepped aside and let the other party walk up the ramp first. There was no work today, so everyone could get off work on time. Thor stood by the door for a while, wanting to see if the red wooden door at the deepest part would open. That should be the room where the first stage of corpse processing was located. But Thor waited for about 10 minutes, and there was no movement from the door. Thinking that he couldn't stay here for too long, Thor hurried away with the book. Kaz was in a bad mood today. None of his new apprentices satisfied him. That Duke had a high perception of dark elements and good magic talent, but his mind was not flexible, and he had no spirituality. It was so difficult for him to learn a few small runes. How could he learn witchcraft in the future? That Angela was also talented and smarter than Duke, but her mind was too impetuous. Those big eyes were cute, but they were always rolling around. Even learning basic knowledge, which only requires hard work, she can do it well. She also thinks she is very good at pretending to be innocent. Kaz himself is not a calculating person, so he doesn't like such apprentices. In his opinion, those who become high-level wizard apprentices through calculations will eventually fail on the road to becoming formal wizards. And Angela reminds Kaz of another girl. That guy is probably tasting the consequences of his own actions. As for Thor, Kaz didn't take him seriously at first. In his opinion, a person without magical talent, becoming an apprentice is a waste of the Wizard Tower's resources. Thus, Thor must have used some tricks to become an apprentice. Kaz originally wanted to take him down during the first test, but he accidentally discovered Thor's talent in the soul. No, it's not accurate to say it was an accidental discovery. Someone told him to do it. Kaz walked slowly on the ramp between the 16th and 17th floors of the East Tower. The 16th and 17th floors of the East Tower are the residences of the mentors. Suddenly, the shadows around them moved. The light from the candlesticks was still stable, but the shadows under his feet seemed to be fleeing, turning into countless tiny black dots, colliding and jumping, scrambling to get into the cracks in the stone. Kaz stopped, his face twitched, and his breathing slowed down. Who said that formal wizards would not be afraid? He looked up and saw a man walking down the ramp. His arms were close to his sides without swinging, and his heels were raised high when he walked, with only a little bit of his toes touching the ground. It was as if the ground was dirty, and he was trying to avoid contact. Most importantly, the man was wrapped in pink bandages, with only a pair of silver eyes showing. Kaz leaned down deeply. Tower Master. Yeah. With a simple response, the pink bandaged man and Kaz passed by. Kaz exhaled half a breath in his heart. But before he could spit out the other half, he found that the Tower Master stopped after taking 2 steps. He turned around quickly, not daring to face the Tower Master with his back. Is that little guy suitable for handling corpses? The Tower Master, who even the official wizard Kaz would be afraid of, had a very gentle voice. Yes, his soul talent is indeed good. The first time he handled a corpse, he actually found one more material than me. Haha, that must be because you didn't take it seriously. The Tower Master laughed. Kaz shuddered. Show this to him, let him master it quickly. The bandage on the Tower Master's abdomen tore a deep hole, and he put his slender fingers in, and picked out a book made of thin silk cloth. Okay. Kaz took it with both hands. By the way, Tower Master. Kaz suddenly remembered that Kid asked him for help today. Someone touched that kid's meditation book and replaced one page with an erosion map. The Tower Master turned around and seemed quite interested. He used the erosion map to meditate? I don't think so. How can a new apprentice resist the erosion map? It must be lucky that he found something wrong and waited until today to tell me. A cold wind whistled through the passage. The Tower Master's body, which was only on the tiptoes of the ground, swayed like a reed. That won't do. The wizard apprentice is mine, the meditation book is mine, and the maid is mine. The Tower Master's eyes curved, as if he was smiling. By the way, the laboratory is also mine. Laboratory? Kaz felt cold sweat coming out of his hair, but he shrank back and didn't dare to let it flow down his cheeks. Go find that bad guy and make him pay. After saying that, the Tower Master turned around and continued to go down. When his figure disappeared behind the bend, countless black shadow dots jumped out of the cracks in the stone and reformed shadows in joy. Kaz looked down at the book in his hand, a little puzzled. Tower Master, why do you value that Thor so much? Chapter 25. A new day, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Senior first-level apprentice Hayden walked into the second corpse room in silence. He glanced at the transfer platform. The candlelight on it was dim. There was still no work today. This was a good thing. He had been dealing with corpses for 3 years. This job was disgusting to him, and it was also boring to the point of disgusting. But he had to do it. If he didn't do this job, he didn't know how to pass the monthly test. There were fewer and fewer first-level apprentices who entered the wizard tower with him. A few successfully advanced to the second level, a few died in the test, a few died in the study, and a few persisted in obscurity like him. So, although he was extremely tired of this job, Hayden still couldn't give it up. There was no work today, So Hayden walked to the table against the wall and flipped through the books. But he quickly put the book back. He had read these books many times, and they couldn't help him advance to the second level. Actually, if you think about it this way, it's not bad not to be promoted to level 2. Hayden looked at the next door. There is already a level 2 apprentice doing the first step of handling corpses. If I didn't have this job, I would probably be like other level 2 apprentices, worrying about whether I can pass the test every 6 months, right? Thinking this way, Hayden was even less in the mood to read. He walked to the conveyor belt, and suddenly wanted to lie on it and try. But just when he put one leg on the conveyor platform, the door was knocked. He was startled and almost missed. Who had come here at this time? Could it be the new guy from yesterday? Hayden raised his chin and walked to the door slowly. Who is it? I'm a second-level apprentice, Sid. Hayden's chin and shoulders immediately shrank together. He quickly opened the door, and saw the impatient blond young man through the crack. The scarlet door opened a crack, and Hayden hurried out. Senior, are you looking for me? Along with Hayden, the disgusting stench of the morgue also came out. Sid frowned and took 2 steps back. Seeing this, Hayden quickly closed the door. I heard that a newcomer has taken over the morgue job? Yes, a noisy little boy. How is he doing? This? I haven't seen it yet. It should be okay, right? Sid sneered. How well can a newcomer do? Besides, my junior also wants to do this job. Huh? Hayden looked up in surprise. Can you find a way to free up this job for him? Free up? Hayden shrank his hands in embarrassment, his eyes swaying around. But the work in the morgue is assigned by Professor Kaz. When this job is vacant, I will naturally let my junior fight for it. Sid rubbed his fingers, his fingertips slightly deformed, and fine white powder fell. Then I will go and persuade the newcomer? Hayden asked tentatively. Heh. Sisso laughed with an ambiguous tone. If you do a good job and satisfy me, I will give you a midnight feather. Ah! Hayden straightened up completely, his eyes wide open. I will definitely let that kid. Suddenly, did you do business in the morgue? A deep voice interrupted their conversation. Hayden and Sid looked into the corridor at the same time. Is it the second-level apprentice in charge of the morgue? Sid narrowed his eyes. He came so early? I'm afraid this time, there will be more bloodshed. However, when the person who spoke came out of the darkness, Sid's pupils shrank suddenly. Hayden on the side almost sat on the ground. Teacher, mentor. The person who came out from the deep corridor was not a second-level apprentice, but Mentor Kaz. Sid was stared at by Kaz, and his heart trembled, but thinking of Mentor Kaz's past style of doing things, he said with a stiff face, Teacher Kaz, we are just... Kaz raised his hand and interrupted Sid. I don't care what you are doing. Sid felt relieved. He knew that the mentor would not care about the apprentice. However, Kaz's next words almost made Sid sit on the ground. Recently, many servants and apprentices have died in the tower. You go out and bring back a dozen seedlings from the outside world. Sid's heart trembled, trying to turn around. Okay, Mentor Kaz. When I finish the test next month I will... Next month? This month. You must leave tomorrow. No, before tonight. Kaz stared. He was not tall. And when he looked angry, the other 2 apprentices felt that they were crushed into a rock by his aura. Master Kaz. Sid was no longer arrogant and domineering. Sweating profusely, I will be tested next month. If I leave the tower now, I may not be able to get back in time. Kaz turned to Sid and said unmoved, You need to understand one thing. All the servants, maids, and apprentices in the wizard tower are the property of the tower master, and you. Kaz pointed his wrinkled index finger at Sid. You have caused losses to the tower master, so naturally you need to compensate. Sid opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. A drop of sweat slid down from his temple, fell to the ground, and broke into several petals. Thor learned that Sid had left the tower the next afternoon. The person who told him was still Mentor Kaz. Senior Sid? Thor's face was a little pale. His hand pressed on the book he had just copied, his fingertips contracted, and the pale yellow paper was gathered into a wrinkled ball. But why did he want to harm me? Thor shook his head in confusion. You need to figure it out yourself. Kaz took out a book and threw it on the table. Thor looked down and saw that it was a thin silk book. Corpse Refining Guide. It was the first time he saw a book made of cloth. I think you have a good talent. Take this book and have a look. If you don't understand, you can ask me. Kaz glanced at Thor's reaction and turned away. Thor picked up the book. A wizard book that was not a textbook cost at least 2 magic crystals a day, and the value of a guide was much higher than cognition. Mentor Kaz gave him a lot of magic crystals. Teacher, you are really nice, Thor said, and chuckled. He put Corpse aside first, restrained the smile on his lips, and carefully smoothed the book he had just wrinkled. There was a slight sound, and Thor looked over when he heard it. The candlelight on the conveyor platform turned bright white. Thor walked over and pulled the wrench hard. The black conveyor belt rolled, and a fresh corpse covered with black leather came out from under the tassel. This time, the deceased was a stranger, and died peacefully. Thor lifted the black leather, and sure enough, the corpse was relatively intact. This was the first time he handled it independently. Thor put himself into a semi-immersive meditation state. Although the walking monster map was inserted by Sid to kill him. But Thor was surprisingly suitable for meditating with this picture. Besides, the hardcover book didn't say anything, so he could continue to use it. Thor picked up the tools on the table behind him. The corpse swayed gently, and in a trance, the person lying on the teleportation platform turned into Sid. Thor closed his eyes, and returned to reality. I have a month now, but when Sid comes back, I'm afraid there will be a more fierce counterattack. Although the crisis was not completely resolved, it gave Thor a chance to breathe. It seems that as long as I am still useful, I can seek some protection. I still need to make myself more useful. While working, Thor glanced at the corpse transformation guide that Kaz gave him. Suddenly, he stopped what he was doing. Corpse transformation. Is there any connection between it, and which body transformation? Chapter 26. In the following days, Thor started to study hard. Dormitory study. Classroom, study. Morgue, work and study. He had never lived such a fulfilling life. Whenever someone asked, he would say that he was preparing for the test 3 months later. Even Kelly, who was originally calm, was upset by him. But in the eyes of some people, Thor's efforts became a synonym for despair and the last struggle. The news that Kaz asked Thor to reach 10 joules in the first test of magic power was spread to everyone as expected. Some people were optimistic about him, while others felt that there was no hope at all. Everyone has meditated before, and they know how much magic power can be increased by meditating for a month. Although I don't know how much Thor is missing, Duke said that there is absolutely no hope. Thor himself secretly tested it later, and his current magic power is only 3 joules, while the normal passing line is actually 10 joules. In other words, Kaz asked him to reach the level of a normal first-grade freshman within 3 months. This is also a punishment for his sneaking. Although Kaz arranged a new job for Thor, he never said that Thor did not have to complete the magic power growth requirement. Sol didn't want to gamble whether Kaz would lower his standards for himself, because he gave him a job. Especially, there was Kong Sha who was eyeing him covetously beside him, and Sid, who didn't know how he would retaliate after returning. Sol now wanted to sleep only 2 hours a day, but if he didn't rest well, his learning efficiency would be reduced over time. Fortunately, his mental power talent allowed him to recover his abundant energy after sleeping for 4 hours. Finally, he had the capital to roll inward. On this day, the cognition of all things class talked about animals. Sol had already finished reading all the animal chapters in the dormitory, and even memorized some common sense that he thought was useful. He was still flipping through the book at a speed far beyond the class progress. Swish. The paper turned to the next page. Ghosts? Sol was startled and quickly read carefully. In the novels and TV dramas of his previous life, the morgue was a high-incidence place for ghosts. Although he had not encountered any danger in the morgue, strange things would often happen. For example, when sawing a corpse's arm, the corpse would suddenly say it hurts. If the corpse had not been split in half, Thor would have wanted to find a doctor to save him. But at that time, all Thor could do was take 2 pieces of cloth and plug the 2 halves of the corpse's mouth. In addition, Thor has been studying Green's Which Body Transformation Cognition and Corpse Refining Guide recently, and is extremely sensitive to the word ghost. The end of life is generally divided into material death and spiritual death. There are many situations in which spiritual death occurs. Among them, the form that cannot be completely controlled by the subjective will of the main body can be called a ghost, and the form controlled by other subjective wills can be called a monster. When the material support disappears or is damaged, ghosts can often be temporarily placed on other material supports. Common ones include puppets, clothes, corpses, etc. Puppets? Seeing this, Thor remembered the little girl puppet used to test mental power. Is there a ghost hidden in it? I wonder if I can borrow it to study it. So is the trash can that changes color in Katz's laboratory a ghost or a monster? Fear often comes from the unknown. After Thor studied for several days, he recalled the night in the laboratory again, and there was a bit of curiosity in his fear. Thor quickly flipped through the entire chapter on ghosts and monsters, and found that several common sense passages were more about the types and characteristics of ghosts and monsters. There were few explanatory words like the one just now. Maybe it was too deep, and even a first-level apprentice couldn't bear it. Kelly, who was standing next to him, accidentally glanced at Thor's progress. "You've even finished reading the chapter on ghosts and monsters?" Her mouth was open, and her eyes moved back and forth between Thor's face and the book, just flipping through it casually. Thor suddenly made a decision. He looked at the second-level wizard apprentice, who had finished reading the outline of the lesson, and asked everyone to study on their own in front of the classroom. He looked at the increasingly empty classroom, and the new students, who didn't know what to do or were drowsy. He stood up quietly, put away his things, and whispered to Kelly, "I go back first." Kelly wanted to say something, but Thor had already left in a hurry. She pouted and looked down at the introduction to rune construction in front of her, thinking that she should learn all the basic runes first. People with good mental talents are really popular when it comes to learning basic knowledge. Although she knew that Thor was still struggling to improve his magic power, Kelly couldn't help but envy him. "Senior Mark." Sol rushed into the laboratory with a book in his arms. As expected, the second-level apprentices hardly attended public classes. They spent their time on one-on-one tutoring and self-study. Senior Mark really treated the laboratory as his study room. I wonder if he had experienced the horror of Thor that night. "Why didn't you go to class?" Mark knew whose voice it was as soon as he heard it, and immediately stood up with a smile on his face. You know, Thor was the apprentice who was taken away by Teacher Kaz and was not brought back. He must have done something that satisfied Teacher Kaz. The other two apprentices, and Endu, can only come to the laboratory to study in the afternoon. Although Mark has collected a lot of tuition from them, he still can't remember their names. Who knows which first-level apprentice will appear in the classroom again in 3 months? What about a year later? There is no need to build relationships with insignificant people. For wizards, ordinary apprentices are consumables. For high-level apprentices, low-level apprentices are consumables. It has nothing to do with class, it's mainly for survival. Senior Mark, I encountered some problems when I was self-studying compound runes, and I want to ask you for advice. Mark subconsciously looked at his study notes, and confirmed today's date. You have finished learning the basic runes? Sol nodded. Mark touched his chin. The progress is quite fast. If you can solve the problem of magic power, it will only be a matter of time before you advance to the second-level apprentice. Well, I can explain to you how to build a rune for free, but only this one. If you want to know more, you have to pay normally. A free explanation of compound runes means that the things that happened in the laboratory are written off. No matter what role Mark played in it. As a laboratory manager, he must have failed in his duties. And Mark's secret compensation to Thor was entirely to make up for his failure, not because Thor was in danger. Thank you, Senior. Sol turned to the last few pages of the introduction to rune construction in his hand. Can I learn this compound rune first? It refers to a compound rune based on dark elements. After learning this compound rune, you can combine it with other basic runes to form multiple zero-level witchcraft with dark element attributes. This means that after mastering this compound rune, Sol will have the ability to learn spells. Although in the first class, Gudwa Minter had warned them not to dream of learning witchcraft so quickly, what Sol lacks most now is time. Of course. First of all, you have to understand that the compound rune is not a simple overlap of the basic rune. It also contains many changes in magic conduction. Sol skipped the second half of the first class and the entire second class. Under Mark's guidance, he gradually realized compound runes are really difficult. Chapter 27. Although Mark agreed to teach Sol, he would not waste all his wonderful morning time on this first-level rookie. The learning tasks of second-level apprentices are also very heavy, especially since they will be tested in a month. Rather than saying that Mark taught Sol, it is better to say that Sol first studied on his own, and then asked Mark when he encountered difficulties, and couldn't figure out the problems. Unfortunately, even with Mark's explanation, Sol only had a vague understanding of many places, and couldn't figure out the logical relationship at all. Before leaving at noon, Thor made another request to Mark. Do you want to borrow the puppet doll that tests mental power? Mark did not hesitate, went directly to the cabinet in the laboratory, opened the door, and randomly took out a puppet doll from it. The moment Mark opened the door, Thor could not help but take 2 steps back. Looking at Thor's vigilant look, Mark found it funny again. You are afraid, but you still want to borrow it? I am afraid, so I need to borrow it. Thor was careful not to let himself and the puppet doll look at each other. Thor reached out to take it, and Mark casually placed the puppet in his palm. Friendship price, 5 magic crystals for 10 days. Then I borrow it for 2 days. Mark's face turned black. No, for 2 days. Sol simply said, I only have 3 magic crystals in my hand. The current magic crystals were also exchanged with Kelly by his credits. You can give it to friends, but you can't give it to enemies. In the end, Mark took away Thor's 3 magic crystals and warned Thor that he could study them, but if they were damaged, he would have to pay 2 credits for compensation. After wrapping the puppet with layers of cloth, Sol carefully put the doll into the pocket of his apprentice robe. Take me away, take me away. Sol paused. Senior, did you hear that? Huh? Mark had already sat back at the table, immersed in his research. No, nothing. Sol pinched his robe pocket with one hand, as if he was afraid that something would run out of it. He picked up the book and turned to leave the laboratory. On the way back to the West Tower, someone stopped Sol. Sol looked familiar with her, knowing that she was a freshman of the same grade as him, but he forgot her name. Sol. The little girl looked a little shy. I have something to tell you. She pinched her clothes, and her index finger kept turning the knot on it. Can you finish it within 5 sentences? The girl came out suddenly, and Sol almost rushed to her. The other party was stunned, with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. But I... The girl's eyes suddenly turned red. Thor simply walked around the other person, muttering loudly, It's over, it's too late, it's too late. The girl stood there in a daze, and did not catch up. It seemed that it was not a serious matter. But Thor still could not get out of the passage. At the end of the passage, another person jumped out. Hey, Thor. Sol knew this person. It was Doze, the new guy who used to run after Kelly and later mixed with Duke. This time, he was not followed by the indecisive Rocky. Since discovering that Thor's magic talent was very low, Doze hadn't taken the initiative to look for him for a long time. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Thor turned around and wanted to bypass Doze again. But Doze raised his hand and blocked the passage directly. I finished my 5 sentences. Thor could only stop. Senior Luokai led a group of freshmen to form a mutual aid association. There everyone can learn from each other and discuss with each other. Today at 2 o'clock in the afternoon is the second meeting of the Mutual Aid Association. Do you want to come? Do you want money? Ordinary students need to pay. I don't have any money. Sol nodded politely, then pushed Doze's hand away and walked out. Duos turned around and shouted to Sol, Kelly has agreed to participate today. Sol stopped, looked back at Doze's smug expression, and said sincerely, I really don't have any money. He left in a hurry, and finally no one stopped him. After a quick lunch, Sol came to the morgue on the 2nd floor of the East Tower. This has become his study room, and the dormitory is only used for evening self-study and rest. The outermost corpse room has been reorganized by Thor. In addition to the teleportation platform and 2 long tables, a cabinet has been added, which contains some necessary experimental supplies that Thor exchanged. These instruments and materials have used up all the credits Thor has left. If the Wizard Tower had not provided food and accommodation, Thor would have been starving. In addition to the things Thor bought, there are also some alienated materials he took from the corpses in the cabinet. An accident made Thor discover that if he did not put the materials he took down into the empty box on the long table, then the materials would not be taken away the next day, but would remain in their original place. After learning Green's Witchcraft Transformation Cognition and Corpse Refining Guide, Thor already knew how to use some basic materials. So every time he worked, if he could get more than 2 materials, he would keep one. As for whether it would be considered stealing, Thor thought not. The book on corpse research given to him by Mentor Kaz was not just for testing the residual properties of corpses. The second half of the book was all about how to preserve materials, some simple applications, and a little discussion about the soul. Since the Mentor asked me to study this book, he must have wanted me to learn the knowledge behind it. However, even if Thor bought a container specifically for perishable materials, it would be difficult to prevent the natural decay of corpses. Fortunately, the book Corpse also mentioned a 0-level witchcraft to preserve organs. To learn this witchcraft, Thor must first master the complex dark attribute compound rune. This is why he has been studying hard day and night these days. However, the difficulty of this dark attribute compound rune is beyond Thor's imagination. Even though he has a high spiritual talent, he still can't quickly understand the principle. Therefore, he spent magic crystals to ask Senior Mark for advice. Unfortunately, although Senior Mark gave him some ideas for solving the problem, he still didn't find the correct answer. Thor carefully drew the basic figure of the compound rune on a piece of white paper with a water-absorbing pen. The coordinate axis basically shows that the figure I drew is consistent with the original rune. But why can't I activate this rune when I draw it with my mental power? This compound rune is already one of the simplest compound runes. It looks like a new pattern formed by two basic runes overlapping each other. It's just that one of the runes is reduced in proportion. Senior Mark said that the compound rune is not just the overlap of two basic runes, but also pays attention to their proportional relationship. But I also distributed the magic power in proportion, but it seems that something is still wrong? Senior Mark also said to pay attention to the angle. What is the angle of observation? Sol held the white paper in front of him, level with his eyes. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Could it be the perspective angle? Sol immediately put the paper down, used a ruler to find the center point to draw a perspective diagram, and tried to explore the distance between the two diagrams by calculating the proportional relationship. No! After working for a long time, he still couldn't activate this rune. I calculated it more than 10 times, and it should be correct. It's not a perspective drawing. Thor angrily rolled up the compound rune that he had drawn into a mess and threw it into the trash can. He stared at the waste paper in the trash can in a daze. What on earth is wrong with my understanding? The runes in the trash can were crumpled, concave, convex, vertical, and flat. It seemed that countless small runes were dancing and jumping in front of Thor. Wait! Thor's eyes suddenly lit up, and he raised his hand and slapped his forehead. I have already thought that the two runes may not overlap, but there is a distance in space. Why didn't I think that the planes where the two runes are located are not necessarily parallel? Thor took out a new blank paper and drew a three-dimensional coordinate axis on it. Chapter 28. If the composite rune is just the overlapping projections of two different runes, then there will be countless solutions. Fortunately, Thor reread the introduction to rune construction and found the basic conditions that he had not noticed before. With these conditions, the three-dimensional structure diagram of the composite rune was finally determined. The planes where the two runes are located overlap in the three-dimensional space. Their sizes are equal, so the magic power distributed should actually be evenly distributed. If you really distribute the magic power between the two pictures according to the size ratios seen by the naked eye, you are doomed to fail. Thor held up the three-dimensional picture he had just drawn with both hands, closed his eyes, and began to draw it in the mental space. About an hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of excitement. Shock! I succeeded! Then a feeling of fatigue made Thor almost collapse to the ground. The construction of a composite rune actually consumed all his magic power? Then how can he release the 0th level witchcraft? Thor was panicking. Could it be that his magic talent couldn't even support the simplest witchcraft? Calm down, calm down. This is my first time constructing a compound rune. Maybe a lot of magic power was wasted because it was not used on the right point. Unfortunately, his magic power was exhausted now. He couldn't try to construct it a second time immediately. He could only take out the crystal ball and start meditating. The candlelight was bright, awakening Thor from meditation. He looked sideways. It's alive. It was painful to have his studies interrupted, but who told him that this job was the cornerstone of his changing his destiny? The conveyor belt hummed, and new corpses appeared in front of Thor through the tassels. In order to relieve fear and pressure, Thor chose to call these corpses guests, just like going home alone late at night, always wanting to hum a song. Well, this guest died a bit tragically. Rather than a corpse, it was more like a pool of mincemeat, with bone residue mixed in mincemeat and internal organs. There was also a large piece of leather, with 4 sides raised to hold it, otherwise it would flow out. Thor chose a clamp from the tools behind him. He looked around and saw that the mincemeat was densely covered with small flashes. It was only very faint, and it was obvious that it was not valuable, so it didn't matter if it was thrown away. Thor endured the discomfort and leaned over to carefully pick it up. However, to his surprise, those flashing fragments were not fragments from the body, but some fine powder. Thor changed to a small tweezers and picked out a few slightly larger pieces of white powder from it. In the flesh and blood, they still maintained their original color and were not dyed red. He spent time collecting a small handful, and his waist was sore. Sol kept a little, wrapped the rest in brown paper, and put it in a small box on the long table behind him. Sol gathered the remaining parts of the body with his hands, and poured them all into the big box at the bottom, and closed the lid. The box seemed to have the effect of isolating odors, and the bloody smell in the room immediately dropped a few degrees. The candlelight on the transmission port was still bright. There was still work. Sol pulled down the wrench and watched the conveyor belt bring him the next guest. The guest was a little girl, who looked no more than 5 or 6 years old. Thor tilted his head, feeling a little sorry. How could there be such a little girl in the wizard tower? He had never heard of any wizard getting married and having children here. Unfortunately, Death always treats everyone equally, and will not let anyone go just because people can't bear it. Thor let out a long breath, straightened his head and attitude, and continued to observe the corpse using a semi-immersive meditation method. No, she is not a little girl. After careful observation, Thor made other discoveries. The teeth and bones don't look like those of a child. Thanks to the knowledge in the book corpse, Thor had some ability to distinguish. It should be an apprentice. Because of the influence of some witchcraft, his appearance has become like a child, but his internal organs and bones are still those of an adult. Although he knew that it was a bit unfair to the woman in front of him, Thor's tightened heart still felt a little relaxed. He quickly processed it, and sent the remaining part into the big box below. The light on the transmission port was still bright. Alas, there are still some alive. The third guest must have experienced a battle, with many marks of knife and axe slashing on his body, and his head was pierced, and the black conveyor belt below could be seen. After finishing his work, Thor looked up. The light was still on. How come there are still some? He suddenly looked up at the time, and it was already 6:30. Half an hour was not enough for him to carefully examine the entire body. But the amount of materials he handed in today was enough, so he could just deal with this last guest casually. The last guest appeared with the rumbling sound of the conveyor belt. It was a plump woman. She might have died from some kind of curse, and her body was covered with dense cracks. But there was no blood flowing out of the cracks. Soul used meditation to see, and actually saw countless translucent tongues sticking out of the cracks. These tongues turned around like little birds waiting to be fed by their mother, shaking their soft tongues towards Soul. Soul extended the tweezers over, and those tongues also turned around, as if waiting to be fed. Thor got goosebumps all over his body. Whatever those tongues were, he didn't want to touch them. Besides, the body in front of him was intact, and it seemed that the apprentices in charge of the first two processes didn't touch her much. Thor turned around and prepared to change to a long clamp, but he saw the little white crystal he had secretly placed. He picked up one with tweezers, and moved it over the crack of the female corpse again. This time, the transparent little tongue close to the tweezers actually retracted into the crack, as if it was afraid of the crystals. Moreover, when the translucent tongue retracted into the crack, a flash of light appeared when it stretched out of the crack. This crystal. Can it have the power to expel the weird? Thor retracted the tweezers, and the tongue ran out again. Thor simply threw the small crystal, that was not even as big as a grain of rice, into the crack. She. Accompanied by a faint burning sound, a green smoke came out of the crack. Thor quickly took 2 steps back, and held his breath. Fortunately, the smoke dissipated quickly, and the hardcover book did not react. He waited for a while, returned to the body, cut open the crack where the tongue was no longer, and searched for a while. The original small crystal stone had been completely powdered, and it seemed useless. Thor picked out a small tumor from the flashing light. Use the crystal stone to eliminate a tongue, and you can get a tumor. Then of course I would choose the crystal stone. Thor turned around and opened the box where he had just stored the crystal stone. When he closed the lid again, the small bag of crystal stones in the box turned into a lonely small tumor. The candlelight on the teleportation platform finally dimmed. Thor packed up his things and looked up. It was already 7:30. Don't stay in the East Tower after 8 o'clock. He quickly grabbed the books and papers on the table and rushed out of the morgue. Huh? A figure blocked Thor's way, and the two almost collided. However, the person in front took a step back in advance, leaving Thor empty-handed. Sorry. Thor apologized and wanted to leave immediately, but after 2 steps, he stopped and looked back. Are you the senior in charge of the first morgue? The man that Thor almost bumped into came from the end of the corridor. His hair was gray, but his skin was not wrinkled. His eyelids were drooping, and he looked half asleep and half awake. The other person seemed to have a good temper, or he had no desire to interact with people. He hummed and was about to walk past Thor. When the listless second-level apprentice passed by Thor, his peripheral vision caught sight of the blueprint in Thor's hand. He extended his index finger and pointed at Thor's right hand. Thor looked down and saw the 3-dimensional coordinate compound rune diagram in his palm. Chapter 29. Oops, I was in such a hurry to come out just now that Soul just picked up the things casually, and the side with the words on the 3-dimensional coordinates was exposed. This time, the nasal tone took a turn, with a hint of begging. A second-level apprentice saw something he was interested in, but he didn't force it, but just expressed his request. Expressed his request very, very well. Soul sighed in his heart, and whispered to the senior, who looked harmless, and had a very low presence. Senior, it's almost 8 o'clock now. Why don't we go back to the West Tower dormitory area and talk about it? A short and pleasant voice sounded. Thor walked back to the West Tower quickly, and the second-level apprentice followed closely behind him. Silent, and without much presence. Like a ghost behind him. When Thor returned to the West Tower dormitory, most of the apprentices had also returned. As if it was a convention, few people would stay in the East Tower after 8 o'clock, but they would not return too early. At this moment, the West Tower dormitory area was the busiest, and even some veteran first-level apprentices living on the 6th floor would come out to take a breath. It's nothing, the pressure is too great. The living environment is just such a small wizard tower. If you are not at level 2, you have few opportunities to go out. Every time you finish a day of dizzy study, when you just return to the dormitory area, it is the most tired and relaxed time for everyone. Thor has hardly seen such apprentices. Because every time he returns to the dormitory, he goes straight in and never stays outside. But today seems to be particularly lively. Thor! Kelly leans against the door of her dormitory, as if waiting for Thor. Seeing people, she took 2 steps forward, a little unhappy. Why didn't you go to the mutual aid meeting? Sol blinked. I forgot. He really forgot. At first, after discovering the 3-dimensional coordinate axis, he was so focused on studying that he had no time to care about the passage of time. Later, he was overwhelmed by the pressure of many tasks, and almost didn't have time to rush back to the East Tower. In this state, how could he have the mood to think about the mutual aid meeting? I went because I heard from Doze that you would go. Kelly pouted, her expression was much more vivid than usual. I just said I'd consider it. I knew Doze was unreliable. Kelly acted angry, but recovered quickly, even smiled, but that mutual aid club is also quite interesting. Discussing with everyone really made me understand problems that I had never thought about before. Sol looked at Kelly in horror. Kelly was frightened by Sol's gaze, and quickly lowered her head to examine herself. Why are you looking at me like that? Sol touched his arm. Just now when Kelly laughed, he suddenly felt creepy, and now the goosebumps haven't gone away yet. Why are you laughing like that? Sol asked simply. Laughing? Kelly subconsciously touched her face. Why am I laughing? It's just... Sol and Kelly turned around at the same time, and saw that the girl who lived across from them was talking to Doze with a smile. Doze seemed to have heard something interesting, and started laughing. Thor felt that the atmosphere in the entire dormitory area had become strange. He looked into the distance again. Did all the new apprentices in the corridor run out? Why were there so many people? The seemingly normal, but actually weird smiles were heard from time to time in the corridor. Thor's eyes finally fell on Kelly in front of him. She was still looking at Doze, and seemed to hear something interesting, so she laughed too. Kelly! Sol slapped Kelly on the forehead. Ah! Kelly was stunned. What are you doing? Sol didn't know how to explain, but he felt that he couldn't let Kelly keep laughing like that. Sol pulled Kelly into his dormitory. The first time Kelly entered Sol's dormitory, she immediately set her eyes on Sol's desk. Sure enough, the top student is more interested in studying. As soon as Sol closed the door, he remembered that the senior, who had no sense of existence, was still behind him. He wanted to open the door and invite the senior in, but when he looked up, he found that the senior who could only say him was standing behind Kelly. Kelly looked at Sol's desk with curiosity, but she resisted the urge to turn it over. The senior came behind Kelly, and suddenly lowered his head. His mouth was like a retractable water pipe, stretching out more than 10 centimeters and sticking to Kelly's head. Kelly, however, seemed to feel nothing and stared at Sol's desk intently. Senior, don't. Kelly heard Sol's exclamation and turned around quickly, only to see an old man standing behind her. The old man's worm-like mouth seemed to be attached to her head. Although Kelly was usually a proud and calm little girl, she was so scared that her whole body froze when she saw someone's mouth kissing her head. When she wanted to move again, she found that she couldn't move her whole body. Sol! The little girl, who was only 12 years old, trembled and asked Sol for help. Just as Sol was about to step forward, he saw the senior shaking his head at Sol. He also made a series of rejection sounds. Gudong. It seemed as if something was sucked out of Kelly's brain, and a bulge in the pipe-like mouth moved from Kelly's head to the senior's mouth. After that, the senior retracted his strange long mouth, wiped it with the back of his hand, and nodded at Sol. Sol's first reaction was that the senior was telling him that it was okay. Since the senior took back his mouth, Kelly has been standing there in a daze, her face getting darker and darker. I was tricked. She raised her hand and touched the top of her head. There were 2 small wounds, which only stung slightly when touched. Kelly came back to her senses and bowed respectfully to the senior who saved her. "Thank you so much." But the senior ignored Kelly and nodded his chin to Thor. Yeah. Thor handed the drawings in his hand to the senior respectfully. Anyway, the senior has seen the blueprints, so even if Thor doesn't give them to him, it won't be difficult for him to snatch them. Besides, he helped Kelly. And Kelly helped Thor. "Senior, do you want to help those people outside?" Thor asked tentatively. The senior shook his head while looking at the blueprints Thor gave him, with an indifferent look on his face. Thor was relieved to get a negative answer. He was not very enthusiastic, but actually worried that the senior was a good person. Now it seems that the other party saved Kelly more for the exchange of interests. If Sol hadn't shown his appreciation for Kelly, the senior might not have made a move. This is fine. Sol likes to exchange benefits and doesn't like to owe favors. If you like, I can tell you the principle of this thing. Since the drawings have been given, Sol doesn't mind talking more. He believes that a second-level apprentice will sooner or later understand the basic principles of this drawing. Since the other party also likes to exchange benefits, Sol doesn't mind playing his rare trump card first. In this way, his trump card will not lose its value so quickly. The silent senior did not refuse. Sol directly pulled him and Kelly to the long table and briefly explained the concept and application of coordinate axes. After a few short sentences, the room was quiet for a moment. The senior suddenly opened his mouth. His mouth was like rubber and could stretch and retract. There was still room for him to put his whole arm in. Then he really reached in and dug in his mouth and took out a booklet. There were a few messy handwritings on the booklet. Byron's study notes. "Senior, is your name Byron?" Senior Byron nodded, hesitantly, and took out a sharp dagger from his mouth, casually cutting a 5-centimeter cut on his neck. Dark red blood gushed out. Neither Thor nor Kelly expected it. What's going on? Was he performing suicide on the spot? Who knew that under the wound, a mouthful of yellow teeth and a thick tongue were struggling to show? "The parasites of the Mutual Aid Association will not harm your life." A hoarse voice sounded, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time, but they are not good things either. Don't get close, and don't meddle in other people's business. Since Byron started talking, his wound was healing. When he finished the last word, the wound disappeared, leaving only a line of blood, spreading from the neck to the chest. Chapter 30. Byron grabbed the draft that Thor had just explained, and stuffed the absorbent pen in it into his disguised big mouth. He nodded to Thor, and then, said, and then left Thor's dormitory. As for Kelly, she had been standing there without saying a word since Thor began to explain his three-dimensional model analysis rune method. She stared straight at the table, and did not come back to her senses even when Byron took away all the draft papers. After a long time, Thor was a little worried. Could it be the sequelae of the parasite from the Mutual Aid Association? Although Senior Byron said that the parasite is not life-threatening, he did not say that it will not harm the brain. Looking at the appearance of those parasitized apprentices, their brains are more or less problematic. Suddenly Kelly moved. She opened Sol's door and rushed out like the wind, and before Sol could come to his senses, she rushed in again like the wind with a bunch of things in her arms. She kicked the door shut. Clatter! A bag fell on the table, making a crisp and pleasant sound of impact. Then, there was a book and something like a grenade. "These are all the magic crystals I have. These two are the most valuable things I brought. They are all for you." Kelly put her hands together and bowed. "Please tell me again. I didn't quite understand just now." Sol was not polite. He opened Kelly's purse and reached in with both hands to take out a handful. But a lot of magic crystals were exposed from the gaps between the bones. It looked a bit regrettable, but Sol didn't feel like picking them up again. Otherwise it would be a bit of a letdown. "What is this?" He pointed to the thin booklet on the table. "This is a spell book about the 0th level fire elemental magic, Scorching Breath." "It's actually a spell book?" Thor picked up the book but resisted opening it. "I have a copy of this book. This is the original, and there are also the original owner's practice experience at the back." Seeing Thor's excitement, Kelly was also proud in her heart, and she regained her pride in her words. However, because it is a more powerful spell among the 0th level spells, when constructing the spell model, you need to learn 2 composite runes of fire element attributes. This spell book alone is worth the knowledge I taught you." Sol sighed. A first-level apprentice can learn 2 spells from the instructor for free, and more than that requires credits. And the more powerful the spell, the more credits are required. Sol really didn't expect that Kelly had such a good thing in her hand. It seemed that the magic crystal she just took was a bit too much. But Kelly didn't think that Soul had taken advantage of her at all, and she took the initiative to introduce the third thing. This is called Iron and Fire, and it is a witchcraft prop. When using it, unscrew the lid at the back, pull out the cotton rope inside, and then throw it out within 5 counts. It will explode after a violent impact or after 5 counts. There are sharp iron fragments inside that can penetrate the tough outer skin. Wow, it really is a grenade. Kelly's identity in the outside world should not be simple, otherwise it would be impossible for her to carry so many magic crystals with her, and even have a spell book and a witchcraft prop in her hand. I just taught you a rune. The other party was so generous that Thor felt a little guilty. No, you taught me a method, a way of thinking. Kelly said seriously, unfortunately, I don't have equivalent knowledge to exchange with you now, so I can only give you these vulgar things. Soul shook his head. It doesn't matter, I like vulgar things. When Kelly went back, no one was wandering in the corridor. Even if they were relaxing, they would not forget, and seize the time to continue learning. Thinking of the weird laughter coming out of the mouths of the freshmen who participated in the mutual aid meeting, Thor secretly warned himself that the wizard world is full of dangers, and it is not only Sid who can threaten his life. So no matter where you are, you must remain vigilant and alert. Thor sometimes misses his past life. Although the pressure of being a social animal is also great, it is not to the point of taking one's life. But even his sleeping time is compressed, and the time he can use to recall the past is just a few seconds, when he occasionally loses his concentration during study. In the next few days, Thor completely mastered the Dark Compound rune, and asked for the first 0th level witchcraft from Mentor Kaz. The first 2 0th level witchcraft do not require magic crystals and credits to learn, which is equivalent to the mentor's compulsory education. But if you want the mentor to fulfill his obligations, you can only wait until the mentor is satisfied with you or when he is in a good mood. Otherwise, you may just get a cold dismissal. You haven't even learned the basics. What witchcraft do you want? And Thor's choice of the first sorcery once again surprised Kaz. He chose organ preservation. He was determined to work in the morgue until his death. But it also satisfied teacher Kaz. He learned this sorcery without much effort. In addition to learning runes, Thor has been training his mental power these days. The props he used for training were the puppet dolls he borrowed. Every time Thor trained his mental power, he could still hear the puppet dolls cry for help. The fragmented, murmured, and surrounding cries for help made people dizzy, and when the fierce and crazy Kill Me appeared, Thor would immediately cut off the connection between himself and the puppet. After being able to initially control his mental power, the puppet's influence on Thor was limited. Sure enough, becoming stronger can break the weirdness. Thor let go of the puppet doll, put her face down on the table, and then continued to analyze the 0th-level witchcraft to preserve organs. If according to the view of the previous life, the decay of the corpse seems to be caused by the death of immune cells and the continued metabolism of microorganisms, then what is the principle of using witchcraft to preserve organs? Thor took out a new blank book and began to record the research process of witchcraft organ preservation. When thinking about some knowledge of the past life, he would use the words of the past life and deliberately write some typos with the same pronunciation or similar characters. Although he might be thinking too much, Thor was still afraid of being deciphered. The wizard world can really slice you up and study you. Is organ preservation a microscopic spell similar to dehydration and sterilization? Just like food, it can be preserved for a long time if it is sealed and sterilized. Combined with the description of teacher Kaz, Thor felt that he had a preliminary understanding of this witchcraft. Next, he put down all his notes, took out 3 pieces of fresh organs cut from the guest yesterday from the cabinet, and put them on the table. Thor stared at the first piece, and his mental power began to depict the runes that made up the witchcraft. He raised his hands to the air and began to dance. The gesture was the spellcasting gesture taught by teacher Kaz, which was necessary for newcomers. The spellcasting gesture, as a guide, can reduce the possibility of spellcasting failure and reduce the lethality of failure backlash. Once you are proficient in casting spells, you can use one hand to guide or not use gestures to guide. Before Thor officially cast the spell, he had practiced the gesture hundreds of times, making the gesture a subconscious reaction of the body. He also activated the corresponding basic runes in his spirit body over and over again. Because compound runes consume too much magic power, after many adjustments, a compound rune will not consume all of Thor's magic power. Thor only dared to draw with a pen to increase his familiarity. But even with all the preparations, Thor's first spell still failed. The magic power in his body fluctuated a little, and Thor calmed down for a while before he could continue thinking. When building multiple runes together, it is easy to be distracted, resulting in construction failure, or proficiency is not enough. After failing for the first time, he did not get discouraged, but took out the crystal ball and immediately began to meditate to restore magic power. 1, 2, 3. When the candlestick above the teleportation platform lit up, Thor finally succeeded. 0 level witchcraft, preserve organs, proficiency +1. Chapter 31. It has been a whole month since I started school. The new apprentices have not seen the sun for a whole month. Even Duke, who is the darkest, has started to turn pale. Not to mention Thor. He studies all day and deals with corpses. His face has turned as pale as a dead person. He also has 2 dark circles under his eyes. He can pretend to be a ghost in the middle of the night without makeup. He has skipped public classes for 3 consecutive days. If the morgue was not closed at night, he would have wanted to stay in it. But today, his research came to a halt, so he came out to look for ideas. Green's which body transformation cognition records 4 or 5 transformation ideas, but there is no specific material to use and how to transform. It is also possible that such knowledge cannot be shown to people casually. It is either the trump card of some people or the inheritance of a certain force. The book also said that even if it is a mature which body transformation idea, there is a high probability of death. And if you want to find a new transformation method again, you will not see the dawn without sacrificing hundreds or thousands of lives. The second level apprentices that Thor knew had definitely undergone the transformation of their witch bodies, but the one he had the best relationship with was Senior Mark. When Thor arrived at the laboratory, there was Senior Mark and Angela inside, but Duke was nowhere to be seen. Angela smiled awkwardly when she saw Thor. Thor nodded in response, but Angela seemed to be startled, her hands trembled, and she almost dropped the book in her hand. The two of them just nodded to each other, and Thor walked to Senior Mark at the end of the laboratory. The latter seemed to be doing some experiment, or cooking, carelessly putting things into the crucible and stirring with a wooden spatula. Thor stood 3 meters away and observed for a while, and could only sigh that as a major in dark elements, the materials put into the crucible looked so dark. After putting in the last ball of something that looked like hair or kelp, Mark covered the transparent glass lid and turned down the fire under the crucible. He smiled and greeted Thor. "I haven't seen you for a few days. You have made great progress." Senior Mark. Sol walked forward. "I have a few questions to ask you." "Oh." Mark took off his gloves carelessly and threw them into the trash can at his feet. "Do you have magic crystals?" "Yeah." "What kind of magic crystals?" "Which body?" Sol said only 2 words and stopped. Mark paused and looked up at Angela in the distance and said, "Angela, you should go back today." Angela said nothing, picked up the book and ran out, closing the door of the laboratory tightly. "Are you really going to do a witch body transformation? This is usually a field that only second-level apprentices are involved in. I took the test, and my current magic power is only 4. If I don't do a witch body transformation, Teacher Kez will not judge me as passed in the test 3 months later." After a month of meditation, Thor's magic power only increased by 1 joule. At this rate, it will take another 6 months to reach 10 joules. But he only has 2 months left. Mark held his chin. "In fact, since the teacher has given you the work of the morgue, he should not be so strict anymore." But the instructor never said he would change the test content. Sol didn't want to gamble. Although the hardcover book would issue a death warning, it would only pop up to show its presence when the life and death crisis was imminent. If you were in a desperate situation, no matter what choice you made, you would die, so even if the hardcover book popped up, it would be useless. Just like the night when Sol almost died in the laboratory. If it weren't for the appearance of Fanda, Sol would not have escaped the fate of death. Although the process was miserable, it also made Sol understand the truth. Even if you are in a desperate situation, there is still a glimmer of hope, so your own efforts are still very important. If Thor had not insisted on saving himself at that time, he might not have waited for Fanda to pass by. There are other ways to increase the magic power to 10 joules. "But Senior," Thor spread his hands, "I don't have that much money, nor enough credits, and mainly I don't have time." Mark touched his chin. "It seems that you have made up your mind." Then, he stretched out his hand to Thor. 2 credits, no magic crystals. "The 3 credits I just received." Sol exhaled. "Deal. Do you want to go to the registration office first?" Mark took his hand back. "If it was someone else, of course, but since it's you, I can give you half an hour's credit first." Half an hour? In other words, 20 days of hard work in exchange for half an hour of knowledge. Mark sat down. "I remember you once copied a book about witch body transformation, so you should have some knowledge of witch body transformation. Now, do you have any ideas about the transformation of your own body?" The cheapest and most effective material I have right now is corpse material. So my transformation plan is to extract the parts of these materials that can effectively improve elemental perception and magic power. Mark laughed. No wonder you are becoming more and more like a dead person now, he said in a slightly more serious tone. Sitting up straight, you were chosen to work in the morgue, which means you are more sensitive to spirits. If you use corpse materials to transform yourself again, do you know what will happen? Thor opened his eyes wide. You will easily encounter strange things, and those ghosts will be happy to find you. You mean you will easily see ghosts? Are there many ghosts in the wizard tower? Are you scared? Haha. Mark looked at Thor's hesitation and answered with a smile. Not many, and most of them have various restrictions. Because the ghosts in the wizard tower are basically created by wizards and high-level wizard apprentices using certain witchcraft. But even so, you may accidentally fall into various troubles. Most ghosts are very lonely. They will eagerly look for ordinary people who can see and hear them, but are not dangerous. I understand. As long as I can become stronger, I can fight against ghosts. Thor raised his fist. One of his skeletal hands was so conspicuous. Mark was not pleased with the boy's courage. He gave Thor a final warning. Always be in awe, Thor. Fear comes from the unknown. Terror is born from the unknown. Only the unknown is endless. After the warning, he did not persuade Thor again, but began to explain the part of the corpse material that was suitable for witch body transformation. Because he couldn't tell Soul about the existing witch body transformation knowledge. Mark didn't know anything else, and Soul couldn't afford it. He emphasized some precautions, such as which types of materials can't be put together, which will definitely cause trouble, and which reactions in the experiment may mean life-threatening. Finally, Mark recommended 2 more material bodies, skin and bones. These 2 are large in size, and easier to engrave runes, which helps Soul control them, and is safer. As for materials like brains and eyes, Soul had better not touch them. Generally, without the strength of a 3rd-level apprentice, it is difficult to adapt. Like me. Mark raised his right hand, and a crack appeared on his palm. A bright red tongue, more than 1 meter long, stretched out from it, stretched in front of Thor, as if wanting to lick him. I spent a lot of money to exchange for a witch body transformation formula with a high success rate in the tower, and then combined it with my own physique to transform it. And at that time, I was already a 2nd-level apprentice. Chapter 32. When half an hour was up, Thor took his leave. Looking at the direction Thor left, Mark was a little stunned. Why do you think so highly of that brat? His palm cracked again, and his tongue was looming, but he made a sound of human speech. The mentor gave him a chance, didn't he? And I also want to see how far he can go. I haven't seen any 1st-level apprentice who can complete the transformation of the witch body. The palm made a sound of swallowing saliva. Soul didn't know that someone was already coveting his body, but he knew that the knowledge he got from Mark didn't waste his 2 credits. What hesitation? Fear, haha. It doesn't exist. Soul couldn't wait to go to the morgue to verify his crazy inspiration. He walked downstairs quickly, and suddenly, a hooded woman passed by him. That beautiful jaw and sexy red lips were so familiar. Even though he hadn't seen her for more than 20 days, Soul still didn't feel strange at all. He slowly stopped and looked back. Kong Sha did not stop, and her figure disappeared at the bend of the ramp. When the 2 passed by, she made a sign with her fingers. Soul stayed for a long time, and when he set out again, his mood was different. He was not surprised that Kong Sha hinted that he should go find her. Since he rejected Kong Sha's request, he thought that she would definitely come again. After all, Kong Sha would definitely not give up easily after going through so much trouble to get Soul under Kaz's name. After nearly a month, Soul couldn't help but go to her first. Today, it was Kong Sha who couldn't help it first. Soul walked down the stairs slowly, and when he passed by someone he knew, he didn't stop to say hello. He walked into the 3rd morgue on the 2nd floor of the East Tower, and closed the door gently. Huh? Finally relaxed a little. You acted too tough last time, this time you should be softer. Soul thought about how to deal with Kong Sha tonight. Senior Kong Sha probably thinks I'm a greedy and arrogant person. Tonight, she will either threaten my life or add chips to lure me into the trap. I hope it's the latter. But no matter how Kong Sha planned to threaten Soul, Soul would agree to her tonight. If Sid, who was out, was not dead, he should be back soon. Soul needed a powerful support. The last time he directly rejected Kong Sha, it was more of a retreat to advance. He didn't want Kong Sha to treat him as a cannon fodder that could be abandoned at any time. Soul put away the books on the long table. He originally wanted to start the preliminary preparations for the witch body transformation today, But Kong Sha's sudden appearance disturbed his mind. Although he wanted to use Kong Sha, Thor was still afraid of her. Experimenting in this state would most likely fail. Let's just read a book. The candle on the conveyor became brighter. A guest is coming. Thor walked over and pulled the wrench skillfully. The conveyor belt started to turn, and a guest appeared in front of Thor through the black tassels. This person is so clean. Cleanliness was Thor's first impression of the corpse. He looked peaceful, his eyes slightly closed, and his hands rested naturally on his sides. The black leather on the cover was like a quilt, just right on his chest. Thor pulled the black leather on his body, but found that there was no wound on the man. Hey, how did he die? He gently turned over his back, and did not see any wounds, which was even more strange. The apprentice in charge of the first 2 stages should have checked it. How could there be no trace of inspection? Did they decide that this body had no value? Thor turned the man over again, entered a semi-immersive meditation state, and observed the guest's body to see if he could find anything. But even when he entered meditation, he did not find the familiar flashing spot, and the whole body looked blurry, as if it was covered by a layer of holy light. Really, there is nothing to find. Why would such a body be sent to the morgue? Thor straightened up, and turned his head in confusion. Hey! He jumped back in shock. The body had actually opened its eyes, and looked at Thor, with its head tilted to the side, with a peaceful expression. In fact, the phenomenon of corpses opening their eyes in the middle of the process was not uncommon for him. He was just startled because he was thinking and not paying attention. Thor came to his senses and stepped forward skillfully, trying to smooth the guest's eyes with his hands. Close your eyes. In this wizard tower, not only do the dead have no human rights, but even the living have none. But the guest's eyes just closed and opened again stubbornly. Well, I can't help it if you like it. Thor didn't argue with the dead, and picked up a piece of cloth to cover his head. Don't block my eyes, okay? I want to see how I die. At this moment, the corpse suddenly spoke. Well, Thor had seen corpses that could speak, but he had never seen one that spoke so clearly. You're not dead? No heartbeat, no breathing, so he should be dead. Do wizards also have a so-called method of faking death? The guest lying on the conveyor belt had a gentle expression and smiled at Thor, just like a kind elder watching his naughty younger generation. It's dangerous here, kid. What you think is good may not be good, and what you think is bad may not be bad. What you think is alive may be dead, and what you think is dead may still be alive. Me, I am dead, and I am not dead. So, please don't destroy my body, okay? Thor felt something was wrong. There must be something wrong with this body. He reached into his pocket and pressed on a small paper bag. This guy is a little weird. Maybe I should just throw him into the big box for corpses. Thor thought so, and went forward to move the body. However, the hardcover book, which had been silent for a long time, flew in front of him. New Moon Calendar Year 314, June 24th. Today you met a soulmate while handling the body. You talked about life, and you didn't even want to hurt him. You put his body into the box for corpses safely. Unexpectedly, this box is quite comfortable to lie in. You closed your eyes happily. Thor raised his head suddenly, and the corpse on the conveyor belt was still smiling at him. Thor's face darkened, and he fumbled on the tool table behind him. Finally, he picked a tool he had never used before. A bone-chopping knife. He slowly walked towards today's guest with the knife. Well, what are you doing? The guest's smile was a little distorted, and his eyes were fixed on the blade. His neck, hands and feet began to tremble like cramps, as if he was about to get up at any time. Thor pulled out the paper bag from his pocket, broke it, and sprinkled it on the corpse. The white crystals quickly shattered after contacting the corpse, and decomposed into smaller powders. At the same time, the corpse seemed to be suppressed by some force, and stopped shaking. The guest's tone softened immediately. Can you not hurt me? I just look scary. The situation is not what you think. In fact, I am not dead yet. In fact, I can still come back to life. Don't. I fly. The hardcover book flew back to the left shoulder obediently. Thor frowned and raised the knife again. After processing, Thor straightened up and panted. Fortunately, the strength of his arms was enhanced. Otherwise, a 12-year-old boy really couldn't do such heavy work. Although I don't know where the bodies that passed through the morgue finally went. However, I never like to cause trouble to my colleagues. They should be satisfied with you becoming like this, right? Chapter 33. Thor once again observed the piece of meat on the teleportation platform with a semi-immersive perspective. This time, it was no longer covered with the vague holy light. Suddenly, Thor sensed something. He suddenly turned his head to look at the teleportation port. A pair of eyes behind the black tassels were staring at him in horror. Thor walked towards the teleportation port with a bone-chopping knife with mincemeat and blood on it. He lifted the black leather tassels and saw the person crawling backwards inside. The light in the room slanted into the teleportation port, cutting a dividing line of light and dark on the person's face. Thor narrowed his eyes and guessed the identity of this person. "Senior, this is our first meeting. Come over and have a chat." "Ah, that, Hayden glanced at the knife in Thor's right hand and swallowed his saliva. I just think that the body seems a little strange, and I want to come and see if you need any help." Thor smiled. "Thank you so much. I'm too busy here. Can you help me move it in? Look at me." He showed Hayden his thin body. "I'm young and weak. I can't move such a heavy thing." Hayden's smile froze on his face. He was just being polite. But seeing that Thor was still holding the bone-chopping knife tightly in his right hand, Hayden compromised. He crawled out of the portal step by step. "Haha, you are too young. Are you 10 years old? Senior, come and help you move it." "Wait a minute." Thor suddenly threw the bone-chopping knife back to the tool table, making a clanging sound, and then turned back and smiled brightly at Hayden. "Senior, I'm kidding. You really come here like this? Go back quickly. This is not a passage for living people. I can do these things by myself, otherwise the instructor may misunderstand that I am not suitable for this job." "Ah, well, you can call me if you need me." Hayden froze in the middle of the road and had no choice but to retreat. Soul stood at the portal, lifted the tassel, and coldly watched Hayden retreat step by step, and finally retreated to his room. The tassel on the opposite side fell, and the light shining into the passage on that side was blocked. This passage is 3 meters long, and about 1 meter wide and high. Thick walls surround the 2 rooms. If it weren't for the passage in the middle, the sound insulation of the room would be very good. Thor put down the tassel and looked up. The candlelight on the portal had turned dim again. That's all for today's work. But there are still some finishing touches to be done. So he pushed the big box under the workbench to the side of the conveyor belt, and then picked up the bone-chopping knife again to scrape the meat off the conveyor belt bit by bit. A round object fell down the edge of the conveyor belt, bounced a few times on the ground, and finally rolled to the door, blocked by the gate. "What is that?" Thor walked to the door with a knife in hand, ready to attack at any time. After approaching, he took a closer look and found that the object on the ground seemed to be an eyeball. The hardcover book flew up again and appeared in front of Thor, who immediately became alert. New Moon Calendar Year 314, June 24th, sunny. Today is a really good day. You dodged the attack of a cunning enemy, sent him to where he should be, and harvested a phantom eye. It's really strange. Why can eyes speak? Or do you think eyes are speaking? Soul didn't quite understand the content of the hardcover book this time. He didn't understand how he died. Eyes? Hallucination? Will his eyes split open? Will his mouth disappear? Or will it be sealed? And Soul noticed that there was a weather description after the date on the hardcover book, which he remembered had never been there before. Just when Soul froze in place, not knowing what to choose, the hardcover book flew back to his left shoulder. But he didn't do anything? Soul's eyes suddenly lit up, thinking, isn't this a death notice, but a kind of identification technique similar to the introduction of items? Soul turned his head to look at the hardcover book on his left shoulder. Dude, have you upgraded? Unfortunately, the hardcover book was quiet and still ignored him. Alas, you should make a profile for yourself first. Despite his guess, Soul remained vigilant, holding the bone-chopping knife in his hand tightly, and slowly approached the eyeball in front of the door. From the performance of the hardcover book, the content just now should not be a death notice, but this is just Soul's own guess, and he can't let his guard down yet. Until Thor walked to the eyeball and slowly squatted down, took out a box, and pushed the eyeball in with the back of a knife. The hardback book did not give any warning again. Thor stood up, sealed the box, and was very excited. Although he had avoided death warnings many times, each time he only saved his life temporarily. I didn't expect that there would be an extra drop today. It's a pity that before Thor noticed the abnormality of the eyeball, the hardback book didn't give him any prompts. I wonder if it can be upgraded again in the future and become a radar that can actively explore. Putting away the phantom eyes and his fantasy of the hardcover book, Thor stretched his facial muscles to make himself look more gloomy. Then, he held up the bone-chopping knife and pushed open the door of the morgue. Since he came to the second floor of the East Tower, he has never explored the depths of the corridor. He walked along the corridor, which was still curved, but the angle was wider than the 10th floor. The lights on the second floor seemed to be darker than other places, and the further you went, the darker it became. At the end of the corridor, it was pitch black, and Thor couldn't see what was hidden behind the shadows. After walking a dozen steps, the second scarlet door appeared. This should be the morgue where the senior in charge of the second process is. Thor stepped forward and knocked on the door. After a long while, a sound came from inside the door. The door was opened a little. Hayden's face appeared behind the door, and his body blocked the view in the room. "Senior, sorry to bother you. My name is Thor, and I am an apprentice who just enrolled a month ago. I am so rude that I don't know your name. I'm Hayden." Hayden's hand pressed tightly against the door, as if ready to close it at any time. "I became a first-level apprentice much earlier than you. What are you doing here? I want to ask Senior Hayden, did you feel anything wrong when you were handling the body just now?" Hayden moved his feet uncomfortably. I felt it was a little strange. But I didn't see what was wrong, and I didn't see where it was valuable, so I threw it to you." I think you handled it well." Thor stared at Hayden until he avoided his gaze and whispered, "Well, I might have seen it wrong." Thor grinned stiffly. "Then I have to trouble you more in the future." After saying goodbye to Hayden, he turned around and walked towards the first morgue. Hayden saw Thor walking away and quickly closed the door. As soon as the door closed, his expression changed and he whispered fiercely, "Why are you so scared of a new apprentice?" Hayden's expression changed again and he rubbed his hands nervously. "Well, no, there's no need to conflict. We have time to get along in the future." On the other side, Thor put the bone-chopping knife in the shadow of the corridor. He took the knife to deal with Hayden, but he couldn't do that to Senior Byron. He rubbed his face, and his gloomy face became polite again. Dong dong dong. The same scarlet door slowly opened, and the light in the house poured out. A woman who was only half a head taller than Thor stood at the door. Thor was startled. "I'm here to see Senior Byron. May I ask who you are?" The woman half closed her eyes, and said in a flat voice, "Byron has reached the age to leave the tower, and he went back to pack his things." "Leave the tower?" Thor suddenly forgot his original purpose and asked in astonishment, "Do we have to leave the tower when we reach a certain age?" Chapter 34. He's already 29 years old. The woman curled her lips. "If you can't become a third-level apprentice at the age of 30, you have no chance. The tower master will naturally not keep useless people. Apprentices over 30 must leave the tower within a month. If you want to find him, you can go to dormitory 1016. The woman was about to close the door. "Please wait a moment." Sol quickly held the door with his hand. "Excuse me, senior sister, did you handle the body without wounds today?" The woman was a little impatient. "Yes, what's wrong?" "The body is a little weird." The woman sneered. "I have dealt with the danger above, the rest is your job." After that, she ignored Thor's hand on the door frame, and was about to close the door. At the last moment, Thor quickly retracted his hand. He stood outside the door thinking. Sure enough, the first procedure in the morgue is similar to the work of exorcism, and the second and my third are to collect materials. My job is actually more about the aftermath, and trying to find and fill in the gaps. As for the cold attitude of this senior sister, Thor didn't take it to heart. Most people in the Wizard Tower are extremely indifferent. Instead of thinking about asking others to give you kindness, it is better to make yourself strong and let others fear you. Thor took 2 steps back, picked up the bone-chopping knife from the ground, and walked slowly back to his workplace. I also got an important message today. He cleaned the blood stains on his hands. If you can't become a third-level apprentice at the age of 30, you will have no chance. I am 12 years old this year, and I still have 18 years to go. That's too far away. I'd better try to pass the test in the 3rd month first. If I can't pass the test, if I can't deal with the covetous West Germany, then all my plans for the future will be in vain. Time passed by bit, and the blue hourglass fell to 7 o'clock in the evening. Sol returned to the dormitory and waited for Kong Sha. He sat on the bed in the dormitory, his elbows resting on his knees, his hands crossed and clasped in front of him. White skin and pale bones intertwined. One hand felt cold, and the other hand was numb. I think today Sol will find out what Kong Sha needs him to do. What is the purpose of all this arrangement? 1 o'clock in the morning. Sol vaguely heard a noise outside the door. He walked over to open the door, and saw Kong Sha standing at the door with a hood. She was wearing a long dress that was as soft as a nightgown, and she was still standing there seductively, like a landlady who suddenly came to attack you at night. Kong Sha, who had been here once, went straight to Thor's desk and sat down. Thor closed the door, but stood at the door. Why are you standing so far away? I won't eat you. Kong Sha chuckled. The other party's eating was definitely literal. Seeing that Thor didn't move for a long time, Kong Sha didn't urge him. She lifted one leg and leaned back leisurely. How much magic power do you have? 4 jiao. Thor lowered his head, looking ashamed and angry. Heh, Kong Sha was not surprised. She was even satisfied with this answer. Do you still insist on not taking the potion I gave you? You only have 2 months left. Do you think you can increase your magic power by another 6 jiaos in 2 months? Thor clenched his teeth, his hands were shaking, and after a long while, he finally spoke from his teeth. Please save me, senior sister. After saying this, he lost all his strength, as if he had lost hope. Kong Sha curled her lips, as if she was going to mock Thor again, but she thought of something, her eyebrows moved, and her expression became a little gentler. If you behave well in the future, I will not let you die in the test 2 months later. And if you can do what I tell you to do, I can give you other potions to ensure that your potential is not overdrawn so completely. Maybe you still have a chance to become a 3rd-level apprentice. Soul raised his head suddenly, his eyes shining again. Really, senior sister? Kong Sha smiled again, her expression gentler. Why, don't you want to become a formal wizard? Thor lowered his head, blushing. I already know how hard it is to become a formal wizard. I just hope to become a 3rd-level apprentice before the age of 30, so I don't have to be kicked out of the wizard tower. Hearing Thor's words, Kong Sha's expression flickered. 3rd-level apprentice. Of course, I have to become a 3rd-level apprentice before the age of 30. I didn't expect you to even hear about this. Feeling that the senior sister opposite was not in a good state, Thor, who lowered his head, quickly raised his eyes and glanced at her, then immediately retracted his gaze, and continued to pretend to have accepted his fate. Kong Sha is currently a level 2 apprentice, and she doesn't look like a teenage girl. Is she also eager to become a level 3 apprentice? Kong Sha, who came back to her senses, no longer had the heart to tease Thor. She took out a small medicine bottle and threw it in front of Thor. Thor didn't check it and caught it in a panic, almost dropping it on the ground. This is the first potion. The effect can only last for 1 month, so you must drink it all within 1 month. After taking it, your meditation speed can be greatly improved, allowing you to reach about 7 jiao of magic power before the test. I will come to you the night before the test and give you the 2nd potion. The 2nd potion can temporarily increase your magic power by 3 jiao. You will definitely have no problem passing the test on the 2nd day. Remember, this is my last chance for you. Soul held the potion bottle. The liquid was transparent, as clear as a bottle of pure water. Can I ask what the name of this potion is? Kong Sha. Huh. Even if I tell you all the ingredients, you can't make it. But what Kong Sha didn't know was that although she didn't tell Thor, Thor still knew it in another way. New Moon Calendar Year 314, June 25th, sunny. Today is a really good day. You got a bottle of the ultimate filth of elemental fairies. Evil. Do you really want to take this thing? Well, as a wizard, there is nothing you can't eat. Drink a drop. Your magic power will recover quickly. Drink a bottle. Your magic power will soar. Wait, drink a bottle? 3 years later, you will become an excellent spellcasting material. Soul looked at the last line of words on the hardcover book. His eyelids trembled slightly, pretending to be embarrassed, touching his nose, and asked again. What do I need to do then? Senior sister will give me the 2nd potion. Kong Sha sighed softly, held her knees and stood up. She walked in front of Soul, and a slender white jade finger gently scratched Soul's cheek. I have always liked your self-awareness. Are you working in the morgue of Teacherkas now? Although Kong Sha intentionally controlled her tone, and used her hands to provoke Soul to disturb his concentration, Soul still keenly discovered that Senior Kong Sha was very concerned about his work in the morgue. Could it be that Senior Kong Sha's original goal was the morgue? This would explain her deliberate change of her elemental perception. Because Soul had a high mental talent and a poor magic talent, it was easy for Kong Sha to manipulate him, making him the best candidate to take over the morgue. Then, Soul looked up at Kong Sha timidly, as if he was about to hide. Senior, you can't take out the things in the morgue. There are people guarding at the end of the corridor. Kong Sha retracted her hand. Just a blind and deaf slave. Soul quietly waited for Kong Sha's next words. A strong man who could guard the entrance to the morgue on the 2nd floor must be a big man, even if he was blind and deaf. Keep this. Kong Sha took out another piece of soft leather. The leather was light yellow with black stripes on it. The inside of the turned-over bag was engraved with a dazzling rune array. Thor took only one look and quickly folded it back. This piece of leather is used to wrap the material. When wrapping, the array should face inwards and the pattern should face outwards, so that the slave can't smell the material on you. Soul, who had already begun to use the materials in the corpse room to refine materials for his own wizard body transformation, did not feel guilty about such behavior. If he didn't do it, he would die. He was not naive enough to think that he was a part of the Wizard Tower, and should protect the interests of the Wizard Tower. What kind of materials does Senior Kong Sha need? Kong Sha leaned over, and put her hands on Thor's shoulders. The turbid liquid in the glass skull poured forward, and eyeballs emerged one by one, sticking to the glass wall, all staring at Thor. I need the brain of a first-level apprentice, preferably a second-level apprentice. Chapter 35. To be honest, with Senior Kong Sha looking like this, Soul thinks she doesn't need a brain anymore. He lowered his head quickly, afraid that Senior Kong Sha would think he was laughing at her. Remember? Kong Sha tightened her grip on Soul's shoulders slightly. Soul immediately broke out in a sweat. Remember? He said repeatedly. Kong Sha finally let him go. Remember, at least one first-level apprentice's brain per month. But what if there aren't so many first-level apprentice corpses? Kong Sha looked down at Thor. The warmth she had just shown had long since disappeared, revealing her true face that she had not had time to hide. Then you need to figure it out yourself. Remember, if the quantity is not enough, I will not give you the second potion. Kong Sha left. She left a small bottle of potion for Thor. The potion was in a glass bottle, with a cork stuck in the bottle mouth, and a small piece of leather covered the cork, and wrapped with silk thread, for fear of leakage. But the first thing Thor did after Kong Sha left was to open the bottle cap of the potion with great effort. The potion was transparent, and some bubbles were produced during the shaking. Thor frowned, leaned forward, and sniffed it gently. A faint fishy smell. Not too bad. Thor quickly covered the bottle, and resealed the bottle mouth with leather. He immediately sat down and began to meditate. After a while, Thor opened his eyes. The efficiency of meditation has improved a little. Although it's only a little, because I have too little magic power, I can feel it very clearly. It has indeed improved. Thor looked at the potion on the table in disbelief. He could feel the difference just by smelling it. This potion is really powerful. If I really swallow it in one gulp, as Kong Sha said, and then sleep for a day and a night, wouldn't I be able to become a walking elemental particle absorber? But the price to pay behind it is also huge. The hardcover book reminded me that if I drank it all, I would become someone else's spellcasting material in 3 years. What would I be like at that time? A mass of dead meat full of magic? Or a walking corpse? But Senior Kong Sha asked him to drink it all within a month. Soul kept the small bottle close to his body with a blank expression. Even if there was no hardcover book to remind him, he had no intention of taking the potion. He left it behind to comfort Kong Sha. After all, he was going to hug this long white thigh to fight against Sid. Secondly, the potion was so powerful that Soul wanted to find an opportunity to study it carefully. It's just that it's only valid for 1 month, which is too short. Maybe the hardcover book can help me make some improvements. Soul still couldn't bear to give up the huge improvement brought by the potion. After all, it's a magic potion that can improve meditation efficiency by just smelling the smell. Wait, sniffing it is also okay. Soul fell into deep thought. The next day, Soul, who had dark circles under his eyes, met Kelly, who also had dark circles under her eyes, at the door of the public classroom. The two looked at each other, and tacitly did not comment on each other's appearance. With the same pace and movements, they came to a familiar corner, pulled out a chair, and sat down together. As soon as she sat down, Kelly yawned suddenly. Tears squeezed out from the corners of her eyes, and were wiped away mercilessly by the back of her hand. You look very tired. Did you stay up late again? Although Soul had no right to say anything about others. I just felt the urgency of time. Those bad guys will not give us time to grow. The bad guys that Kelly was talking about were the Mutual Aid Association that made her abnormal more than 10 days ago. Kelly has always been proud, and her learning progress is also the fastest among this batch of freshmen. Except for Thor, who can't see through the progress, Kelly believes that she has worked very hard. But since someone inexplicably parasitized her in the Mutual Aid Association without noticing it, Kelly found out how ridiculous it is to only think about the progress of the same batch of apprentices. Even if there is only a small level difference, there is a huge gap between hunters and prey. Weakness is the original sin. When climbing a steep mountain, only looking at the ground below will make you ignore the boulders falling from the top of your head. So she worked harder. What is hard work, and what is role, are fully reflected in Kelly. Soul didn't know Kelly's determination, but he knew Kelly's pride. The experience in the Mutual Aid Association had hurt Kelly's chin, forcing her to bow her head. Soul also knew that although Kelly was a real girl, she would not be defeated by this little setback. Have you noticed? Kelly stared at a corner of the classroom and whispered to Soul, they don't seem to have the weird behavior that day. Soul still lowered his head to read, and his eyelids twitched quickly. In the corner near the edge of the classroom, Dozer and Rocky were still sitting next to Duke, but they were talking to the girl in the back row. Kelly said the girl's name was Jenna. She once stopped Sol and wanted to invite him to the mutual aid meeting, but Sol fought back, and she didn't have a chance to speak in the end. Jenna still looked a little shy, but it can be seen that she enjoyed being surrounded and chatted up by boys. Although he only glanced at them, Sol also saw that Duke looked a little absent-minded, and Dozer was very proud. Only Rocky, who seemed to have no opinion, had his eyes light up when he fell on Jenna. Youth. But thinking that these people seemed to have participated in the mutual aid group, Sol changed his words and said, "This short youth. I have observed them these days." Kelly continued to whisper to Sol, "Except for the first day they came back, they behaved strangely. They never had the strange reaction at that time again. But I secretly inquired, and it seems that the mutual aid group has been established for several years." Established for several years? Then are there many members of the mutual aid society among the seniors around them? Thinking that these people may have some parasites and may become strange puppets at any time, Sol and Kelly shuddered. It's like when you walk in the corridor, everyone you pass by is grinning unconsciously. It's impossible that everyone is a member of the mutual aid society. Doesn't Senior Byron have a way to deal with them? Sol explained. Kelly bit her lip. She would sometimes wake up from nightmares, and then she reached out to touch the scar on her head. But Senior Byron didn't want to interfere in their affairs. Jenna asked me to attend a party again 2 days ago, but I didn't go. Sol hasn't been invited again, but he also feels a little tricky. It's troublesome to get involved in such an organization. Sometimes you can't just not participate if you want to, especially when the organizers behind the scenes have impure intentions. You have to be careful, and don't let them target you. It's okay. I told Jenna that Goodo asked me to help in his lab. Kelly lifted her hair. They don't dare to mess with the mentor. She also suggested to Thor, "You're fine, go find Senior Byron. If the organizers of the Mutual Aid Association find out that you are close to Senior Byron, they may not dare to bother you." But Thor shook his head. Senior Byron is almost 30 years old, and he is about to leave the Wizard Tower. Thor told Kelly that if she didn't advance to the 3rd level apprentice before the age of 30, she would be expelled. Kelly was surprised, and could hardly hold back her voice. So that's how it is. No wonder those 2nd level apprentices who joined the nobles were all so old, and were actually dismissed by the Wizard Tower. I wonder when we can get out of this tower. Sol had never been out of the Wizard Tower since he came here, and even his range of activities was limited to a few places. He almost forgot what the sun looked like. If it weren't for the fact that he was filled with study and work all day long, leaving him no time to think, Sol might have gone crazy. Chapter 36. Hearing what Thor said, Kelly held her chin with both hands and muttered, "There is no point in going out. There are wars everywhere. It's either a conflict between countries or a war between races. Although the Gorza Wizard Tower is a little dangerous and scary, it is a place where people can study with all their heart." Thor is still very curious about this world. After all, he is now a passive otaku. Is it still so chaotic outside? Of course, secular power changes with the strength of the wizarding world. Before I came here, I heard that a group of wizards had been wiped out by another group of wizards, and the country they controlled was immediately divided up by the surrounding countries and tribes. Wizard world? I don't know if the wizard world outside is as weird and terrifying as the Wizard Tower. Kelly, do you know how people outside view the Gorza Wizard Tower? Sol wanted to find out about the strength of the Wizard Tower. The owner of this Wizard Tower is a 2nd level wizard. Generally, the radiation range of a 2nd level wizard is several territories and cities around. In the eyes of ordinary people, this place is a man-eating demon. But many powerful nobles believe that this is the birthplace of the strong who control the world. They are afraid of the Wizard Tower, but they also rely on it. My father is the Duke of Mego Territory. He became the Duke because my grandfather was a 2nd level wizard apprentice. So Mego Territory was not given to my cousin, but to my father. It turns out that Kelly is the daughter of the Duke. No wonder there are so many magic crystals and treasures as soon as she enters the Wizard Tower. My father started having children day and night as soon as he inherited the Duke's throne. Every child he had was tested for wizard talent. If not, he would just find a random place to train them. People like me who have wizard talent would be carefully raised by him until they are 12 years old, and then sent to the Wizard Tower. After being protected by the older generation, do you want to continue to reap the benefits of the younger generation? But is this Duke who trains his children as tools really not afraid of being retaliated against one day? Are there other people in your family who have wizard talent besides you? Thor asked. Kelly nodded and said, as a matter of course, the descendants of wizards are always more likely to be born with wizard talents. I have 2 older brothers, who were also sent to other wizard forces, but their talents are not as good as mine. That's why I was sent to such a far place. The Gorza Wizard Tower is still very famous, and the threshold for accepting apprentices is higher than other places. When it comes to her excellent talent, Kelly did not show much pride. Instead, she popped up her mouth and clenched her fists. Anyway, I must become a 3rd-level apprentice before I am 30. I don't want to go back and be a backer for those good-for-nothings. 3rd-level apprentice. Soul thought of Kong Sha, who was so powerful and weird. He asked him to steal the brains of 1st and 2nd-level apprentices. Was it also to challenge the 3rd-level apprentice? There is also a senior Byron who looks very powerful, but still can't become a 3rd-level apprentice before the age of 30. I have never seen a 3rd-level apprentice in the Wizard Tower. I haven't seen many 3rd-level wizard apprentices around me before. I heard that they are always traveling and doing research. The 2 sighed for a while about the 3rd-level apprentice, who was more mysterious than a formal wizard, and finally stopped discussing, each immersed in the ocean of knowledge. But Thor was always distracted when studying. Sometimes he felt that with his bad luck, he didn't need to consider whether he could become a 3rd-level apprentice at the age of 30, and he should think about whether he could live to 30 first. Sometimes he felt that he was a time traveler after all, and he couldn't embarrass his predecessors. He had to carry the hardcover book and get through it. Sometimes he sorted out the afternoon's experimental procedures in his mind, constantly reminding himself to be extra careful in certain places. In short, the public class in the morning was absent-minded. After leaving the noisy public classroom, Thor walked along the spiral ramp. There were fewer and fewer people around him. Kelly also said goodbye to him on the 6th floor. Continue to go down. The candle light seemed to be several degrees darker. Continue to go down. A faint stench penetrated into the nose. Thor pushed open the first scarlet door and locked himself in. Huh? Soul let out a long breath. He didn't know when he started to feel at ease once he entered the corpse room on the 2nd floor of the East Tower. It wasn't that it was so safe here, but it was the foundation for him to become stronger and survive. I'm not a genius. He told himself, if I study step by step like Kelly, I won't be able to pass the test in 2 months. He looked at his cabinet, which was filled with various experimental props. Soul knew that once the witch body transformation began, he could not turn back. Who knows what he will look like after the transformation? The terrible Kong Sha? The disgusting Goodo? Monica who looks like she is in pain? But if he doesn't move forward, he will be dragged into the abyss by the powerful enemy sooner or later. Soul looked down at his thin body and thought to himself, sorry, I'm going to do something bad to your body. I hope you have found a place to reincarnate. Soul walked to the cabinet, took out the various materials he had prepared for this month, and began his experiment. The crucible was lit, and the base liquid was poured in. Test tubes of various shapes and beakers were wiped clean. All materials were placed where they could be easily reached. Thor began his road to death. Originally, Thor wanted to imitate Senior Mark and do something with his hands. Especially after getting the Phantom Eye, he once wanted to put the eyeball into his eye socket. But after thinking about it, he gave up. Eyes are fragile and sensitive, and if you accidentally go blind, it will have a huge impact on your future. Since this is the first experiment, it is better to change to some safe organs that don't matter if they are lost. Last night, the medicine he got from Kong Sha gave Soul a new idea. Since just sniffing the medicine with his nose can enhance his meditation, it means that the nasal cavity can also absorb the power of the medicine. Thinking further, the skin also has pores. In the past life, there were cases of plasters curing diseases and skin poisoning leading to death. Both of them can be tried. In the end, Soul chose the nasal cavity, which is relatively more dangerous. It's not that he likes taking risks. Well, he likes taking risks a little bit. But more importantly, he may not have enough time to do multiple experiments. Naturally, he has to choose the one with higher success rate and efficiency. I hope I won't become a pig nose because of this. Thor took out his notes, which listed the general process and precautions based on Green's witch body transformation cognition. He finally recalled the operating steps of the experiment and officially began to refine the materials. If the hardcover book had thoughts, it would probably doubt life. It has never warned of death so frequently. In half an hour or 5 seconds, its host would have a suicidal thought. The boy always took out some indescribable materials in his hand, eager to throw them into the crucible that was already overloaded. Even if it stopped him in time, the boy would immediately find another way to die. You are dead. You are dead. You are dead. You will die without a complete body. Soul, I know I was wrong. So, I just won't change. If the hardcover book knew that it would be used for sensitivity tests one day, it would definitely ask its former owner to limit it to only 3 warnings a day, instead of being repeatedly abused by an ignorant and fearless dwarf like this. Chapter 37. When Thor discovered that no matter what material he picked up, the hardcover book would only show the word death, he knew that he had reached his limit. It was not the hardcover book that had reached its limit, but the crucible that had reached its limit. Even with the naked eye, one could clearly see that the sticky purple slurry would churn from time to time, and some familiar organs would occasionally churn out, but would quickly sink to the bottom. It was like a drowning person struggling constantly, but in the end, he could only drown underwater and turn into a pile of dry bones and mud. Thor lifted the handle of the crucible and poured the contents into the big box containing the corpse with a sad face. This big box provided by the wizard tower is very magical. No matter how much the corpse flutters, it will be as quiet as a bird when thrown in. Thor watched the solution, and the guest in the box began to produce some indescribable chemical reaction, and quickly closed the lid of the big box before the smoke spread. Standing up and looking at the slightly fluttering big box, Thor shook his head and sighed. Sure enough, with my current poor wizard knowledge, it is still too difficult to succeed by luck. It may be that the transformation of the sense of smell is beyond my current understanding. Should we change direction? Sol looked back at the remaining materials on the test bench, and estimated that he could still use them a few more times. In a corner of the test bench, there was a book with several pages of notes. It recorded the various possible ways of death mentioned in the experiment in the hardcover book in the language of Sol's previous life. Sol analyzed these ways of death in detail, and deduced the characteristics of each experimental material, and the effects they might produce in the medicine. Through constant induction and summary, the direction of the experiment is constantly corrected. This is a typical known result and deduction process. It is also an experimental method that all other wizards dare not think of. The sound of the candlestick becoming brighter interrupted Thor's deep thinking. He sighed, rolled up his sleeves and cheered up. Although it is painful to have your thoughts and inspiration interrupted by work, having guests means that there will be a steady supply of experimental materials in the future. Research is often boring and tedious, especially when you still have a vague understanding of the principles involved. Thor had 5 boring days, and finally on the 6th day, he welcomed a first-level apprentice guest. This guest was not a freshman, but someone he had never seen before. He died unexpectedly, and only a pair of eyes looked up at the top of his head in fear and helplessness. The upward angle of view almost squeezed the entire pupil into the upper eyelid. It was as if there was something above the head, attracting its attention. The body was incomplete, and Senior Hayden, who was in charge of the previous process, would work seriously most of the time. This will result in a corresponding reduction in Thor's harvest. Thor checked and found nothing, so he could only start with his head. The removed organs were placed in a box of suitable size. Thor took out the light yellow leather given by Senior Kong Sha, directly wrapped the entire box, and put it aside. The remaining guests were sent to the big box. When it was time to get off work, Thor held the box tightly wrapped in light yellow leather, and peeked at the door. This was the first time Thor took a body out of the morgue. Despite Kong Sha's assurance, Thor was still a little nervous. The rules of the wizard tower are not very important sometimes, as long as you can ensure that no one can find out. With senior sister Kong Sha's strength, if she really wants to get the brain of a first-level apprentice, she doesn't have to pull it from the corpse. She can make a few herself at any time. But she spent a lot of effort, and sent Thor to the morgue just for a brain every month. It can be seen that the wizard tower still values apprentices. It's okay to kill 1 or 2 secretly, but if you kill too many, you will have to pay a heavy price. If you can't take the materials out, put them in the morgue and wait for Senior Kong Sha to come and get them. Anyway, the servants who clean up never touch anything other than the tool table. Before he failed, Sol had already thought of a way out. He held the box and walked out of the morgue carefully. In order to avoid being bumped into by the seniors and seniors next door, Sol deliberately delayed until nearly 8 o'clock before leaving. The lights in the corridor were not as bright as in the afternoon, and the occasional trembling of the candle wick seemed to urge Sol to act quickly. Thor walked to the end of the corridor and saw the sturdy man leaning against the wall like a corpse. Thor took a step forward. The sturdy man's nose suddenly twitched. Thor hugged his arms tightly, ready to turn around at any time. The sturdy man turned his face in Thor's direction and twitched his nostrils a few more times. Quiet. He could hear his own breathing. The sturdy man suddenly moved. He supported himself with one hand and slowly stood up. It's not accurate to say he stood up. It should be that he stood up and lowered his head and hunched his chest, for fear that his head would hit the ceiling of the corridor. Although the sturdy man couldn't see, he still walked accurately to where Thor was. It's over. Thor slowly retreated with the yellow leather in his arms until his back touched the cold stone wall, and a tingling sensation spread along the texture of his back to his internal organs. I'm going to be caught. There's no hint in the hardcover book. It won't be fatal if I'm caught. This is my first mistake. If I put the things back to the morgue, I may not even be punished. Thor turned his head to look at the scarlet door not far from him, wondering whether he should put it back now. Try to give leniency. But at this moment, the direction of the sturdy man suddenly changed. This made Thor's heel, which had just been raised, fall back. The sturdy man slowly entered the morgue where Thor was. Thor looked sideways, and saw that the sturdy man barely squeezed in through the door, stopped next to the tool table with great accuracy, and stretched out his hand to pull out the big box below. The heavy box in the sturdy man's hand was like a prop made of foam, and was lifted easily. Then the sturdy man squeezed out of the door smoothly without hitting other things in the room. Go out and turn right. Thor just watched quietly as the burly man carried the big box and walked into the dark corridor. There were heavy footsteps, but they gradually faded away. We must leave as soon as possible, pass safely. Thor suddenly came to his senses and immediately realized that it was getting late, so he ran out with the things in his arms. The East Tower is still very dangerous for a first-level apprentice, especially since he currently only knows 2 non-aggressive 0-level witchcrafts and his self-protection ability is worrying. The nearest passage between the East Tower and the West Tower is on the 5th floor. As he was running, Thor suddenly felt something strange. It only took 3 laps to go from the 2nd floor to the 5th floor. But hadn't he turned for a long time? Thor felt uneasy, but he didn't dare to stop. For some reason, he always felt that his head was a little heavy, and his center of gravity was unstable, and he was about to fall at any time. It was as if something had come out of the whirl of hair on his head, growing wildly into a wobbly ball, constantly affecting Thor's movements. Thor wanted to look up, but the movement of raising his eyes suddenly stopped. He thought of the guest he received today, the apprentice who rolled his pupils upwards and tried to look at the top of his head. Thor stopped suddenly. He stopped moving suddenly, and something flashed quickly in front of his eyes. It seemed to be a smooth forehead with a little eyebrow, which protruded from the top of the head a little, and then shrank back because of the rebound and pulling force. What on earth is there on my head? Sure enough, the wizard tower had no good intentions towards him. Others often walk by the river, and they will get their shoes wet. Only he would fall into the ditch if he walked by the river. The soul gift brought him the capital to survive, but also brought him the disaster of death. Thor loosened his hand and slowly raised it upward. His fingertips were raised above his eyebrows, but they were fixed in midair. What if he really touched something? Thor's hand slowly retracted. He kept his head still and glanced at the hardcover book. Can you do it? The hardcover book did not respond. Thor's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. The hardcover book didn't respond. He still held the head in his arms, and didn't relax even though he guessed that the change above his head came from here. He walked steadily to the wall step by step, and calculated the distance. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. With the sound of the boy gritting his teeth, he suddenly bowed 90 degrees to the wall. His figure was a shadow. Bang! Something hit the wall hard. Paw! Then, there was the sound of something breaking. Thor stood up, and a sticky liquid slid down his head. It felt a bit like squeezing shampoo directly on your head. Cold. It dripped down slowly. Thor raised his hand expressionlessly, and touched his forehead hard to prevent the unknown liquid from flowing into his eyes. Goodbye. Chapter 38. Soul, with a head full of slime, continued to climb up with the box in his arms. Perhaps it was some illusion that was broken. He found that he had successfully reached the 6th floor of the East Tower, and on the left was the ruined wall that had once made them dizzy. Even with Thor's current mental strength, he dared not look any further. For some reason, the blurred world became clear again, and he realized that his forehead was a little painful. Probably because he bowed too hard to the wall just now. His forehead was also scratched a little. 100 damage to the enemy, 0.1 damage to myself, it's worth it. He thought of another serious matter. I have to go back and take a shower. I don't know if it will be infected. But the things in my hand must be given to senior sister Kong Sha first. Soul doesn't want to sleep with a dead head in his arms. Go back to the West Tower through the passage and continue to go up the ramp. The 6th to 9th floors are the activity areas for first-level apprentices. It was just after 8 o'clock. Although the East Tower was as quiet as a tomb, the West Tower was still lively. Some people saw Soul walking slowly up and whispered. Some people noticed the yellow leather in Thor's hand and looked at it with curiosity, but they didn't dare to approach because of Thor's reputation. Thor ignored the eyes around him and walked steadily step by step. Leaving the area for first-level apprentices, the 10th floor where second-level apprentices were located returned to silence again. No one was wandering in the corridor, chatting, or sharing their learning experience of the day. The dormitory doors here seemed to be closed regardless of day or night. Thor tilted his head slightly. He still remembered the scene he saw when he came to clean the corridor when he was still a servant. The crying behind the door, the messy garbage, and the pool of blood. It was really a pool of blood that changed his fate. However, before Thor could sigh any more, a light sound suddenly came from the front. Thor immediately came back to his senses and looked up at the ramp. At the corner leading to the 12th floor, a pair of black leather boots appeared in the shadows. I don't know how long I have been standing there. Thor did not stop, but raised his guard and walked forward slowly, his eyes slowly moving from the leather boots upwards. The man standing at the corner slowly revealed his true face. It was Sid, who had been away from the tower for more than a month. He stared at Thor silently, with a dark look between his eyebrows. But when Thor approached, the corners of his mouth suddenly raised an exaggerated cold arc. I see you, Senior. Don't you know how to say hello? Hello, Senior. Thor said hello honestly, and even bowed slightly. Sid didn't expect Thor to be so obedient, unlike the child who was almost killed by him a month ago. After greeting, Thor continued to walk up with a calm expression. He had a polite smile on his face, but he was already on high alert in his heart. The two approached, side by side, and were about to miss each other. Do you really think the instructor cares about the life and death of a first-level rookie? As long as someone more valuable appears, you will be trash that can be discarded at any time. Thor tilted his head, and he only reached Sid's chest. To look at him from this angle, he needed to raise his chin high. Thor smiled obediently. Although he didn't know what kind of weird picture this smile would turn into under the blessing of the mucus on his head, he still maintained a respectful tone. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I will work hard to improve my value. Sid sneered and disdained Thor's ignorant speech. If talent can be compensated by hard work, there won't be so many desperate bones under our feet. Thor did not refute, he just stared at Sid quietly. Will he attack me directly? It's not too late now, but there is no one around. It's a good opportunity. But the hardcover book did not come out. Sid dared not do it. Thor became calmer. The other party ignored Thor, put his hands in his jacket pockets, and walked down with a shaky step. He seemed to be in a good mood. Thor waited until Sid's figure disappeared before turning around and continuing to walk. He dared not, or could not, do anything to me. As he walked, Thor thought, I should have thought of it earlier. He failed to kill me in the library, and then sent Brown to kill me. Sid always wanted me to die. But he never killed me directly. Thor's eyes became brighter and brighter. It can't be because of the mentor. When I was still a servant, he almost didn't have to pay any price to kill me, but he still didn't do it. Is it possible that Sid can't kill people? This idea was immediately rejected by Thor. Sid killed the fat guy who relied on bribery in front of all the newcomers. Is it possible that he can't kill me? The more Thor thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. He glanced at the hardcover book. Sid is looking for a diary, and that diary is the same as the hardcover book on my shoulder. He may not want to kill me to silence me. He may want to kill me to find this hardcover book. Although this guess is incredible, whimsical, and unfounded, it can explain Sid's strange behavior. He wants Thor to die, but he is unwilling to do it himself. Thor stopped and stared at the small package in his hand. His consciousness had already flown away. Tonight is actually a great opportunity for Sid. Thor held a strange head in his hand that was forbidden to be taken out, and there was an unknown mucus hanging on the head. If Sid had killed him, he could have blamed Thor's death on the strange incident he encountered. But Sid didn't do it, and just made a few innocuous taunts. If you kill the owner of the hardback book, you can't get the hardback book. This sentence suddenly popped up in Thor's mind. If I'm not mistaken, Sid knows a lot about this hardback book. That's not right. If that's the case, why would he throw the hardback book on my head? Thor was a little worried. The hardback book was too mysterious, but it didn't introduce itself. Many things could only be figured out by Thor himself. No matter what, whether Sid knows about the ability of the hardcover book to predict death or not, he and I are already fighting to the death. At present, I am not strong enough, so I can only counter his moves and ask for the protection of my boss. Soul took another step forward. Sid will definitely make another move. After taking 2 steps, Soul suddenly stopped again. Something is wrong. Sid's attitude today is not right. Sid was gloomy at first when he saw Sol today, but then he became cheerful. He has already made new actions. Thor recalled what Sid had just said. Do you really think the mentor cares about the life and death of a first-level rookie? As long as someone more valuable appears, you will be trash that can be discarded at any time. Mentor, rookie, more valuable person. Sol narrowed his eyes. Sid went out this time to find a rookie. Did he find a rookie who can replace my work in the morgue? If it weren't for Mentor Kaz's protection of Thor would not have had a month of respite. But the premise for Sol to be protected is probably because he is working for Mentor Kaz. Mentor Kaz does not want his new employee to die so soon. But what if someone appears who is more suitable for the morgue than Sol? Mentor Kaz may not insist on leaving this job to Sol. Sol does not think that Kaz has much teacher-student relationship with him. Especially when he became more and more skilled in handling corpses, this mentor rarely came to the morgue to guide him. It was unrealistic to expect the mentor to protect him because of their old relationship. Sol looked down at the package in his hand and decided to speed up his pace to find the supporter he had just asked for. I have done the work for you, so I can't just stand by and watch you die, right? Do you still have a brain? Kong Sha was not very satisfied with Sol coming straight to knock on her door. She pulled Sol in and watched the boy stagger to the ground. The eyeballs in the glass cover were tightly attached to the edge, red and bloodshot, as if they would explode at any time. Why did you come up directly? Chapter 39. Kong Sha felt that Sol should not be so stupid. Every time she went to find Sol, it was late at night when no one was around. How could Sol dare to show up at her door with a head in his arms at more than 8 o'clock? Although Kong Sha had noticed that there was no one in the corridor just now who knew how many people had seen Sol on the way here. She didn't expect that she just missed a word of advice, and Sol would expose her existence like this. Sol was thrown to the ground by Kong Sha's powerful force, and the yellow leather fell out of his arms. The box rolled further, the lid fell off, and a head that had died of terror appeared inside. His eyes were still raised fiercely, staring at the top of his own head. Kong Sha saw the head of the first-level apprentice, and the anger in his heart eased a little. Do you think you can use this to threaten me? I tell you, even if others find out, you will die, and I just need to pay a few credits. Senior sister, you misunderstood. How could Thor threaten Kong Sha? His trick is called pulling the tiger's skin. If we talk about it, maybe we can get Sid and Kong Sha to argue. Sol didn't get up, just sat on the ground. He lowered his head and told his experience from the morgue. I really didn't dare to leave this head with me, so I ran here directly. I'm sorry, senior sister. After listening to Sol's explanation, Kong Sha stood there and pondered for a moment, as if thinking about something. She glanced at the ground that was soiled by Sol and the corpse's head and felt unhappy. There is a bathroom here. You go take a shower first, and then come out to talk about the others. Sol thanked her repeatedly. He was sticky all over and had been feeling uncomfortable for a long time. He didn't expect to be able to take a bath here with the senior sister. But just as Sol sat in the steaming stone tub and hadn't enjoyed the relaxing feeling of having his skin soaked in warm water, senior sister Kong Sha pushed open the bathroom door, walked in directly, and sat on the chair opposite Sol. Senior sister, I'm taking a bath. Sol was a little embarrassed and buried his body under the water. Although he was only 12 years old and the woman opposite him was not a decent woman, he still felt that he was at a disadvantage. Don't be embarrassed. I have seen dozens of limbs on the laboratory table, if not hundreds. I know your body structure better than you do. If she still had eyelids, Kong Sha might roll her eyes. Sol had to pretend that he was facing a male nurse, trying to relax his limbs, continue to enjoy the soothing hot water, and clean up the dirt on his body. First-level apprentices do not have the right to take a bath. They can only go to the public bathroom to take a simple combat shower. Kong Sha stared at Sol's hands and got back to the point. You said Sid threatened you? Yes. From what he said, I will lose my job in the morgue soon. Sol looked at Kong Sha, panicked. It seems Sid brought some new people back to the tower this time. Kong Sha understood what Sol meant and shared her information. Could it be that there are some new people with stronger spiritual talents among these new people? Sol frowned worriedly. If there is really someone who is favored by Teacher Kaz. He smiled bitterly, and his shoulders drooped. Maybe I really have to get out. If Kong Sha still had eyelids, she would probably want to roll her eyes again. Don't worry about this, I take care of it. You just need to focus on completing the task I taught you. Okay, senior sister. Sol immediately smiled with relief. But before Sol finished speaking, Kong Sha came over with a twist of her waist. Sol thought it was not good and dodged backwards, but soon leaned against the hard stone wall. Kong Sha put her hands on the edge of the stone barrel, leaned forward, lowered her head, and the top of the glass cover touched Sol's forehead. Has Sid seen what you brought back? An unexpectedly warm touch came from his forehead. It seemed that what was on Thor's forehead was not a glass cover, but a woman's delicate skin. Maybe Kong Sha's head did not turn into a terrifying glass cover, and everything was just a trick. Sol suppressed this naive thought as soon as it arose. In this damn wizard tower, even if you face a normal-looking person, you have to treat the other party as a prepared monster, not to mention Kong Sha, who obviously looks abnormal. Sol didn't dare to look up. He knew that Kong Sha's eyes were probably coming out of the white paste again, staring at him fiercely. Every time he looked into those eyes, a shudder of horror would run from head to toe. This was not a horror that could be accustomed to after seeing it a few times. The suppression of the life level could not be overcome by courage. No matter how hot the bath water was, it could not warm the coldness coming out from the soul. No adult. He couldn't help but change back to the old name, but he knew I worked in the morgue, and maybe he guessed what it was. Kong Sha still didn't leave Thor's head. The pressure was getting bigger and bigger. The warmth was replaced by a chill. The chill seemed to break Thor's head like an electric drill. The coldness above his head and the steam from the hot water below made it difficult for Thor to breathe. He opened his mouth and tried to take in air. Ha, ha. Although his mouth and nose were not covered, he seemed to be suffocated at any time. Kong Sha looked at all this with satisfaction, then slowly straightened up and let him go. You want to provoke me to deal with Sid? Kong Sha chuckled. Do you think you are worthy? If you play tricks on me again, I will eat your brain. Kong Sha swayed out of the bathroom, leaving a message. Only come to see me after 12 o'clock in the evening. Sol watched the bathroom door being closed, and slowly submerged his head under the water. I was taught a lesson. Under the water, Sol looked calm, and the fear just now was completely gone, but the first goal has been achieved. Sister Kong Sha, once people have conflicts of interest, there will be fights. This is not a trick. This is an open conspiracy. With a head of wet messy hair, Sol left Kong Sha's room in embarrassment. If he were a little older, today's experience might have turned into a beautiful gossip. Unfortunately, at this time, neither the man nor the woman was someone who could arouse the interest of spreading gossip. The 6th floor of the West Tower. There were fewer people in the corridor. Some went back to rest, some started to study, and some were reluctant to give up this rare social moment. When Thor passed by, the discussion would become quieter, but when he left, the whispers would become as annoying as mosquitoes. Doze, Rocky, Jenna, and Duke were a small group, and they all joined the Mutual Aid Association. Doze, Rocky, and Jenna also chose the mentor Ans, who was recommended by the enthusiastic senior Luo Kai. Only Duke, for some reason, changed back to the dark attribute mentor Kaz at the last minute. After Thor's figure disappeared behind the door of dormitory 603, Duke retracted his hidden sight. Dozer saw it and asked with a smile, "Why, Duke, do you still hate Thor?" Hearing Dozer's words, Jenna looked at Duke curiously. She was not present when Duke and Thor had a conflict. And she was not a gossiper and did not know the entanglement between the two. Duke smiled quickly. What is there to hate? I just don't like him. We all went through a lot of hardships and passed the test. He came in halfway and passed the test by cheating. Duke's words resonated with several people, and they also recalled the strange atmosphere on the day of the test. Yeah, I can't figure it out now. If his magic talent is so poor, how can he pass the test? Dozer said, I think Senior Sid didn't want him to pass at that time, but Senior Nick let him go. Senior Nick looked cold, but I didn't expect him to be so soft-hearted. Is his magic talent really that bad? Jenna was very curious. At the beginning, she also invited Thor to participate in the mutual aid meeting. After all, inviting one more person can gain a magic crystal. But that Thor didn't give her face at all. Thinking of this, Jenna couldn't help but pout. Of course he's bad. Our mentor doesn't like him. Duke responded casually, but in his heart, he remembered that after Mentorcas took Thor away, Thor never went to the lab again. Could it be that he was chosen by Mentorcas to do that job? Recalling the horrible and bloody working environment, Duke felt a little disgusted and couldn't help but feel jealous. Chapter 40. Duke subconsciously didn't want others to know that Thor, who had clashed with him, was reused by Teacher Kaz. Then don't worry, he will definitely not pass the first test. Didn't you see how short of magic he was in the rune class? What's the use of such a person even if he learns fast if he can't release witchcraft? Dozer was pouted by Thor, and his tone was not very good. He even guessed maliciously, according to Teacher Gudo, apprentices who fail to pass the test will definitely be punished. Maybe Thor will be driven back to be a servant in the end, Rocky, you're right? Ah, yes. Rocky answered sullenly. Ah? Jenna sympathized with Thor again. That's a bit pitiful. That's right. Rocky immediately added another sentence. Seeing his friend always sneaking glances at Jenna, Doze rolled his eyes in his heart. Just as the few people were talking happily, the door of 603 opened again. The discussion stopped immediately. Sol came out of the dormitory, walked to the next door 604, knocked on the door, and called out Kelly, who was studying hard inside. Are there new people in the tower? Yes, what's wrong? I thought you wouldn't care about these things. Kelly was still holding a thick roll of parchment in her hand, looking at Thor in astonishment. Is there an apprentice with a strong dark attribute talent among the newcomers? Sol asked. Kelly spread her hands expressionlessly, and the parchment hit the door frame, making a dull sound. Do you think I care about these things? Sol, who was choked by Kelly again, couldn't help laughing out loud. I thought you would be very interested in a new genius. The progress is different now. Let's wait until someone catches up. Kelly raised her eyebrows and looked at Thor, with one hand on her chin. You are very interested in him. Do you want me to ask about him? No need. Sol folded his arms, and left with a mysterious look on his face, leaving Kelly standing there in confusion. What is he doing? Is he torturing my curiosity? Kelly pursed her lips and thought for a moment. She saw someone walking towards her from the corner of her eye, and quickly retreated back to the room and slammed the door. Duke was rejected, and the warm smile on his face turned gloomy in an instant. There was an explosion of laughter behind him, which made him clench his fists and wanted to smash the dormitory door in front of him. But now everyone knows that Kelly is the treasurer of Gudwa's Minor, and is often taken by his side for teaching. This is a special treatment that many apprentices are eager to get. There are rumors among the new apprentices that she will definitely be the first to become a second-level apprentice, and even quickly enter the third level. Countless people want to get closer to Kelly, even if they can only get a little bit of resources from her. Maybe it will be enough for them to survive the apprenticeship tests again and again. But I don't know what's wrong with that Kelly's brain. She only wants to stay with Thor. All her cheerfulness and enthusiasm are only for Thor. This invisibly increases the resentment of the newcomer towards Thor. However, the person who is entangled in resentment doesn't care at all. It's 3:30 in the morning. Thor suddenly opened his eyes, the chaos dissipated like a tide, and reason took over his brain again. The servant George sent Thor a rotation list a few days ago. Today, it's Brown, one of West Germany's minions, who will take the rotation to clean the corridor. Thor quickly put on his clothes, took out the well-preserved phantom eye, and left the dormitory. Brown, who was a head taller than Thor, pushed the cart shiveringly and walked on the ramp of the West Tower. He raised his hand from time to tighten his collar. The temperature in the Wizard Tower was not low, but the cold was everywhere. Ever since that damn Thor became a damn apprentice, Brown had to take up the job of cleaning the corridor again. This is the job with the highest mortality rate among the servants. It can be as short as 10 days, or as long as several months. There are always people who leave in the early morning and never come back. That George is lucky to be licking Thor's ass so quickly. George was assigned other tasks by the housekeeper, and did not participate in the early morning shift. Now all the male servants knew that George had clung to Thor's thigh. They immediately changed their faces, and put George, who was originally bullied, on the high platform. George slept on the right side of the big bunk bed, replacing Brown's position. Brown lost power from then on, but no one really dared to bully him. But because of this, he lost his once transcendent status, and many jobs that he didn't have to do before had to be undertaken. The danger is naturally high. Fortunately, Brown is not completely without a trump card. Facing the dangerous early morning cleaning work, he is still confident that he can return safely. Since Thor became an apprentice, the second-level apprentice has never looked for Brown again, but he once left Brown a life-saving prop. Brown tightened his collar again, and touched the small scented bead under his collar. It was a translucent bead strung together with a black rope, the size of a thumb, and inside it was a small black insect sealed like amber. Brown didn't know what it was, but the second-level apprentice had told him that this small incense bead could protect Brown from general weird attacks. This was exactly the advance payment Brown received for persecuting Thor before. It was a pity that after Thor left, the second-level apprentice was unwilling to publicly care for Brown, let alone accept Brown as an exclusive servant. Otherwise, who would be afraid of George? Even the butler had to smile respectfully at him. Although he felt regretful, Brown still happily pinched the small incense bead. With this witchcraft prop, he was not at a loss. Brown's pleasant sense of superiority caused by the small scented beads did not last long before it was suppressed by the weird atmosphere in the wizard tower again. When can I leave this damn place? If I had known that I would always be a servant, I would not. I might as well go back to the village to farm. Regret is just a useless emotion that can only dampen his will. Brown sighed deeply and pushed the cart forward. He remained silent and turned the corner on the 6th floor. Suddenly, the wheel got stuck in the gap between the stone bricks and could not be pushed no matter how hard he pushed. What's going on? Brown squatted down impatiently and tried to lift the wheel. At this moment, he suddenly saw a foot on the stone brick in front of the wheel. A pale purple, bare, bony little foot. Then another foot with a similar appearance fell down. But the heel of that foot was facing Brown. It was the opposite of the first foot. Damn it! Brown didn't care about the car anymore. He pulled out the small set beads hidden under his collar and raised them above his head. He closed his eyes tightly, hoping that the terror could be dispelled by the small scent beads. There was no movement for a long time. Brown tentatively opened his eyes a little. The hair on his body stood up. There were bare feet standing all around him and the cart. Those feet were arranged one right side up and one wrong side down, and each one was different. Some belonged to adults, some to children, and some to old people. Huh. Brown's breathing began to tremble. The scene in front of him was very strange. But what was more creepy than the strangeness was that Brown had seen this scene before. When he was 10 years old, the barbarians invaded his village and gathered all the living things they could catch. The people and animals were split in half, and one right side up, and the other was pierced by a wooden stake and stood in the air. Chapter 41. That was an evil sacrifice of the barbarians. Under the blessing of evil power, the wounds of the dead, who were split in half, were covered with mud. No blood was shed, only half of the faces were desperate. Half of them were staring at the bonfire, and the other half was staring at the deep night. Brown was covered by his sister's mouth, and the two of them lay in the mud together. Their faces were covered with thick mud, revealing only 2 pores and a little gap to observe the outside world. They didn't even dare to shed tears, for fear of breaking through the mud on their faces and being discovered. That was Brown's eternal nightmare. He had never thought that he would see such a scene again one day. It had been several years. He had thought that he had forgotten everything. Brown held his head with trembling hands, covered his ears, and closed his eyes. He did not dare to look at the limbs that were connected to the opposing legs to see if they were chopped off in half. His right hand was still holding the black rope connected to the small incense beads, hoping that the small incense beads could exert their power to drive away the horrible memory as soon as possible. Brown? Suddenly a familiar voice sounded in my ears. It's okay, brother. Brown's trembling stopped, and he slowly raised his head. Sister. The country girl, who didn't look cute, smiled at her brother. Looking at her brother's pale face, she was still comforting him in a soft voice. It's okay, brother, they're all gone. Chuckle. Brown's teeth began to tremble, and his lips lost their color, turning pale like a dead person. Sister. The country girl showed some doubts, took another step forward, and stretched out her muddy hand to her brother. Brother, what are you afraid of? Brown sat on the ground. He wanted to retreat, but his limbs were stiff, and he couldn't move even half an inch. How could he not be afraid? His sister didn't survive the disaster. No, his sister didn't die in the disaster. She died at the hands of her brother. The siblings hiding in the mud did not escape the sharp sense of smell of the barbarians, but before they were discovered, a team of wizard apprentices appeared and interrupted the upcoming killing. They drove from afar. The barbarians saw them from afar, and they left in a hurry, not even taking away all the food for sacrifice. Fortunately, these guys did not escape punishment. A wizard apprentice suddenly flew up and chased them. After thunder and lightning, Brown saw that the barbarians, who were just arrogant, grinning, and irresistible, just now turned into piles of black charcoal. Brown's eyes widened, and even though mud and water flowed into his eyes, and it hurt so much, he was reluctant to close them. He endured the pain and watched the apprentice fly back to the carriage, and then slowly walked to him and his sister. Brown and his sister climbed out of the mud and knelt in front of the wizard, thanking him for saving their lives. But while Brown was grateful, a new, irrepressible thought rose in his heart. The turning point of his fate has come. If he could follow the man in front of him, would he have the possibility of becoming a wizard? Brown seemed to see himself flying in the sky, and it was he who easily killed his enemy. Becoming a wizard, this is the life he deserves. However, Brown's dream did not last long before it was cruelly broken. At the sister's pleading, the wizard agreed to take them back. But he only agreed to take one person with him. The other person would be left here. The reason was that their carriage could only squeeze in one more person. Brown couldn't understand it. They clearly had 2 carriages, one for a dozen children, and the other more spacious, with only 2 wizards. The carriage that could squeeze in one person was the small carriage that already had a dozen children. The wizard's carriage did not allow others to ride. That is a blasphemy. The wizard who once released lightning turned his head and asked his companion, "Take this boy, he looks capable." But the other pale wizard pointed firmly at Brown's sister. "No, I want a maid." The lightning wizard was helpless. There are too few things a maid can do. The pale wizard was more determined. "What do you know? The maid represents justice." The lightning wizard shook his head, but did not refute it, and actually agreed with the pale wizard's decision. Brown's face immediately turned paler than that pale wizard. Was he going to be abandoned? Brown looked at his sister helplessly. "Sister, please tell me. Let them take me away and leave you behind. You should tell me. You love me so much. Don't you always give me the good things? You should tell me. Let them take me away, and when I become a wizard, I will come to pick you up to live a good life." But the girl who always took care of her brother just lowered her head at this time, and kept rubbing the corners of her clothes with both hands. The elder sister actually wavered. Brown couldn't believe it. He squatted silently, as if he had given up hope. The girl saw her brother crouching in despair from the corner of her eye, and finally made up her mind. She opened her mouth tremblingly, and her voice was full of attachment. Sir, please, take my brother away." Bang! The girl didn't finish her words. A stone hit her back of the head hard, knocking her to the ground. Brown looked at his sister in surprise. The girl fell to the ground, stretched out her hand to cover the bleeding wound, and looked back at her brother in disbelief. The surprise in the girl's eyes was turning into anger. My sister was angry. Brown felt that his mind was extremely clear at this time, and he had never been so clear before. My sister was angry, so she would not give me this opportunity. He walked forward expressionlessly. How much strength can a poor boy have? Brown raised his waist, panting, looking ahead with hopeful eyes, watching the wizard quietly throughout the whole process. My lord, I am the only one left now. The pale wizard covered his nostrils with his fingers, as if Brown was emitting some sour smell. Ha, I came out to recruit apprentices, but I didn't expect to see a beast. The lightning wizard did not make any comments. The two of them turned around and walked back to the carriage, but did not stop Brown from getting into the carriage with the children. Memories emerged one after another, and his sister, who had been shattered by him, appeared in front of him again with a complete face. This is an illusion. Brown told himself, my sister can't be alive. After all these years, her ghost can't come to me. He felt that he was no longer the little boy who could only shrink in his sister's arms. It's just an illusion, and you want to scare him to death? Brown raised his head, looked straight at his sister's face, and waved his fist. I'm not afraid of you. Let's see what you can do. His sister smiled. Yes, how could the lips be damaged? Looking at the red lips, Brown waved his fist again. A hand caught Brown's fist steadily. Brown looked up and saw Sid standing in front of him, staring at him coldly. Sure enough, it was all an illusion. It must be an illusion that Sir Sid was testing him, so the small set bead Sir Sid gave him would not work. Sir! Brown opened his mouth. Did I pass your test? Chapter 42. Sid slowly loosened Brown's fist, did not answer his question, just asked, Do you remember why I asked you to kill Thor? Brown felt his whole body burning, and the excitement made him have no time to think. Because that brat Thor offended you. Then why didn't I just kill him? Brown hesitated this time. Because the servants are the property of the tower owner? Is that all you can think of? Useless things. Sid shouted angrily, and turned to leave. Brown knew that the opportunity was fleeting, so he quickly blurted out his wild thoughts. Because you can't kill him with your own hands. Sid finally stopped and turned around, showing a satisfied look. You guessed it? Brown felt that his whole body was bubbling. He was thinking, if he passed this test, would he be able to become Sid's exclusive servant? Then, with the accumulation of time, he would embark on the path of becoming a wizard. I guessed a little, sir. What did you guess? Tell me. Let me see if you are still necessary to be used. Sid folded his arms. Brown smiled with surprise. When I asked you if you wanted to take Thor to the 10th floor and let you do it yourself, you whispered, if I can do it, why would I need to ask you? Well, anything else? Sir, you asked me to pay attention to whether there is a red hardcover book on Thor's body, or in the place where he usually stays after his death. If you see it, you can't let anyone touch it, and you can't let others find it. Brown swallowed his saliva. He felt his mouth was very dry and wanted to drink water, but he didn't have the energy to find water now. My lord, you want to kill Thor just to find that hardcover book, right? Brown licked his lips. His mouth was too dry, but his tongue was not moist enough, which made his lips burn. You are so smart. Sid sighed, and then asked softly, do you want to see the charm of witchcraft? Brown immediately answered enthusiastically, I want it, sir. I want it too much. I dream about it. Sid raised the corner of his mouth slightly, then looked down. Brown lowered his head hesitantly, his pupils suddenly shrinking. His body was smoking. Flames peeked out from several charred holes, licking his skin and his clothes. Brown's brain was frozen. He couldn't figure out what was going on. He raised his head and wanted to ask Sid for help. But a fist made of bones appeared in front of him. Crack! Thor punched Brown's nose bone to the back of his head. He stood up and watched the flames pour out of Brown's throat. Level 0 Witchcraft, Despair Stare. Witchcraft Prop, Phantom Sound Eye. Level 0 Witchcraft, Scorching Breath. Thor took a breath, good, just in time to use up all the magic power. In the end, he could only rely on physical attacks to stop Brown's wailing. He shook his left hand, shook off the blood and flesh on the bones, and turned his head to look at his left shoulder. Hardcover book. Diary? Will you leave after I die? The hardcover book ignored Thor, and quietly floated on his left shoulder to watch the show. Watching the gradually burning flames, before the flames licked Brown's fingertips, Thor reached out and pulled out the small scented bead on it. This thing should be given to him by Sid. It did not cause a fatal reaction. However, it seems to be sealed with a visceral beetle. Thor smelled the scent of the small scented bead again. It is wrapped in a kind of wax, which smells like corpse wax. Corpse wax has a little ability to suppress ghosts, but its effect can only last about 3 months. Once the 3-month shelf life is up, the corpse wax will melt on its own. At that time, the beetle inside will run out, drill into the body of the person closest to him, and devour his internal organs frantically until he dies. Thor shook his index finger, letting the small incense bead with a black rope sway constantly on his fingertips, and finally raised his hand to throw it into the flames. The flames melted the small incense bead and burned it to ashes before the beetle regained consciousness. This was Thor's first time killing someone, and unfortunately he didn't feel any uneasiness. The desperate gaze and the phantom eyes do not have the ability to spy on other people's thoughts. But from the few words Brown said, when he fell into the hallucination of fear, the guy in front of him is most likely not a human. The flame of burning breath cannot turn into a raging fire. It will extinguish itself after burning for a while. Thor looked down at the man who had oppressed him and pushed him to death several times and turned into a ball of black charcoal. He stepped over Brown's body. The morning sun could not penetrate the wizard tower with its heavy stone walls. The morning and evening in the tower can only be distinguished by the brightness of the candlesticks. The candles in the Gorza wizard tower are always burning, and it is unknown what the fuel is made of. A group of people gathered on the ramp between the 6th and 7th floors of the west tower, muttering about the charred body stuck in the ramp. The butler hurried over with a few servants. He bowed and apologized to the apprentices, and ordered the male servants to clean up immediately. Sid was going down the ramp, and saw that his way was blocked again, and he frowned unhappily. Have you never seen a dead person? Get out of the way. The second-level apprentice got angry, and the first-level apprentices quickly scattered. Sid walked past the butler, who was lying on the ground and didn't dare to move, ignoring the butler who kept bowing, and finally caught a glimpse of the body on the ground. He paused. The body was unrecognizable, but the scent on the body was the corpse wax he made by himself. The dead person was Brown. Sid didn't care about the death of his former brother. Anyway, Brown either died of the weirdness in the tower or died of beetle bites soon after. Sid continued to walk down carelessly, and a man was walking up slowly in front of him. Thor raised his head and smiled at Sid, who was walking towards him. Good morning, senior. Sid's steps paused, and he watched Thor turn the corner on the 6th floor and enter the corridor. He turned back to look at the charred corpse, and his eyes twitched fiercely. When he looked back again, Sid's face had become gloomy and terrifying. He felt a kind of rude offense. Did the garbage dump rat dare to show his teeth to him? There is just one thing that Sid can't figure out. Didn't Thor major in dark elements? How could he learn fire witchcraft? A few days later, Thor sat in front of the homemade experimental table in the morgue, sorting out his recent learning experience. The transformation of the witch body is very important, but the reserve of basic knowledge cannot be relaxed. Now Thor has mastered 3-0 level witchcraft. If other people knew, they would probably drop their jaws. At present, Only Kelly vaguely understands Thor's learning progress. This is also the reason why Kelly has dark circles under her eyes. But even the well-known genius Kelly can only release one 0th level magic, the flash magic, which has no direct killing power. This is mainly because Kelly's control of compound runes is not as thorough as Thor's. Now, Thor is going to start learning the 4th 0th level magic. If it were other apprentices, they would generally not learn so many magics. The normal process is to master one magic first, and then practice it for a long time to form the inertia of muscles and consciousness before trying the next magic. Because learning multiple witchcrafts at the same time can easily cause confusion in runes. Especially for compound runes, if you are not careful, you will mistake two runes that are extremely similar, but actually completely different. The minimum cost of making a mistake in a rune is mental damage, which will cause headaches for a few days. That would be so painful that you can't even read a book. What's more terrible is that when casting a spell, the spell model fails to be constructed in the spirit body, which may even cause the spell to backfire. The most serious backfire can even lead to death. What Thor is better than others is that others remember pictures, distances, and angles. He remembers coordinates. The more advanced one should remember formulas, but unfortunately he can't. Chapter 43. After consulting Mark, Thor decided to choose the 4th witchcraft, which is also a dark attribute, and strike the undead. The main reason is that his work environment is too prone to ghosts, and striking the undead is very effective. After studying for about 2 hours, he has a preliminary idea of the new spell analysis model. Thor was awakened by work again, and stood up to greet the first guest of the day. A skeleton. Isn't this too clean? There is no flesh left on the body, just like it was dug out of the soil decades later. Such a clean corpse made Thor feel unusual. He put down the tools in his hand, invited the guest into the big box, and then turned around to visit the senior next door. I don't know. Hayden still stood behind the palm-wide door to receive Thor. When it came to me, the body was already a pile of bones. Hayden directly handed it to Thor. Thor said goodbye to Hayden and looked at the room of the new 2nd level apprentice. The new 2nd level apprentice was not as easy to talk to as Senior Byron. I'm afraid there will be no result even if I ask. The first procedure of the morgue is not to collect materials, but to eliminate possible dangers on the body. So when the body was sent to the morgue, it was probably already without blood and flesh. This episode did not take up too much of Thor's energy. On the contrary, because there were no other customers today, Thor was able to continue his research. It's just that the progress of witch body transformation is far behind his witchcraft learning. It would be great if witch body transformation could be as simple as runes and spells. If others knew what Thor was thinking, they might be pissed to death. He dumped the failed refining material that was about to explode again. When Thor closed the lid of the big box, he suddenly stopped. Huh? Today, the bones were slowly shrinking and corroding under the chaotic solution created by Thor. Did he just make sulfuric acid? Thor closed the lid, waited for a while, and then opened it to see. The bones had been completely rotten, but the whole big box had not changed at all, and was still solid. I'm afraid the most valuable things in the whole corpse room are these boxes. Soul patted the sturdy big box, wanting to pick a piece from it. Huh? Soul suddenly noticed that there was a small gray stone at the bottom of the box. He found a clamp and a test tube and took out the small stone. Soul thought that the stone would be very hard after being dissolved and solidified again, but he didn't expect it to be somewhat elastic, like beef tendon. He marked the test tube and matched the whole process of this refining with the small stone. Maybe he would use it in the future. At present, it is really fast to destroy corpses. It is like the corpse powder that Thor had seen in his previous life. Thor did several tests on the small stone and found that this thing is not afraid of fire, water, acid corrosion, and even ordinary sharp blades cannot leave any scars. If used well, can it be made into some kind of protective gear? Thor poked the stone gently with a small steel needle while thinking about it. The next day, in the public class, Kelly threw the book beside Thor, sat down and told him a big news. The new apprentice you asked me about yesterday is dead. Dead? Didn't he just come? Soul dug his toes into the soles of his shoes, trying to make his expression look more natural. Yeah, he must have offended someone. He died before he even saw his mentor. Before I came, my father kept telling me to forget my former identity and pride, and to be a humble person before becoming a second-class apprentice. Kelly sighed, not knowing whether she was sad for the new apprentice or for herself. Thor retracted his gaze and looked down at the Noahic language in front of him. Witchcraft language is not an ordinary language, and does not involve any daily expressions, names, or verbs. All its meanings serve witchcraft, elements, and spiritual power, so its vocabulary is actually very small. In the past month, Thor has memorized all the words in Noahic language. This was unimaginable before, but now he does not feel tired. Even his main energy is not on this. So at present, Thor's study of Noahic language is mainly to consolidate the basics and use it in combination with wizard books. But today, he looked absent-minded. When he killed Brown the day before yesterday, he didn't feel anything, and thought his nerves had been tempered to be extremely tough by this dangerous world. But today, when he heard the news of the new apprentice's death, he realized that he still felt uncomfortable. Thor had a blank expression on his face, and he laughed at himself in his heart. I took the initiative to kill others for my own benefit. I am also not a good person. He closed his eyes and remembered the torment in his heart at this moment. But he didn't regret it. A few days later, when Thor was continuing his experiment in the morgue, he suddenly realized. The skeleton guest he had seen before was probably the new apprentice who had just entered the wizard tower. All the bodies of the wizard tower who died of abnormalities will be sent to the morgue for processing first, so as not to gather too many ghosts and bring more unstable factors. On the other hand, it is also to recycle some materials on the bodies that have become valuable for experiments due to mutations. Because the method of refining plastic bones was discovered from the bones of the newcomer. The name of plastic bones was given by Thor. He has been refining with the bones of guests these days. But today he had to stop. Because the materials needed for refining were basically used up. He had no money and no credits. This won't work. Thor stood in front of the lab table and touched his chin. Taking a fixed salary to do a project is definitely a dead end. I must think of some way to open up the source. What Thor wanted to do was a witch body transformation that none of the first-level apprentices had touched, and some people had never even heard of. Therefore, with the income of an ordinary first-level apprentice, he could not support him to conduct experiments for a long time. Moreover, for the sake of experimentation, Thor has recently submitted much less materials. Fortunately, Teatrick has never blamed him for this. As a result, Thor's actions became more and more bold. However, even so, the materials he had were almost exhausted. I don't have anything valuable on me now. The Phantom Eye is a weapon to assist in combat, and it must not be sold. The plastic bone will become my secret weapon after it is made, and it must not be leaked. Finally, Thor thought of his experience in learning runes, especially the mastery of compound runes, the coordinate method. If you sell it to those wealthy first-level apprentices, you might be able to make a fortune. After all, this is knowledge that even the second-level apprentice Senior Byron is interested in. The coordinates sound novel, but the actual principle is not complicated. After all, it does not involve more profound things. It's just that you have to carefully consider the person you choose to do the transaction with. You have to choose someone who does not have a conflict of interest with you, and you have to choose someone with a decent character. Kelly is a good choice, but Kelly has been cut by me once, and I don't know if I still have credits and magic crystals. As for the other first-level apprentices, Thor really had little contact with them. He didn't want to deal with those he had contacted. Wait! Thor's eyes lit up. Why am I stupid? Senior Byron, a second-level apprentice, is obviously the most suitable candidate. He has money, strength, no conflict of interest in leaving the tower, and he is a good person. Through the passage connected by the conveyor belt, Thor said hello to Senior Hayden next door, and happily skipped work to find Byron. 1016 is this floor. Thor stood on the ramp on the 10th floor of the West Tower and looked inside. He had been here several times, and he had the impression that Senior Byron's room had never caused him any trouble. The corridors of the second-level apprentices were always very quiet, not to mention that it was the opening time of various laboratories. Thor came here rashly, and when he was almost at the door, he remembered that he might not be able to block Byron at this time. Just as Thor was about to approach Senior Byron's dormitory, a door next to him suddenly opened and Mark walked out. Thor, are you here to see me? Mark greeted Thor in front of him with some surprise. Chapter 44. Sol paused and stopped in front of Mark. He didn't really want Mark to know that he knew Byron. Senior, I want to ask you if there is any other way to earn credits. Don't you have enough credits? Mark felt strange. How could a new apprentice need so many credits? But he quickly remembered that Sol wanted to study witch body transformation himself, and the investment in this research was a bottomless pit. Come in and talk. Mark opened the door. Mark's dormitory was the same structure as Kong Sha's, but it was very messy, with unknown things on the floor. There was only a piece of open space at the long table, but there was only one chair. Mark sat on the chair and lifted a box with his feet, motioning Sol to sit on it. In fact, With your current job, it's easy to earn more credits. Sol looked up at Mark honestly. Have you heard of the Mutual Aid Association? Sol was startled and pretended to recall. I heard about it from my classmates, but I was very busy at the time and didn't go. Then he asked cautiously, Senior, are you also a member of the Mutual Aid Association? Mark waved his hand. I'm not. The Mutual Aid Association is actually a small group formed by a third-level apprentice and several second-level apprentices. But the second-level apprentices are usually in charge of it. Mark's familiar mocking smile appeared on his face again. It's called mutual aid, but the newcomers are exploited when they go there. However, the Mutual Aid Association also organizes some interesting things, such as exchange meetings. It's cheaper than the goods in the registration room of the college. If you have goods, you can sell them there and make some money. Do you have goods? Sol asked tentatively. You mean, I can sell the things in the morgue? But didn't the instructor forbid me? You are a newcomer, so you naturally lack the means, but you can clearly mark the price and let those who are interested find a way to take it away. Sol hesitated about this proposal. He wanted to go to the exchange meeting if he had a chance, but the parasites that Kelly encountered last time were a big problem. It might be safe for a senior like Mark Byron to go to the exchange meeting, but those people might harm him because he is a newcomer. It would be better if this exchange meeting allowed anonymous participation. But on second thought, there are only a few apprentices in the Wizard Tower, and even if everyone is masked, it is easy for people to guess his origin. What if someone tells this to Teacher Kaz? Well, some things can be done secretly, but it is not good to put them in the open. Thank you, Senior. I will think about this matter carefully. Mark saw Sol's worry and comforted him. Don't worry about it. The last person who is in charge of your job has been selling things at the exchange meeting, and the people who bought his things will also keep his secrets for the sake of continuing cooperation in the future. Sol asked with a little expectation, Senior, do you need anything? Mark couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you think you have what I need? Sol thought he might really have it, but there was no need to rush to expose it in front of Mark. After leaving Mark's dormitory, Thor went straight back to the second floor of the East Tower. Let's postpone the visit to Senior Byron. Thor planned to find a time when no one was around and slip a note to Byron to tell him to meet on the second floor of the East Tower. He hoped that Senior Byron would be interested in the other models built with compound runes in his hands. Compared to the exchange meeting with hidden dangers, Senior Byron was more reliable. After 2 days, Thor still couldn't wait for Senior Byron, even though he had slipped the note into Byron's dormitory. As he left, Thor's refining materials had been completely used up. He has a few more plastic bones in his hand, but there is still no substantial progress in the transformation of the wizard body. In his free time, he has successfully performed the 0-level magic Strike the Undead. If Senior Byron has left the Wizard Tower, Thor would rather smuggle materials from the morgue than exchange his experience with other strangers. At this time, the door of the morgue was suddenly knocked. Thor was a little surprised. Teacher Kaz came just yesterday. Normally, it would take 4 or 5 days for him to come. Who would come to see him now? Sol opened the door, and it turned out to be the cold senior who replaced Byron's job. The other party still looked at him with her chin up. Come here and help me. After saying that, she turned around and walked back, as if she was sure that Sol would follow. Sol hesitated for half a second, closed the door and followed. It was his first time to enter the first morgue. As soon as he stepped in, he was shocked by the scene inside. This place is completely different from his morgue, or it can be said that this place is not called a morgue at all. It was more like a scene of a shaman dance. The top of the head and the surrounding walls were painted with black lines, and between the lines were runes of different sizes. The ground was full of candles of different heights, some were lit, and some were extinguished. There were also magic circles drawn between the candles, and the purpose of which could not be seen. There were 3 sarcophagi in the middle of the room, each of which was wide open, with 3 corpses standing inside. It was normal to see corpses in the morgue, but these 3 corpses here gave Thor a bad feeling. They were able to stand there without relying on any restraints. If Thor had not seen the obvious fatal injuries on their bodies, it would have been easy to think that they were 3 living people standing there with their eyes closed. These are the 3 new ones sent in today. The senior sister stood at the door with her hands behind her back, but there is a problem. The second-level apprentice in the middle. The senior sister raised her hand and pointed at the body in the middle that was chopped from the shoulder to the chest by a sharp weapon. He brought in an evil spirit. If the evil spirit is not removed, the materials on this body cannot be used. But the evil spirit is very cunning. Every time I want to kill it, it will immediately transfer to the other 2 bodies. And once my witchcraft changes the object, I have to start all over again. Deal with evil spirits? Soul thought. I wonder if the skills I just learned to fight the undead are useful. But he said on the surface, Senior, I don't have any means to deal with evil spirits now. Of course I know. The senior sneered. I just asked you to help me determine the location of the evil spirit and tell me at the last moment of the spell, so that he won't run away again and cause trouble. The senior raised her hand and threw something to Soul. Soul took it and looked down. It was a soft leather. I don't know what the leather is made of. It's white and delicate, warm to the touch, and has a bit of floral fragrance. There are 2 small holes in the middle of the leather, and the distance between the holes is about half a palm width. There are no magic runes drawn on the leather. Put this mask on your face and sit in the magic circle in the corner, and you can see the location of the evil spirit. Go quickly, don't waste time. Sister Bingalanxu urged impatiently. Senior, The other party interrupted Thor again. I know, you want a reward, right? Wait until the evil spirit is dealt with. You can choose any of the other 2 first-level apprentices to take away. I will write in the task register that only 1 first-level apprentice and 1 second-level apprentice were accepted today. Can you take away a body directly? Soul always felt that he was overdoing it by misappropriating some materials from time to time. I didn't expect that this second-level apprentice sister would send out a complete body without blinking an eye. The bodies sent to the morgue all had some abnormalities on their bodies, and could not be buried directly. But if handled properly, these abnormal parts are the best dark attribute materials. It can be said that they are very valuable. Thor can get so much reward just by helping the senior sister to observe the location of the evil spirit. Is it possible that this task itself is actually very dangerous? For example, the evil spirit may attack Thor. Senior sister, can I ask you why you didn't look for Senior Hayden, but came to me instead? Chapter 45. You are quite cautious. The other party snorted coldly and rolled his eyes impatiently. Because you are cheap, the neighbor may need me to use 2 corpses to get rid of him. Well, it turns out that he is still cheap. Soul took a look and saw that the other 2 first-level apprentices' corpses seemed to have started to be selected. Go quickly, don't dawdle. The cold senior sister urged. Soul had no choice but to hold the soft leather mask and walk to the corner. Just before he was about to step into the magic circle, a rustling sound froze his movements in place. The hardcover book grew larger, flew in front of him and unfolded. The teasing words appeared again. Year 314 of the new moon calendar, July 11th. Today is a really good day. Knowing that you are short of materials, someone sent you a corpse. You obediently took. The pure absolute domain of the girl sat in the magic circle honestly and carefully observed the 3 corpses. Hey, why can't I see the existence of the evil spirit? Turning my head again, are you dazzled? Why is the evil spirit on Peggy? Oh he. You are dazzled. The evil spirit with mysophobia is clearly on you. Tonight, Peggy will write in the task register. Today, a total of 3 first-level apprentice corpses have been processed. Soul knew that the good thing of pie in the sky would not easily happen to him. All those who promote high returns without cost are big liars. Don't be greedy for small gains, and don't be fooled. Soul decisively decided to give up and refuse this assistance. The words in the diary appeared again, and Soul saw it. His eyes were bloodshot. Good guy. This time it was the senior sister who turned her face and killed him directly. What are you hesitating about? Why don't you go in? Peggy's tone behind him was already filled with obvious impatience. Soul turned around slowly, with a smile uglier than crying on his face. Senior, I think the body of a first-level apprentice is not enough. Peggy's eyes widened and she asked in disbelief. You want 2? No, I'm not that greedy. I just need a few materials for the recent experiments. The names of the materials came out of Soul's mouth one by one, but his brain was thinking quickly about how to deal with it. Destroy the magic circle? No. Hardcover mocked Thor's intelligence and told him that he would die under the joint attack of the evil spirit and Peggy. Soul thought of 2 more ways, but both were rejected by Hardcover. What a mess. Where can I get the materials now? Soul smiled bitterly and continued to delay time. Senior sister, you are in a hurry, right? I think your task register should be written today. Today, a total of 1 first-level apprentice's body was processed. Isn't it? Peggy narrowed her eyes. You are smart. Yes, I will hide the body of the second-level apprentice. If you report me later, I have plenty of ways to kill you. As she said this, she took out a bulging silver bag from her arms and threw it into Thor's arms. Soul caught it, and the bag made a crisp sound. It turned out to be a big bag of magic crystals. These things can buy at least 10 copies of the materials you just mentioned. Hurry up and get in. If you hesitate any longer, I will break your legs and throw you in directly. Thank you, Senior. Soul put the purse into his arms, held the mask, walked into the magic circle, and sat down obediently. Put on the mask. Peggy urged again. Her voice could no longer conceal the murderous intent. Okay, I find the front and back. Soul turned the mask over and over in his hands, and at the same time, he used his fingernails to pry open the seal of the small bottle in his palm. This was the solution he thought of at the last minute, and the hardcover book did not mock his death again. The absolute domain of the girl's purity, the evil spirit of cleanliness, reminded him of the bottle of the ultimate filth of the elemental fairy that he kept in his arms. When the strength of the evil spirit and senior sister Peggy far exceeded his own, Thor could only gamble on the escape route chosen by the hardcover book for him. When he turned the mask, Thor also poured most of the potion on the mask. When he put on the mask, a faint fishy smell rushed into his nose. The mask seemed to be sticky, and immediately stuck to Thor's face. I have polluted this absolute domain. If you are really a mysophobia, don't come to me. On the other side, Peggy was about to get mad, and the damn new apprentice finally sat down in the magic circle she drew. Of course, the magic circle where Thor sat was actually useless. The real effect was the mask on his face. Peggy frowned, endured the pain caused by the friction between her thighs, and walked to the middle of the candles. She took off her large outer robe, revealing her pajamas-like skirt and white calves. She kicked off her short boots, revealing a pair of equally white feet. The skin was delicate, and the same color as the mask on Thor's face. Pay attention to the three corpses. If you see black smoke coming out of the body of a corpse, remember to tell me. That evil spirit moves very quickly. I must immediately determine its location. Yes. Begin. Peggy raised her hands, each hand making different gestures quickly. At the same time, she began to silently chant a spell. All the candles on the ground suddenly burned. The magic runes on the top of the head, the wall, and the ground twitched like living worms. Only the magic circle around Thor was quiet and motionless. Thor dutifully watched the three bodies. The changes in the room became more and more serious. The candle flame soared 1 meter, twisting constantly, as if a living person was being burned, and faint screams reached Thor's ears. The black lines on the ground kept separating and reorganizing, like a group of stick figures dancing around a bonfire. Thor vaguely felt that the stick figures seemed to have stood up from the ground, dancing with their flat bodies, cheering for the leap in the quality of life. Tell me quickly, where is the evil spirit? A sharp female voice sounded, interrupting Thor's observation. Thor shifted his gaze, and stared at Peggy motionlessly. On you, senior sister? He said coldly. Peggy paused, turned around abruptly, her face covered with black silk, like a demon. Look again. In Thor's eyes, the black silk was pulled out of Peggy's skin, and quickly formed a twisted and hideous ghost face. The ghost face's empty eye sockets were as big as its cracked mouth. After gathering in the air, it immediately rushed towards Thor's position. It opened its mouth wide, and black silky saliva flowed from the corners of its mouth. Boom! Thor's body suddenly leaned back, as if something rushed into his body, and a dizzy and cold touch came from the mask. But before he could come to his senses, the touch was like his hand touching a red-hot iron pot, and he suddenly retracted it. He endured the pain and soreness in his eyes, opened his eyes with tears, and saw the black evil spirit drilled back into Peggy's body with a painful face. Ah! Peggy screamed in horror. How could this happen? The face of the black evil spirit was imprinted on Peggy's face fiercely, and then Peggy's voice became hoarse and unpleasant. Disgusting. So disgusting. So disgusting. Peggy's body twitched, her mouth opened wide, and she spat out thick black water. How could there be such disgusting filth? You woman, you actually lied to me. That was not the purest virgin at all. It was a disgusting man. Get out, you wretched evil spirit. Peggy was also struggling to break free from the evil spirit's bondage. The two souls fought in Peggy's body. In the corner, Thor pulled off the mask from his face and gasped. It was not that he wanted to prove that he was a pure virgin, but that the mask had become extremely smelly after being briefly possessed by the evil spirit. Even Thor, who was immune to the smell of the corpse room, could not stand it. Every second he wore it for, he felt sick to death. In the chaos, the hardcover book came out. New Moon Calendar Year 314, July 11th, sunny. What a strange reaction. A fresh girl's skin, a little bit of elemental fairy filth, a wisp of cursed spirit with mysophobia, and it turned into a necromancer's shock mask. Ugh, but you have to find a way to remove the stench on it first. Chapter 46. Thor waved his hand, trying to pull the hardcover book open. He was in no mood to see any changes in the mask in his hand. He had to keep an eye on the internal struggle between the evil spirit and Peggy. Because Peggy's plan to divert the blame failed, the evil spirit should have noticed it, so the two of them fought for the right to operate the body. He couldn't let the two enemies reconcile. He had to add fuel to the fire. "Senior, what should I do?" The evil spirit didn't fall for it. "Do you have a way to lead it to this mask again?" "I promise I can catch it this time." One of Peggy's eyes, including the white of her eye, had turned completely black, and the other eye, which was still normal, was full of red bloodshot, and turned to Thor alone. "You bastard, I underestimated you." Thor did not give Peggy a chance to continue speaking, and stood up with his mask pulled, making aiming gestures from time to time. "Senior, you should force the evil spirit out quickly. Once it comes out, I promise to catch it in a net. I can't smoke it to death." "Ah!" Peggy's other eye also turned black, and her expression became more and more painful, and she no longer had time to pay attention to Thor. She pressed her hands on her eyes, as if trying to dig out her eyeballs, but in the end, she could only pull her eyelids. "Rip it off." Sol couldn't help but flinch, and almost couldn't keep up his acting skills. "Senior, hurry up and force it out." Peggy suddenly seemed to have a sudden realization. With blood all over her face, she turned her head and screamed at Sol, "Give me the mask, quick, or I kill you." "Okay." Sol responded immediately, throwing the thing in his hand out. "Senior, catch it." Peggy's vision was distorted now, and she saw Thor throwing something at her. "This guy is smart. I can give him a quick death later." She reached out to take it, and pinched a piece of leather that was rough to the touch and much larger than the mask. "Is this my skin?" A moment of doubt flashed through Peggy's mind. "Quick, Senior. The mask has undergone incredible changes after being possessed by the evil spirit." Listening to Thor's urging, Peggy, whose brain had been turned into a puddle of mud, had no time to think about it, and quickly smeared the piece of leather on her face. But as soon as the leather was on her face, Peggy found something wrong. The evil spirit had no intention of being driven away by the smoke, but instead screamed and drilled into her brain. "Ah! Ugh!" Peggy's voice kept changing between shrill and hoarse. She knew she was fooled again. This piece of leather was definitely not the skin on her legs. Moreover, this piece of leather seemed to have some kind of siege and covering properties. After she covered her face with the leather, she found that the evil spirit that originally wanted to leave her body actually shrank back immediately. Bang! Yike! Her vocal cords were also torn, and she couldn't make a clear sound. Peggy gave up fighting for the head, regained control of her hands, and tried to take off the leather on her face. Who knew that at this time, Thor, who had been watching from a distance, immediately pounced and pressed Peggy to the ground, covering Peggy's face with both hands, not letting the light yellow leather leave Peggy's skin. Yes, that light yellow leather was exactly what Kong Sha lent to Thor to restrain the smell of the corpse. Sol just had an idea and used it to shake Peggy, but he didn't expect the effect to be good. In short, the evil spirit cannot be allowed to come out of Peggy's body. "As long as neither of you comes out, I can beat you as much as I want." Peggy has completely given up on the evil spirit that is causing trouble in her body. What she hates most now is Thor. She stretched out her hands, like a ghost, and tried desperately to scratch Thor's face. At the same time, her feet kept kicking the ground, trying to throw Thor off her body. But the evil spirit in her body kept holding her back, making it impossible for her to use her full strength. As time passed, Peggy's struggle became less and less, until she stopped moving. Thor did not let go of Peggy immediately, but continued to press for about 10 minutes. He felt that Peggy's face was probably flattened by him. Then, Thor chanted a spell, and slowly freed one hand to make a gesture. After he was ready, he suddenly opened the light yellow leather, and released a blow to Peggy's face. Peggy's body shook, but there was no other reaction. Her face was blue and purple, her mouth was wide open, and there were deep finger marks on her face and neck. It was not known whether she was killed by the evil spirit or strangled by Thor. But if it weren't for the internal friction between Peggy and the undead, Thor wouldn't have had any chance to kill her. Thor didn't dare to relax, and continued to release attacks on the undead in Peggy's face. 2 witchcrafts were his current limit. Thor panted and climbed up from Peggy's body. A light hum sounded behind him, and Thor was startled and turned around suddenly. Senior Byron, who hadn't appeared for a long time, stood at the door, looking at everything in the room in a daze. "Senior?" Thor was exhausted, and had little magic left. He could only stand there, his chest heaving and his hands shaking. Byron strode in, closed the door behind him, came to Thor, picked up Thor's arm, and pulled him behind him. He moved his mouth, making short but inaudible scales, and then pointed at Peggy on the ground. The latter suddenly jumped up from the ground, opened her mouth wide, and was about to rush towards Byron, but was hit by a black line from his fingertips. Peggy's body and soul wailed at the same time. Her hideous appearance quickly decayed, and she fell to the ground halfway, turning into a mummy. But despite this, she, or rather the evil spirit in her, also launched an attack at the last moment. The gust of wind from her hands was like a knife, cutting deep scars on Byron's body that could be seen to the bone. He was immediately covered in blood. But that was it. Peggy's decayed body could no longer move, and the black shadow transformed by the evil spirit also disappeared and dissipated, leaving only a wisp of black smoke. Thor shook his hands, took out the shock mask he had just obtained, and put it on his face to observe, suppressing his nausea. Just now he saw Peggy die. Although he made 2 more attacks on the undead, he was still careless. If Senior Byron hadn't seen the evil spirits, he might still have been unable to escape the disaster. Now Thor didn't see the shadow anywhere. Senior Byron's last attack finally eliminated all the hidden dangers. Before he couldn't help but vomit, Thor quickly put away the mask and wrapped it with light yellow leather that could eliminate the breath. And Byron's wounds were gradually healing. The second-level apprentice was so powerful. But even someone as good as Byron still couldn't become a third-level apprentice before the age of 30. Thor's heart sank, and he clearly realized how difficult it was to become a wizard. But he didn't stay depressed for too long. He walked over and asked as if he realized it belatedly, "Senior, why are you here?" Byron turned around and looked at Thor with extremely complicated eyes. He spoke. No, it was the wound on his body that was making the sound. The sound continued, as if many people were talking at the same time. "I saw your note, but it was a critical period for me to be promoted to level 3, so I came to see you today." "Senior, are you a level 3 apprentice?" Sol grinned, revealing a mouthful of small white teeth. He was really happy for Byron. "Not yet, but it should be no problem to complete the promotion within this month. Apart from that, why are you here? This is not a battle you should participate in." Sol smiled bitterly. "I was also forced to join this excitement." He briefly described the whole process of the plan and counterattack. "You really exceeded my expectations. Maybe even if I didn't take action just now, you could have dealt with a seriously injured evil spirit." Byron's voice began to get smaller, because the wounds on his body were about to heal. He looked at Peggy, who was no longer in human form on the ground, and shook his head. "I was the one who asked Peggy to take over my job, but I didn't expect that she died after only working for more than 10 days. Thor's heart tightened. "Senior, do you have a good relationship with her?" Byron shook his head. "There is only an exchange of interests between apprentices. I have nothing to do with her, but Thor. I owe you." Chapter 47. Thor looked up at Byron, whose expression was as serious as ever. "Is it the coordinate diagram of the composite rune?" Byron's eyes curved. "Yes, although it is just a composite rune construction diagram, it also gave me a lot of inspiration, so I was able to find my own locator at the last moment of my 30s. Locator? You will know this when you reach level 2. Knowing it now will only increase your burden and disturb your thoughts." Thor nodded. The knowledge of the wizard world also requires a certain level of strength to explore. Knowing advanced knowledge too early will only drive people crazy. Although you cannot understand this knowledge now, when you enter the second level, you can come to me and join my team. I will teach you some of my experience as a second-level apprentice. Team? This is another term Thor has never heard of. Third-level apprentices will go out to look for opportunities in order to integrate the locator, so you will hardly see them inside the wizard tower. At the same time, because the places they go to are very dangerous, they often travel in groups. Many second-level apprentices will follow the team to find a locator that suits them, but some will die outside. Byron sighed, and his whole body made a whistle-like sound. There is no way. The resources in the wizard tower are limited. Thor thought about his empty laboratory table and cabinet, holding a large bag of magic crystals in his arms, and sighed. Yes, it's too limited. Byron walked to Peggy's long table, and flipped through the books on it. He checked the 3 sarcophagi in the room again, and finally returned to Peggy's decaying body. These 3 bodies contain evil spirits. Peggy should have handed them over to Minter Kaz for disposal. But she was greedy, and wanted to take the body of this second-level apprentice for herself. Thor nodded, and the hardcover book also told him that after Thor died, Peggy would write the bodies of 3 first-level apprentices in the register. The whereabouts of this second-level apprentice's body was self-evident. The wound that replaced her lips continued to open and close. But she underestimated the evil spirit and overestimated herself. She was deeply trapped in it, and could only find you as a scapegoat. Sol continued to nod. Senior Byron had said everything right. You are good. Byron concluded, his eyes slightly curved, and looked at Sol with relief. I also hit it by accident. Sol was able to kill Peggy because the hardcover book could help him eliminate all wrong options, plus the props given by Kong Sha. Otherwise, with his strength, 2 shots against the undead would be the limit. So you should hug the big white legs, just be careful not to get dragged into the ditch. I take care of Peggy's belongings. Do you have any objection? Thor shook his head immediately. No objection, Senior, it's the safest. Byron didn't waste any words, walked over, and easily lifted up 2 of the coffins. One of them contained a second-level apprentice, and the other contained a first-level apprentice. Let's go! Thor was stunned, not knowing what Byron was going to do, but he immediately followed. Byron passed by Hayden's room, stopped and kicked the door. The door opened a crack, and Hayden saw that it was Byron outside, and immediately opened the door completely. Byron, Senior? Yeah. Byron's wounds had healed, and he threw one of the first-level apprentice's sarcophagi into it. Bang! The sarcophagus fell to the ground and picked up a cloud of dust. Yeah! Hayden had also worked with Byron for several years, and he immediately understood what Byron meant. I understand. I skipped work tonight, and I don't know what happened here. Yeah! Byron nodded. Hayden immediately closed the door, pretending that no one was here. Sol, who was standing by, was completely shocked by Byron's operation. Byron held the remaining sarcophagus and took Sol to the third corpse room. He moved again and cut his throat. There are some problems with Peggy's body. I will keep it and report it to the mentor. This one is basically fine and still has value. Anyway, Peggy has concealed its existence, so I leave it to you. It seems that Senior Byron is dividing the spoils, so Peggy's body belongs to Senior Byron. Thor was not dissatisfied. But Byron did not take Peggy's body directly and gave Thor a better choice. You killed Peggy, I will keep her, but I will not take your things for nothing. If you want to exchange anything, you can come to me anytime within a month. Thor stood up in surprise, and he could even say a lot of things now. But he looked back at the sarcophagus on the ground and suddenly calmed down. Byron is about to become a third-level apprentice, and he will not leave the Wizard Tower. And as one of the few people in the entire Wizard Tower who has no ill will towards him, and can even be his helper. It's so rare. His current wizard body transformation experiment has not yet determined the final plan, so it is better to save the opportunity until it is really needed. Before I officially become a third-level apprentice, I will take over the work of the morgue. You can come to me anytime. Senior, do you know Sid? Seeing that Byron was about to turn around and leave, Thor called him again. The wound healed. Sid and I have some conflicts. Do you think Peggy wants to kill me because of Sid? Byron shook his head. For some reason, Thor understood what Byron meant. He was saying I don't know instead of no. Byron looked at Thor, and his eyes flashed with confusion. He was probably wondering why a first-level apprentice, a newcomer who had just been here for a month, could have so many enemies. Byron left the room and left the space for Thor. He still had to go back to deal with Peggy's body, and the troubles Peggy left behind. Thor was also very satisfied with Byron's reaction. At least Senior Byron and Sid should not be familiar with each other. In this way, Senior Byron can completely become another thigh for him to fight against Sid. A third-level thigh, Thor walked to the sarcophagus with a comfortable smile on his face. This sarcophagus looks very special, not ordinary materials. That's right, how can an ordinary coffin hold evil spirits? Thor rubbed his hands excitedly. No one can get rich without unexpected wealth, and the robbers will never deceive me. Sol locked the door from the inside. This would be his first time dealing with a body that had not been screened by Hayden. It was also complete, the first material that belonged to him. It seemed that Peggy's matter really had nothing to do with Sid. After Kong Sha killed the newcomer that Sid brought back to replace Sol, Sid had not appeared for a long time. Life returned to peace, and learning and experiments seemed to have taken over the main theme again. But Sol knew that Sid would not give up. On his shoulder floated the hardcover book that Sid was determined to get, and several escapes from death also made Sol more aware of the power of the hardcover book. If anyone were to take the hardback book now, Thor would definitely fight back to the death. He didn't know how much Sid knew about the hardback book, but he guessed that it was definitely limited. The hardback book could predict death, and Sid's several tentative attacks on Thor did threaten Thor's life. But each time the killing intention was not decisive enough. This also gave Thor time to find a way to save himself. Thor asked himself, if he wanted to steal the hardback book, he would definitely choose a killing method that would make people unable to react and have nowhere to escape. instead of wasting opportunities like Sid, who was discovered by Thor. So, although Sid was chasing a book, he was not very clear about the purpose of the hardcover book. So, how did he know the existence of the hardcover book? The sound of the flame interrupted Thor's thoughts. He stood up and first took a look at the crucible and other containers in the reaction on the table. There should be a long time before the reaction ends. He stood up to greet the first guest of the day. Chapter 48. When a new piece of plastic bone was born in the big box, Sol finally had enough plastic bones in his collection. This accidentally discovered plastic bone is resistant to high temperatures, water immersion, and acid corrosion. After Sol's secondary processing, it became more flexible and could not be cut by ordinary sharp tools. Moreover, this material would become as soft as plasticine under continuous electric shock, which made it easier for Sol to process it later. After seeing off the first guest, Sol returned to the laboratory table. The solution in the crucible had basically evaporated, leaving only a small pool of sticky substance at the bottom. It was a bit like the soup base left after the fire was reduced. Thor carefully picked up the still hot crucible with his bony left hand, poured it into another bottle, and then sealed the bottle. In this way, his preparations were basically completed. Tonight, or tomorrow, the final transformation of the witch body will begin. Thor sat on the chair, leaning back lazily, staring at the bottles and jars on the table in a daze. He had an illusion that after the transformation, he would no longer be himself. But without transformation, he would never be able to control his fate. He glanced at the hourglass on the wall. It was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. 3 more hours. Thor looked back at the candlelight on the teleportation platform. The candlelight was dim. Today's work was also over. Should we send the brain of the second-level apprentice to Kong Sha? The second-level apprentice that Thor got when Peggy died last time had not been handed over to Kong Sha. He studied it for a long time, but he didn't understand how Kong Sha would use it. With Thor's current knowledge reserve, the brain is not a very good material for witchcraft. There are too many hidden dangers inside. Forget it, the second-level apprentice has already given me a big surprise. I give his head to Kong Sha in exchange for other benefits that I can use. Sol walked to the cabinet, took out a box from it, and wrapped it with the light yellow leather that Kong Sha gave him. This piece of leather was not damaged last time, when it was used to deal with the evil spirit, but it was inevitably stained with a foul smell. Even if Sol tried his best to remove it, it was only to the point where it was not so disgusting. And that mask? Thor put it aside for the time being. He wrapped the box and walked to the door. Thor's hand pressed on the door handle of the scarlet door, and suddenly stopped. He raised his hand, snap! He slapped himself. Numb, it's come to this, what are you still avoiding? Thor was very strong, and his right face swelled up immediately. But the pain also made him sober. He held the box wrapped in yellow leather, and put it back in the cabinet, and stood in front of the laboratory table again. The sooner the transformation is completed, the sooner we can get out of trouble. Delay and failure will lead to death. Don't wait any longer, start the experiment now. It was because Thor had prepared all the witch body transformation materials today that he was absent-minded all day. Even Kelly could see that he was nervous. The fear of failure made Thor even subconsciously avoid the start of the experiment. Until he reached the door, he slapped himself hard, using the pain to awaken his fearful memories of several near-death experiences. Sid is still eyeing us covetously, Kong Sha is not a good person, and Teacher Kaz's test will not last long, so how can you waste time? Thor took a deep breath, resolutely reached out and opened the bottle, took out all the plastic bones inside, put them in a large tray, and began to electrocute them. The electroshock instrument was a weapon engraved with zero-level tremor electric shock. After being bought by Thor, the redundant parts were removed and converted into experimental equipment. The small mountain of plastic bones began to soften and collapse under the continuous electric shock. However, it will take some time before it can be used. Thor opened other bottles and began to prepare a fusion liquid. This fusion liquid will evaporate quickly and lose its effectiveness, so Thor can only adjust it on the spot after the plastic bone softens. However, because he had practiced many times before, there were no accidents this time. Other scattered things have also been prepared. While Thor was staring at the softening degree of the plastic bone in the plate, he took off his shirt and casually put it on the back of the chair. Thor raised his left hand, which was already white bones up to the wrist. The plastic bone had completely softened, and Thor quickly poured it into the fusion liquid. He watched the plastic bone continue to shrink and soften under the effect of the fusion fluid, just like cement. Thor picked up a few more bottles of medicine on the table and drank them. He even took a small drop of the medicine that Kong Sha gave him, which can quickly absorb elemental particles. Finally, he reached out and grabbed a handful of softened plastic bone directly from the fusion fluid and began to apply it to his left hand. The fusion fluid burned part of Thor's skin, and blood mixed in it, turning the clear liquid dark red. Thor gasped in pain. But his own flesh and blood was also part of the transformation, so he could only endure the pain and continue. As more and more plastic bones were applied to Thor's left hand, the left hand that had been numb for a long time began to feel pain. Pain is always better than numbness. Thor kept paying attention to the hardcover book. The latter's quiet presence was the greatest affirmation of Thor. Finally, all the plastic bones were applied to the left hand, and Thor's right hand was already bleeding. But he did not stop, and continued to use his wounded right hand to shape the softened plastic bones. This step is like kneading plasticine or making pottery, but the material is special. With Thor's efforts, a hand gradually takes shape. In order to make this prosthetic hand look better, Thor also played with mud privately. With the support of the internal bones, a prosthetic hand mixed with blood quickly took shape. This hand is a circle larger than Thor's right hand, but when Thor grows up, it should not be so abrupt. After completing the connection between the bones and the skin, Thor put the entire forearm of his left hand into a large jar filled with solution. A puff of white smoke sizzled out, blocking people's sight. The aroma of barbecue penetrated into Sol's nose, but failed to evoke his memory of food. There was no way, it was too painful. Just to resist taking his hand out, Sol had already consumed all his willpower. In order to divert his attention, Sol began to have wild thoughts. I am so painful just to transform one hand. What kind of horror did Senior Kong Sha experience? And Teacher Monica, is she really unconscious of the electric shock she is getting all the time? Oh, and there's the big pink guy I only saw once. Does he have no skin? Like in horror stories, he can only use bandages to make skin. The hourglass reminded him that time was up. Sol pulled his arm out, but because he used too much force, he fell backwards to the ground. His back hit the ground, and Sol held his left hand with his right hand, curled up and rolled on the ground. After waiting for the pain to subside, Sol sweated all over and slowly sat up. The water marks on the ground were ruthlessly rubbed. He propped himself up with his right hand, pulled the legs of the lab table, and stood up little by little. The extreme pain made his brain swell. The pain seemed to spread from his left hand to his whole body, and Thor felt uncomfortable all over. He even had the illusion that he was going to die from a serious illness. But the hardcover book was quiet, making Thor realize that he was still alive. He trembled and went to get the last potion. It was the heart taken from the second-level apprentice, who was possessed by the evil spirit last time. A heart that grows on a dead body, but still has life. Thor checked the heart and found it was not toxic, and there was even some unconsumed potion inside, which kept the heart alive. Thor analyzed that after the second-level apprentice was seriously injured, he took some kind of life-saving witchcraft potion and insisted on returning to the wizard tower. But he didn't know that he was possessed by an evil spirit, and he died at the last moment, and brought the evil spirit back to the wizard tower. Of course, there are more evil ideas. The second-level apprentice came back alive, but was killed by Peggy, who wanted to pick up materials for free. Now, everything is cheap for Thor. Chapter 49. These days, he extracted the potion in the heart, and based on its characteristics, ingredients, and reactions, he found the corresponding potion in the registration room. The guardian of the heart can help a dying person survive for a day and a night. The general principle is to continuously emit energy to keep the dying organ active. This medicine is extremely expensive, and even if Thor got a bag of magic crystals from Peggy, he couldn't afford it. It is the kind of life-saving potion that a second-level apprentice would spend all his money to buy for himself. Fortunately, although Thor couldn't afford it, he could purify it. It was just a little late for him to get the heart. After a day and a night of experimentation, he only purified 2 or 3 drops of not-so-pure Heart Guardian. But for a newcomer like him, it was enough. Thor opened the culture dish with one hand, leaned over and licked it. A stream of pure energy immediately drilled into the body from the tip of his tongue, as if it were a living thing. It went along the throat, esophagus, stomach, intestines, and then turned a corner and entered the left hand. The pain in the left hand decreased again, until it disappeared little by little. Then came a feeling of dizziness. Thor blinked his eyes, his steps were messy, he wanted to move forward but was moving backward, and finally his center of gravity was unstable, and he sat down on the ground. Unlike before, this feeling of dizziness was not uncomfortable. Instead, it was a feeling of happiness and ecstasy. It was like being drunk. Hee hee. Thor smiled foolishly unconsciously, and did not resist the dizziness. He lay back and fell to the ground, staring at the ceiling above his head. The ceiling began to spin, and it stretched out its hands to Thor, inviting him to dance. Thor happily stretched out his hands to the ceiling, because he didn't have to stand up to dance with the ceiling. He felt like he was dancing a waltz with the ceiling, or some other elegant dance. They spun together. Round, round, and round again. He thought the ceiling was beautiful. He wanted to bend down and kiss it. Just as Thor stretched his neck hard, there was a loud bang, and the ceiling was startled away. Thor regained consciousness briefly, and he looked sideways. The scarlet door was pushed open by someone, and bubbles of various colors poured in from outside the door. Black, blue, white, purple, red, yellow, green, gray. So many bubbles, like 100 huge bubble machines started at the same time, filling the entire room. A strange humanoid creature walked into the bubble. Senior Byron? Thor recognized the other person as Byron, and wanted to reach out to say hello, but he couldn't muster the energy. And that Senior Byron looked strange. Thor narrowed his eyes. Both of Byron's arms grew on the same side, and his eyes, mouth, and nose were not where they should be. 10 fingers danced on the senior's bald head, and the original hair grew where the ears were. Thor, wake up! You must wake up! The voice reached Thor's ears, but he couldn't understand what it meant for a while. Thor! SSO. Byron's voice also began to distort. Thor finally realized that there was something wrong with his perception of the whole world. He shook his head vigorously. But as he moved, the whole world was like soapy water, shaking out countless bubbles. The whole corpse room was broken up. Not only did Byron change from a strange shape to pieces, but even Thor himself was no longer in his original position. He saw his arms floating in the air like a small fish, his mouth opening and closing as it floated by, and his 2 eyeballs looking at each other. No! This is all an illusion! Thor did not close his eyes to escape, nor did he shake his head again. None of that worked. If my eyes were really flying, then the scene in my vision should not be what it is now. Thor heard Byron's vague voice again. Hello. What is he talking about? Thor tried to recall. Yes, it's positioning. Thor's brain was spinning rapidly, and the world in front of him also began to spin rapidly. Thor also felt a strong dizziness. Positioning, I must find something that can help me reposition my perception of the world. What is there that can fix Thor's cognition? He desperately turned his left eye to the left, desperately turned. Finally, Thor saw it. Where his left shoulder should be, a hardcover book was quietly floating. A few silver-stamped cursive characters suddenly appeared on the cover of the book. Soul had never learned those characters, but he recognized them. Diary of a Dead Wizard. With the appearance of the diary, Thor's left shoulder finally returned to its original position. Then came the left chest, left arm, body, neck, lower limbs, hands and feet, and hair. Everything of Thor finally returned to its original place, and the world in front of Thor finally returned to normal. He slowly got up from the ground and looked at Byron, who was staring at him seriously. Thank you for saving me, Senior. Another wound appeared on Byron's throat, which was obviously cut just now to remind Thor. But he shook his head at this time. You saved yourself. He approached Thor and looked him up from head to toe. How did you do it? He could actually complete such a crazy transformation and still maintain his sanity. Byron opened his mouth wide and reached out to pull out a black crystal ball. This was a prop for testing magic power that Thor recognized. Try it. Thor held up the crystal ball. The black inside the crystal ball was fading rapidly. 11 jowls. Byron's eyes were complicated again. He looked at Thor, as if he saw someone who won the first prize in the first lottery. He knew Thor was doing the transformation of the witch body, and even contributed a little, but he never thought that Thor could explore such a successful transformation plan on his own. This transformation plan must be very dangerous. The moment Byron saw Thor, he always felt that he was going to turn into bubbles and fly away. How could this be the reaction of the wizard body transformation? It was clearly the appearance of the consciousness collapse of a second-level wizard apprentice. But the black crystal ball clearly showed that Thor was indeed a first-level apprentice. But how did he find his locator before his consciousness collapsed? Thor didn't know that Byron had thought so much at this time. He looked at the reaction of the black crystal ball and jumped up excitedly. After a period of hard meditation, Thor's magic power is still only 4 jowls, less than 5 jowls. But after successfully transforming his left hand, his magic power instantly increased to 11 jowls. He completed the requirements of Minter Kaz, and there is still more than half a month of free time. He can still feel that there is still energy in his left hand that continuously transforms the rest of his body. His magic power will definitely increase. Not only that, the biggest gain of this trip is his hardcover book. Finally, I know the title of the book. It turned out to be the diary that Sid had whispered. What kind of diary could have the terrifying ability to predict death? And how did Sid know about the existence of the diary? Thor. Byron's words interrupted Thor's thoughts. He rubbed his hands and blushed. Can you sell me this transformation formula? Chapter 50. Sol was startled, and his first thought was, how much can I sell without losing money? But Byron knew that a successful universal transformation formula was enough to build a small wizard force as a cornerstone. But Byron could only take advantage of the fact that Sol was a first-level rookie, and took the opportunity to buy at a low price. Although it was impossible to buy out, Byron was extremely ashamed. This was not an equal exchange, because he currently had no equivalent exchange. After serious consideration, Sol rejected Byron. Sorry, Senior, it's not that I won't give it to you. But I am afraid that only I can succeed with this transformation formula. This transformation is actually very dangerous. Under normal circumstances, a first-level apprentice does not even know what a locator is. He can only wait for his consciousness to gradually collapse, and finally die in the false happiness gained from the transformation of his wizard body. But Thor has a prop that is naturally suitable for acting as a locator, the diary of a dead wizard. Although Thor is still unclear about the specific meaning of the locator, he has some guesses after this experiment. That is something that allows wizards or apprentices to fix their perception of the world. The existence of a dead wizard's diary is very troublesome, so let's just call it a diary from now on. Even if Byron didn't appear, Thor wouldn't die. Once Thor is on the verge of death, the diary will jump out to show its presence. When Thor sees the diary, he will fix his consciousness so that it won't collapse and dissipate. But when Thor thinks back now, the feeling of cognitive collapse, confusion of consciousness, and gradual collapse and extinction of the spirit body is really terrifying. The only targeted transformation formula? Unexpectedly, Byron was relieved after hearing what Thor said. Then I can afford it. I don't want to do the transformation, but I want to understand your formula design ideas. I still owe you a condition. Now I owe you at least the equivalent of 100 credits. Byron suddenly felt so poor. Is there anything you want now? Thor was stunned. He didn't say anything yet, and Senior Byron automatically signed the contract to sell himself? Senior, how about you help me check my physical condition first? Although Byron felt that this matter was not worth Thor's reward, he still happily took out a bunch of things from his stomach. With the help of Senior Byron, who was experienced and had been a second-level apprentice for at least 10 years, Thor finally had a certain understanding of his current situation. His magic power was currently 11 joules, and according to the energy dissipated from his left hand, his magic power could at least be increased to 13 joules before his left hand was completely stable. And Thor's mental power has also improved slightly. This is rare, probably because that fantastic out-of-control experience has trained Thor's mental power. The improvement of mental power is not like magic power, which relies on meditation. Even if it is very slow, it will gradually accumulate. Mental power is like a basic attribute of a person. Except for a few witch body transformations, rare potions, ability promotion and other special circumstances, it is difficult to improve it significantly. Still, the example of using a container to get water. The bowl of the apprentice with low magic talent can eventually be replaced with a bigger one. The running speed for fetching water is only 9 seconds for 100 meters. In addition, although Thor's left hand is a little ugly and looks like a prosthetic hand, it does not affect his movements and is still flexible. The transformation of the opponent is safer than those transformation formulas for eyes, mouths, and internal organs, and the sequelae will be much smaller. However, what the specific sequelae are, Thor will have to slowly explore them in the future. Keep your consciousness. This is what Byron repeatedly warned Thor. Otherwise, one day, you will not be yourself anymore. Thor thought this sentence could be understood as keeping oneself and always knowing who one is. He recalled the animations, novels, games, tests, and social animals he had watched in his previous life. Well, there is no problem with this at present. Byron also explained to Thor. Locator. This knowledge was not originally what Thor should master now, but who made him use the locator to complete the transformation of the witch body? Now Thor only needs to increase his magic power to 50 joules, and build a first-level spell model in his spiritual body to successfully become a second-level apprentice. After becoming a second-level apprentice, Thor can become a third-level apprentice as long as he continues to improve his magic power and learn witchcraft. After all, he already has the necessary locator to become a third-level apprentice. Thor overcame the most difficult barrier for others before reaching level 3 when he was a rookie. Now Thor finally understood why Byron looked at him with a little envy and grievance. He got a university recommendation just after entering kindergarten. The rest is to wait for people to grow up. Byron did not ask Thor how he did it, nor did he ask what Thor's locator was. Before becoming a formal wizard, do not tell others any information about your locator, and do not try to find out other people's locators. If someone uses the characteristics of the locator to target you, there is almost only one outcome: death. Soul nodded. This is like the vital point of a martial artist. If someone hits you, you will get angry. Finally, Byron told Soul how to test the ability of his left hand and check its specific properties. The original intention of the wizard body transformation was not to improve the apprentice's magic power. This was only the most basic part. The truly powerful witch body transformation, like Byron and Kong Sha, can become their trump card in the transformation area. At this point, Byron's wounds healed again. He shook. Byron had stabbed himself more than a dozen times today. His brain was already lacking blood supply. Byron rejected Soul's offer to send him back, and staggered away from the second floor of the east tower. And Soul looked at the time again, and found that it was only 5:30. He sat back in front of the laboratory table, looking at the messy table, and felt that more than 10 days had passed. His sight gradually fell to his left shoulder. His mouth opened. Reformation, it's so damn cool. Jenna clutched the collar of her clothes tightly, her face panicked, and huddled on the small bed in her dormitory. The school dormitory is the safest place. She has always believed so. So no matter how hard the study is during the day, no matter how scary the tutors and seniors she meets, she can sleep well when she comes back at night. But today, she really can't sleep. She opened her collar again, her pupils moved down, and stared at her chest. Jenna was born in a good family, developed early, and had a good figure. Occasionally, she would secretly admire her body while bathing. But today, she saw a worm in the middle of her chest. The worm crawled out from her sternum, but it was only the length of an index finger, and did not seem to have much killing power. The scary thing was that the worm actually had Jenna's own face. Senior Sid is right, we have indeed been controlled. Jenna did not dare to look anymore and buried her head in the pillow. Where in the world is there a truly selfless organization? Why did the Mutual Aid Association attack us newcomers? Jenna couldn't understand why the amiable senior Luo Kai and the companions who discussed problems with her would give her such a terrible curse. If it weren't for Senior Sid reminding me. A hint of obsession flashed across the little girl's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by fear. I'm afraid I'm just like everyone else, not knowing the danger. But I've been cursed, what should I do? Jenna's toes kept curling up, making the sheets wrinkled. It's a pity that Senior Sid is not good at removing the curse, and he doesn't dare to confront Luokai openly. Jenna frowned again. How can I, a newcomer, get rid of the control of the Mutual Aid Association? Suddenly Jenna recalled something in her mind. By the way, Kelly only attended the Mutual Aid Association once, and never came again. Did she find out the problem a long time ago? Damn it, why didn't she remind us? Chapter 51. Jenna hit the bed board with her fist, making a bang sound, which scared her nervous self again. She pressed her chest and calmed down before she continued to think. Now is not the time to think about these things. Tomorrow, go find Kelly and see if she is willing to help. What if she is unwilling? The night gradually deepened, and the candlelight in Jenna's room was bright all night. The next morning, Jenna came to the 6th floor of the West Tower. She lives on the 7th floor. Jenna didn't know how to talk to Kelly, and she was afraid that if she lingered at Kelly's door, someone would find her. She could only stare at Kelly's door from a distance, and wait for her to come out. Jenna? Rocky's slightly surprised voice sounded in her ears. Jenna, who was absent-minded, was startled. Rocky. Coming back to her senses, Jenna greeted woodenly. As soon as Rocky opened the dormitory door, he saw Jenna standing outside. His eyes were full of joy, but he couldn't say any other greetings. Rocky. Jenna knew that Rocky liked her, and when she saw him, she couldn't help asking Rocky, Can you accompany me? What? Rocky's eyes suddenly brightened, and he was looking forward to the second half of Jenna's words, and his heels were about to lift up. No. Jenna suddenly regretted it again. No, it's nothing, forget it, thank you. Jenna tried to squeeze out a bright smile, but pushed Rocky away again. Rocky was curious and disappointed, but he didn't want to embarrass Jenna, so he just smiled reluctantly. It's okay, you can come to me if you have any questions in the future. Jenna nodded, but she was thinking, what's the point of looking for you? At this time, Kelly's door finally opened. Jenna couldn't help rushing over. Kelly, let's go to class together today. Kelly stared at Jenna suspiciously, and her heart was alarmed. She didn't forget that Jenna took the initiative to find her last time to invite her to join the Mutual Aid Association. Could it be that because she didn't attend the exchange meeting several times, Jenna wanted to pull her in again? No. Kelly rejected Jenna without thinking. Kelly. Jenna took a step forward and was about to say something, but she saw Kelly holding a book and running away from her. When Jenna turned around and wanted to chase her with her mouth open, she found that Kelly had already run up the ramp and disappeared. Today, Thor didn't come to class. This was not the first time he skipped a public class. Many newcomers and old apprentices thought Thor had given up studying. After all, with his innate magic power, it was impossible for him to pass the freshman test in the 3rd month. As for the consequences of failing the test, it depends on his mentor's mood. Thor, who once stood out because of his strong mental power, gradually faded out of everyone's sight. Except for a few people, no one cares about this apprentice, who always skips classes. Kelly is not clear about Thor's current learning progress, but she knows one thing. That is, even the 2nd level apprentice has to ask Thor for the construction method of compound runes. And this method has also helped Kelly make great progress in rune research. Just based on this, Kelly believed that Thor's witchcraft attainment was absolutely better than most people in the class. But this was a secret. If Thor didn't tell anyone, Kelly would not reveal it. It was just that sometimes when Thor didn't come, she was also quite bored. However, today, she missed her boring life again. Because Jenna, who had just been rejected by her, took the initiative to sit next to her. Kelly immediately stood up and changed her seat, but Jenna followed her like a shadow. The 2nd level apprentice, who was responsible for explaining the Noah language, had already walked onto the podium, and Kelly couldn't run around in the classroom. She glared at Jenna, hugged the book, and left the classroom. Jenna stared at Kelly's back in amazement, and then her cheeks turned red with anger. This Kelly? Don't you even care about the friendship of classmates? But Jenna thought about it again, suppressed her unhappiness, and got up to chase after him. It's a matter of life and death. How can you give up easily? In order to avoid Jenna, who suddenly pestered her, Kelly left the classroom immediately after the meditation class, and went directly to the laboratory of Gua's teacher without returning to the dormitory. It was almost 8 o'clock before they ran back in a flash. Kelly! Ouch! The two girls collided in the passage on the 6th floor and rolled over. You again! Kelly pressed Jenna's lower abdomen and sat up, looking at Jenna in disbelief. The other party was pestering her. Was she still the shy girl? Jenna frowned and covered her chest with one hand. Kelly had just pressed the bug on her chest. It hurts. What are you doing? Kelly stood up angrily, crossed her arms, and stared down at Jenna. Jenna's eyes were filled with tears, but it was a pity that Kelly was unmoved. Put away your tricks, my father's mistress cried more beautifully than you. Jenna was stunned again. She knew Kelly was arrogant and cold, but she didn't know that she was so vicious. Now that there was no one around, Jenna bit her lips hard, knelt on the ground, and pulled Kelly's trouser legs with both hands. Kelly, please, tell me how you got rid of the bugs? What bug? Seeing Jenna kneeling on the ground, Kelly frowned, but she didn't kick her hand away. Jenna thought Kelly was playing dumb, so she lowered her voice and said vaguely, It's the Mutual Aid Association. Kelly's face turned pale immediately. Bugs from the Mutual Aid Association? She remembered what was sucked out of her brain by Senior Byron. Could that be the bug from the Mutual Aid Association? But how did Jenna know? How did you know? Kelly looked down at Jenna. Seeing Jenna hesitated and refused to speak, Kelly immediately raised her foot to leave. Jenna hurried forward and grabbed Kelly's trouser leg again, saying sadly, Yes, a senior helped me. Who? Kelly's mind appeared Byron's appearance. The senior didn't want to reveal his name, saying that he didn't want to oppose the Mutual Aid Association. Then why don't you ask that senior? He said he is not good at dealing with curses. Curse? Didn't Senior Byron say it was a parasite? Isn't it Senior Byron? Seeing that Kelly didn't say anything and didn't leave, Jenna thought she was hesitating, and a glimmer of hope rose in her heart, and she continued to beg. Kelly, you are the only newcomer I know who has been to the Mutual Aid group but never went again. You must have a way to get rid of the bugs. Please help me. I will give you magic crystals and credits. But even Senior Byron didn't want to take care of the Mutual Aid group, so Kelly naturally didn't want to cause trouble. She didn't have the ability to take care of it. Kelly got rid of the control of the Mutual Aid Association. The Mutual Aid Association may not care about the loss of a new person, but if she helps others, and then emerges again, will the Mutual Aid Association target her again? It is very dangerous to fight against a powerful force that has been deeply rooted. I really have no way, Kelly said stiffly, trying to shake off Jenna's hand. I am just a new apprentice. Kelly. Jenna saw that Kelly still refused to help her, and she shed a line of tears. She suddenly stopped and pulled open her collar. Look at me. What a great figure. The first thing Kelly saw was Jenna's white chest. But the second time she saw it, she noticed the fat worm on her chest, which was even whiter, and was still gently squirming. Kelly subconsciously took a half step back, and felt goosebumps all over her arms. If Byron hadn't saved her, would she have such a worm on her chest now? Kelly took a deep breath, and said calmly, in this case, you should go to your mentor. Mentor? Jenna smiled bitterly, and shook her head. My mentor is Luokai's mentor. At the beginning, Jenna saw that Luokai was particularly warm and amiable, so she firmly chose Nzay, who was not the first mentor who was suitable for her. Now, the mentor has only met once, and has never said a word to each other. He only has intersections with Luokai. But the intersection is the Mutual Aid Association. Now, knowing the horror of the Mutual Aid Association, Jenna is no longer sure whether her mentor Nzay has done anything in it, so how can she dare to ask Nzay for help? Wouldn't it be like a sheep walking into the mouth of a wolf? Chapter 52. Jenna saw Kelly's hesitation and pulled her pants again. Miss Kelly, Her Highness Kelly, please, for the sake of us coming from the same principality. Kelly bit her lip. I can't promise you for others, but I can ask for you tomorrow. Jenna actually wanted Kelly to find someone right now, today, but she saw Kelly's expression and knew it was impossible today. Jenna stood up sadly. Ever since she knew about the parasite, she has not been able to sleep well. Tonight, I'm afraid it will be another sleepless night. Kelly finally got rid of Jenna. If it weren't for the fact that they grew up together, she really didn't want to get involved in the troubles of the Mutual Aid Association. Back to the dormitory area, Kelly knocked on Sol's door. Who? Sol heard the knock on the door, but didn't get up immediately. He was used to confirming what was outside the door before opening it every time. You are right. This word was taught to Kelly by Sol as a joke. Kelly used a stiff Erwa sound to pronounce this word with a different feeling. As soon as Thor opened the door a little, Kelly slipped in from under Thor's arm. When Thor closed the door, Kelly couldn't wait to say, Thor, I might cause you trouble. Huh? It was Jenna, you may not remember. Kelly repeated the process of Jenna looking for her, and then said helplessly, she seemed to be sure that I had been parasitized and got rid of it, so she targeted me. Thinking of Jenna's pale face and frightened eyes, Kelly added, can you tell me where to find Senior Byron? I asked the senior if he can help her again, or let Jenna pay for her life herself. Sol didn't rush to ask if it was possible, but crossed his arms and sat back at the long table. Jenna has joined the mutual aid group a long time ago. Why did she suddenly find out that she was parasitized? Seeing Sol's suspicion, Kelly also began to calm down and think about Jenna's abnormality. She said that a second-level senior helped her. Second-level? Senior? Sol sneered. Who is so enthusiastic? Another Luokai. Sid's face appeared in Thor's mind. Will he attack again? The new apprentice that Sid brought back to replace Thor had been dealt with neatly by Kong Sha. Sid remained silent after that, and did not jump out again. But this kind of peace did not make Thor feel safe, but more like an ocean brewing a tsunami. Now the two have completely torn their faces apart. Sid will not let Thor go, and Thor will not let him go either. Why did Jenna come to you? She said that I was the only one who went to the mutual aid group once, and then I never showed up again. I think she discovered something unusual about the mutual aid group. Sol thought for a moment and asked again, if the parasite is really as obvious as you said, why didn't other people in the mutual aid group react? For example, Doze. He also invited me to join the mutual aid group at that time. Kelly frowned slightly when she heard this. Do you think there is something unusual about Jenna? Are they trying to use me? Sol looked relaxed. Don't be nervous. It's not your fault. After all, there are some things you don't know yet. Kelly looked at Thor in surprise. Thor was smiling, but Kelly still felt a little depressed. She realized that Thor had some unusual experiences, but she could not participate in these experiences, or even know about them. All this was because she was too weak now. Not letting her know was a kind of protection. Kelly didn't like to meddle in other people's business, but she didn't like that she didn't even have the ability to meddle in other people's business. Then should I still care about Jenna's affairs? Kelly asked with a pout. Whatever. Tell her to meet me on the second floor of the East Tower at 3 p.m. tomorrow. The second floor of the East Tower? Kelly then realized where Sol stayed whenever he skipped classes. What is that place? It's where I work. Sol paused for a moment, and then said, it's the floor where the bodies are stored. Kelly's expression was very complicated when she left. Soul thought she might be sympathizing with him. But Soul didn't think he needed sympathy. He even thought his current job was very suitable for him. It was precisely because of the opportunity to work on the second floor of the East Tower that Thor was able to find the materials needed for the transformation so quickly and complete the transformation of his witch body. Otherwise, he might have to owe a large amount of foreign debt just to collect enough experimental materials. The door closed, and Thor stretched out his left hand from under his sleeve. Because of his bony left hand, he was used to keeping his hand in his long sleeves. Therefore, Kelly did not find anything abnormal, but in fact, Thor's left hand had changed from a skeleton to a gray-brown skin with a strange shape. Normal. Palm. The originally pale artificial skin turned gray, with a hint of brown after a day of oxidation. But it also completed the fusion with Thor's body. The gray-brown color also spread and merged to the forearm, turning the front part of Thor's elbow into light gray. Now his left hand can move freely, and when Thor meditates, it will become an element ion collector, greatly improving Thor's meditation efficiency. Most importantly, Thor's magic talent has also improved slightly, although only a little. At present, after his left hand stabilized, Thor's magic power reached an astonishing 13 joules. This may not be the highest value among new apprentices, but it is definitely the biggest improvement. No wonder Senior Byron is willing to pay 100 credits in exchange for Thor's witch body transformation formula. But Senior Byron doesn't have that many credits on hand. Now Thor has become a creditor. Senior Byron owes Thor a request, and he still owes him nearly 100 credits. This is the value of knowledge. Although this value was tested by Thor relying on the diary and begging for money. Carrie, who left Thor's room, didn't notice that Jenna had been hiding in Rocky's dormitory, peeking at her through the crack in the door. She went to find Thor, and then returned to the dormitory. Jenna murmured to herself. She didn't go anywhere else. Thor, it must be Thor, but why is it Thor? Jenna couldn't figure it out. According to Duke, Thor's magic talent couldn't even support him to release 2-0 level witchcraft. How could such a person help Kiri solve the problem of parasites? Or did Thor know someone? Jenna was extremely uneasy. At this time, Rocky's dormitory door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, almost hitting Jenna. Sorry. Hey Jenna, why are you in Rocky's dormitory? Outside the door were Dozer and Duke. When they saw Jenna in Rocky's room, a strange look flashed in their eyes. Jenna stood up and avoided their sight. Dozer and Rocky both participated in the mutual aid meeting, and did not find anything abnormal about their bodies. Jenna did not dare to remind them for fear of being discovered by Rocky. I want to ask you a few questions. Dozer laughed. Then you should come to me, or to Senior Luokai. What does Rocky know? Rocky had been standing behind Jenna, and when he heard what Dozer said, his eyes flashed, and he muttered in a low voice, I have also learned all the basic runes. Yes. Realizing that he had said something too much, Dozer smiled, and put his arm around Rocky's shoulder, but did not apologize. Duke kept his eyes on Jenna, and suddenly smiled. Jenna, were you just peeking at Thor's dormitory? Chapter 53. Duke's words made the room quiet. Dozer and Rocky looked at Duke in confusion. Why is Jenna looking at Thor's dormitory? Dozer asked curiously. Although Rocky had been watching Jenna's strange behavior, he didn't dare to ask Jenna because she didn't tell him the reason. He was afraid that Jenna would be unhappy. But Rocky was very nervous. Was Jenna really peeping at Thor? No, I was looking at Kelly. Jenna subconsciously defended herself. Oh! Duke showed a half smile. You're not looking at Thor. Although Thor and I don't have a good relationship, we have the same mentor after all. I thought you had something to ask him, and he could help you. Forget it. Duke shrugged and seemed to turn around and leave. Jenna couldn't help but call him. Duke, do you know where Thor usually stays? As soon as this was said, Dozer and Rocky's eyes quickly shifted to Jenna. Doze was curious, but Rocky was nervous. Duke paused, waited for a while, then turned back, looked at Jenna's uneasy look, and smiled to comfort her. You really want to find Thor? Duke deliberately lengthened his voice. Okay, I think he is quite patient with girls. He is usually close to Kelly, and he has a good relationship with Angela in my mentor's place. Hearing Duke's words, Rocky was the first to react, and he pursed his lips tightly. Jenna was the second to react, and she was happy when she heard Duke's words. If Soul really likes girls, that's fine. Her family is at least related to the nobility. She may not have other things, but she has learned all the vulgar habits of the aristocracy. She is not afraid of Soul's requests now, but she is afraid that Soul will not ask. The next day, Sol didn't go to class again. Kelly was a little worried. She didn't know whether she was worried about Sol's studies or worried that she would be left far behind by Sol. During the break after class, Kelly followed Sol's instructions and found Jenna, who was distracted. The two found a classroom alone. Sol said that if you want to ask him for help, go to the second floor of the East Tower at 3 o'clock this afternoon and wait for him. Jenna was very happy when she heard it. Although she had already found out where Sol was from Duke, she was more confident that the problem could be solved with Sol's invitation. Okay. Jenna agreed immediately, and without seeing Kelly's reaction, she went back to dress up. Because of nervousness and urgency, Jenna didn't eat at noon. She picked the most beautiful skirt she brought with her when she came, a light red puffy skirt, and hurried to the second floor of the East Tower. At this time, it was just 1 o'clock in the afternoon. On the second floor of the East Tower, in the third corpse room, Sol was conducting a verification experiment on his new left hand. He looked up and heard footsteps coming from outside the door that were different from before. He knew it was Jenna. He lowered his head, ignored the people outside, and continued the experiment. Although he hadn't been to class for a few days, Sol had read a lot of books. Especially the knowledge related to his current research. He only read the knowledge related to his current research, and learned more about dark attribute materials. At the same time, after a successful witch body transformation experiment, Thor was eager to try it again. The experiment required a lot of investment, but once it succeeded, the rewards would be even greater. Maybe he could directly enter the level of a second-level apprentice. He was not short of money now. Byron still owed him nearly 100 credits. He was not short of materials. Thor left a lot of materials privately during his daily work, and other materials could be exchanged in the registration office, and Senior Byron could just pay for them. Time slowly came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. During the long wait, Jenna's excited heart gradually sank. This was her first time on the second floor of the East Tower. The East Tower was different from the West Tower, and there were traps everywhere. Except for the classroom, library, and registration office, Jenna had never walked around alone. And the second floor of the East Tower was really different. Although the corridor looked quiet and tidy, there was an unspeakable smell in the air. It seemed to be a mixture of decay, blood, and dirt. There was a tall and strong weirdo sitting at the entrance of the corridor. When Jenna came over, she was really afraid that she would be stopped by that weirdo. Why did Thor work here? Such a bad place. Was Thor exiled by his mentor? In this case, can Thor really help her get rid of the parasites? After all, this is really not a place where strong people would stay. However, Jenna just thought about this and saw a man walking by her side. When he passed Jenna's shoulder, Jenna realized his existence and was immediately startled. The man lowered his head, walked to the second door, and went in. He ignored Jenna from beginning to end, as if Jenna was a piece of air. He looks quite old, but he doesn't have the spirit of a second-level apprentice. Jenna recalled the other person's back. Maybe he is just a first-level apprentice with a long experience. Will he be the one who helps Kelly get rid of the parasites? Jenna hesitated and wanted to chase him to ask, but was afraid of being scolded too suddenly. While wandering, she suddenly found that she didn't know when another person appeared in front of her. This time Jenna was stunned. If she hadn't looked up accidentally, she probably wouldn't have noticed that she had passed by someone again until that person disappeared at the end of the corridor. That person. That person feels so powerful. Jenna swallowed her saliva. She didn't even dare to recall the other person's back, as if she thought about it seriously, something terrifying would emerge in her mind. That person, could it be the one who helped Kelly? Jenna wanted to chase after him, but her feet were shaking in place. She didn't dare. It wasn't until 3 o'clock that Thor opened the door and walked out of the morgue. Jenna's delicate makeup had already faded, and her beautiful dress was wrinkled and stuck to the ground. She was like the big man at the entrance of the corridor, leaning against the wall and curled up. But even if the big man curled up, his presence was still strong. Jenna curled up into a ball, and she was really about to be swallowed by the shadow. Thor opened the door, and the bright light in the room behind him shone out, and in the light was Thor's dark shadow. Jenna was dazzled by the light, and then she was covered by Thor's shadow. She looked up with lifeless eyes, and saw Thor, whom she had been waiting for hours, at the door. Finally, she smiled again. Thor! Jenna wanted to get up excitedly, but her feet softened and she fell back. Just sit there, Thor said in a low voice. Jenna was startled. Thor here also looked creepy. Was he affected by the environment? Jenna began to doubt again. Maybe it was Thor himself who helped Kelly get rid of the parasites. Jenna raised her hand to tidy up her messy hair, spread out her red skirt, and looked up at Thor with a timid expression. Unfortunately, she didn't know that her makeup was ruined by the cold sweat, and she didn't look cute and pitiful like a little girl at all. Instead, under the dim light in the corridor, she looked as stiff and scary as a corpse. Thor looked at Jenna tidying up with an expressionless face. He thought Jenna would do something, and would think about what price to ask for his help. I didn't expect Jenna to use the honey trap at such a young age. Did Jenna forget that she was only 12 years old? The girl looked okay, but Thor was not a pervert, and would not think about it that way. He asked directly, "Okay, put away your little tricks. Let me ask you, who asked you to come to me?" Chapter 54. Jenna was stunned, and quickly retracted her waving hands to her chest. The names of 2 people lingered in her mind. "It was Kelly," she said. "She asked me to come to you at 3 o'clock. She blurted out one of them. "Before Kelly, who mentioned me?" Duke also said so." Jenna's voice became lower. "Duke?" Sol raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Duke to be involved. "As for the extent of his involvement, it depends on the subsequent developments. Didn't you say that a second-level apprentice reminded you?" Sol urged impatiently. This time Jenna really hesitated. Senior Sid helped her, but also warned her not to mention him to outsiders, otherwise it would cause him a lot of trouble. Jenna was very grateful to Senior Sid, who saved her life, and she didn't want to cause trouble for others. "Are you still playing mysterious when you ask for help?" Sol sneered and decided to leave Jenna alone. He took a step back, as if he was about to close the door. "Wait, I tell you!" Jenna was immediately anxious when she saw this. She crawled from sitting to moving forward 2 steps. Yes. Snap! A crisp sound like a huge stick hitting a watermelon was heard. Jenna's head exploded in front of Thor. Something splashed over. Thor had no time to react. He could only close his eyes, raise his arms, and lean back. After a while, Thor put down his left hand, and there were mottled bloodstains on his sleeve. He looked at the girl in the red dress lying on the ground, and he didn't feel too surprised. "Dozer, Rocky, there are so many people who have participated in the mutual aid meeting, but only you were reminded of the parasite. It's a pity that there are very few good people in this wizard tower, and the one you met is obviously not one of them." The big man curled up at the entrance of the corridor, did not react to what happened here, and he was motionless like a corpse. The second door next door opened gently, and Hayden's face flashed behind the door. After seeing Jenna's body, he immediately closed the door. The next moment, someone came out from the depths of the dim corridor. Byron glanced at Jenna lying on the ground, then turned to look at Thor. No one cared about the corpse on the ground, but the living person standing in the corridor was thoroughly examined by magic. Byron took a step back, shook his head, and told Thor that there was nothing wrong with him. Thor took off his coat, and wiped the blood and flesh that splashed on his cheeks and arms. Looking up, Byron was taking out a small notebook from his mouth and drawing on it with a pen. The book recorded the credits Byron owed Thor. Whenever he did something for Thor, he would consciously deduct the credits he owed. This is also what Thor admires about Byron. It is very rare for a person to be able to distinguish between gratitude and resentment and exchange equal value. Thor stared at the red dress on the ground, which was more gorgeous because of the blood, and frowned. Thor shook his head gently. "I don't feel guilty." Thor always thought that he was the only one who was unlucky. After entering the wizard tower, he always hovered on the edge of death. Now it seems that there are many people who are more unlucky than him, and other people are not living in a carefree world. Thor at least had a foreknowledge of death, but Jenna probably didn't know what happened to her until the moment before she died. She thought she had seen the light, but she just fell into the abyss. Byron looked indifferent. He had seen too many deaths. The girl's body gave him more of a feeling. Who else is starting to challenge the rules of the Tower Master without knowing the consequences? When Byron scanned Jenna's body, he suddenly found something and walked over to check. After a moment, he suddenly took a step back and threw out a black mist in his hand. The black mist swallowed Jenna completely like a giant python. The body swelled high in the black mist, and then made a sharp sizzling sound. Some thin strips attacked the black mist from the inside. The black mist was constantly lifted up and fell down, and it felt like it would be pierced at any time. But in the end, the black mist won. Its shape no longer changed, and it continued to tightly wrap the girl inside. Byron waved his hand, and the black mist dissipated as if it evaporated on the spot. Jenna's body appeared in front of the two again. The exposed part made Thor take a step back, and quickly threw away the coat in his hand. Countless blood holes appeared on Jenna's body, and the whole person became like a hornet's nest, without a single piece of good skin. The blood seemed to be swallowed by something, and there was not much on the ground. The originally bright red dress became tattered. What is that? Swipe. Byron did not answer immediately, and the sound of writing came from the other side. Thor turned his head and saw that the other party actually took out paper and pen to start deducting the credits owed. Byron finished writing, then reluctantly stabbed himself. Out-of-control parasites, something the Mutual Aid Society uses to control newcomers. Under normal circumstances, it won't attack the host, but it's like this, probably because someone did something else to it. Byron walked forward, picked up a corner of the red dress, dragged the body to the morgue, and put it directly into the big box under the operating table. There are some things on it, like a curse, and also like a marking witchcraft. Don't touch it. He glanced at Thor's left hand hidden in his sleeve, and added, the left hand is okay, but the right hand is not. But Thor had no intention of studying parasites, and he didn't want to touch the things of the Mutual Aid Society. And the person who tampered with Jenna was most likely Sid, who was hiding murderous intentions, so he naturally wouldn't put himself in danger because of curiosity. Besides parasites, what else is there on Jenna? Senior. Thor spread his hands. If I had gone to check the body just now, would I have been attacked by parasites? Yes, those parasites are very violent. The attacks of parasites may bring danger. Even if Byron does not appear, Thor has the diary reminder, so he will not be in real danger. Jenna, who was sent by Sid in a roundabout way. Is this all useful? Then please help me take a closer look to see if there are other similar curses on me, or marks that do not seem to hurt the body. Thor looked up at Byron and smiled. You can deduct credits as you like. Byron was shocked when he heard this. He narrowed his eyes, and slowly rolled up his sleeves. Jenna had been missing for 3 days. Rocky searched all the places they had been to, but could not find any trace of her. These days, Thor still did not come to class, and Rocky had no chance to question him. That day, Duke only told Jenna where Thor was. Rocky wanted to listen, but was kicked out. That was obviously his dormitory. There was no other way, so the anxious Rocky could only drag Dozer, who had a better relationship with Duke, to find Duke. Duke, Jenna has been missing for 3 days. Oh! Duke seemed indifferent. Rocky was a little angry. Why aren't you worried at all? Duke smiled and spread his hands to Rocky. Jenna obviously encountered some trouble when she went to find Thor. Maybe she is solving the trouble in these 3 days. Why are you in a hurry? What trouble do you need to solve that requires so many days of absence? Duke was copying notes. Books borrowed from the library are too expensive. Every apprentice races against time after borrowing books, copying day and night, just to return the books earlier and spend less magic crystals. He said while transcribing, I don't know either. I asked her, but she didn't want to say. Did Jenna tell you? Of course not. Otherwise, Rocky wouldn't be looking around like a headless fly. Then can you tell me where Thor is? I go find him. Where Thor is? Duke finally stopped writing, his mouth curled down. That's not a good place. If you have nothing to do, it's better not to go there. It seemed that he felt that he couldn't copy the book properly because he was disturbed by Rocky like this. So Duke simply put down his pen and looked up to comfort his friend. Although Thor is a bit cruel, you don't have to worry about Jenna. After all, this is a wizard tower. We have the tower master and mentors above us. According to the rules, apprentices are not allowed to kill each other. This sounded like consolation at first, but it was terrifying when you think about it. Doze, who didn't want to meddle in other people's business, changed his expression and pulled Rocky's sleeve. Rocky shook off Doze and asked forcefully, What do you want me to do to tell you where Thor is? Duke sighed and raised 2 fingers. 2 magic crystals. Chapter 55. Here you go. Rocky took out 2 magic crystals without hesitation and slapped them on Duke's desk. Duke was stunned for a moment, stretched out his hand to grab the 2 magic crystals, pulled Rocky's arm away, stuffed them back into his pocket, and pressed them hard twice. Hey, I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? He shook his head and sighed. I didn't expect that you really liked Jenna. Seeing Rocky's eyes turn red, Duke quickly said, Okay, I tell you. You also know how bad Thor's temper is. When you meet, we must have something to talk about. Jenna may not. Anyway, you must stay calm, and don't fight with Thor no matter what you see. You can't beat him. If something really happens, we can discuss it when we come back. This strange tone made Doze, who was standing by, feel that something was wrong. Thor's bone hand is indeed powerful, but from what Duke said, Thor seems to have more abilities than that. Then why did Duke keep saying that Thor was useless? He glanced at Duke suspiciously, but didn't dare to ask more questions. After saying goodbye to Duke, Rocky wanted Dozer to go with him to find Thor. But Dozer's eyes flickered, and he didn't agree for a long time. He even advised Rocky not to rush to find Thor. Maybe Jenna would show up soon. But Rocky was very uneasy. He felt that he had to see Thor immediately. After meeting Duke, the other party's description of Thor made Rocky panic even more, as if something was gnawing at his heart, leaving him no time to think, and he just wanted to find Thor to ask for clarification. So that afternoon, Thor's experiment was interrupted by a violent knock on the door. Thor frowned slightly, but his hands were still steady, slowly adding something to the test tube. The liquid in the test tube began to rotate on its own, forming a small underwater vortex. Thor exhaled and picked up something with tweezers, as if to add it to the test tube. At this time, the diary flew out tiredly, foreshadowing the explosion in the next second. Thor shook his head and changed another material. The diary did not go back, and Thor died in another way. Thor put down the materials again. Bang, bang, bang. The knocks on the door became stronger. Thor picked up the third material. He turned the pages of his diary listlessly, writing down a new way to die. Has this plan reached its limit? Thor muttered to himself. The knocks on the door behind him had turned into slamming on the door. Thor finally put down the test tube and tweezers, and also let go of his diary. He walked to the door, opened the door in the gap between the knocks, and quickly caught the fist that was about to fall on his face due to inertia. With a push of the counterforce, the person outside the door stumbled and hit the wall of the corridor behind him. The other party cried out in pain. The person outside the door was Rocky, not Duke. Thor was a little surprised, but it was normal after thinking about it. Duke saw that he was always timid and didn't dare to knock on the door like that. Without saying a word, he directly cast a zero-level witchcraft. Despairing stare, Rocky, who was about to rush over, froze in place. His lips and hands and feet began to tremble. Bang! The knife hidden behind Rocky's back fell to the ground, making a crisp sound that echoed in the empty corridor. Thor glanced at the knife with disdain. A wizard apprentice actually committed a crime with a knife. Has he been in the wizard tower for the past 2 months just for dating? You. What surprised Thor was that Rocky actually took the initiative to ask, you actually know witchcraft? Rocky looked at Thor, afraid and surprised. A guy who had obviously given up on himself and didn't even go to public classes actually learned the first witchcraft faster than him. Rocky didn't think that Thor actually knew more than one witchcraft, because that was beyond his understanding. Thor was also a little surprised why Rocky was so surprised. Hasn't he learned witchcraft yet? Can't he? Thor knows all 4. Who told you to come to me? Thor was too lazy to answer Rocky's question and asked impatiently. At the same time, he took a half step back, ready to hide behind the door at any time. He didn't want to be splashed with blood again. Rocky's answer surprised Thor. Jenna hasn't appeared for 3 days. I'm worried about her safety, so I want to come and look for her. Rocky seemed to have broken free from the threat of the stare of despair, but the beads of sweat on his face still showed the horror he had just experienced. Who told you I was here? Thor glanced at the knife on the ground. And you are sure that Jenna's disappearance is related to me? Duke. Rocky replied weakly. Duke again. When will this mentally retarded guy be able to be the mastermind behind the scenes? He is just a puppet. You knew Jenna disappeared after she came to see me, and you dared to come here by yourself. Thor stared at the boy opposite him, or more accurately, the boy. Locke, who was being stared at by Thor, had an illusion at this moment. The person opposite him seemed not to be the boy who became a wizard apprentice at the same time as him, but a second-level apprentice who was unfathomable and could endanger his life. It has been less than 3 months since he became a wizard apprentice. Can the gap between people really be so huge? Locke's passion was extinguished, and he finally felt afraid. He lowered his voice, lowered his posture, and lowered his head. Thor, do you know where Jenna is? I'm worried about her. You've been involved in the conspiracy. Why are you still worried about others? Thor really wanted to grab Rocky's collar and let him see Jenna's body. It's a pity that the things in the big box are cleaned up by the giant outside the door every night. Thor opened his mouth and finally just said, Jenna is not here now, you go back. What he wanted to say more was that the things here were not something you could interfere with, and it was not too late to turn back now. But he didn't say it. Rocky raised his head, his eyes slightly red, pursed his lips, and had sensed something from Thor's obscure words. Thank you. He lowered his head, stumbled a few steps, and walked out of the corridor on the second floor of the east tower, holding onto the wall. Watching Rocky's back disappear, Thor closed the door with a complicated expression and locked it. At first Thor thought Rocky was also a human bomb sent by someone, but it seemed that it was just a boy's sentimentality. In any case, the girl he was looking for would never appear again. Rocky, the person behind you pulling the puppet strings. Is that Sid? What exactly is he going to do? By involving so many people, isn't he afraid of being held accountable? Or has he been stimulated by Brown's death and has given up his rationality and decided to fight to the death? The days of waiting for the conspiracy to surface are very painful, but Soul can only endure this due to his current lack of strength. Besides, Sid has been hiding behind the scenes, and it is very difficult for Soul to solve the root of the problem. Sid must show up and stand on the stage. If we grab the two puppets, Rocky and Duke, we may be able to pull out the rope puller behind the scenes. However, Rocky's resistance to the despair gaze is much stronger than Brown's, and he recovered so quickly. Soul's mind quickly shifted to witchcraft. Is it because the mental power of wizard apprentices is much higher than that of ordinary people? So the witchcraft that completely submerged Brown can only make Rocky stiff for a short period of time. Soul recalled, it was stiff for about 5 seconds. However, if the distance is not too far, it is more than enough to kill people. But if it is used against a second-level apprentice, it may only take 1 second to freeze. No wonder zero-level witchcraft is also called magic. It is really not very useful among wizards. The experience just now gave Thor some new ideas. His second body transformation potion seemed to be trapped in the lack of basic liquid efficacy, unable to provide strong enough material properties, which made the potion unstable. Just like the 0th level witchcraft, the effect is limited, so the probability of using the materials in hand to research multiple transformation plans is very small. But Thor has no other way to quickly improve his strength now. In the diary, Thor has no idea how many times he has died. Fortunately, the diary seems to have no missing pages, and only the first few are still used. In the test tube in his hand, the underwater vortex is formed again. Thor picked up a material that failed yesterday. The diary shows, "You didn't die more beautifully." Thor remained calm and went to get the second one. The diary showed, "You died more beautifully." Thor was used to it, so he picked up the third one. "How did you come up with this?" A voice suddenly came from behind. Thor's heart trembled, but his left hand remained as steady as an old dog, and the medicine in the test tube remained calm. He put the test tube back on the test tube rack and turned back to salute respectfully. "Teacher Kaz." This teacher is not responsible at all. He hasn't come to teach Thor for almost 10 days. But Thor's face must be respectful. Kaz took the reagent that Thor had just put down and held it up to his eyes for a closer look, while Thor squinted at the door of the room. The door was open, and the door lock was intact. Well, ordinary lock should not be able to stop wizards. Teacher Kaz looked at it for a while, put the test tube back, and there was some regret in his tone. "Your plan is impossible to succeed. At least for now, you lack key materials and feedback from living reactions. The planning and changes of many plans need to be based on clinical reactions. You just make up your mind like this." Kaz shook his head and turned to Thor, but the words in his mouth were stuck when he saw Thor's left hand. What's wrong with your hand?" Chapter 56. He had just been focusing on Thor's potion, but suddenly he noticed that something was wrong with Thor's left hand. Thor raised his left hand and rolled up his sleeve to his elbow, revealing his left hand, which had turned dark gray, and the front of his forearm, which was stained with light gray. Kaz hugged Thor's left hand and silently uttered a string of spells. Then, a strong light flashed in Kaz's eyes. This strong light was fleeting. Thor felt uneasy, as if he had been stripped of his clothes and seen through. Dead bones, cardamom, sulfide liquid, and some strange materials. Kaz slowly put down Thor's left hand, and when he looked at him again, his eyes were extremely complicated. You can actually complete a brand new body transformation plan based on your own situation. In addition to sighing, there was a hint of panic in Kaz's tone. "How dare you? Aren't you afraid of death?" Soul had already thought of the answer. "I am afraid, but I have no other way to make my magic value reach 10 joules before the test." Thor lowered his head and looked at his left hand with a heavy expression. "I thought, since my left hand is like this anyway, even if I fail, I can just give up the whole hand." Kaz snorted coldly at first. "Humph, do you think you can be safe if you cut off your left hand if you fail?" Then he asked in confusion, "Why do you need to have 10 joules of magic power?" Without waiting for Thor's speechless answer, Kaz suddenly remembered the test request he made casually when he looked down on Thor. Ahem. He couldn't say that he had forgotten about it, so he could only make amends. "Even if your magic power doesn't reach 10 joules by then, as long as I can see your efforts and progress, I can still let you go." Kaz brushed aside this life-threatening matter and asked Thor, "What capabilities does your arm have now? Have you tested it?" Thor withdrew his hand, feeling neither happy nor disappointed. "Through the initial transformation, my magic power has increased a lot, and now it is stable at 13 joules. At the same time, it also slightly improved my mental strength. In addition, my left hand can resist ordinary damage and a certain degree of witchcraft damage. To what extent? I didn't dare to try more. Kaz listened to Thor's calm description, touched his chin, and secretly glanced at Thor's eyes. He felt that this apprentice was still too inexperienced, and obviously didn't know the value of his witch body transformation plan to other apprentices. No, he couldn't let this guy be proud. But your plan should have a very big problem. Kaz walked around Thor. The huge magic power you suddenly gain from transformation may directly defeat your spiritual body, and put you on the verge of cognitive collapse. It is difficult for a first-level apprentice to compete. He will either explode, go crazy, or... Kaz stopped behind Thor, and his voice suddenly became cold, like the deep sea in the dark night of winter. The temperature in the corpse room also dropped suddenly. Thor opened his mouth, and the water vapor he exhaled condensed into white frost. He felt like he was going to be frozen to death. The air froze, and the oxygen breathed into the lungs seemed to have turned into ice. Kaz slowly reached out and pressed his hand on Thor's head. Or to put it another way, are you still Thor? A real killing intent was transmitted from the top of his head to his brain, as if he had already seen the sickle of the god of death behind him. If he answered a little slower, his head and body would be torn apart. Thor opened his mouth and squeezed out a sound with all his might, and the taste of rust suddenly overflowed from his mouth. Yes! Kaz's hand retracted. The temperature began to rise. Thor's discomfort disappeared, and there was no blood in his mouth. It was as if everything that happened just now was just an illusion. That's good. Kaz turned back to Thor. Everything that frightened Thor just now was just a verification spell he cast. The spirit body is not in an abnormal state of confusion. It seems that you are really lucky and survived the collapse of the spirit body. But luck can't always favor you. Next time, don't experiment on yourself like this. Yes, Mentor. Sol lowered his eyes. He thought that Mentor Kaz would also pay for his transformation plan, or exchange it with teaching or threats. But unexpectedly, Kaz didn't seem to be very interested. He saw most of his experimental materials at a glance, and pointed out the biggest flaw of this plan. It seems that the wizard body transformation used by his apprentice can only alarm the second-level apprentice like Byron, and it is still not worth snatching in the eyes of formal wizards. This is good? Sol felt relieved. This way I don't have to worry too much about the mentors forcing me to have the transformation plan. Teacher Kaz. Sol looked up again. Although he still felt uncomfortable because of the experience just now, he still had to take the opportunity to ask questions. Who knows if Kaz will appear again in a few days? I saw in the rulebook that at least a second-level apprentice can apply for live experiments. Do you think I can apply in advance now? Kaz nodded. You are indeed talented in this area. It is a hindrance to restrict you with rigid rules. It seems that you have put a lot of effort into the corpse refining guide. In this case, Kaz's voice suddenly stopped, and there was no further news for more than 10 seconds. Thor couldn't help but look up, and saw Kaz's mouth half open, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Teacher? Thor asked carefully, and at the same time shifted his center of gravity, and prepared to retreat. He was afraid that Kaz would explode as well. Ah! Kaz suddenly came back to his senses, his eyes widened, and his eyes were fierce. Living experiment? Hee. Did you read the corpse refining guide carefully? Did I give you the book just to let you hang around dead people? The instructor, who had just looked satisfied, suddenly turned his face, and refused to recognize him. Are all the people here schizophrenic? Thor quickly lowered his head, and admitted his mistake. He did not dare to refute, and could only complain in his heart. It is said that the corpse was refined. If you don't revolve around the dead, do you still play with the living? You have been in the morgue for such a long time. You have seen so many contaminated dead people, and so many alienated materials. Can you only think of the surface? Kaz's saliva flew everywhere, and his fingers knocked on the long table. Thor frowned a little bit, and looked at Kaz in confusion. Didn't he come to the morgue just to take over this job that no one was qualified for yet? Could the teacher have some other intentions? Seeing that Thor still didn't understand, Kaz scolded him angrily. Stupid thing, how did I praise you at the beginning? You don't care at all. What kind of talent do you have? Soul talent, soul talent. Kaz scolded Thor, angrily accused him of not doing his job and wasting his talent, and finally slammed the door and left angrily. Thor was left alone, completely confused. What does it mean to be not doing your job? I submitted all my materials on time. Although I secretly hid a lot of them, the number I submitted was definitely enough to pass. Why are you not doing your job? What does it mean to waste talent? Didn't the instructor say that I have a talent for detecting alienation and pollution? Where did I waste it? Soul talent? The teacher praised my soul talent, but then he said that my dark attribute perception was low. Having such a high soul talent purely increases the chance of seeing ghosts. Does he think I haven't seen enough ghosts? Because he has changed his face several times. Thor originally wanted to ask him about the reason why zero-level witchcraft has different effects on ordinary people and wizard apprentices, but later he forgot everything. Now he didn't even have the interest to continue the experiment. He could only sit on the bench blankly, thinking about the deep meaning of Kaz's words in confusion. He sat there motionless until the candle on the teleportation platform lit up, reminding him that it was time to work. Chapter 57. 7 p.m. It's time to get off work. It's rare for Thor to get off work on time. Although he got some useful alien materials today, he still can't get excited again. The bodies handled by Senior Byron are very safe, and Thor can be distracted while working. His mind always echoes the words of Mentor Kaz and his erratic attitude. Although he wants to attribute everything to Kaz's mental problems, Thor's intuition tells him that there may be other reasons for this. Soul talent, the focus must be on soul talent. What does Teacher Kaz want me to do with this talent? Soul thought as he walked, not paying attention to the road under his feet. Under normal circumstances, he would not go wrong. After all, he has been walking this road for almost 3 months. But today he found that he seemed to have walked for a long time. Why is the turn of the next level so far away from him? Soul realized that something was wrong, raised his head, and looked around vigilantly. He had also encountered this kind of situation before, and the mushroom growing on his head last time was smashed by him. Did he encounter a similar situation again? But he didn't think there was anything unusual about the guests he received today. At this time, the candlelight on the wall suddenly dimmed. The shadows in the corners of the wall seemed to come alive, and fled in all directions. Soul immediately narrowed his eyes, put his right hand in his pocket, and held his left hand across his body. Desperate stare, scorching breath, and attacking the undead. The rune structures and spells of the 3-0 level sorcery quickly passed through his mind. The ramp was unusually quiet. It seemed that even the sound was hidden in fear. Thor looked up suddenly. He could feel someone standing at the corner in front of him. Is it Sid's new trick? But if this person is Sid's killer move, then Jenna and Rocky are useless. The person on the other side is too powerful, so powerful that Thor doesn't know who to compare with. Can Sid order such a person? Thor raised his head and said loudly, "No matter who you are, no matter who you listen to, I advise you not to do it in the wizard tower." The sense of danger did not disappear, and the man was still standing behind the corner wall. "My mentor is Kaz. He thinks highly of me. If you want to be exiled like Sid, you can try it." The people behind the wall did not move. So embarrassing. But there is no way. Admitting the mistake can only make an apology. If it can make the possible enemies a little bit afraid, it is worth it. After breaking up with Sid, Thor has already started to make plans. But all plans are useless in the face of absolutely powerful forces. Many thoughts flashed through Thor's mind. Just as he was thinking about whether to activate the rescue signal now, the person behind the wall finally moved. The pressure also increased. Thor no longer hesitated and immediately crushed the medicine bottle in his pocket. A puff of white smoke immediately enveloped Thor's whole body, and then it jumped into the cracks in the stone corner and disappeared. Thor's jaw dropped, and he stepped back repeatedly, in doubt. This concealing white mist was sold to him by Senior Byron for escaping and hiding. Thor even wasted one in advance to verify the effect. Under normal circumstances, the white mist would cover the entire area of about 10 meters around him. Coupled with the second potion he prepared to blur the smell, it was enough to temporarily allow him to escape the enemy's lock. But today, before he had time to crush the second potion, the white mist formed by the first potion actually ran away in front of him. Are you still shameless? But this also made Thor realize that the enemy that appeared this time might really not be something he could deal with. Even if the diary appeared at the critical moment to warn of death, Thor might not have the ability and time to avoid the murderous intent. Thor's right hand, hidden in his pocket, immediately released the second potion and crushed the third one. The third potion was for asking for help. Senior Byron would come immediately after receiving the signal. If he was in time, he would save lives. If he was not in time, he would collect the bodies. Anyway, Sid would never get the diary. After doing all this, Thor calmed down, held his head high, and waited for the enemy to appear. Then a thin and extremely tall person, wrapped in pink bandages, came out from the corner. Thor took a long breath, and his heart seemed to stop beating. I really didn't expect that he could ask you to come just to kill me. Isn't it a waste of talent? The pink bandage man tilted his head and doubt flashed in his silver eyes. Seeing the other party's reaction, Thor felt a glimmer of hope in his heart, and his stiff heart began to beat desperately. "You are not here to kill me." The pink bandage man's eyes curved, as if he was smiling. "Like you said, who can ask me to come?" The other party's voice was still so gentle. "Vanda is not here to kill him. Vanda is not here to kill him." Thor's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and the breath he had inhaled finally came out. Only then did he feel his hands and feet trembling slightly. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's good that he is not here. If Vanda wants to do it, I will definitely not be able to escape, and the prepared backup plan will be meaningless." Vanda walked down slowly. Only then did Thor have the energy to notice that the other party's toes were always on point. He walked lightly and unsteadily, as if he would fall at any time, but also as if he would not fall at all. Just like the reeds blown by the wind, after the wind passes, the reeds will still stand up firmly. "Vanda?" The other party walked up to Thor and repeated in confusion. "Ah!" Sol realized that because of the illusion that he had just escaped death, he accidentally called out the name Vanda. Sol wanted to explain anxiously. But he didn't expect the person on the other side to curl his eyes again. He stretched out his hand, with a strange posture, as if he didn't want to raise his hand. "You think my pink color is pretty too?" This development made Thor a little uneasy, but fortunately the other party didn't dwell on this topic. "Then you can call me Pinky." Seeing Thor was a little frightened, Pinky put down his hand. "Are you still researching which body transformation recently?" Pinky actually knew him, and was paying attention to him. Sol had never forgotten that Pinky had saved his life in the laboratory. He felt that he might not be a good person in the future, but he would not be an ungrateful person. Vanda saved him without asking for anything in return. Thor knew that Vanda was powerful, but he always remembered his advice, and never mentioned him to anyone. He also did not think of using Vanda's power. After all, they only met once. But he never expected that Vanda was still paying attention to his every move. Was he simply curious, or did he have a plan like Kong Sha? "Yes." Thor raised his left hand and said, "It was my first transformation, and I succeeded by chance." Unlike Teacher Kaz, Vanda didn't observe Thor's left hand carefully. He didn't even glance at it. "But Thor, your talent shouldn't be wasted on which body transformation. Now that your magic power has reached the standard, you should focus on truly useful knowledge." "Really useful knowledge?" Thor didn't understand. Isn't something as valuable as which body transformation useful? What else? Sol remembered the lecture from Mentor Kaz today. "Are you referring to my soul talent? But I don't even know how to use this talent. Is the book I gave you too basic? Or are you dumber than I thought?" Vanda's voice was full of laughter, and he didn't seem angry at all. Chapter 58. Book? Thor suddenly realized and took out a thin silk book from his bag. "Is this book you gave me?" "Well, the Guide to Corpse Transformation. I thought the knowledge on it would lead you to be interested in the soul. I didn't expect you to play with which body transformation. Vanda is more powerful than Mentor Kaz. Thor suddenly had this idea in his mind, and he thinks highly of me." But this appreciation and respect came from an unknown source, which made Thor feel a little uneasy. Thor realized something. Initially, Mentor Kaz didn't want to get involved in my affairs, but the next day he told me that Sid would be away from the tower for a month. I thought Kaz had a weird temper, and was capricious at the time, and it turned out that it was because of Pink standing behind him, and Pink helped me get Sid away, and gave me time to grow. For a moment, Thor recalled many things that he felt strange when he was with Kaz. But Pink thought that Thor didn't understand what he meant. "Thor, the transformation of the witch body is only a temporary gain. The study of the soul is the direction you should explore." The bandage on his chest cracked a gap, and 2 fingers pinched out a silk book from it. Another silk book. Vanda held the book and handed it to Thor. "Take a look at this book." Thor hurriedly took the book and found that the pages were handwritten in cursive. On the conjecture of the soul carrier. "If you find it difficult, you can read it together with the book about the corpse. I think you will gain a lot, and I also look forward to your new insights." Sol immediately felt like he was back in the workplace. "Boss, I'm a newcomer. I can't make any valuable comments." "I understand, sir. I will study hard. Don't worry, these things are enough for you to learn for a few years." Sol held the book carefully, afraid that he would tear the book if he used too much force. At the same time, he was very nervous. Because he was going to complain again. "If there is a problem, find a backer." "But sir, I worked hard to learn which body transformation because I wanted to get out of danger as soon as possible." Thor stopped talking here. He needed to observe Vanda's reaction to decide the content of the next sentence. Vanda looked at Thor with his silver eyes, and listened patiently. Thor's throat moved for a moment before continuing. I have an enemy who is much stronger than me. If I don't become stronger as soon as possible, I will die in his hands sooner or later. Vanda listened to Thor's words, but looked up at the roof. Thor didn't know what the other party was looking at, and he looked up along with Vanda's line of sight, but could only see the dark wall. Thor, there is one thing you need to understand. Thor immediately looked back at Vanda and listened carefully. Powerful enemies, terrible witchcraft, strange spirits. Thor, the real fear is the unknown. When you embark on the path of a wizard in the future, you will understand that compared with the danger of learning witchcraft, the death threat of a second-level apprentice is nothing. Thor's eyes suddenly widened. Vanda even knew who his enemy was, but Thor was not a real 12-year-old child, and would not be tempted by such a big cake. If you want to eat the cake, you must first make sure you won't starve to death before then. He didn't know how dangerous it was to learn witchcraft. He only knew that if he couldn't get rid of Sid, he wouldn't have to consider learning in the future. Vanda refused to help Thor directly solve the enemy. It was a bit regrettable, but not surprising. I know, sir. Vanda lowered his head, and his eyes fell on Thor's head. Why don't you call me Vanda? But he didn't wait for Thor to reply, and continued, use knowledge as a tool, not as a goal. You are already very strong. Don't get lost in the transformation. After saying that, Pink Bite tiptoed and staggered around Thor. Go back and think about it carefully. By the way, don't say you have seen me. Soul didn't understand at all. He blinked and turned around to ask, but saw a wall. Wall? Soul was stunned. He turned around again, and saw the door of dormitory 603. How did he return to the door of his dormitory again? What a familiar scene could it be? Don't say you have seen me. Is it a spell for teleportation? The person has already returned, so Fan can't catch up naturally. Soul had no choice but to walk into the room silently, still holding the book Conjectures about Soul Carriers in his hand. The hourglass on the wall showed that it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. No wonder the dormitory area was empty, and no one was seen. He placed the 2 books Corpse and Soul side by side on the table, wondering why Fan helped him, asked Kaz to teach him, and came to persuade him in person today. Love talent? Soul. Soul repeated the key words of tonight. Knowledge is a tool, not a goal. My goal is to survive, and become a powerful wizard, not knowledge. Soul still couldn't figure it out, and finally had to give up. People at the bottom should consider basic pursuits first. If it doesn't work, ask Vanda to explain it to him next time you see him. Soul just put away the 2 books. He couldn't read them at the moment, and then he heard someone knocking on the door. Dong! Knock, knock! The sound was a little loud, and the force was a little heavy. For some reason, Thor could hear anxiety and a hint of fear from inside. He walked to the door. Who? Yeah. Senior Byron? Soul opened the door, and it was him. Byron did not immediately go into Thor's dormitory, but looked inside the dormitory vigilantly. I'm the only one, Soul whispered. Byron immediately moved sideways and got in. He waited until Thor closed the door before he slit his throat. I received your signal, but... His pupils were trembling. I don't dare to go over there. Soul then remembered that he had broken the 3rd small bottle, and asked Byron for help. 1 bottle was worth 30 credits, and saving a life was worth 100 credits, which was very expensive. I wasted 30 credits tonight. Soul's face looked a little ugly. Who is your enemy? How did you come back alive? Byron could still recall his fear. He was standing in the corridor on the 2nd floor of the East Tower, and he could walk up the ramp as long as he turned a corner. He knew Thor was in danger, and he had promised Thor that he would go over there even if it was to collect the body. But he just couldn't take that step. The deaf-mute man beside him changed his posture for the first time. He huddled in the corner, head down, arms covering his head, buttocks sticking out and trembling. This posture was ridiculous, but Byron couldn't laugh, because he also wanted to learn from this posture. The inexplicable fear made him keep his left foot on the ground, and his right foot raised for several minutes. Then, everything suddenly returned to normal. Byron's legs went numb, and he almost fell. After a while, he walked up the ramp with a nervous heart, but he didn't see Thor. He didn't know if Thor was dead. Facing such a terrifying enemy, it was normal even if he died without a complete body. Byron walked back to his dormitory in silence. When he found out that he was about to be promoted to the 3rd level apprentice, he felt that he was extremely powerful, and even planned with Thor to go out for an adventurous life in the future. But the experience just now made Byron confused again. He was about to be promoted, but in the face of fear, he was still very weak, as if he had not changed at all. He stood silently in his dormitory until midnight, and then he mustered up the courage to go to Sol's dormitory to take a look, to see if he had come back, and if he was still alive. But Byron did not expect that Sol would be fine in the face of such a terrifying existence. "Oh." Sol answered Byron's question calmly, "I misunderstood. The one who appeared tonight was not an enemy." "Who is he?" Byron said impatiently. "Do you really want to know?" "No." Byron turned his head away immediately. "I don't want to know." His face was twitching violently, as if he wanted to escape from his body. Seeing Byron's terrified expression, Thor suddenly felt a little sympathetic towards him. At the same time, Thor was once again certain that Fando was a more terrifying existence than his mentor. So who Fando was, it was not difficult to guess. But Thor didn't want to break this window paper. If he did, he might have to face the blood. He is still young and cannot bear such a heavy burden. But at the same time, Fanda's words also made Thor understand one thing. Compared with Fanda and his mentor, Sid is really not a threat. Although Fanda is unwilling to attack Sid directly, he has been watching Thor. In this case, instead of being cautious and guarding against the opponent's backup moves all day long, it is better to detonate this trouble in advance. He is actually very strong. Yes, Fanda said. Chapter 59. Senior Byron? Do you want to write off your debt to me? Sol smiled and spread his hands to Byron. 2 a.m. Kong Sha was lying on the floor. She didn't like sleeping on the bed. She felt safer lying under the bed. How ridiculous. She was the most powerful second-level apprentice, and the one who had the best chance of entering the third level among all the second-level apprentices. But she was still afraid. More afraid than anyone else. And the best way to hide fear was to make others afraid of her first. She raised her hand and gently touched her face. When she touched the intersection of her cheek and the glass, her fingertips began to tremble. Knock, knock, knock. There was a regular knock on the door. The sound was neither loud nor soft. If someone was sleeping, it might not be possible to wake them up. But Kong Sha heard it clearly. Her eyes were excitedly pressed against the glass wall, and she vaguely saw a small man behind the door. Sol? She became excited. Sol, now her man, every time he came, it meant the brain of an apprentice. Kong Sha crawled out from under the bed, tidied her clothes, and made sure she looked as good as ever. She twisted her waist, walked to the door of the dormitory, and opened it. Outside the door, Sol kept a polite smile and looked at Kong Sha sincerely. Senior sister, do you want another brain of a second-level apprentice? Her eyes were rolling. Kong Sha's eyes fell on Sol's left hand, and she almost crushed the door handle in her hand with a force. She moved sideways to let Sol in. You did a witch body transformation? Yes, I survived by luck. Kong Sha smiled coldly. Her little servant had escaped her control when she was not paying attention. Seeing Kong Sha's expression become dangerous, Sol immediately said, It is also thanks to the senior sister's potion. Although I don't need the second potion, I will still bring gifts to the senior sister. Gift? Brain. Kong Sha's eyes were trembling, and the white slurry seemed to be boiling. But she calmed down after all and recognized Sol's promise. Since you no longer need my medicine, why are you willing to help me carry my brain? First, Senior Kong Sha saved my life. If you need it, I will certainly not refuse. Second, I ask Senior Kong Sha to save me again. Sol said seriously, I will try my best to prepare more and better gifts for Senior Kong Sha. Kong Sha looked at Sol's left hand. She did not ask Sol how he did it. Even if she asked, he would not tell the truth. Finally, Kong Sha smiled charmingly. Tell me, who are you going to kill? Nothing happened that night. The next day, class started. For the first time, Thor showed up in the public class. Kelly turned her head and saw him, as if she had seen a ghost. Why are you here? I figured it out, so I came. Sol smiled and sat next to Kelly. Your hand? Kelly noticed Thor's uncovered left hand at a glance. I made a glove, my craftsmanship is okay. Kelly blinked, it doesn't look good. Sol, While talking to Kelly, the apprentice who taught the course of all things cognition walked up to the podium. The apprentice who taught this course was very fixed, and it was always the second-level apprentice who taught it at the beginning. Today, he was talking about the section on herbs in the plant section. It was rare for Sol to listen to it from beginning to end without missing a word. Then he found that this senior really read it word for word. So what is the meaning of this course? It is more hypnotic than automatic audiobooks. There is no more explanation. Kelly on the side was already writing and drawing. Sol took a glance and felt that she seemed to be analyzing the construction model of a certain zero-level witchcraft. He didn't look closely. First, it was inappropriate. Second, he was afraid that Kelly would ask him for money. The second-level apprentice on the stage finished his speech, put the book aside, and said, "If you have any questions, you can ask." Then he took out another book from his bag and studied it. There were few people in the classroom, nearly half the number of people when Sol last took a class. Few people who stayed here were listening carefully. So what is the meaning of this class? Sol thought with his chin on his hand. Apprentice said that knowledge is a tool for wizards. How do you use these tools? After staring at the senior, who was teaching for a while, Sol put away his books and stood up with his school bag on his back. "Are you leaving again?" Kelly said without raising her head. But Sol walked very fast and did not have time to answer Kelly. He walked to the bottom of the podium, facing the senior, who was sitting crookedly behind the podium, raised his head and asked respectfully, "Senior, can I ask you a question?" 1 credit, 5 minutes. The senior was still immersed in the book, answering questions as if reflexively. "Sure. Then can you keep my question a secret?" The senior raised his head. Sol's voice was not loud, but it could be heard by the apprentices in the first few rows. Some people looked at him curiously. The senior who was giving the lecture suddenly smiled and chanted a spell. Then his voice sounded in Sol's mind. Two-way communication, you just need to speak normally, and others can't hear the sound or see your lips clearly. But now it costs 2 credits. For sale, however, Sol's eyes still lit up. Teleportation is a 0th level spell, so is this two-way teleportation a first-level spell? What does it mean for a senior who can choose to learn this auxiliary first-level witchcraft? He will definitely learn more practical witchcraft. Before Thor could speak, the senior said, "Pay the credits first." Thor asked, "How can I give you the credits? Do you want to go to the registration office first?" The other party shook his head and took out a piece of paper from under the table, which had the time and name recorded on it. "Take the badge on your clothes, activate it with your mental power, and press it here to leave a mark. I will go to the registration office to exchange it tomorrow. If you don't have credits and cheated me, you need to pay 10 times the compensation." The senior student was quite excited when he said this, as if he hoped someone would try it. Sol did not hesitate and left a mark as he was told. The upper left corner of the paper also said, "Monroe, second-level apprentice." It should be the other party's name. After Sol left the mark, Monroe took out a blue hourglass and put it on the table, letting Sol take a look, and then turn the hourglass upside down. The timer started. Thor almost immediately spoke, "Senior, why is the effect of the same 0th level witchcraft on ordinary people and new apprentices so different?" "Because of resistance." Monroe looked at Thor and asked again, "Did you kill someone?" Sol was startled and his expression became alert. "It's okay, I'm just curious, you don't have to answer." Monroe waved his hand and continued to explain, "Resistance is divided into mental resistance and magic resistance. For a new apprentice, although the magic and mental power have not been greatly improved, daily learning, meditation, rune construction, and witchcraft practice are all improving their own resistance. Coupled with the mysterious influence in the wizard tower, people's tolerance for witchcraft will be qualitatively improved. But these resistances are actually very small. It's okay to face level 0 tricks, but if you face witchcraft above level 1, relying on your body to withstand it is courting death. The real way to prevent you from being hurt by other people's witchcraft is defensive witchcraft. Many wandering wizards outside first learn defensive witchcraft instead of offensive witchcraft. They prefer to fight with swords because they know their own fragility and the horror of witchcraft. I explained this question here. You are not suitable to know any deeper." Thor nodded and then immediately asked, "What is the difference between a first-level apprentice and a second-level apprentice?" Monroe's eyes widened, a little excited. "Not much difference. Although apprentices are divided into first, second, and third levels, they are all apprentices after all, and there is no qualitative difference. The mental power will not increase significantly, and the witchcraft cannot be solidified, so it is very dependent on on-the-spot reaction in battle. When you reach 50 jowls and learn the first level 1 witchcraft, you can be called a second-level apprentice. But in fact, even if you only have 40 jowls of magic power, you can also change to the badge of a second-level apprentice if you have learned a first-level magic." Thor immediately grasped the key point. So the basis of becoming a second-level apprentice is to master a first-level magic? Monroe nodded, but the magic power cannot fall behind too much, and it is not good to reach the second level too quickly. He still tilted his body, with his hand on his chin. When you reach the second level, you will find that people are not much stronger, but the world is more terrible. Chapter 60. Monroe sighed deeply. Thor was still waiting for Monroe to continue, but he only wanted to answer these questions for the second question. When Thor asked more, Monroe said that this was not what Thor should know now. Seeing that there was only a little bit left in the hourglass, Thor immediately asked, "Excuse me, who is the most powerful second-level apprentice in the Wizard Tower now?" Monroe smiled. "Now, the most recognized combat power is a second-level apprentice named Kong Sha, who majors in dark attribute elements. Unfortunately, being the most powerful does not mean being the most likely to advance to level 3. Monroe dropped the last word, and the last grain of sand in the blue hourglass fell into the glass below. "Time is up. Do you want to renew?" Monroe touched the small hourglass, as if ready to turn it upside down again. But Thor shook his head, thanked Monroe, and turned back to his seat. Monroe dispersed the magic somewhat uninterested, put away the hourglass, and continued to read. Walking back, Thor passed by the long table where Duke and Dozer were, but did not see Rocky. When Thor looked over, both of them subconsciously avoided his gaze. After returning to their seats, and seeing Kelly looking over, Thor shared some information. 1 credit in 5 minutes, you can keep the question confidential, but it costs 1 more credit. If you trust him to keep it confidential. Kelly frowned. "It's still expensive. Why don't you ask the instructor?" Sol looked at Kelly in confusion. "Do you see your instructor often?" Kelly said, "Not very often, maybe once every 3 or 4 days. Thor was speechless. It had only been 3 or 4 days. Sometimes he could only see Minarkaz once every 10 days. Whether he was willing to answer his questions depended on Kaz's mood and how busy he was. Another fan who had secretly mentored him and could barely be considered a mentor. Thor had only met him twice so far. After class, Thor was originally going to go to meditation class with Kelly, but he saw Dozer and Duke walking in the opposite direction from the corner of his eye, so he stopped and decided to give up this meditation class. Kelly was walking and complaining to Thor that many people had some weird movements when meditating, but halfway through the conversation, she realized that Thor had disappeared again without knowing when. Kelly rolled her eyes fiercely. West Tower, 6th floor, dormitory area. When Sol walked back to the dormitory, he passed by the doors of 613 and 614. At that time, Doze seemed to be about to knock on the door, but when he saw Sol, he turned around and returned to room 613. Sol looked up and saw that Rocky should live in room 614. He thought, after Rocky was scared away by me yesterday, has he been hiding in the dormitory? Is there no one behind him, or is it really just because of love? After becoming an apprentice, Thor's life was different from other apprentices. Besides studying, there were no good pastimes. There were only corpses, stale blood, and souls that occasionally convulsed. So he couldn't quite understand why a little boy would face danger for a little girl. Maybe it was because people in this world matured early. Thor returned to the dormitory, thought about it, pushed the door open a little, and looked in the direction of 614. He didn't see Dozer looking for Rocky, but saw Duke coming out of 614. "Duke, why are you everywhere?" Sol narrowed his eyes. After Duke came out of Rocky's room, he did not return to his dormitory, but walked to the end of the corridor and went up the ramp. Before going up, Duke looked back, as if to see if anyone was following him. There was no shelter on the ramp, so Sol would naturally not follow him like this. But even if he didn't follow him, he could guess who Duke was looking for. In the middle of the night, Sol left the dormitory and crawled upstairs. The Wizard Tower at night was still cold and creepy, and the dim candlelight could only illuminate a small area nearby. When Thor was still a servant, he was always worried that a ghost face would suddenly appear in those areas that the light could not reach. Now even though he is a wizard apprentice, he is still afraid of those dark corners. When he reached the 10th floor, Thor stopped for a moment. There seemed to be a dark shadow wandering in the corridor of the 10th floor, but when Thor looked carefully, he could not see anything. He didn't look anymore and walked to the 13th floor at a faster speed. Kong Sha's door opened as soon as he knocked. The other party might be waiting for him. Sid is going to take action. As soon as Kong Sha closed the door, Thor said bluntly, "Are you sure? Killing a second-level apprentice for no reason in the Wizard Tower is still very serious. Everything here belongs to the Tower Master." Kong Sha took a deep breath and trembled. It seemed that just mentioning this title made her terrified. "Have you thought about the cost of making the wrong target and becoming an active attacker?" Thor said, "I know, the apprentice rules are very clear. If an apprentice kills a servant without reason, he will lose credits. If an apprentice kills an apprentice without reason, he will be skinned and credits will be deducted. If the mentor is harmed without reason, the mentor can deal with the apprentice at will. But those rules all have a premise of without reason. As long as I resist and accidentally kill Sid, it is not considered without reason. Seeing Kong Sha pursed her lips and said nothing, Thor spread his hands. Senior sister, Sid has already controlled the 2 new people around me. If he attacks again, it must be a killing move. Are you really willing to watch me die under Sid's calculations? After all, it was a chess piece that was finally pushed into the morgue. Although the chess piece lost control halfway, Thor tried to make his voice more sincere. Why not follow the plan? You, take the brain of a second-level apprentice, and I, reduce an enemy. Kong Sha's red lips suddenly curled up, and she sat back in the chair, her toes circling in the air. Tell me about your detailed plan. Thor felt relieved, and the second step of the plan was achieved. He linked his experiences of the past 2 days with Sid's actions. There are many guesses among them. But Saul doesn't need to verify the truth of the guesses, as long as Sid shows up at the last moment. He first contacted a girl named Jenna, who had participated in the Mutual Aid Society. You know the Mutual Aid Society, right? Kong Sha nodded. Even Kong Sha knew about the Mutual Aid Society. The power of this Mutual Aid Society might be greater than Saul thought. The newcomer discovered the parasite of the Mutual Aid Society and asked me for help, but it exploded in front of me. Kong Sha touched her lips. The parasites of the Mutual Aid Society are not fatal, so it should not be the work of the Mutual Aid Society. I thought so too, and the explosion was not large in scale. Even if I was not wary of Jenna, it would be difficult for me to die in the explosion. Sol lowered his head, and he could still remember the last second before the explosion, when the girl looked at him with hopeful eyes. Sol came back to his senses and continued. So, I guess Jenna must have a backup plan later. Sure enough, a few days later, a boy named Rocky came to me to track down Jenna's whereabouts. Is he dead too? No, but he didn't show up for a few days. But it's precisely because he didn't die that I have a hunch that he will come to me again. And when he comes to me again, that's when Sid's killing move will come. Kong Sha stopped stroking her lips. I don't understand here. Since you know, he was also sent by Sid, why don't you just kill him? Known enemies are always easier to target than unknown enemies. Sol slowly explained to Kong Sha. Sid is a very cautious person. He never does it himself. All the bad things that require killing people are done by others. But now I have angered him, and his strength is growing rapidly. If he attacks me again, he will definitely not want to fail again. For this reason, he will definitely show up at the end to ensure that his plan will not fail. In fact, Thor is sure that Sid will show up because he is sure that the other party will come to find the Death Wizard diary to prevent it from being picked up by passers-by. But the diary must not be leaked at all. Chapter 61. After several killings, Thor has figured out Sid's methods. He still suspects that when he was in danger in Professor Kaz's laboratory, it was also related to Sid. If he hadn't been teleported back to the dormitory by Fanda, he might have run into Sid, who came to collect the body. He sent Jenna here and let her die in front of me, just to pave the way for Rocky or others later, so that they have a clear motive to attack me. He must know that I have learned a 0th level witchcraft now. In order to ensure that there will be no more accidents this time, he must come here to confirm it in person. Sol looked up at Kong Sha and said in a calm tone, I can now cast witchcraft and become stronger and stronger. If he doesn't take action again, he will never have a chance. Kong Sha's mind churned slightly, and a few eyeballs were looming. But the premise of all this must be that Jenna is indeed sent by Sid. Sol said, I am 50% sure. But I think it is enough. Even if I'm wrong, it's just a waste of a few afternoons for you. 5 days later, our new apprentice will have his first test, and he will definitely take action before then. After the test, Thor, who has learned a lot of witchcraft, will definitely become the best among the newcomers and attract much attention. The risk is even greater if Sid takes action. A few afternoons? Do you think I'm free? Kong Sha snorted. Thor showed an embarrassed look. Sorry, senior sister, I will find a way. The day after tomorrow afternoon. Sol was stunned. How could Kong Sha be so sure? You should have let Sid know that I am your backer, right? The day after tomorrow afternoon is the day of my test. Sol frowned immediately. You mean, Sid will choose the time when you are not here? Of course, he has been planning for so long, he will definitely choose the best time. Sol frowned even more. He gritted his teeth and asked, Can you ask your mentor to postpone the test? That's impossible. But it's okay to do it in advance. Kong Sha smiled. She seemed to like seeing Thor's anxious look. Anyway, you don't need the second dose of medicine I provide. It's no big deal for me to test it for you in advance. Her eyes flickered, staring at Thor's face for a while, and then at Thor's left hand. Good luck, good luck. Sol breathed a sigh of relief, and his shoulders relaxed. He lowered his head, and raised his hand to wipe the non-existent cold sweat from his hair. 2 days later, on the second floor of the East Tower, in the third corpse room. Sol did not continue the experiment, but sat on the experimental table, absent-mindedly flipping through the conjectures about soul carriers he had just received. Although it was given to him by Fanda himself, asking him to study it carefully. But now Sol was looking at the silk book in front of him. His legs and feet were shaking unconsciously, and his brain could not recognize what those words meant. Often he turned to the next page, only to find that he did not understand the previous page at all. He had no choice but to turn the page back. Knock, knock, knock. Here it comes. Sol was refreshed. He had not been to class for the past 2 days, and his travel and return times were not fixed, just to make people focus on the morgue. The wait was anxious, and now it was finally about to begin. Sol calmed down, his feet stopped shaking, and his mind became clear. He put away the silk book, got up and opened the door. Outside the door was Rocky, who looked extremely haggard. He must have not washed for a few days. His eyes were dark and his eyeballs were bloodshot. "What are you doing here?" Thor's tone was full of impatience and surprise. But his left hand had already reached his chest. "You killed Jenna, didn't you?" Rocky stared at Thor, his eyes staring at Thor's face. "No." Thor's expression was gloomy. "Who told you nonsense? Don't you know that killing apprentices is not allowed?" Rocky's eyes became redder. "Then why did I see Jenna's red dress here? What did you do to her?" Thor was startled, and then he remembered that Jenna came to see him that day, wearing a conspicuous red dress. But the skirt had already been put into the big box with Jenna. What did Rocky see? Thor made an impatient expression and pouted his lips and said, "I have already said that I did not kill Jenna, and I don't have any skirt here. Who is talking nonsense to you?" But Rocky on the other side could not listen to Thor's words at all, and only muttered silently, "It must be you, it must be you. These days, Jenna has been blaming me for not finding her quickly." Jenna? Blame him? Was Rocky possessed by an evil spirit, or had he lost his mind? Thor took a half step back. But his move immediately set off Rocky. "Don't run. Give Jenna back to me." Rocky actually took out a dagger from behind and stabbed it at Thor's chest. As he swung it, the blade of the dagger glowed green, and it was even smeared with poison. Thor immediately raised his left hand to block Rocky's randomly waving arm, then quickly chanted a spell, and threw a desperate gaze at him. Unexpectedly, Rocky on the opposite side showed no fear at all this time, and only took 2 steps back before swinging the knife again. And this time, his movements seemed much more agile, and he was still chanting, "You kill her, you kill her." He was not like the timid Rocky anymore. Seeing that the first spell had no effect, Thor retreated immediately. Behind him was the operating table. He grabbed the long stick on the operating table, and swung it at the oncoming dagger. The long stick was twice as long as the dagger, and it swung the dagger away with one blow. However, Rocky did not let go, and he released his strength, drew a half arc in the air with his arm, and stabbed Thor again. This is definitely not the strength and skill that Rocky can have. The last time he came to find Thor, even if he had only half of his current skills, he would not have fled back so embarrassedly. "Who are you?" Thor went around the operating table and dodged Rocky's attack. Rocky showed a ferocious smile on his face, but did not answer. He rushed towards Thor. At this time, the diary flew out. But Thor could only dodge while scanning the words that quickly appeared in the diary with his peripheral vision. New Moon Calendar Year 314, May 23rd, you were attacked by an unknown consciousness that descended on Rocky. His dagger carried a terrible poison curse, and you were scratched in the chest. You felt your internal organs melting, and you spit out mouthfuls of mixed black blood. After a long battle, you defeated the enemy with the strike undead, thinking that you could finally survive this time. But it was not over yet. A new enemy arrived. A bursting flint flew from the door to your feet, and you saw the fire. And hell! There are still people outside the door. Thor immediately realized that someone was ready to attack him, and it should not be Sid. Long battle. It seems that we must fight quickly. Thor rolled to the back of the teleportation platform again, and immediately released the strike undead on Rocky. The effect of striking the undead is much stronger than the despair gaze. The opposite Rocky was obviously seriously injured, and black smoke began to rise from his face and skin. His movements also became sluggish. It is indeed a ghost. If it hadn't been mentioned in the diary, I'm afraid I wouldn't have used this spell so quickly. After all, Rocky in front of him looked like a living person. It was difficult to quickly think that he had been possessed by the undead. But a strike against the undead could not directly solve the enemy on the opposite side. If the battle continued like this, it might really take some time. But Thor couldn't wait. The Oriole outside the door would soon appear, and he couldn't wait to be attacked by the Oriole. The opposite Rocky jumped onto the teleportation platform, holding up the dagger, and tried to pierce Thor's heart with a ferocious look. However, Thor directly pulled out a disposable wand from his sleeve, which he had exchanged from Kong Sha for many credits. Ice Dagger. Chapter 62. As Thor activated the spell, an ice crystal as long as an index finger quickly condensed at the tip of the magic wand. The front of the ice crystal was as sharp as a cone, emitting bursts of cold air, and whizzed towards Rocky's unguarded head. Ah! Rocky's head was pierced by the cold ice cone, leaving a bloody hole, but was immediately frozen. A double scream sounded from Rocky. One was short and stopped abruptly. One was sharp, like an echo, and it continued. Strike the undead. Thor immediately cast another spell. With his current 13 gels of magic power, he could cast a 0-level spell without any pressure. The sharp whistle turned into white smoke in the black light of the spell. Resolve the enemy. Thor did not stop. He glanced at the dagger still held in Rocky's hand, immediately pinched Rocky's hand, and stabbed Rocky's body in an inconspicuous place with the poisonous dagger. The dagger was covered with blood and turned black quickly. Thor covered Rocky's wound and put Rocky's hand aside, revealing the conspicuous dagger stained with black blood. Now, just wait for the Oriole to appear. Duke stood with his back against the wall. He felt his legs shaking. If he didn't stand like this, he would soon slide to the ground. Rocky has already gone in. They should be fighting, right? He turned his head to look at the corridor on the second floor of the East Tower. Going around the motionless big man, the door closest to the ramp was half open. There was a clanging sound inside, and it was obvious that the fight was very intense. Duke looked down at the stone in his palm, the exploding flint, which was given to him by Sid. It is very convenient to deal with apprentices who have no protective spells. Duke only has one such stone, and he must use it at the critical moment. A sharp scream suddenly came from the corpse room, and it was unclear who was screaming. Is the battle over? Duke knew he had to go up. If Rocky killed Thor, everything would be fine. But if Thor killed Rocky, he must take this opportunity to sneak attack. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, he would definitely not be able to beat Thor. Duke had no time to think about how the situation had developed to this point. He held the explosive flint tightly, and used magic to activate the mechanism on it. Then he quickly ran to the door of the third corpse room and raised his hand to throw the flint out. The explosive flint would explode immediately after being hit hard. It didn't matter who was alive inside, or if everyone was alive, it didn't matter. After this flint shot, no one would survive. Duke ran to the door, glanced inside, and raised his arm. But he still stopped, because there was no one standing in the room. The stench rushed into Duke's nose, which made his confused brain a little clearer. The one lying on the ground was Rocky, with an ice hole on his face, and a dagger. There was blood on the dagger. Okay, this is all right. Duke's eyes lit up. He was the one who handed the dagger to Rocky, so he naturally knew what was on it. But just in case, Duke didn't leave. He scanned the room, and was ready to throw the flint out at any time. Where's Thor? But Duke didn't see Thor anywhere he could see. Did he run away? But I was watching in the hallway? The room was messy. The table was tilted, and there were many empty boxes scattered on the floor. A huge box fell to the ground, which was big enough to hide an adult. Is Thor hiding over there? Duke vaguely saw a hand next to the box, which should be the injured Thor. Calculating the time, he should have fallen to the ground. Duke licked his lips and smiled excitedly. He took another step forward. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around Duke's right hand holding the flint, tightly grasping it, so that Duke could not throw the flint away. Before Duke had time to be surprised, he saw a hand appear in front of him, and then fiercely grabbed his throat. The boy's fragile neck was torn apart. Blood spurted out. Duke stared at the blood in front of him, and at the last moment, there was only confusion in his mind. How did he appear behind me? Let Duke's body fall. Thor just pinched his right hand to prevent the flint inside from falling out. The way Thor had just hidden himself was a level 0 sorcery, a magic trick that he had learned specifically for this day. This sorcery was very flexible, and could change its presentation based on the subtle differences in constructing the sorcery model. And Thor had chosen an effect that concealed his body. When Duke came in, he was actually standing next to the door against the wall, but Duke simply ignored his presence. This sorcery looked very powerful, but in fact, no matter what effect it had no lethality, and could only temporarily confuse people's 5 senses. So it is classified as level 0 witchcraft. Another reason for reducing it to level 0 is that it is difficult to control its presentation effect. Sometimes you want to pull a rabbit out of a hat, but what comes out is a toad. But after Thor's precise coordinate analysis method, he can control the presentation effect of this spell at will. In addition to the level 0 witchcraft that he specially learned, Thor also prepared other props. The magic wand that just cast the ice dagger is a witchcraft prop. Witchcraft props are basically disposable items, which contain a relatively powerful witchcraft. They can be used by simple magic activation, and do not require the user to master the witchcraft. Unfortunately, in order to deal with Rocky as soon as possible, Thor used up the witchcraft props he prepared for Sid in advance. The explosive flint that Duke took is also a kind of witchcraft prop, but its power is much stronger than the ice dagger, and the range of influence is also larger. Thor carefully took the explosive flint from Duke's hand and dispelled the magic attached to it by Duke. The flaming flint that was ready to move finally settled down. Thor sighed. It was not a good thing to let the flaming flint explode in the corpse room. He was about to put the flint away, and his eyes subconsciously checked it in a semi-meditative state. He would check it like this every time he collected materials from the corpse. Then Thor stopped moving. Under his observation, a black and gray insect actually crawled out of the flint in the palm of his hand, and quickly attached itself to Thor's left hand, opened its huge mouth parts and bit it. Well, it didn't bite it. Thor silently placed the flint on the table, then pinched the bug in his palm with his thumb and index finger, and squeezed it hard. Squeak! The black and gray imaginary bug turned into fine dust, and dissipated in the air. What is this? Before the diary appeared, Thor could not see what the bug was for. The diary was arrogant, and always looked down on ordinary little things. But Thor felt that this little bug was unusual, and must be a part of Sid's killing move. Outside the quiet corpse room, there was a slight sound of footsteps. Thor narrowed his eyes, knowing that the real owner had arrived. He immediately staggered to his cabinet, frantically rummaged out a few small bottles from it, making a clanging sound. Then he quickly took out a few spare reagents from his clothes, unplugged the bottles, and poured them all into his mouth. After drinking the reagents, Thor covered his chest with a painful look on his face, and walked towards the door, staggering as if he was looking for someone to help. The door was pushed open, and a figure appeared at the door. Seeing the other party, Thor's face changed drastically, and he stepped back repeatedly, knocking open the operating table, and almost tripped over the corpse next to the conveyor. As his back hit the conveyor belt, Thor's face changed again, and he opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of black blood. Then he looked desperate, looked behind the door, and shouted angrily, "Sid, it's you!" Chapter 63. Sid walked out from behind the door, and shrugged his shoulders. He didn't come in, but just leaned against the door frame with his arms folded. "Yes, it's me, but why did you forget to call me senior again?" Sol covered his chest with a painful look on his face, looking at Sid with a hideous face. "You want to kill me? Aren't you afraid that Master Kaz will peel your skin off?" Sid chuckled, his face full of disdain. "Who said I was going to attack you? It was obviously you first-level apprentices killing each other. I was just passing by, and was kind enough to help you collect the bodies. Do you think you can fool the mentors? Do you think the mentors really care about a few apprentices, or dead apprentices?" He glanced at the messy lab tables and cabinets and sneered. "You tried to make an antidote? That's a good idea, but you weren't poisoned, so taking medicine won't work." Thor started to move with the help of the conveyor belt, while Sid just stood at the door, and didn't come in or stop him. It seemed that he was going to wait until Thor died on his own. Thor moved to the portal, grabbed the black tassel and shouted inside, "Senior! Senior!" The bright candlelight above his head made Thor pale. Sid laughed again. "Do you think someone will come to save you? Hayden happened to be busy today, and is not here," he said sarcastically. "Byron in the number 1 morgue turned 30 a few days ago, and has left the wizard tower. He has not found a successor yet. Now there are only you and me on the 2nd floor of the East Tower. What did you do to me?" Thor moved to the other side, with the help of the teleportation platform, as if he wanted to find a useful potion on the laboratory table. "I told you it's not poison." The smile on Sid's face disappeared, and he showed some impatience. "Die quickly, let me collect your body." Seeing that Thor still didn't give up, Sid decided to extinguish his last hope. "You have a curse. If your backer Kong Sha is here, maybe she can help you solve it. But she is taking the apprentice test today. Even if you look for her, she won't be available to come." Thor's movements were stiff, and he looked at Sid, and despair finally appeared on his face. "Wow!" He lowered his head, and spat out another mouthful of black blood. He trembled and fell down. His heavy body accidentally knocked over the wrench next to the conveyor platform, and the conveyor belt began to buzz, make a sound. Thor on the ground twitched twice and collapsed weakly. Sid showed a real smile on his face and walked in quickly. He was not afraid that Thor would pretend to be dead. He had many ways to control a new apprentice. He was only afraid that he would act too late and let the diary run away again. Sid squatted down and reached out to turn Thor's body. At this moment, behind him, a woman with only half a face emerged from the conveyor belt with black leather tassels. The conveyor platform was humming, covering up the inaudible spell. A crystal-ized dagger quickly formed in the air, a circle larger than the one that Thor summoned with the magic wand, like a real dagger, and stabbed Sid's back. At the last moment, Sid suddenly realized something and suddenly jumped forward. But he was still a little late. He avoided the fatal injury, but the ice dagger still pierced his lower abdomen, leaving a blood hole that was quickly frozen. If it weren't for Sid's rush, the ice dagger would have pierced his heart. Sid didn't have time to look back and immediately cast a defensive spell behind him. A translucent barrier appeared between Kong Sha and Sid, blocking the inferior cold bead thrown at Sid. The cold air immediately condensed into beautiful ice flowers on the transparent barrier. Before Sid could catch his breath and stand firm, an ice dagger appeared silently on his left. And Sid was not a simple person either. His whole body melted like a candle. The dagger stabbed and took away part of the candle's solution, but the remaining part quickly gathered and turned into a complete Sid again. But the big hole in Sid's lower abdomen did not heal. This witchcraft can obviously only avoid damage, but cannot help Sid recover from previous injuries. At the same time, Kong Sha's other ice dagger had already formed in the air. Sid's face suddenly turned as pale as a dead person. The reason why Kong Sha is the most powerful among the second-class apprentices is that she can release the first-level witchcraft continuously without fear of a certain degree of mental fatigue. And Sid, after using defensive witchcraft and the first-level wax melting technique, must take a breath for a while to calm the shock of the mental body before casting again. Otherwise, the spell may fail and lose 800 points. Seeing the third ice dagger quickly taking shape in the air, the cold bead just released can accelerate the formation of the ice dagger in the air. Sid can only take out the treasure at the bottom of his box. Sid lowered his hand, and a puppet sculpture appeared in his palm. Kong Sha's eyes changed when she saw the sculpture. She immediately dissolved the ice dagger in the air, and her brain was agitated because of the forced termination of the spell. Eyeballs appeared in the glass head, all staring at the puppet sculpture in Sid's hand. How dare you carry the elf sculpture with you? Aren't you afraid that you will suddenly go crazy one day? Sid took the opportunity to calm the shock of his spiritual body. In this case, it would be very dangerous for him to take out the elf sculpture. However, Sid still showed an unruly smile. I have my own way. If I don't take this out, I'm afraid you won't give me a chance to speak. Kong Sha attacked him as soon as she appeared, and then she used killing moves one after another. Sid didn't have time to recite the spell, let alone stop Kong Sha. Kong Sha, in fact, we don't need to fight for a slave. Sid looked at Thor on the ground. The latter looked pale, with black blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, as if he would die in the next second. Sid's dream was about to come true, and he couldn't help but get excited, not to mention a slave who was about to die. But he is useful to me. Kong Sha said coldly. What did you do to him? Just a triple curse. Sid said nonchalantly. Triple curse? When Kong Sha spoke, her eyes were still fixed on the sculpture in Sid's hand. Not a single one was hidden in her brain. That requires 3 lives. So you sent those 3 new apprentices to Thor to kill? Yes, this guy is ruthless and never hesitates. Although the first person was not killed by him, the death in front of him will be entangled with him. Sid proudly said his method. Now, Kong Sha, do you still want to fight with me for a dying person? Kong Sha's eyes turned to Thor, and quickly turned back. Seeing Kong Sha hesitated, Sid continued to increase the stakes. I only want the body of this stinky boy to vent my anger, and you can take everything else. Kong Sha didn't say anything, as if she agreed. Sid carefully held the sculpture in his hand, staring at Kong Sha, and slowly approached Thor. Thor on the ground barely raised his head to look at Sid, who was getting closer and closer to him, and looked at Kong Sha anxiously. However, Kong Sha's eyes were all fixed on the sculpture in Sid's hand, and she didn't seem to pay attention to Thor's request for help. Sid took a step forward while staring at Kong Sha. Suddenly, his front foot stepped heavily on the ground, and the stone bricks on the ground were stepped on and cracked. Sid used the rebound force to leap back, ignoring Thor on the ground and running towards the gate. The next moment, 2 ice daggers penetrated Sid's position from top to bottom, hitting the ground hard and destroying 2 more bricks. TSK. Kong Sha sighed with regret. That Sid was really alert. If he was allowed to escape today, he might not have such a chance of legitimate defense in the future. And the elf sculpture in Sid's hand also made Kong Sha dare not cast spells on a large scale. Once the spirit body fluctuates too much, it is very likely to fall into hallucinations because of the elf sculpture without knowing it. That would be too dangerous. Sid's face was grim. By running away, he gave up a chance to pick up a corpse that was so close. Fortunately, the diary itself was plain and simple. Even if Kong Sha saw the hardcover book falling from Thor's body, he might not care. He still had a chance to take it back. Just when Sid and Kong Sha were full of regrets, a figure suddenly appeared behind the scarlet door and punched Sid, who was running out. Chapter 64. Sid was caught off guard and staggered back by the opponent's fist, with a stream of hot blood flowing from his nose. He looked up and was shocked to see a figure that should not be here. Byron, why haven't you left the tower yet? Byron? Even Kong Sha was surprised and got off the teleportation platform and kicked Thor on the ground in a subtle way. Yeah. In the face of the two people's doubts, Byron just nodded. Well, it's no use asking him. Sid immediately realized that he was trapped and could not escape. This man was cruel to others and himself. He raised his hand and slammed the sculpture in his hand against the wall. Byron and Kong Sha stared at the sculpture and their faces changed. The fragile elf sculpture immediately broke into two halves after the impact. The head fell off and rolled to the side. The inside of the sculpture was only 1 finger thick, hollow in the middle, with nothing. But it seemed that there was something else. As the sculpture broke, the corpse room fell into complete silence. You are really crazy. Even Kong Sha lost her charming charm and stared at Sid viciously. Byron finally realized what Sid was holding and frowned. Sid's hand holding the remaining half of the sculpture instantly withered and aged like an old man in his 80s or 90s. He hunched his waist, his chest heaving, and his eyes kept wandering between Kong Sha and Byron. When you plotted against me, I knew that there would be no reconciliation today. In this case, let's all play together. Sid held the sculpture and walked towards Kong Sha. Kong Sha's eyes kept rolling, and finally she took the initiative to avoid it, revealing Thor behind her. Sid seemed to be wearing a bomb suit, making the two powerful second-level apprentices afraid to act rashly. When Byron wanted to move forward, Sid would immediately raise his hand, forcing Byron to retreat again. Sid forced the two to move their positions repeatedly, and finally he walked to Thor's side, while Kong Sha and Byron stood at the door. Do you think you can escape? After a long silence, Kong Sha finally spoke. The power of the elf sculpture is leaking, and we can't use our spirit bodies, but if you hold it, you will fall into hallucination sooner or later even if you don't move. We can easily kill you then. Sorry. Sid smiled grimly. My family has a knight heritage, and you can't stop me without using witchcraft. Don't get close. Sid once again drove away Byron, who was ready to move. He was in a very bad state now, with blood all over his face and an ice hole in his stomach. But he was also very proud. He had never experienced this before, as he had scared off two powerful opponents at the same time. Sid stared at the two men closely and slowly squatted down beside Thor. The little servant next to him was motionless at this time and should be dead. He reached out to touch the servant's neck, but did not feel a heartbeat. He was really dead. Grandfather. Sid called frantically in his heart. Look, I am the hope of the family. The diary of the dead wizard you have been looking for a long time will soon be in my hands. Ha ha ha. Byron saw that Sid looked strange and stepped forward again. Don't move. Although Sid was excited, he was still wary of Byron and Kong Sha. Seeing Byron move unusually, he threatened him. Come over again, I will let you taste the taste of illusion. Do you think Kong Sha will not take the opportunity to attack you after you enter the illusion? However, before Sid finished speaking, he suddenly felt something hit his stomach hard, and the original wound hurt violently. Sid had no choice but to lower his head, and saw that Thor, who had been motionless just now, had gotten up at some point, and stuffed something as thick as a fist, and as long as a palm into his whole abdomen. Senior? Thor grinned, his mouth and teeth were all black, and he stuffed the thing into Sid's wound with his left hand. I give you a gift. Sid was in pain and angry, and punched Thor. Thor quickly used his left hand to block, but was still knocked away by Sid. Thor was knocked away, but his expression was very surprised. At the same time, he turned his head to Kong Sha and Byron and shouted, Lie down. Sid hurriedly tried to take out the food in his stomach, but it was stuck in the ice. Bang! There was no huge explosion as expected, and even the sound of the explosion was a bit dull. This shocked Thor. Oh no, Kelly wouldn't cheat me with a 3-no product, right? His back hit the ground hard, but he tried to raise his head to look at Sid across from him. Soul breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the scene in front of him. The grenade? No, the explosion of iron and fire was not that fierce, as if its power was gathered and hit the target against it. Sid was blown into two halves, and his upper and lower bodies were pierced from the inside by iron pieces. This iron and fire are so powerful, they are indeed witchcraft props. No piece of iron was wasted, and Sid seemed to have fallen into a pile of iron cacti. He opened his mouth, and blood mixed with iron fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Sid never thought that he, who threatened 2 second-level apprentices, would be plotted against by a servant. How come you didn't get cursed? This is what Sid doesn't understand the most. But Thor just walked away from Sid in silence, without any intention of explaining. Sid fell heavily to the ground, his eyes still fixed on Thor. Suddenly, a thick hardcover book appeared in front of Sid, not far away from him, and he could touch it with just a hand. Sid's eyes suddenly widened. What Kong Sha, what Byron, what Thor, what Wizard Tower, what Grandfather. He didn't care about any of them at this moment. In front of him was only that book, that hardcover book with a red cover. Mine. He uttered the 2 words silently, and reached out to grab it. But his hand only grabbed the air. His hand passed through the hardcover book several times, and finally fell to the ground. Soul looked at Sid with some doubts. The latter didn't know what he was holding in the air, and didn't even explain his final resistance and last words. He glanced at his left shoulder nervously. The diary was still floating there quietly. No problem. Soul stood up and spat out the smelly black blood in his mouth. Pooh. Senior Kong Sha, Senior Byron, is Sid dead? Byron came over first, looked down carefully, and said affirmatively, yes. Kong Sha did not come over immediately, but carefully put away the elf sculpture that was broken into 2 halves by Sid, and sealed it in a small box. She breathed a sigh of relief, and all the terrifying eyes returned to their places. It's easy to confirm whether he is dead or not. Kong Sha came over, picked up the saw on the operating table, and threw it next to Thor. Cut off the head, he will die if he doesn't die. This job was very skilled for Thor, and Byron was no stranger to it either. A harsh friction sound was heard, and blood splattered everywhere. Thor put Sid's head into a box, wrapped it with light yellow leather, and handed it to Kong Sha. Kong Sha took the box and breathed a sigh of relief. It's good this way, you killed Sid. The reason for a legitimate counterattack is more sufficient. An eyeball floated out of the white pulp and turned to Thor, and Kong Sha suddenly smiled. But now I'm really curious. Why did Sid want to kill you? Thor had thought of a reason long ago. A few months ago, when I was still a servant, I saw Sid stealing things in the library. He attacked me at that time. I was seriously injured, but fortunately I survived. Since then, he seemed to be afraid that I would leak this matter, and he tried to kill me several times. Soul once wanted to use Sid's discovery of Kong Sha's brain theft to tie Kong Sha and himself to the same worship, but Kong Sha soon realized that Thor was hiding something and threatened him. Now Sid wants to kill Thor regardless of the danger of falling into the illusion, which naturally arouses Kong Sha's suspicion again. Soul simply told all the facts. Except for the diary of the dead wizard, he said the facts that bystanders can see. And the diary of the dead wizard, no one except Thor can see it. Chapter 65. Kong Sha was not satisfied with Thor's truth. Really? She stretched out her voice, and another eyeball appeared, staring at Thor. Then why did he come all the way to collect your body, and you seemed to be very sure that he would come? Soul's forehead was sweating because of the eyes staring at him. I have explained this, Senior Sister Kong Sha. After the test, my strength will be exposed, and it will be difficult for him to target me secretly. As the last chance to make a move, he is likely to appear and confirm my death. Soul was under great pressure from being stared at, and wanted to hide behind Senior Byron. Oh! Kong Sha smiled even more. Why do I feel that you took what Sid was looking for? So he was staring at you. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Soul's back. It's a pity that you two tacitly didn't say a word. Kong Sha stretched out her fair hand, and gently stroked Soul's cheek. So, are you willing to tell me and Byron? However, at this moment, Byron on the side suddenly reached out, and took Kong Sha's hand away. Byron, what do you mean? Kong Sha immediately freed one eyeball to look over. She thought, if you can't see that they are wrong, I won't interrogate Thor in front of you. Now, you are ruining my good thing. But on the surface, Kong Sha smiled lightly. Aren't you interested in Thor's secret? Byron shook his head firmly. Yeah. Kong Sha stared at Byron, her eyes popping out one after another. Byron was not afraid at all, and looked back at Kong Sha with a dead face. In terms of momentum, Byron was a little worse, but Kong Sha was the one who retreated first. Since you are not interested, then take Sid's body back. I still have to heal my little friend. Byron just shook his head. Yeah. Kong Sha raised one hand, and a few ice crystals condensed in her hand. Have you forgotten who is the most powerful level 2? Soul suddenly poked his head out from behind Byron and smiled at Kong Sha. Of course it's you, because Senior Byron is already a 3rd level apprentice. The chill that spread throughout Kong Sha's body suddenly stagnated, and the ice crystals in her hand turned into starlight and dissipated. You? Kong Sha couldn't help but take a half step back, turned to Soul, and then to Byron. Aren't you already 30 years old? Byron scratched the back of his head, and his throat automatically split without cutting, revealing the sharp teeth underneath. Just promoted this month. Looking at Byron's throat, Kong Sha knew that he was not lying. He could use his human skin more freely. Your locator is not unable to merge. Byron raised his hand and pointed at Thor. Because of him? Kong Sha felt that her brain was not enough impossible. Suddenly, Kong Sha pursed her lips, and did not ask or say anything else. She looked at Thor with several eyes, as if she was meeting this newcomer for the first time. A few months ago, he was still begging her for help with a face full of fear and panic. But now, he has completed the transformation of the witch body one after another, climbed up to Byron, and killed Sid. Seeing that Kong Sha seemed to have wavered, Thor walked out from behind Byron and said, Senior, do you still need a brain next month? Kong Sha was silent for a moment, and suddenly retracted the terrifying aura around her, smiling with red lips. Yes, why not? And, if there is such an opportunity in the future. She shook the head in her hand. Remember to call me. After saying that, Kong Sha tidied up her clothes that were a little messy because of the battle, and gently hooked the collar with her index finger, and flicked it open. Little guy, you know how to find a backer. Thor smiled politely, but thought in his heart, my real backer will scare you to death. Kong Sha left with a complicated expression. Byron turned to Thor with a complicated expression. Soul looked at Byron's face, which was obviously gloomy but inexplicably honest, and smiled. Senior, do you want to know why Sid is against me? Byron's throat was cracked. The conflict in this wizard tower is happening every day. It's nothing more than resources and power. I have lost my curiosity. He has been in the morgue for more than 10 years, and he has handled countless bodies of acquaintances. By the way, Senior, can you speak now without cutting your throat? I'm already level 3 now. Byron touched his throat. I couldn't speak before because I couldn't control my skin. But with the transformation plan you provided, I have a new idea. I always wanted to merge with it, and use it to cover up my true self. But I forgot that I was independent. It can be my weapon and my shield, but it can't be myself. Perhaps it was because I figured this out that I was able to integrate my own positioning device, and successfully advance to level 3. Is it actually so useful? No wonder the Senior insisted on owing me 100 credits. But since you helped me this time, the credits will be offset. Soul looked at the headless body of Sid on the ground, and felt a little pain. I used up the disposable witchcraft props I got from Kelly and Kong Sha, spent a lot of money on fake death potions, and also spent a lot of money to invite Kong Sha and Byron to help. Now he has really returned to the pre-liberation era, and is extremely poor. But he finally got rid of Sid, the biggest troublemaker. Sid not only attacked Thor several times, making him restless, but also knew the existence of the Death Wizard's diary, and was an enemy that must be eliminated. The other party seemed to be unaware of the true function of the diary, but his knowledge was a hidden danger to Thor. Many secrets cannot be shared with anyone, especially this secret is a treasure. The human heart cannot be tested, and it is best not to test it. I just wonder if anyone else besides Sid knows about the existence of the Dead Wizard's diary. Thor. When Thor was staring at Sid's headless body in a daze, Byron suddenly called his attention back. You have to remember that what you have is more valuable and important than any treasure. Thor's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Senior Byron knew? Byron continued in a serious tone. Knowledge and life are the most important things for wizards. Thor opened his mouth slightly, as if he had misunderstood. Senior Byron is teaching him. I understand, Senior. Is it because without life, everything is in vain that he deliberately puts life on a par with the knowledge that wizards pursue? Senior Byron's point of view is as simple as ever. Seeing that Thor seriously thought about his warning, Byron was very satisfied. Right. Byron suddenly took out the booklet from his mouth again, and continued to record. According to the agreement, this move will offset all the credits owed. But he made 2 more strokes. But in the end, you solved the problem of Sid yourself, so you should deduct 20% less, so there are still 16 credits left. No problem. Soul was not polite at all. 16 credits, equivalent to more than 5 months of his basic salary. Byron took away everything from Sid's body, leaving Soul with only a naked body, and said that the things of a second-level apprentice were still dangerous to Soul. If it weren't for the glitter in Byron's eyes, Soul would really believe this honest man. When dividing the spoils, Thor asked about the elf sculpture, but Byron shook his head and warned Thor to stay away from anything related to elves before becoming a formal wizard. Next, Byron helped Thor check his body and dealt with other people in the morgue. The body of the infatuated boy Rocky did not change. He was once possessed by ghosts, and now he is unrecognizable. Thor didn't know what he had experienced, and why he was possessed by ghosts. In short, he was a poor man who was used. Byron said that someone secretly put a ghost host on Rocky. The ghost took advantage of Rocky's restless mind and unstable spirit to invade his spirit body. Finally, the two found a cracked magic crystal in Rocky's wallet. That magic crystal was the ghost's host, and no one knew who put it in Rocky's pocket. Now that the ghost was destroyed by Thor, the host was naturally destroyed. In fact, this low-level host is easy to distinguish for a second-level apprentice. It will not cause serious damage to a first-level apprentice with a stable spirit body and strong mental power. It was because Rocky's state and ability were not good enough that his consciousness was easily taken away. It's really pitiful. Thor sighed, and then put Rocky's wallet in his arms. Chapter 66. Rocky was sent into the big box for corpses. The next one was Duke. Duke was also cursed. The explosive flint in his hand contained the most dangerous shadow curse worm among the triple curse. And Duke's death was the last step to awaken the curse worm. Sid probably thought that even if Duke failed to blow you up, he could use his death to activate the curse and kill you. Speaking of this, Byron touched his Adam's apple strangely. I'm not surprised that you can dodge the exploding flint, and I'm just a little surprised that you can dodge the cursed insect. But why can you even simulate the reaction of vomiting black blood? Soul went to his cabinet and took out a small dark red potion. This is the product that came with my witch body transformation. I named it concentrated plasma, and once it is stimulated, it will turn into a large amount of blood. And you can add pigments to change it into different colors as needed. Non-toxic and harmless, a must-have for death escape. In TV dramas, it is commonly known as a blood bag. As for why it is black blood, Thor couldn't say that the diary told him the dagger that Rocky held was poisonous, and I thought that pretending to be poisoned would make the subsequent enemies relax their vigilance. In fact, Thor took a drug that slowed down breathing and heartbeat. Mainly just in case. Thor took Duke's wallet and put his body in a big box to accompany Rocky. Byron told Thor that the bodies of Rocky and Duke were contaminated by the triple curse. This is the same as Jenna before. Their deaths are all directed at Thor. After they all die, the shadow spellworm hidden in the exploding flint will appear and try to drill into Thor's body and devour his flesh and blood. This is something that neither Byron nor Kong Sha could have expected. Because they lacked a key prerequisite, that is, Sid could not directly attack Thor, the owner of the diary, unless Sid gave up the diary of the dead wizard. Therefore, the most powerful attack that Byron and Kong Sha thought of was that Sid would kill Thor personally regardless of the risk of being punished. But the reality is that Sid chose a very costly and troublesome method to kill Thor. Perhaps because of this, Kong Sha became curious about the entanglement between Sid and Thor. If Thor had not been on guard against Kong Sha and let Senior Byron, who was already a third-level apprentice, be his other trump card, today's matter would have been difficult to resolve. Ever since he learned from the diary that Kong Sha used him completely without regard for his life, Thor had not thought of letting Kong Sha always be his backer. It's good now. It's an exchange of interests. I think Kong Sha has guessed that Soul didn't take the medicine she gave him. After dealing with the follow-up, Byron took out the booklet and wrote and drew, deducting the cost of his explanation of cursed knowledge and inspection of the morgue. After confirming that there were no other threats in the morgue, Byron said goodbye to Soul and went back to sort out his gains today. Finally, Soul was the only one left in the third morgue. Soul walked to Sid's broken body and moved his body to the transmission platform. He turned around and picked up a few sharp knives from the messy operating table and said to the two corpses respectfully, "Hello, Senior." After a pause, he showed a pale smile. "Goodbye, Senior." Soul shuddered. He opened his eyes, and the cold touch all over his body made him realize that he was completely naked. Above his head was the ceiling illuminated by pale candlelight. Unknown symbols danced in front of his eyes, and the cold breath accompanied by faint crying drilled into Soul's skin like a little bug. Duh. There were footsteps approaching. For some reason, Thor suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. He sat up suddenly, and found himself lying on the conveyor platform of the morgue. The black leather under him felt tough, and he was treated the same as the guests of the morgue. Duh. The footsteps became clearer. Thor swallowed his saliva. But his throat was dry and painful. Looking sideways, the scarlet door of the morgue was not completely closed. Behind the palm-width gap was a deep darkness. And behind the darkness was a gradually clear fear. Duh. The footsteps were about to come in from the crack of the door. Thor was startled, and without thinking about why he was lying on the teleportation platform, he immediately jumped to the ground barefoot. He had a premonition at this time that if he was discovered by the owner of the footsteps, the consequences would be terrible. Hide. He looked around the room. There were no corpses, no blood, and no messy tools. In the corner of his eye, it seemed that a pale hand was pressing on the scarlet door. Thor did not hesitate and immediately got into the big box under the operating table. The door should have been pushed open silently, because Thor heard the footsteps already sounded inside the room. He is here to find me. Thor was very sure, although he still couldn't figure out who was looking for him. The lid should be closed. Looking at the dark bottom of the operating table above his head, Thor thought uneasily, but I don't have time. The footsteps lingered in the room. If I reached for the lid now, I would be discovered. This big box is right under the operating table, and there are 4 walls to block it. As long as you don't stick your head in, you shouldn't be able to see me. Thor lay close to the ground, not daring to move, breathing as low as possible. Suddenly, the footsteps got closer and closer. Closer and closer. Stopped beside Thor. Some noises came from the operating table above his head, and then quickly disappeared. Why is there no movement? Thor wanted to look outside, but he didn't dare. Why is there no footsteps outside? Wait, has he found me? Is he bending down? Is he about to squeeze his head into the gap between the bottom of the operating table and the top of the big box? Huh? Thor sat up suddenly and broke out in a cold sweat. I'm dreaming again. He frowned, got out of bed, changed into pajamas, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his clothes. I've had the same nightmare for 2 days in a row, but in the dream, I didn't realize what was wrong, and I didn't know I was dreaming. In the dream, I didn't even have the courage to resist, and I was just afraid, as if I had returned to the time when I first crossed over and became a servant. The fear of waiting for the unknown to appear was very clear. Even though Thor had woken up now, he could still recall his helplessness in the dream. In a vague way, he felt that the things in the dream were not simple. If he was really discovered by the person who was looking for him in the dream, it seemed that something terrible would happen. For 2 consecutive days, he had almost the same dream. And today, the dream had a new development. The owner of the footsteps seemed to have discovered him. If Thor hadn't woken up in time, perhaps a human face would really appear above him. In today's dream, the owner of the footsteps was about to discover me. If I have the same dream again tomorrow, will I be discovered? It was just a dream, but it made Thor feel uneasy. He turned his head to look at the diary on his left shoulder. The diary was sleeping soundly. If you encounter danger in your dream, will the diary come out to warn you? Go to Senior Byron to check it for me this afternoon. Why in the afternoon? Because Thor couldn't skip class this morning. This morning was the first test for their batch of first-level apprentices. Chapter 67. Fearing that he would dream again after falling asleep, Thor simply held the crystal ball and meditated in the second half of the night. Although the transformation of his left hand's magic power greatly increased his magic power, his magic talent did not change much. In other words, his future magic power improvement will still be a big problem. Fortunately, the most urgent crisis has been eliminated, and Thor can use other safer methods, or continue to transform his magic body to improve his magic power. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the hourglass clock reminded Thor that it was time to set off. He carried his bag and headed for Professor Kaz's lab. Senior Mark was not here today, and only Angela was huddled in the corner of the lab with a nervous look on her face. When she saw Thor come in, she forced a smile and greeted him. Good morning, Thor. Ah, good morning. Thor glanced at Angela and found that the latter had already lowered her head. Angela seemed very nervous. Huh? Thor exclaimed softly. Well, he was actually very nervous too. Even though he had become a social animal in his previous life, he had also participated in some social examinations. Every time he takes an exam, he is still nervous, not at all calm like an adult. This is probably the price he has to pay for preparing for the exam, but not preparing seriously. But the nervousness now is different from that in his previous life. The first level wizard apprentice test is conducted once a month, and the first test gives newcomers 3 months to prepare. Whether from the attitude of the instructors or the remarks of the predecessors, it can be seen that those who fail the exam are definitely not just failing the exam and retaking it. If I fail the test, what will be the worst result? I won't be made into fertilizer, will I? Sol was very confident in his own strength. The reason he was so nervous was mainly because he was afraid of the authority of the entire wizard tower, and the strength of the formal wizards. A first-level apprentice was too weak in front of him. The two waited in the laboratory from 8 to 9 o'clock, and the atmosphere in the laboratory became more and more solemn. Teacher Kaz never showed up. Sol, who was quietly emptying his mind to relax, suddenly saw Angela walking towards him, and sitting on a stool 1 meter away. Thor, do you know where Duke is? He hasn't come to the lab for a few days. Angela asked cautiously. He's dead. Thor answered without any emotion. Angela on the other side suddenly raised her head, and before she was about to look at Thor, she immediately lowered her head to avoid him. Oh! She tangled her 10 fingers together, and her butt moved from time to time, seeming to be very tangled. That? Angela wanted to quickly bring Duke's matter over. The test is at 9 o'clock today. Why haven't the instructor and senior come yet? Sol didn't know the reason, and was thinking about whether to go out and take a look. Then, he heard footsteps approaching, and Senior Mark walked in from the door. He didn't say hello to the two people, and rushed into the laboratory to pick materials. When he was almost done, he said to the two people without turning his head, Today, the mentors have something urgent to do, and all the tests for new apprentices will be held in the public classroom on the 10th floor. You should go there quickly. Ah! Angela exclaimed softly, and covered her lips with both hands. Thor stood up immediately and followed Mark out of the lab. There were apprentices in the corridor, carrying books or backpacks, walking out of other labs in 2s and 3s. Everyone was confused and talking, and everyone's face was uneasy. Angela, who had chased out of the lab, trotted a few steps to Thor's left. It was strange that she had been frightened by Thor just now, but she still followed Thor. This made Thor alert. Angela opened her mouth and was about to continue talking to Thor, when a figure squeezed in between the two of them. Good morning, Thor. Oh, good morning, Angela. After casually greeting Angela, Kelly turned her head and looked at Thor. Why is your mental state getting worse and worse? Sol smiled bitterly. I had a nightmare. Nightmare? Your mental power is so high, ordinary nightmares can't affect you, right? Could it be that you are haunted by some ghosts? Do you want to find someone to check it out? Kelly keenly discovered the possible problem. Apprentices like them who have developed their mental power usually don't dream for no reason, let alone have nightmares for no reason. So when Sol mentioned the nightmare, Kelly immediately suspected that Sol was in some trouble. When she said, should we go find someone to check it out? She pronounced the word person very clearly. Kelly was referring to Byron. Yeah. Sol thought the same. Senior Byron, who has been working in the morgue for many years, should have a lot of experience in dealing with ghosts. It's just that he has just been promoted to a 3rd-level apprentice, and he is very busy with registration, moving, and collecting new materials. The work in the morgue has been handed over to the new 2nd-level apprentice. If you want to find someone, you can only go to his new dormitory. If it weren't for the nightmare that made Sol feel so uneasy, he wouldn't have thought of disturbing Senior Byron. It's not good to disturb others all the time. After all, there are not many credits left. Angela walked silently aside, her steps getting slower and slower. As soon as Kelly came, she talked to Sol eagerly, and the always silent Sol could also talk and laugh with Kelly. She couldn't help biting her lip, regretting her wait-and-see attitude. Sol's mental talent was also outstanding among all the 1st-level apprentices, but he seemed to have offended a 2nd-level apprentice at the time, and the instructor didn't think much of him, which made Angela not choose to make friends with him at the first time. Angela was mainly afraid of getting into trouble. Not everyone has the confidence of Kelly. Sol was still talking to Kelly. They were both in a hurry and took big steps. They soon left behind Angela, who was lagging behind. The public classroom used for the test was very large. More than 20 freshmen were scattered around the classroom. 3 months of learning witchcraft life made most people form small groups. There were also a few lone rangers, who sat away from others in silence. Sol and Kelly still chose seats in the back row of the classroom. Angela didn't come this time, but found a place to sit down by herself. Hasn't she always been silent with you? Why did she suddenly come over today? Kelly asked, resting her chin on her hand. Maybe she's nervous. Sol didn't care. Do you know what happened? Why was the test moved here and still conducted collectively? I don't know either. I was having breakfast with Goodo this morning. He was suddenly called away, and then I was notified that the test would be moved to the public classroom. Eating with Teacher Goodo? Sol asked with difficulty. Yes. Kelly looked like she was saying, I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm completely used to his vomiting now, and I can even eat bread beside him without changing my expression. Sol didn't know whether he should envy Kelly for being able to eat with Teacher Goodo, or pity her for having to eat with Teacher Goodo. Sol and Kelly were talking, and other people in the classroom were also talking about it. There was a constant noise, and 20 or so people created an atmosphere of hundreds of people. Bang! A loud noise startled everyone. Sol looked at the source of the sound, and saw a second-level apprentice with a smile on his face walking in. Kelly beside him suddenly gasped. Even Sol frowned and sat up straight. Because the second-level apprentice who came in was Luo Kai, who had taught them the first lesson of freshman introduction. Luo Kai used the Mutual Aid Association to parasitize countless newcomers. Sol didn't know the hidden purpose behind him, but he had already determined that he was not a good person as he seemed. They have already classified Luo Kai as an evil camp. However, Luo Kai did not speak after he came in, but just arranged the chair on the front podium and covered it with a soft fur cushion. There is someone else coming in, and that person is the one responsible for the test. Thor immediately turned his head and looked at the door. Sure enough, after a few breaths, a thin, pale, and seemingly listless man slowly walked in. He was wearing a slightly empty white robe, and his exposed hands were also bony, and his footsteps stepped on the ground silently. If he wasn't short, just by looking at his walking posture, Thor would have thought it was Fanda who showed up. However, Thor had never seen him, but someone else had. Kelly whispered to Thor, "That's the instructor in Zay, who specializes in earth and wood, but also water and poison. I heard he even studied light. He is the instructor, with the most apprentices in the Wizard Tower. Luo Kai is his apprentice." Chapter 68. When Luo Kai came in, some people greeted him enthusiastically. When Nzay came in, even the most active apprentices lowered their heads and kept quiet. If Sol and Kelly were sitting in the front row, they probably wouldn't dare to communicate in such a low voice. Everyone, including Luo Kai, focused their attention on Nzay. Everyone watched him walk slowly to the podium, and with Luo Kai's help, he sat steadily on the chair, like a terminally ill person. Today, because other instructors have something urgent to do, my instructor Nzay will test everyone. Luo Kai continued to introduce everyone enthusiastically, not paying any attention to Nzay's bored and impatient expression behind him. Don't be nervous, just try your best to perform at your best level. Luo Kai was still there comforting the newcomers. That's enough. Teacher Nzay interrupted Luo Kai in a low voice. Luo Kai was not embarrassed at all. He immediately shut up and stood aside respectfully, with a smile on his face. Nzay leaned his body, leaning on the armrest of the chair, his eyes swept across the classroom, not lingering on anyone. Test one by one troublesome? He curled his lips. Those who don't meet my requirements, just leave. The classroom became quieter and quieter. Sol and Kelly stopped talking and looked at each other silently. There were several apprentices who were particularly nervous, and their breathing was extremely obvious. Those who have not learned the compound rune yet, get out. N's voice was as pale and weak as his appearance. But at this time, it was like a sharp thorn, piercing everyone's cochlea. Thor couldn't help but tilt his head. It wasn't because he was weak, but because he could keenly sense the spiritual power in the voice. Tough and ruthless. A few seconds later, the two new apprentices stood up tremblingly, and walked out with despair on their faces. After they left, the door of the classroom was immediately closed, making it impossible to guess the fate of the two people. Before the newcomers could breathe a sigh of relief, Anne spoke again. Those who could only construct a composite rune, get out. This time the waiting time was longer, about 10 seconds, and two more people stood up in panic. They seemed to want to explain, but under Nzay's gaze, they couldn't say a word. Two more newcomers left, and the door closed quickly. The atmosphere in the classroom became more tense. That ordinary classroom door seemed to be the boundary between life and death. If you stepped out, you would be doomed. However, Instructor Nzay didn't stop. Those who don't know zero-level witchcraft, get out. Even with the pressure from the instructor this time, there was still an uproar in the classroom. Everyone seemed to have not heard what Instructor Nzay said clearly, and hoped that he would change his words. But Nzay just stared coldly at the classroom. After a while, about half of the new students stood up. They looked at each other blankly, and looked at the people sitting next to them with doubt. It seemed to say, "Didn't you say it was too difficult? Didn't you say you couldn't do it? Teacher, we..." There was a new student who seemed to want to plead with Nze by relying on his numbers. However, Nze didn't even need to move his eyelids. Luokai beside him smiled and pointed at the new student with his hand. The newcomer didn't realize that something was wrong. He opened his mouth and chattered for a long time, but didn't say the rest of the words. As his mouth moved, something fell out. The people next to him looked down. It was half a tongue. Now everyone lowered their heads and walked out the door quickly, not daring to stay or make excuses. Thor, who witnessed the whole process, leaned back in his chair and relaxed. This is a show of force. He thought, if there are really such strict testing rules, and should just say that those who know witchcraft will stay. This level of screening is probably just a deterrent. Is it to urge everyone to study hard? However, Nze still did not stop. Those who only know 10th level witchcraft, get out. For a long while, no one stood up in the classroom. Because there were only a few people in the entire classroom who knew 2 or more 0th level witchcrafts, this was equivalent to screening out almost everyone. It seemed that the silence lasted too long, and Luokai, who was standing in front, clapped his hands with a smile on his face to attract everyone's attention. Everyone, please move faster. The instructor's time is very precious. The apprentices in the classroom hesitated and reluctantly stood up and walked out. At the same time, they were still looking back to see if anyone else could pass under such harsh conditions. The most desired thing for these eliminated people was that no one would pass. In this way, Instructor Nze would definitely change his conditions, and they, the last group of eliminated people, might be lucky enough to pass the test. However, to their disappointment, there were actually 3 people in the classroom, sitting steadily on the chairs. Damn, there was even that Thor. Wasn't he given up by the instructors because of his extremely low magic talent? How dare you sit on the chair? How dare you sit on the chair? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Thor, but they could only make him cross one leg. Kelly sat next to Thor, looking calm, but her hands hidden under the table were already clenched into fists. And the third person sitting was the one who really surprised Thor. It turned out to be Angela. Sol glanced over and saw that Angela's face was also a little pale, but she didn't seem as nervous as Kelly. Sol touched his left hand and crossed another leg. Countless newcomers left in astonishment. After the last person walked out, the door was tightly closed again. Only 3 left? Teacher Nze looked dissatisfied. Newcomers nowadays have no sense of urgency at all. He tapped his hand on the podium a few times and uttered a string of cold words. Luokai, those who left the classroom will be disqualified from registration and will be dealt with. Huh? Luokai, who was originally smiling, suddenly widened his eyes and shouted out the inner doubts of the remaining 3 people. Teacher, is that so? So many people are judged unqualified. Alas, there are still many people in the Mutual Aid Association who study very hard. Please give them another chance. Nze snorted coldly. It seems that your Mutual Aid Association is useless. Disband it as soon as possible to save trouble. Luokai was not afraid of Nze's expression and continued to plead for the students outside. He was sweet-mouthed and spoke a string of good words. Then you can do whatever you want. Don't bother me. Seemingly impatient with being harassed, Nze finally gave in. Hearing this, Sol and Kelly looked at each other, both of them feeling uneasy. If Luokai decides whether the new students are qualified or not, the prestige of the Mutual Aid Association will probably be even greater in the future. Could it be that this teacher Nze is playing a double act with Luokai? Could it be that the real boss behind the Mutual Aid Association is a mentor? What is the purpose of a formal wizard secretly forming a small group of newcomers in the wizard tower, which is not very large in size? Is it for prestige, wealth, or witchcraft materials? Luokai received Nze's order and happily went out to appease the rookies outside. Nze's eyes once again swept across the 3 remaining apprentices in the classroom, and finally fell on Angela, who was sitting alone in the corner. You, come here and demonstrate the witchcraft you know. Although Angela looked a little uneasy, she moved very neatly and walked directly to Nze without letting anyone wait. Teacher Nze, my name is Angela, and I know 20 level witchcrafts. Angela's voice was so low that Thor almost didn't hear it clearly. At the signal from Mentor Ans, Angela released 20th level magics. Both of these magics belong to dark magics, and Thor has not yet come into contact with them. But the magic demonstrated by Angela does not seem to have much combat power. I wonder why Angela chose these 20th level magics to learn first. Anne's fingers tapped twice on the table. Sol saw Angela's hands behind her back twitch twice. Forbidden Light and Evil Spirit Test. Although they have little combat power, They are two magics that are easy to use. The quantity is just at the bottom line of my requirements. Hey, do you have any relatives who have been to the Wizard Tower? Chapter 69. Hearing Anne's question, Angela leaned forward and answered respectfully. Yes, my uncle was once a second-level apprentice here. He returned to his hometown when he was 30 years old. It was also my uncle who told me some unwritten rules in the tower. Hearing that there was only a second-level apprentice behind Angie Tower, Anne's immediately lost interest in asking questions. Although it's a bit clever, qualified is qualified. Instructor Anne's raised his hand and pointed at the name tag on Angela's chest. The name tag flashed for a moment, and then returned to normal. There didn't seem to be any special changes on the outside. Angela still maintained a humble expression, and bowed respectfully again to thank Teacher Anne's. But when she turned and walked to the door, Sol saw that the corners of her mouth couldn't help trembling. Next, Anne's eyes turned to Sol and Kelly. Angela sat at the far left of the classroom, and Sol sat to Kelly's left. If the order was normal, Sol should be the next one to be called. But Anne skipped Thor and let Kelly go first. Girl, come here. Kelly clenched her fists under the table and suddenly released them. She walked to the front of Anne's with steady steps, and without further introduction, she cast 3 spells. All 3 were Gold-type 0-level spells. And one was an attack type, one was a defense type, and one was an enchantment type. Are you Kelly who followed Goodo? Anne's actually knew Kelly's name. Yes, Master Anne's. He has a good apprentice, but I have never been exposed to the gold attribute. This sentence has already given Kelly a high evaluation. He recognized Kelly, nodded at her name tag, and then asked Kelly to leave first. Now, only Sol and Anne's were left in the classroom. Do you still need me to call you? Just call me Dad. Sol joked in his mind, in fact, to ease the tension and depression in his heart. There is no way, unlike Kelly, who was once a victim of the Mutual Aid Association, he had just killed 3 new members of the Mutual Aid Association. If Anne's is really the boss behind the Mutual Aid Association, will he take the opportunity to deal with him? Even if Anne's does not kill him due to the rules of the Wizard Tower, it is too easy for a teacher to embarrass an apprentice. Sol walked quickly to Anne's, and was about to learn from Kelly to make a quick decision. But Anne's raised his hand to stop him. Stretch out your left hand, let me see. It is not surprising that a mentor can find the abnormality of Thor's left hand. Sol raised his left hand, which originally only showed a little fingertips, to his chest. Anne's glanced at it and nodded. He's smart, brave, and lucky. No wonder he was able to kill Sid. Is he here for Sid? Sol teamed up with Kong Sha and Byron to set up a trap for Sid, making him the new guest of the morgue. He knew that he couldn't hide this, so he simply admitted it and defended himself. Teacher, I was acting in self-defense and was forced to kill. Anne smiled lazily after hearing what Sol said. Self-defense? His hands seemed to be unconsciously drawing circles on the table. Don't be nervous. I don't care whether it's justified or not, whether it's self-defense or not. Sid is not my apprentice. If you want to be afraid, you should be afraid of Rum. He is Sid's mentor. When he sobers up, maybe he will let you meet him. Teacher Rum? Rum is also one of the 5 mentors, and his major seems to be water attribute. Teacher Anne's, can you help me explain it? I really have no choice. Thor said this just to be polite. He has seen that Teacher Anne's is a person who hates trouble, at least on the surface. Who would have thought? Of course. Anne smiled and hooked his finger at Thor. If you become my apprentice, I can help you solve this problem. Is it possible to change the mentor in the Wizard Tower? However, no matter what reason Thor uses to change the mentor, it is difficult not to offend the original mentor. Besides, instead of changing the mentor, he can directly ask Mentor Kez to help him solve the problem. Thank you, Teacher Anne's, but my mentor is also very good to me on weekdays, and I can't bear to leave him. Thor answered cautiously, and was careful not to offend Anne's with his words. Treating you well, would I not tell you that you have a ghost haunting you? Ghost? Treating you raised his eyes suddenly, with a look of surprise on his face. Don't look at me, you should go to Mentor Rum, he is the best at dealing with ghosts, if he is still in the mood to help you. Anne's leaned back, closed his eyes slightly, crossed his hands on his lower abdomen and tapped them quickly. If you don't want to turn around, forget it. Alas, the test is finally over, it's so troublesome. Sol reminded Anne's teacher, I haven't cast any magic yet. What to cast? You can kill level 2, what else do you need to show? But Teacher Anne's, you haven't marked my nameplate yet. Sol didn't know how to describe that action. Mark? Anne's didn't move, but closed his eyes and said, Sol, do you know why frequent tests are carried out in the tower? Sol didn't know, of course. The structure of the wizard tower is destined to try its best to squeeze out everyone's ability. If one day you find that you are being reused, don't be too happy, you are just being assigned to a position that is more suitable for your current ability. And stop talking, as if he had fallen asleep. Sol knew that this meant that he should leave the classroom. But Anne still didn't mark all the name tags. Was he making things difficult for him? Or was he angry that Sol refused to become his apprentice? Sol bowed to Anne's, who had his eyes closed, and turned to leave. When he pushed open the door of the classroom with a worried look on his face, he looked up and was immediately startled. There were more than 20 people standing densely in the corridor outside the classroom. Even Luo Kai stood in the front row of the crowd. Luo Kai was not surprised to see Sol come out, and even laughed and said, "Come on, let's congratulate the first place in this test." After saying that, he took the lead in applauding. Kelly followed immediately. But except Kelly, no one else in the corridor applauded. The apprentices looked at Sol. Some were incredulous, some were indifferent, and some were scared. Luo Kai and Kuli's applause continued, forming an awkward ensemble in the hall. Gradually, Angela began to applaud, then the uneasy doze, then the fifth, the sixth. Finally, everyone in the corridor began to applaud, and the atmosphere gradually became warm and weird. Right. Luo Kai was still applauding and nodding with satisfaction. We are all partners who entered the tower together, so we should help each other like this, The applause lasted about 3 minutes. Luo Kai raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. In addition, as a reward for the first place, you can go to the garden to pick a companion flower to cultivate. So there is a reward for the first place. Sol was delighted. This was much more comfortable than the applause just now. Garden? Companion flower? When he was a servant, he was always threatened by the housekeeper. If he didn't do his job well, he would be dragged away to be used as fertilizer. Now he will see the flowers nourished by those fertilizers. I always feel that it will not be a beautiful thing. At this time, Luo Kai suddenly approached, bent down, and looked at Thor with excitement. I don't know your name yet. You haven't joined the Mutual Aid Association yet. Do you want to join now? Although you are the first among this batch of apprentices, there are many seniors and seniors in the Mutual Aid Association who are more powerful than you. Chapter 70. Kelly, who was standing behind Thor, stretched out her hand and twisted Thor's back like lightning. Hiss. It was the sound of a light breath from the tip of the teeth. Sol knew that Kelly was reminding him to be careful in his answer. If he said it lightly, the other party might think he was being modest and force him to join the club. If he said it too seriously, he might offend Luo Kai, who invited him in front of everyone. In an instant, 3 or 4 reasons for rejection flashed through Thor's mind. In the diary. Years and months. After being trained, he immediately selected the most suitable one. Just as Thor was about to speak, he heard a low and hoarse voice behind everyone. Everyone dispersed after the test. Why are you all here? Have nothing to do. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Teacher Kaz. Didn't they say that the teachers all had things to do? Luo Kai's eyes twitched. Kaz looked over the white mushrooms and said to Thor standing in the center, Thor, follow me. Yes, teacher. Thor spoke loudly, and when he passed Luo Kai, he gave him an apologetic smile, and then left quickly. The two walked to the ramp on the 10th floor, one after the other, and Kaz turned around and took Thor to continue walking up. They kept walking, until they passed the 15th floor and came to the 16th floor. Thor's eyelids jumped. The 16th and 17th floors are the residences of the instructors. Thor usually only went to the 15th floor, which is Kaz's laboratory. Teacher, where are we going? Thor had some guesses in his mind. Could it be that Teacher Kaz knew that he passed the test as the first place, and wanted to take him to see Fanda? Go see a mentor. You probably haven't seen him. He's Mentor Rum, who majors in water and light. What? Sol's heart stopped beating again. They say that after the younger one is beaten, the older one comes. Sol just learned the name of the older one, and he came so soon? Mentor, why are we meeting Mentor Rum? Sol asked carefully. What do you think? Kaz didn't even turn his head. Sol looked at Mentor Kaz's old back. Could it be that Mentor Kaz took the initiative to help him make peace? To prevent Mentor Rum from taking revenge later? Or was Fanda behind the scenes? So when Fanda said, "You are strong enough," did he mean, "Just do it, I support you"? Thinking about it, Thor's heart began to beat wildly again, and a sense of pride that did not belong to him arose spontaneously. Turning a corner on the ramp, Thor was about to follow Kaz into the 16th floor. At this moment, 2 people suddenly walked down from the upper floor. Kaz and Thor stopped at the fork in the road. The leader was a heroic woman with shoulder-length blonde hair, who looked to be in her 20s or less than 30. She wore a half-body armor with gold and white interlaced patterns, a court rapier hung around her waist, and a pair of long boots with metal tips. Thor keenly noticed that when the woman came down, Kaz beside him shrank. An old friend? An mortal enemy? Before Thor could think about it, the second person who came down also showed his full appearance. He wore a brown-red cloak, and the brim of the hood was pulled down very low, revealing only a pink chin. The rest of his body was hidden under the cloak, and only the black tip of his shoe was visible when he was walking. Pink chin. Sol instantly realized who the second person was, but his first reaction was to lower his head, make way, and even hide behind Kaz. Kaz also cooperated and blocked half of Thor's body. When the two passed by, Kaz bowed deeply. Tower Master, Lord Kira. The one who made the formal wizard bow 90 degrees to greet him must be at least a second-level wizard, or someone with the same strength as a second-level wizard. Thor also bowed deeply. He originally wanted to wait for the two to pass before standing up, but the pair of metal boots stopped in front of Kaz. I haven't seen you for so many years, and you haven't made any progress. The woman's voice was unusually hoarse. Are you really working hard? This time, Thor clearly saw Kaz's arm tremble. The mentor is afraid. Standing next to Kaz, Thor didn't feel any pressure, and put his chin tightly against his collar. In the quiet passage, Thor heard the Tower Master behind the woman laugh. Kira, you are a bit too nosy. As soon as he heard the voice, it was indeed Fanda. Sol still maintained a respectful posture, but in his heart he was thinking, Fanda is really the Tower Master. Can he see that there is a ghost haunting me? Will he help me? But Thor controlled himself and did not move. I'd better listen to the Tower Master's instructions first and pretend that I don't know him. If Senior Byron can't exorcise the ghost, I will. Kaz was in awe of the Tower Master, and Thor didn't even have the qualifications to speak. But that Kira was obviously different. She shook her head and glared at the Tower Master. I haven't seen any progress from you in all these years. Gorza, I'm already at the second level. When I catch up with you, I take her away. The Tower Master Gorza didn't get angry when he heard this. He bypassed Kira and left a light sentence. Wait until you catch up. Kira snorted coldly and followed quickly. The two figures quickly disappeared behind the bend. Kaz stood up, his chest rising and falling obviously. Sol turned his head to look at the direction where the two disappeared, and slowly straightened up. Teacher, that's the Tower Master. This is the first time I've seen him. Kaz had calmed down and glanced at Thor meaningfully. Yes, ordinary people rarely see the Tower Master. Come with me. Thor actually wanted to ask who the woman was, but he thought Kaz wouldn't tell him. The two continued to go deeper into the 16th floor. Halfway through, Kaz suddenly stopped again, turned back and whispered to Thor. If you meet the Tower Master in normal times, you must be absolutely respectful. You can't act recklessly just because the Tower Master has a mild temper. You have to understand that the Tower Master doesn't lose his temper because he doesn't need to lose his temper, not because he can't. Teacher Kaz is warning me. Sol realized this immediately. Teacher Kaz really knows about Fanda's affairs, at least part of it. Fanda is the Tower Master. It seems that from now on, Thor needs to call him the Tower Master. I understand, thank you. Sol responded in a low voice. Kaz saw that Thor was serious and not perfunctory, and was quite satisfied. The rooms of the 5 mentors occupied 2 floors of the Wizard Tower. Even though the space at the top of the tower was smaller than that at the bottom, the area of the room was quite large. As the place where the mentors lived, the corridor on the 16th floor did not have any gorgeous decorations, and even the distance between the candles was exactly the same as that of the servant's room. Thor thought he would see some strange runes and magic circles here, but this place was as clean as his dormitory. The two continued to move forward, and finally Kaz took Thor to stop in front of a 3-meter wide door. The width of this huge door is almost as wide as the corridor, so it is not a sliding door, but a folding door. Thor thought to himself, the person who needs to install such a door must be very big. Is Master Rum a fat man? In addition to Kaz and Thor, there are 3 people standing in front of the folding door. They are all blonde and beautiful, wearing robes of the same color, with the name tags of second-level apprentices pinned on the same position on their chests. When Master Kaz approached, the 3 people turned left at the same time, facing Kaz, and bowed at the same angle and speed. Kaz just nodded. The 3 people stood up together, and turned back to the original direction together. They stood quietly together. Chapter 71. Are these 3 actually the same person? Having seen many strange wizard apprentices, Thor guessed the reason why the 3 people in front of him were so strange. But he soon found out that he was wrong. The folding door was pushed open a little, and a boy with blonde hair and blue eyes came out and nodded to the girl in the first line. Then he turned and left. The man who came out was also wearing the same clothes, with the same second-level apprentice name tag on his clothes. The first female apprentice walked in through the crack of the door, and Kaz took the opportunity to lead Thor into the room. After entering the room, Thor immediately used his peripheral vision to look for the figure of Teacher Rum. This room is indeed very large. Due to the area of the wizard tower itself, its width is limited, but its length should be quite long. The reason why it should be is that there are only heavy curtains made of leather hanging on both sides of the room. Each curtain is 1 meter wide, the material is thick, and it will not shake. This room has no walls, only such a curtain. The female apprentice, who came in before Thor, and the others had already walked to the right, and opened a layer of curtain with her hands. Thor leaned over, and saw the next room. Then he saw a beam of light, which was diagonally hitting the ground. Thor blinked his eyes, and always felt that the beam of light was different from ordinary candlelight. He suddenly became a little nervous, but not because of the upcoming appearance of the Teacher Rum. Rum? Kaz did not rush into the space on the left and right, but just raised his voice and asked. Humph. A response came from the right, but the tone didn't sound good. Hey. Kaz raised his hand and motioned Thor to follow. The two of them opened the curtain from where the apprentice had just passed, leading to the next room. The moment Thor passed through, he felt that the temperature in the room was higher than other places. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the source of warmth, and saw the sun. He suddenly burst into tears. On the outer wall, a small window of 1 meter square was embedded in the wall. The dark window was open outwards, and because of the thickness of the outer wall, only a small part of it was visible outside the wall. It was that beam of light that penetrated the thick outer wall, as if it had passed through a starry sky, shining obliquely on the ground, bringing a different kind of warmth to the entire cold room. Thor hadn't seen the sun for more than 3 months. There will be opportunities in the future. He sighed softly in his heart, letting the tears that were about to overflow shrink back into his eye sockets, and took 2 quick steps to catch up with the instructor Kaz in front of him. After a few steps, there was only a faint mist left in his eyes. Even when he passed the beam of light, and felt the warmth of the light, he did not lose his composure. Minter Rum was sitting inside this room, and Thor saw a mountain of flesh when he passed through the beam of light. He had seen fat people weighing hundreds of pounds on TV and on his phone. Many of them were so fat that they couldn't move even when lying in bed. Even those people couldn't be described as a mountain of flesh. But the one in front of him could definitely be described as a mountain of flesh. He should be a man, with fat covering all external gender characteristics, and his half-long and messy blonde hair hanging down to his chin, supported by the fat on his chin. He had no beard, and his nose was sunken into the fat on his cheeks. Only the area around his eyes was relatively flat. His most prominent part was his belly. His belly was layered, and it was hard to tell where his chest was, and where his lower abdomen was. His legs were completely invisible under the fat like a puffy skirt. But his arms were surprisingly slender, growing from his shoulders to 2 meters long, and divided into 3 sections, which did not seem to be human limbs. Could this person be Rum? The meat mountain ignored Kaz and Thor who came in, and used his extremely long hands to grope the female apprentice, who came in earlier. The female apprentice had no expression on her face, and allowed him to examine her whole body. There was no obscene atmosphere here. Rum's expression was slightly scrutinizing and picky, as if he was inspecting a cabbage in the vegetable market to see if there were any rotten leaves on it. Go and lie down on the stage. The female apprentice was finally let go, and walked to a thin and cold iron table beside Rum, and began to take off her clothes. She was not wearing a top under her robe, but her lower body was neatly wearing pants. No one in the room turned their eyes away. Even Thor was watching silently. He had seen many naked bodies of women in the morgue, but this was the first time he had seen a living one. The female apprentice's movements did not slow down at all because of the presence of outsiders. After exposing her upper body, she quietly lay on the long iron bed, pulled aside her golden hair, and exposed her fair back. Rum stretched out his slender hands, and gently pressed on the female apprentice's back. A golden rune array suddenly appeared in the middle of the latter's fair skin. The fine runes were interspersed with some lines and Noah characters. It was the first time that Thor saw this kind of magic circle, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Suddenly, in Thor's eyes, the golden runes suddenly changed their positions, and formed a male face. The eyeballs formed by the runes turned and stared at Thor. Thor immediately lowered his head and looked away. At the same time, he also missed the unexpected glance from Rum. Not long after, Rum finished the inspection, and waved his hand, for the female apprentice to put on her clothes and go out. Okay, next one. The female apprentice still had a blank expression on her face, showing no emotion. After she left, Rum sighed softly. Then he immediately put away his emotions and looked at Thor behind Kaz, but he was talking to Kaz. Is this the person you recommended? He killed my lab assistant. Why do you think I would agree? Because he's suitable. Kaz shrugged. Suitable? A new apprentice? What do you think he can do? If you don't know, you can learn. Kaz said indifferently. Rum raised his lips and laughed briefly. How long will it take to learn? How much time do you think he can waste on me? Kaz said nonchalantly. So what if it's a waste of time? Have we wasted less time? Seeing that Kaz was not in a very good mood, Rum slowed down his tone. Have you seen Kira? You should call Kira-sama. She has advanced to the second level. Second level wizard? Rum was a little surprised, but soon turned into a trance. Has she advanced to the second level? But I'm afraid I won't be able to get promoted in this lifetime. Kaz didn't say anything, and seemed to agree with Rum's sigh. The room was quiet for a while. After a while, the sound of the second male apprentice entering the room interrupted the two people's thoughts. Rum came back to his senses and said to Kaz, You go back, I want to test him. If it doesn't work, I will let him go back alive. Kaz hesitated a little. He looked back at Thor, seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he said nothing, just patted Thor on the shoulder, and left the room. Thor hadn't expected that. Would Teacher Kaz not help him explain the matter of Sid? Or did he think that as long as Rum didn't kill him, it would be fine to let this matter go, even if he suffered a little? Rum cast a cold look at him, making Sultan feel that he had also been stripped of his shirt. The second apprentice had already walked in front of Rum. Rum was not in a good mood, so he pinched him twice and let him lie on the iron bed. Observe carefully, I ask you later. Seriously? Are you talking to me? Although he still didn't understand the situation, Thor saw that Rum had already started to move, and quickly put himself into a semi-immersed meditative state. This is his serious work attitude. This time, in his perspective, the golden rune behind the male apprentice appeared and quickly formed a woman's head. Thor endured the discomfort, and continued to stare at the changes in the runes, carefully checking and analyzing the function of each rune. However, most of the runes in this magic circle are composite runes, and he has never even seen some of them. So after looking at it for a long time, he only has a partial understanding. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a white translucent human head rushing out of the magic circle. But it seemed that there was a suction force on it, stopping him. The facial features that were pulled back to the limit were very similar to the female head composed of golden runes. Chapter 72. What is this? Is it the soul sealed in the body? Just as the head was about to break free from the body, the golden rune suddenly turned into layers of chains that sealed the head's 7 orifices, and tried to pull it back. The head was gradually exhausted, and was about to be pulled back into the male apprentice's body by the golden rune chains. Suddenly, it quickly retracted and rushed towards Thor again. A small gap was left between the contraction and pulling, and a tearing roar came from the head's taut lips. Save me. The golden rune chain tightened again, and the sound stopped abruptly. It seemed that the cry for help consumed all the strength of the human head, and the golden rune chain finally succeeded in restraining it back to the male apprentice's back. Rum hummed lightly, and suddenly picked up a huge feather pen from the laboratory table beside him. The tip of the pen dipped in a thumb-sized ink bottle next to it, and when it was lifted up, a little sticky golden liquid hung on it, which would not fall off. Rum moved quickly, and added a few more lines on the male apprentice's back. The male apprentice lying there twitched twice, and a painful expression appeared on his side face. But because of this change, he looked more like a living person than a puppet. As the rune array gradually strengthened, the male apprentice's face regained its calmness. Thor, who had been observing from the side, also stopped meditating. After drawing, Rum threw the feather pen back on the table, asked the male apprentice to stand up, and re-examined his body. Observe for a while, then go out. Call the next one in. Next came the third apprentice, and this time, there was no abnormality. It was just a quick process, like a formality. After the 3 of them left, Rum pondered for a moment, and suddenly waved for Thor to come closer. Thor walked over with some trepidation, not knowing how Rum would test him. Who knew that after Rum stretched out his arm to grab Thor's shoulder, the first sentence he said was, "Have you been having nightmares these 2 days?" Thor's mind instantly flashed through the dream of lying naked on the teleportation platform, looking for the sound of his own footsteps, and the dark bottom of the teleportation platform. Teacher Ann said that he was haunted by a vengeful spirit. Is this nightmare a manifestation of being haunted by a vengeful spirit? But why didn't Teacher Ka see it? Yes. Sol showed some uneasiness appropriately. Sid's vengeful spirit is haunted by you. It seems that you made him die very uncomfortably. I was defending myself normally. I was forced to fight back. Sol quickly explained. Rum laughed and stretched his neck forward, and it really stretched out a long way. How about it? Do you want me to help you get rid of Sid's ghost? Sol was stunned, and finally understood what the other party meant. He thought, Teacher Rum, are you Sid's mentor or my mentor? Did you get the wrong enemy? The other party was just complaining that Thor killed his assistant, so why did he take the initiative to ask for help now? Although he felt strange in his heart, Thor was still honest most of the time. Yes. Rum was very satisfied with Thor's straightforwardness. If you want to, then do it well. Ka said you have an excellent soul talent. He rarely uses the word excellent to describe a person. Let me see how excellent you are. Tell me, what did you see on those 3 second-level apprentices just now? Sol pondered for a moment, sorted out his words, and told the scene he saw truthfully. Rum looked at Sol deeply, and his expression became more and more serious as Sol spoke. You can't call this a talent. It should be called soul intuition. He reached out his hand, pulled Thor's arm, and made Thor turn around in front of him. Then he took his hand back and put it on his belly. His belly was like a lake with ripples. He has not yet mastered the knowledge of magic circles and runes, and has only a superficial understanding of witchcraft, but he can see through the surface and directly see the essence. Rum suddenly pointed his 5 fingers inward, and pulled a piece of meat directly from his belly. After the piece of meat was separated from the body, no blood flowed out of the wound. Instead, some fat flowed out to block the wound. Rum kneaded the meat in his hands. The meat could be shaped like clay. A doll-like puppet was quickly formed in Rum's hands. He used his little finger to hook 2 black loach-like worms from a bottle and put them on the doll's face. The loach went into the doll's eyes, leaving 2 holes. Then, the doll gradually changed color and turned into the light brown color of wood. Isn't this the puppet that the apprentices used to test their mental strength? Only then did Thor realize that the material of the puppet was not wood at all. He had borrowed one to study for a few days, but he didn't find that the material was wrong. Rum threw the finished eyeless puppet into Thor's hands. Look at it, and then tell me what you hear. Thor took the puppet and looked at Rum, a little confused, but still followed his words and lowered his head to look into the puppet's empty eyes. Save me, save me. I want to. Save me. The cry for help sounded again, sometimes mixed with other sounds. As time went by, Thor's face gradually turned pale. Slowly, he could no longer intentionally focus on the puppet's eyes, but he could not look away. This freshly baked puppet seemed more powerful and terrifying than the puppet in the cabinet. Rum never called for a stop. Kill me! Kill me! Kill me! The sharp roar sounded again, and Thor suddenly felt pain in his eardrums and his brain spinning in his skull. He thought Rum would call for a stop, but the latter still did not move. Thor's mental strength was stronger than when he first became an apprentice, but it was limited, so he felt his eyes go dark again and was about to faint in the next second. Finally, the puppet in front of him was taken away. The sharp roar stopped instantly. Thor's legs softened, and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he reached out to support himself and stabilized his center of gravity. Wait, what did he just support? Thor quickly retracted his hand, and if he was a little slower, he would have sunk into Rum's fat body. Rum didn't pay attention to Thor's little action, and threw the puppet into the wooden barrel beside him, and asked, What did you hear? Thor took a breath, and felt that his brain was about to turn into brain pulp. At first, someone was asking for help, saying save me. Rum didn't respond. Thor continued, then, there were some other voices, like I wanted to, it hurts too much, etc. Mentor Rum nodded slightly, and just as he was about to speak, he found that Thor hadn't finished yet. Finally, there were a few sharp voices, kill me. Thor recalled that voice, raised his hands to hug his arms, and felt goosebumps all over his skin. Rum was about to nod, but his face suddenly changed. He stretched out his hand, and tightly held Thor's right arm. What did you hear last? Kill me? Thor's right arm felt a sharp pain, accompanied by a click sound. His facial features wrinkled together, and he cried out in pain. This Rum really wanted to take the opportunity to deal with me, but the next second, a white light flashed. Thor's right arm recovered as before, the pain was so short that it seemed like an illusion, and even the headache subsided a lot. Did you really hear kill me? Rum's eyes, and the fat on his face were twitching. Yes. Sol pinched his arm, and the bones were not dislocated. Is it a man's voice or a woman's voice? Woman's. Seeing that Rum seemed to be concerned about the voice, Soul added another descriptor. It sounded very painful. Rum stared at Soul, his expression a little dazed, as if he saw someone else on his face. Ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. He suddenly started laughing wildly, like he was having a seizure. His hands kept slapping his fat belly, making a bang-bang sound along with his laughter. He gradually laughed so hard that he fell forward and backward. His body didn't move, but his head was shaking back and forth. Thor was terrified and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He was afraid that Rum would explode like a balloon. Rum laughed for about 10 minutes, then suddenly shook forward, stopped laughing, and stared at Thor. Do you want to transfer to my name to study? Chapter 73. Soul, who had just witnessed the death swing, actually wanted to shake his head. He couldn't understand why he suddenly became so popular today. How much value does a soul talent have that Ans and Rum, who met for the first time, both extended an olive branch, but thinking that Fanda should now call him Tower Master Gorza, and that he seemed to be interested in him because of his soul talent, Thor calmed down a lot. He naturally wouldn't change sides easily, not to mention that he killed Sid, Rum's former right-hand man. Who knows if I will be settled with the old accounts after I am no longer useful? But Rum's invitation seems to be more sincere than Ann's. When he saw that Thor did not answer, he reached out and took out a few pieces of paper from behind and stared at the words on them. In fact, before Kaz brought you here, I had already checked your file and asked the person who tested you at that time. Rum shook the paper in his hand with a strange smile, then pinched it with 2 slender fingers and showed it to Thor. Your test results are very strange. Thor looked at the text in front of him. Thor, family unknown, most likely no age, 12. Spiritual perception, medium-low, scattered, suggested major, dark, light. Spiritual power, high, specific degree to be further determined. Magic power, most likely low, cannot be tested temporarily due to fainting. It is believed that based on high spiritual power, no need to test again. Overall judgment, medium-low qualifications, no, crossed out. There is a certain value in training, and it may be competent for some special work, and it is judged to be passed. In order to pass the test, Thor took the risk of overdrawing his energy and let himself faint. He didn't know if it would work, but the diary said that doing so would help him survive. It was his turn at that time, and he had no time, so he had to make this choice. He, Soul, actually never knew how he passed the test. Now it seems that the person who wrote the judgment for him didn't intend to let him pass at first, but for some reason, he changed his mind. Seeing Soul finish reading the words on the paper and thinking about something, Rum smiled and twisted the paper in his hand. The front paper fell off, revealing the back. That piece of paper was also a test evaluation. And it was also Thor's. Thor, family unknown, most likely none, age 10. Mental perception, medium-low, scattered, recommended majors, light, earth. Mental power, medium. Magic power, low. Overall judgment, low aptitude, not much training value, judged as failed. Recommended to be demoted to a servant. Thor's eyes gradually widened, and the paper moved away, revealing Rum's big face that approached. So, can you explain why a servant's mental talent changed from medium to high after only 2 years? Being stared at by Rum, Thor felt something restraining his brain, and even his thinking became stiff. He opened his mouth unconsciously, and after breathing in and out the air for a long time. I don't know. Rum, ? After saying the first sentence, Thor felt much clearer. He shook his head and looked at Rum innocently. Teacher Rum, I really don't know. Was it wrong to measure it back then? Rum's expression froze, and he glared at Thor. Thor said, actually, it's like this. I once accidentally offended your apprentice, Senior Sid. I really accidentally found Sid looking for something in the library. He beat me to death. I was beaten to death. How could it not be a beating to death? Then, there was a lot of blood on his head. The man was gone. When I woke up again, I couldn't remember many things in the past except some common sense. He traveled through time. So I really don't know? This is the truth. Thor's sincere tone made Rum fall into deep thought. He wondered, can the human brain really complete self-evolution after being injured? Is it necessary to verify this through experiments? Soul stared with innocent eyes, thinking in his heart, is the surge in mental power due to my time travel? There was an explanation when I read novels before. It said that the soul of the time traveler will become quite powerful after experiencing the shuttle of time and space. So is mental strength actually related to the soul? In the corner of his eye, the red hardcover book slowly floated on Soul's shoulder. Or is it the credit of the diary? Soul has not yet illuminated this knowledge blind spot, so he can only give up guessing. Rum on the other side didn't know if he had figured it out, and threw the last piece of paper in his hand to the ground. Well, this is not important. Rum leaned back and put his hands on his big belly. Shaking. From the 2 test sheets, the attribute you should really major in is actually light. Rum pointed his finger at his chest, and the witchcraft I am good at is water and light. It turns out that the element he is most sensitive to is light. Thor realized that when another senior student was tested, he wrote down light casually, which was actually the element attribute he was most sensitive to. But Thor clenched his left fist. After the transformation of the witch body, he could use the plastic bone skin on his left hand to expand his perception of dark attribute particles. If he were to take the test again now, he would probably have the strongest perception of dark attribute. He has already embarked on this path. Rum seemed to see Thor's concerns and hesitation, and tapped Thor's left hand with his fingertips. I can see that after the transformation of the witch body, your perception of dark attribute has become much stronger. Thor lowered his head and looked at his light gray fingertips. The fingertips trembled and retracted into the cuffs. Rum continued, "It is natural that you continue to major in the dark attribute element, but there is one thing you need to understand. The main attribute chosen by a wizard not only determines the main type of witchcraft to learn, but also affects the future direction of study and research. If you choose darkness, you will be accompanied by corpses and ghosts for a long time in the future. If you choose light, you will study more about energy and spirits. You are only a first-level apprentice now, which is the most entry-level and most basic stage on the road to becoming a wizard. Don't rush to make a lifelong decision based on your current achievements. Just make a decision before you choose the locator. Of course, there are wizards who change their major elements at other stages, but it will be more difficult." Rum's detailed persuasion touched Thor a lot, and he even felt a little loose in his heart. But then Thor heard, "Locator." The looseness turned into determination. With the existence of the dead wizard's diary, how could he choose anything else as his locator? The attribute of the dead wizard's diary is definitely dark. However, Thor did not express his thoughts immediately, but asked Teacher Rum with a tangled face, "Why? Didn't you just blame me for killing your assistant?" Rum showed a cold smile. "Because most wizards value more than relationships and feelings. Thor, you have passed my test, and even exceeded my expectations. This is much more important than revenge or simply venting anger." Thor looked at Master Rum, who looked back at him calmly. He should not have, or need not have, lied to himself. "Master Rum, can I ask what exactly is a locator?" "Locator?" Rum folded his slender hands on his chest, with his 5 fingers facing each other, as if thinking about how to answer. "The locator is originally knowledge that only second-level apprentices can access. But since your mental strength is sufficient, I will give an example and briefly explain it." Rum extended a finger and pointed to the other side of the room. Thor looked back and found that the only window in this room was what Rum was pointing at. The sun was still shining, quiet and warm. You were quite excited to see the sun outside just now. First-level apprentices rarely have the opportunity to go out, so take a good look now. Chapter 74. Rum stretched out his hands and chanted a spell towards the small window. The black window slammed shut, and the room immediately darkened a few degrees. Then, the window extended and expanded directly to cover the entire outer wall of this room. Thor looked at the changes in front of him and forgot to breathe for a moment. Like opening a surprise gift box, the black window slowly tilted outward. The sunlight penetrated into the room through the gap, and gradually expanded as the gap widened, pouring in little by little, until it filled the entire room. Thor felt that the sunlight was a bit dazzling, but he couldn't bear to blink. Teacher Rum said beside him, "Go and have a look." Thor dragged his feet and tentatively approached the window, and the scenery outside came into view bit by bit. In the farthest distance was the clear blue sky, and there were floating clouds drifting with the wind. The sun was just above his head, and the halo made Thor unable to look at it for long. There were black peaks below the sky, rolling and undulating. The dense forest filled the gaps in the valley and extended to the nearby plains. There were scattered villages and mountain roads in the forest. In the near distance, there was a flat wilderness, which was in full view, but no people or animals were seen. The world was as peaceful as a painting. Hello, new world. Thor greeted this world in his heart. Suddenly, a clear cry broke the peace. A black shadow passed overhead and flew into the distance. Thor looked up and saw a huge flying bird, breaking through the wind and waves at a very fast speed and entering the clouds. There seemed to be a person standing on the flying bird. This change brought Thor back to his senses, and he once again clearly realized that what was in front of him was not a peaceful village in the distant mountains, but an abnormal world with wizards and high-end power. It looks good, take a closer look. Teacher Rum's advice came from behind. Soul's sight slowly moved downward, the dark green wilderness gradually faded, then brown-yellow land appeared, then turned into burnt yellow, and finally intertwined with black. Looking down again, the ground a few dozen meters away from him turned out to be a swamp with bubbles constantly surging. From time to time, there were bones and weeds that were churned out by bubbles, and then sank into the mud after a brief struggle. There were several broken corpses floating on it. Some were facing upwards, some were on their backs, and some were on their feet, floating slowly in the mud. Suddenly, a black tentacle covered in mud emerged silently, rolled up a corpse, and slowly pulled it down. The corpse naturally did not struggle, and could only slowly sink into the mud. Thor watched the tentacle disappear, and in a trance, he also felt something cold and reptile brushing against his skin. Where exactly is the Gorza Wizard Tower located? Why is there a quagmire with corpses and monsters under the tower? Will the apprentices who learn wizard knowledge here eventually disappear into the mud or ride the wind? The beauty and tranquility all disappeared, and doubts and fears crept into Thor's heart. The voice of Mentor Rum came from behind again. Is it scary? Look at your feet again. Soul lowered his head, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He found that he didn't know when he was standing at the edge of the black window. Even most of his right foot was hanging in the air. The next second, he would fall down and become one of the floating corpses in the mud. Thor came back to his senses, and suddenly retracted his right foot, retreating repeatedly, and retreating to the innermost part of the room, his back banged against the wall. Rum saw Thor's panic and laughed twice. He leaned forward, and a pool of flesh flowed onto Thor's feet, which felt warm. He stretched out his palm, and covered Thor's eyes. Beauty and fear are both tempting you to fall into the abyss, and the locator is like a black window, which can support your spiritual body when you are lost. But you have to be careful, the locator can only delay your collapse, and you still have to sort out your consciousness by yourself in the end to wake up. When Rum put down his hand again, the room had been restored. The window on the outer wall turned into a small window of 1 meter square again, with black glass opening inward, and a beam of light coming in. Soul was very panicked just now. He was not afraid of the flying birds in the distant mountains outside, nor was he afraid of the bones in the mud nearby. What Thor was afraid of was that he still didn't understand how he walked out of the window step by step. In his memory, he clearly just leaned towards the window. But this experience combined with the previous transformation also gave Thor a deeper understanding of the locator. The locator helps wizards recognize their own existence, so as not to get lost in the known and the unknown. But its ability is ultimately limited. If you blindly rely on the locator, and do not control your own desires, one day you will be out of the protection of the locator, and fall into a pool of meat paste, or turn into something else. At the same time, the locator is quite private information. If you are familiar with other people's locators, you are likely to grasp their weak points. Therefore, it is taboo to casually inquire about the information of the locator. Soul was immersed in self-summary, but Rum said faintly, I personally explained half of the knowledge to you, and you are not my apprentice. Well, I will give you 10 credits. Mentor, you are robbing. Soul opened his mouth wide. Or work for me for 10 days. Soul closed his mouth again. It turned out that he was waiting here. He thought of the conversation between Teacher Kaz and Teacher Rum when he was brought here. At that time, he was asked to help Teacher Rum. In this case, Thor did not refuse. But there was a premise that must be made clear. Teacher Rum, I have only studied for 3 months, I don't know what I can do. Rum glared at him. Now you remember that you are a newcomer? Look at what you did. Is that what a newcomer should do? His stomach bulged up and down, like a toad. Go to the second laboratory on the 14th floor and find Nick. By the way, let him get rid of the evil spirit in you. This is business. Thor immediately stood up solemnly. Thank you, Teacher Rum, I go right away. This time he no longer hesitated, saluted to Teacher Rum and walked out. When his hand was on the curtain, Rum's voice came from behind again. Before you advance to the second level apprentice, you can think about it carefully. Choosing a major attribute that is not suitable for you is actually a very painful thing. Thor paused. Professor Rum's words seemed to be a bit emotional. Could it be that Professor Rum didn't like his current research direction? Thor lifted the curtain and walked out. At the last moment, he looked back and glanced into the room. The candlelight in the room seemed to be dimmed deliberately, with only a beam of light shining in. Professor Rum, who looked like a mountain of flesh, sat in the shadow of the room. Everything was so blurry. The heavy curtain soon stopped shaking, blocking Thor's prying sight. After leaving Mr. Rum's room, Thor walked towards the laboratory in a hurry. He had felt that the nightmare could not be delayed. If he hadn't had Mr. Rum's help today, he would have gone to find Senior Byron or someone else. The good news at the moment is that in Mr. Rum's view, solving this evil spirit is a trivial matter. He even disdains to help, and only asks a senior to help Thor. I hope that Senior is easier to talk to, Thor thought silently. Thor left Rum's room and walked quickly towards the ramp. The instructor's floor was much quieter than the apprentice's floor. The 3 second-level apprentices, who had just lined up at the door, had disappeared. Looking at the deserted corridor, under the bright candlelight, Thor suddenly had a strange idea. This wizard tower trapped servants and apprentices. Did it also trap others? Is the only one who is truly free the owner of this tower, the tower owner Gorza, who was once nicknamed Pink Big by Thor? When Thor saw the tower owner today, he was wrapped in a brown-red cloak robe. The exposed chin showed that Gorza usually wrapped his whole body with pink silk bandages. Can such a tower owner be free? Chapter 75. The West Tower Dormitory, which is a safe area for apprentices, is also a dangerous area for him who used to be a servant. When Thor walked in the dormitory area at night, he often felt something strange. But the floor where the mentor was located did not have that weird and dangerous feeling. Not at all. Is it that the ability of formal wizards to control power has greatly improved, or that all dangers have been contained to the point where they cannot be leaked? Thor came to the end of the corridor and looked up along the ramp. Teacher Kez lives on the 17th floor. He rarely appears in the laboratory and the morgue. Is he like Teacher Rum, treating the dormitory as a real laboratory? As for the 18th floor and above, it is all the private space of the Tower Master. It is said that the Tower Master Gorza is a second-level wizard, but it is a super strong second level that is extremely close to the third level. As for how strong he is, no one has described it. It is only known that the 5 teachers completely obey the Tower Master's orders. The second-level wizard is a height that Thor cannot reach at all now. Thinking of the evil spirits on his body, Thor temporarily put aside his desire to become a formal wizard and quickened his pace to leave this floor. When Thor came to the second laboratory on the 14th floor, he found that the door here was open. Thor walked to the door and looked inside. This laboratory was much smaller than Mentor Kaz's laboratory. There were no rows of cabinets for storing materials, but there were many more operating tables. The most eye-catching thing in the room was a high-back chair made of metal with double armrests. There were several ropes as thick as thumbs hanging under the chair. There was also an operating table opposite the chair, and a man stood behind it. The man with brown curly hair and a second-level apprentice named Tag on his chest was burning something in a brazier expressionlessly. A little smoke rose from the brazier, sometimes dispersing, sometimes gathering, and finally dissipating on the roof. Fearing that the other party was doing an experiment, Thor did not make a sound to disturb him. If he startled the other party, a tremor in his hand would ruin his work, and the other party would blackmail him again, which would be bad. Thor stood at the door, intending to wait for the other party to find him first before going in. Who knew that just as Thor stopped, he heard the person inside say, "Why don't you come in? The door is reserved for you." "Senior Nick?" Sol asked tentatively. Nick looked up, and green smoke surrounded his face. "Do you remember me?" How could Thor remember him? It was clearly the name he just heard from Mr. Rum. "Oh well, it seems you have forgotten it." Nick lowered his head again, and there was no anger on his face. It was as if it was normal that no one remembered him. "Come in, close the door. I tell you the precautions here." Sol walked in as he was told, and stood next to Nick. Nick was about 18 or 19 years old, but he had a calm temperament, and looked more like a 30-year-old uncle than Senior Byron. "I heard that you work in the morgue." "Yes, Senior." Nick nodded. "The work in the morgue often deals with the dead, and here I often deal with the living." Nick turned his head to look at Sol. "I am good at observing emotions, and the witchcraft I am currently learning is also related to emotions." Senior Nick actually revealed his special skills right at the beginning? Sol's brain quickly turned. This should be the key to the experiment later, so Nick explained it in advance. Mobilize emotions? It doesn't sound very powerful. Is it offensive? Is it to make people cry or laugh to death? Wait, Sol suddenly looked up at Nick. He remembered who Nick was. He had written all kinds of strange ways to die in his diary, one of which was to die of laughter. Nick was the senior who sat next to Sid when Sol and his group of newcomers were tested, so he was laughing to death at that time. But it was actually Nick who made the move. The opponent was also one of Sid's killer moves. Nick was still introducing with a blank expression, but he didn't know that Thor was ready to take out his pocket. Our experiments here are also mainly based on observing the emotions of spirits. The instructor appointed me to lead this part. The instructor said that you are good at directly observing spirits, so he asked you to come here to cooperate with the experiment. Your emotions fluctuate a lot. Is there something wrong? Nick turned off the fire, and the green smoke dissipated little by little, and finally there was nothing left in the brazier. Are you the senior who tested us? Sol secretly put his left hand in front of him, and held a small bottle in his pocket with his right hand. Yes. Nick put away the brazier, and took out 2 earmuffs from under the operating table, hung one around his neck, and handed the other to Sol. Sid and I are usually work partners, so after he accepted the task of testing the newcomers, I went with him. Sol took the earmuffs with his left hand, but did not put them on. Nick is Sid's friend. He held the bottle of the small bottle with his right thumb. Professor Rum is not going to pursue the matter of Sid. Sol first brought up Rum, hoping that Nick was a rational person, and would not do it in the laboratory. But Nick was more rational than Sol thought. He put down the experimental equipment he was arranging and turned his head. You are still very nervous. Forget it. In order to prevent Sid from becoming an obstacle to our future work, I think I need to explain the previous things to you clearly. Nick's expression was still indifferent, and it was hard to tell whether he was sad about Sid's death. Don't be hostile to me. In a sense, I saved your life. Forstill pinched his earlobe and looked up at Nick. On the day of the test, Sid was a little abnormal. He usually has a bad temper and foul mouth, but I was surprised that he suddenly killed a new apprentice. Nick narrated calmly. You know, one of the rules here is that everything in the Wizard Tower is the property of the tower owner. So if you cause losses to the tower owner without reason, you may be punished. So I was very surprised at that time. If Sid really didn't like that little fat guy, he could just drive him to be a slave or kill him secretly. Why did you suddenly attack in public? Later, oh, it was very later, after I heard that you killed Sid, I realized it. Sid killed the little fat guy, probably to make an excuse to kill you later. Anyway, you were just a reserve apprentice at that time. I didn't care whether you died or not. And Sid secretly encouraged me to kill you while you were unconscious, explaining that we would not be punished for this action. Nick lowered his eyes, because those who didn't pass the test and weren't demoted to servants are not considered property of the Wizard Tower. I didn't notice you were a servant at the time, and I was almost persuaded by him. Sid is always good at finding loopholes in rules and people's hearts. Fortunately, I am more rational. Nick nodded, and seemed to be very proud of himself. Sol wrote in his diary at the time. I laughed to death. It was really because of Nick. Sol felt his teeth itch when he heard it. Although Sid was dead, when he realized that he had done so many cruel things, Sol would still be angry and wanted to kill him again. During the test, because the diary confirmed Thor's judgment, Thor did not follow the normal test order of others, but avoided the lowest talent magic and tested the other 2 first. After receiving the feedback that his mental talent was high, he fainted. Perhaps because he valued talent, or perhaps because he thought that killing an apprentice, whose talent was not yet determined, might be investigated, Nick finally let Thor go. Nick judged that Thor passed, and Sid's plan failed. He could only watch Thor become an apprentice, and a more valuable property of the Tower Master. If he wants to kill Thor again, he needs to be more covert, and the cost will be greater. Thor was silent for a moment, and followed Nick to hang the earmuffs around his neck. Thank you, Senior. If it weren't for you, I might not be able to pass the test and die directly, or become a servant and be bullied by others. If Thor returns to the servant area, neither the boys who have been shocked by him nor the butlers, who have been mocked by Thor, will let him go. In the end, it will be a dead end. Nick stared down at the operating table, and rubbed the stubble on his chin with his free hand. In fact, the apprentice entrance test does not actually require that all 3 talents meet the standards. As long as you are considered to be worthy of training, you can pass the test, so you don't need to worry too much about your ability. But there is one thing you have to remember. Remember, I let you survive because I determined that you are worthy of training. Thor nodded vigorously. He would remember it. Chapter 76. It turns out that I have a pretty good eye. No matter what your magical talent is, your high mental power is enough to make you competent for many basic tasks. Nick did not show any complacency when he praised himself. Yes, Senior Nick has a good eye. Sol thought, it was he who saw at a glance that I was best at light element perception, and it was not just a random entry. So now we have reached a consensus. Can we work together well? Nick spread his hands and faced Thor. Thor quickly responded, I will do my best to cooperate with you. Nick nodded slightly, still without any expression, as if he was born without facial expressions. It took a while. Let's start the experiment directly, and explain while we do it. Number 1, come in. Nick put on the earmuffs, raised his voice slightly, and shouted towards the door. Thor turned around and saw the door of the laboratory being pushed open, and a blonde, blue-eyed, expressionless female second-level apprentice walked in. It was one of the people that Sol had seen in Rum's room before. He didn't know when she was waiting outside the door. The female apprentice walked in and stood opposite the operating table, facing Senior Nick. Both of them had no expression, or no emotion. Sol's eyes swirled around the two of them, wondering if they had any relationship. "Don't look at me." Senior Nick gestured to the woman, but he was still talking to Sol. "My situation is different from hers." Nick asked the wooden and pretty female apprentice to sit on the high-back metal chair opposite. When the slender female apprentice sat on the metal chair, it immediately began to deform. The tall backrest sank, and 2 iron rings extended from the backrest, locking the female apprentice's neck and waist. The 2 armrests were retracted inward, just enough to support the female apprentice's drooping arms and lock her elbows and wrists. The chair legs also extended metal rings to buckle the ankles and knees. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a punishment. Nick asked Thor to follow him, and went forward to teach him how to use this metal chair. Behind the chair, there were ropes hanging down like electric wires, and the tips of the ropes were very thin, like embroidery needles. When the female apprentice sat down, Nick walked over and pierced the tips of the ropes into the female apprentice's cheeks, wrists, ankles, and other places. Those ropes looked heavy, and the depth of the tips piercing the skin was only a few millimeters, but when Nick let go, the ropes did not fall down due to gravity, but instead remained in the original position as if they had consciousness. While remembering the operation method, Sol was thinking about when to tell Nick about solving the ghost problem. The work started unexpectedly, and he didn't have time to say anything. The female apprentice had a blank expression, and didn't react throughout the whole process. Sol felt that even if Nick did something more terrible at this time, the female apprentice would not resist at all. After the work was done, the two returned to the back of the operating table. Nick took out a round plate made of the same material as the metal chair. Sol stretched his neck and leaned over to take a look. The disc is divided into 4 areas by a cross, and each area is divided into small grids of different shapes and numbers. This is called an inductive chair, and this is the corresponding control panel. Nick began to introduce. The principle of the control panel is relatively complicated and not public knowledge, so you don't have to worry about it. You just need to remember where each sensor rope is tied. To make sure Sol remembered the previous steps, Nick took out a pen and paper and asked Sol to sit next to him. Usually, I mainly record the emotional changes of the experimental subjects to perceive their feedback on the stimulation of the inductive chair. In a while, you use your method to record the performance of the experimental subject. Nick gently tossed the disc in his hand and put it down. Suddenly, a blue electric light flashed from the inside of the entire control panel, flashing across the entire disc, and finally returned to silence. Thor's left fingertips unconsciously retracted into his sleeve. Electricity, the nemesis of plastic bones. Actually, I'm quite curious why the instructor sent you here to record the reaction of the experimental subject. Have you awakened some strange talent? Nick said curiously, but his eyes didn't move at all, as if he was being polite. Without waiting for Sol's response, Nick pressed the control panel start. As Nick pressed the button, different positions on the control panel began to flash. Correspondingly, currents were transmitted along the ropes of the induction chair to the female apprentice, and a faint smell of burning immediately came out of the female apprentice. The female apprentice immediately frowned and showed a painful expression. She wanted to arch her back, but she couldn't move because of the restraints of several iron rings. Sol first observed it with his naked eyes, but found nothing special. It was as if the female apprentice had just received an electric shock. Then, he entered a semi-immersive meditative state. When Thor's eyes fell on the female apprentice again, he was shocked to find that a semi-transparent, gray-white man's face appeared on her face. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, raised the corners of his mouth, and looked very happy. This face was very similar to the human face formed by the rune array on the back of the female apprentice. I feel that number 1 is currently in a happy mood. Have you found anything? Nick didn't look at the painful expression of the female apprentice, but stared at the control panel and said. Thor stared at the transparent man's face on the female apprentice's face. It feels good. Nick was stunned and turned to look at Thor. Your words are a bit strange. Can you describe it in more detail? It's just very comfortable and relaxing. Hearing this, Nick lowered his head and looked at the control panel in his hand and thought. After a while, he suddenly threw the control panel on the table, bent over the table, and began to write and draw. The female apprentice on the induction chair was in so much pain that her facial expression began to distort, and a trace of saliva fell from the corner of her mouth. The man on her face began to roll his eyes. Senior Nick, Why don't you turn off the electric chair first? Nick came back to his senses and noticed the pain of the female apprentice, but he did not turn off the control panel, but changed the way of stimulation. Afterwards, another silver arc moved on the rope. The pain on the female apprentice's face disappeared in an instant. Her whole body softened. She leaned back on the chair and exhaled lightly. But in Thor's eyes, the translucent man's face became more and more painful. His pain was not like being electrocuted, but more like suffocation. He kept opening his mouth, trying to breathe, but forgot that he didn't need to breathe. Thor stared at two different faces at the same time, thinking that the man on the female apprentice was probably also a spirit. A spirit attached to the female apprentice. I felt pain and fatigue this time. What about you? After observing for a while, Senior Nick beside him asked again. Suffocation, Thor said truthfully, like a fish thrown on the shore. Nick was thoughtful. This time, he didn't rush to record, but turned off the control panel and the induction chair. From your perspective, it is indeed clearer than my single emotion recognition. Nick continued his notes. Soul looked sideways, and found a lot of incomprehensible symbols. Looking at Nick writing and drawing with concentration, Soul said, as he watched, Senior Nick is actually more accurate than me through emotion sensing. The performance of the experimental subject plus my subjective interpretation can easily lead to errors in information transmission. Nick finished writing the last stroke and looked sideways at Soul. You don't look like a 12-year-old child. Chapter 77. Without waiting for Thor to try to explain, Nick turned to the female apprentice on the induction chair and said, It's okay, you can go out. Check at least once a month. If you feel anything abnormal, you can come earlier. When the induction chair is closed, all the restraints are untied. The female apprentice stood up with the help of the armrest of the electric chair. Her steps were a little messy, and she nodded silently to Nick, and it was hard to tell whether she was happy or disappointed. Watching the female apprentice leave the laboratory and close the door, Nick said to Thor, Do you know what we are doing now? I saw a spirit that didn't belong to that woman. Has she been invaded by a spirit? Soul tentatively analyzed. Her situation can't be called an invasion. In fact, it's more appropriate to call her his. After all, the man's soul is the current owner of that body. Soul's eyes widened immediately. The man's soul? The current owner? What does this mean? Possession? Or a changed body? Our current experiment is actually the project of our mentor, and its full name is Research on the Feasibility and Adaptability of Spiritual Transfer into Other People's Corpses to Survive. But the name is too long. We all call it Soul Infusion. Nick handed the information in his hand to Thor for him to take a look. You don't have to read the content that makes you feel uncomfortable. After all, it is beyond your knowledge. Thor lowered his head and flipped through it. Sure enough, he either couldn't understand most of the content or it made his eyes dazzled. He could only see that this was an experimental observation record. The first few pages were the identity files of the experimental subjects, and the back had the date, experimental process, etc. It can be seen from the file that the soul of the experimental subject came from the first-level apprentice in the tower, while the body belonged to the second-level apprentice, who died for various reasons, but whose body was relatively intact. Level 1 apprentices are all old apprentices, who are in their 20s, and have not yet entered the second level. Before the experiment, they will sign a contract to voluntarily give up their original bodies, and bear all the risks of the spirit infusion experiment. Of course, how voluntary this is still to be discussed. There are also records of different reactions when using the control panel at the back, which he only glanced at. There are too many things that he doesn't understand. For example, the several major attributes of the soul, the characteristic index of the body reaction, the freshness of the meat, the aggregation of the spirit body, and a bunch of rune deductions. After reading this record, Thor clearly felt the lack of his knowledge. He originally thought that he could learn knowledge by himself, but now he thinks he is too arrogant. However, in the past, there was always a West Germany watching him closely, so he had to take a different approach to survive. Now he can study with peace of mind and catch up. Oh, we have to deal with the vengeful spirits in our body first. Senior, is it easy to transfer the spirit to someone else? Of course it is not easy. First of all, you have to keep the spirit sane and intact. The vengeful spirits and evil spirits possessing the human body will not promote our research in any way. Then, there is the infusion step, which is quite painful for both the experimenter and the experimentee. After all, it is not the original body of the spirit. And we have encountered a big problem at this step. Nick stared at the top of Thor's head and said tentatively, If you also do research in this area in the future, you can take a look together. He turned the record to the first page and pointed to the gender of the spirit and the corpse. Now we can only infuse the male soul into the female body, or vice versa. But it is impossible to infuse a male soul into a male body, nor is it possible to infuse a female soul into a female body. Even the instructor didn't understand what was wrong with this. Soul read the contents of the file again, and found that it was indeed the case. What is this? Opposites attract, likes repel, but does the soul also have a gender? Or is the gender of the soul based on the self-awareness of the soul consciousness? Seeing that soul was thoughtful, and seemed to be immersed in it, Nick felt that it was enough and continued to explain. The last step is long-term maintenance and observation. Many spirits collapse on their own shortly after entering the body. How to maintain for a long time is also a difficulty in this research. As for observation, it is the experiment we just did. You can see that it is very interesting. The stimulation feedback of the body and soul to the induction chair is almost completely opposite. So the body they control behaves very strangely. However, how to solve it is the instructor's business. We are only responsible for recording for the time being. Nick took back the notebook from Thor's hand. I think you have a preliminary understanding of spirit infusion. Let's call number 2 in. Today, there are only 2 people. The number 2 test subject is a male. He is also the second-level apprentice that Thor met with Instructor Rum. Only 2 people? The female second-level apprentice, whose face had rushed out from behind, did not come. Is there something wrong with her? The test process of number 2 is similar to that of number 1. Thor helped to record the data, and today's task was completed. Thor could not participate in the subsequent experimental process. So, while Nick was packing up, Thor made his request. Nick put down the record in his hand, and looked Thor up and down. Do you have a ghost? The corpses in the wizard tower are specially handled, and there are rarely evil ghosts. And it takes a certain amount of emotional entanglement to be haunted by a ghost. Why? It can't be Sid. Why does he hate you so much? He will haunt you even after his death. Thor couldn't answer this question, so he could only touch the back of his head with an innocent look. I don't know either. It was Mr. Rum who saw that I had a vengeful spirit and asked me to ask the senior to deal with it. Mr. Asked you to ask me to deal with it? Nick's eyes looked a little strange, but he was very introverted and didn't show anything on the surface. Yes. Soul suddenly felt a little uneasy when Nick stared at him like this. I understand. After a while, Nick slowly raised his chin and pointed at the electric chair in front of him. Then sit on it. Thor. Me? Sit on it? Thor pointed at himself first, then at the electric chair opposite. Yeah, you don't think that I, a second-level apprentice, would be better at dealing with evil spirits than my mentor, right? Nick picked up the control panel again and started to point and draw. Of course, it's because there is an electric chair that is most suitable for torturing evil spirits. Can the electric chair get rid of evil spirits? Of course, it can't be too strong, but if the evil spirit in you is really too strong, you wouldn't be alive now. Nick adjusted the control panel and saw that Thor was still standing there. Are you scared? Don't worry, it's very cool. Nick borrowed Thor's words. Thor's mouth twitched twice. Then I sit on it? Nick nodded. I really sat on it. Nick looked at Thor with some doubts. Go. Right. Thor saw that the diary did not react. It seemed that this was not Nick's assassination plot. He recalled the expression on the male spirit's face just now, and decided that he must manage his expression well when he sat on it later. Thor climbed onto the high-back chair and turned over to sit. The induction chair immediately tailored a set of torture instruments for Thor according to his body shape. But Nick came up and inserted the spikes into Thor's skin. The front end of the rope was very thin, and it didn't hurt at all when it pierced the skin, just a little itchy. Nick only inserted the rope at Thor's wrists and ankles, deliberately avoiding Thor's left hand and neck and other vital parts. Senior Nick? Thor asked in confusion. It's not to observe your emotions. There is no need to pierce so many, as long as it can get rid of the evil spirit. Nick walked back to the operating table and picked up the control panel while speaking. Thor's heart immediately lifted. He clenched his teeth hard and clenched the armrests of the induction chair with his fingers. Persist. Persist. Thor encouraged himself in his heart. Then he saw Nick's hand tapping the control panel a few times. Chapter 78. Thor was a little dazed. He always felt like he was flying. Teeth? It seemed like he bit his lower teeth, or maybe he just bit the air. Hands? It seemed like he was holding the handrail, or maybe he was waving his teeth in the air, or doing the seaweed dance. Thor didn't like this feeling of being out of control, although it was very refreshing. This reminded him of the day when he completed the transformation. The world turned into a soap bubble, and he was powerless. I must wake up, Thor thought dazedly. He began to meditate. A picture of a walking monster appeared in his mind. Points, lines, pictures, surfaces. All unfolded bit by bit. With the appearance of the monster at the bottom, reason returned and his mind became clear. Then fear came. Opening his eyes, Thor found a shadow crawling on him. The shadow's hands and feet were clinging to Thor, with both feet on Thor's knees, one hand pressing on Thor's shoulder, and the other hand grabbing in the air. His head was also a shadow, and his facial features could not be seen, but his face kept shaking from side to side, as if he was looking for something. It was strange, he was clearly on Thor, but he seemed to be unable to see Thor. His hands waved in the air, but he could only pass through Thor's body powerlessly, and the chair behind him could not be touched. Thor seemed to hear the roar from his memory. That was Sid's voice. Suddenly, the head of the phantom seemed to have discovered something, turned sharply, and aimed at Thor's face. The shadow was like sand blown away by the wind, gradually revealing Sid's hideous face underneath. His eyes slowly focused, and the next second, he opened his mouth. "I found you." Seeing the hideous and twisted face approaching, Thor still couldn't control his body. He could only try to stay calm and look up at the pair of eyes that were so small that they were almost invisible. As Sid approached, he gradually tore out a hideous smile. Although he was a spirit, he seemed to spit out the cold death air from hell. Sol blinked his eyes because of the cold breath on his face, but he was not as scared as he thought. He had killed Sid. He can kill Sid's ghost again. The heads of the man and the ghost were almost touching each other. Thor's forehead began to ache, and he was about to fight the dead spirit at the cost of shaking his spirit body. But in an instant, an arc of electricity of indistinguishable color suddenly rose from Thor's body, and immediately turned into a huge net, covering Sid's ghost completely. As soon as the net touched Sid's spirit, Sid's face immediately twisted, and he opened his mouth wide, revealing a dark and empty mouth behind his teeth. Sid was wailing. But the wailing did not reach Thor's ears. Sid leaned back and tried to get away. But his hands and feet seemed to be firmly glued to Thor, and he could not leave. Under the stimulation of the electric net, Sid's spirit became more and more illusory, and it was surging and ready to disappear at any time. At the last moment, he simply gave up escaping and rushed towards Thor again. His mouth almost split to the back of his head, and the dark mouth was so huge that it could swallow Thor's entire face. In a flash, another silver-white electric net was stimulated from Thor's body, and directly covered Sid's face, completely blocking Sid's attack. The power grid contracted, and Sid's already illusory spirit began to emit wisps of green smoke. The silver-white power grid gradually sank into Sid's spirit, like squeezing a balloon that was almost at its limit. Finally, bang! Sid's ghost couldn't bear the pressure and exploded completely. Thor automatically imagined the sound of the explosion, and at the same time, his whole body felt relieved again. And at the moment when Sid's ghost exploded, he vaguely saw a white shadow and a black shadow running out of Sid's exploded spirit. The white shadow entered Thor's left hand. The black shadow was fleeing, but was pulled towards Thor's left shoulder by a strong pulling force. If Thor could move, he would have to turn his head immediately to chase the black shadow. What was on his left shoulder? A diary? The next moment, Thor felt a strong sense of falling, and the whole person fell heavily back to his body. It didn't hurt, but it was a little weak. Nick's cold voice came, "Okay, the evil spirit in you has dissipated." Thor raised his head weakly, and saw Nick putting the control panel on the table. Seeing that Thor had regained consciousness, Nick lowered his head and asked, "How was it? Was it solved quickly?" Sol said weakly, "How long did it take?" Nick looked up at the hourglass. 1 minute and 45 seconds. The iron rings on Thor's body had retracted at some point, and he stood up with his hands on the handrails. But he stood up, and just as he was about to move forward, he found that his upper body's center of gravity moved forward, and his lower body couldn't keep up. His legs were weak, and he stumbled forward and fell to the ground. "Are you okay?" Nick's voice came from the other side. "Not much heat. I forgot that you were young and react more strongly to these stimuli." Thor supported his body with both hands and raised his head. Why did he feel that Nick was laughing at him? But Nick, who caught his eye, had a cold face and no mocking expression. Thor simply sat on the ground first, waited for his legs to regain some feeling, and then slowly stood up. "Anyway, today's experiment is over, you can go back and rest." Nick quietly cleaned up the lab, not coming over to help. "Okay, senior." Thor stood on the ground, feeling soft under his feet, like stepping on cotton. "When should I come tomorrow?" "No need to come so often, just come every 3 days." Nick stopped what he was doing and glanced at Thor's trembling legs. After all, the experimental subjects also need to rest. "Thor, Senior Nick was definitely laughing at him. Finally, Thor left the laboratory by holding onto the wall. As soon as the door behind him closed, he could vaguely hear an extremely exaggerated laugh. He almost fainted from laughing. Then, there was the sound of something hitting the table, then the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, then the sound of fists hitting the ground. And the laughter always accompanied these sounds, never stopping. Is it necessary to laugh like this? You said you were good at emotions. Thor cursed in his heart. Is this how you manage your emotions? The sound in the room continued. The exaggerated laughter began to be mixed with pain. The resentment in Thor's heart was immediately replaced by an inexplicable fear. He pursed his lips tightly, glanced at the closed laboratory door again, and left here quickly. The laughter was finally left behind him. In order to prevent others from noticing the abnormality, Thor raised his head and chest before entering the ramp, pretending to be fine. It's hard to go down the mountain, especially when your legs are weak. Thor finally insisted on returning to the dormitory, but he couldn't even touch the bed, so he fell down and lay on the ground. He really had no strength left, so he simply relaxed his legs, turned over and lay flat, staring at the ceiling in a daze. A lot of things happened this morning, and the information he received was about to burst his brain. Mentor Ans, who was afraid of trouble, the Mutual Aid Association with growing influence, the Tower Master who passed by, the newly appeared second-level female wizard, Mentor Rum's olive branch, the secret revealed by Senior Nick, and the final exchange of fire with Sid. Soul sat up again. He looked at his left shoulder, the diary floating quietly, watching the show calmly. But before Sid's ghost disappeared, a shadow was clearly dragged to Thor's left shoulder. If anything can affect the ghost, it must be the diary of the dead wizard. What is that shadow? Thor tried to ask the diary, but the diary ignored him. The shadow disappeared, and the diary was as cold as ever. Thor could only study the other white shadow that got into his left hand. The main component of Thor's modified left hand is plastic bone, which has the ability to enhance magic power and improve dark attribute perception. It is more auxiliary and has some defensive power, but it can't provide much bonus in attack. So most of the time, the left hand doesn't have a strong presence. Today is the first time it has shown abnormality. It makes Thor a little nervous, for fear that he will wake up one day and find that his left hand has mutated uncontrollably. But even though he has been vaguely worried about his left hand, Thor didn't expect that when he looked at his left hand, the diary would appear. New Moon Calendar Year 314, August 25th, Sunny. The garbage you made accidentally absorbed a soul fragment. Only then did you realize that the left hand you made randomly was actually a new spiritual ester material. This spiritual ester is a big garbage, but at least it can preserve soul fragments for 2 days. But what can you do with soul fragments? Play cards with it. Chapter 79. The soul fragment should refer to that white shadow. But what is spirit ester? Is my left hand so powerful? How about saving soul fragments? Questions emerged one after another. Soul found that there was too much knowledge he had not been exposed to. He relied on the diary to guess a transformation plan, but he only knew how to use it, but did not understand the principle. As a result, his understanding of the left hand was limited. Soul fragment, could it be Sid's soul fragment? What is the use? You can't really play cards. And that black shadow. Diary, did you absorb that black shadow? Soul looked at the diary and had a headache. This diary never obeyed. Of course, it may also be because the diary has no thoughts at all, and all actions are based on a set of established rules. At this time, the diary in front of him suddenly began to flip back, and the thickness of the remaining pages was rapidly decreasing. Wait! Soul immediately became nervous. What's going on? Why did it suddenly turn to the back? Can the previous pages still be used after turning to the back? Don't tell him now that the diary's warnings are limited in number. The diary did not slow down because of Thor's nervousness, and it quickly turned to the last page. And the last page of the diary is a piece of black paper. The black paper has no patterns and looks rougher than the other papers in the diary. The edges are not very regular, as if someone tore off a square of paper and carefully glued it to the end of the diary. Just as Thor lowered his head to look at the black paper that suddenly appeared, a white shadow suddenly jumped out from his left hand and crashed into the black paper. Then, a line of white words with thick ink and a bunch of words crowded together appeared on the black paper. Where is this? Why is it so black? These words are definitely not from the diary. Who is hiding in the diary? Is it the original owner of the diary? Or the original Thor? Thor's breathing was briefly disordered. No, the shadow just now entered from my left hand. Are you Sid? I am Sid. Who are you, and how do you know my name? Oh my god, this diary has been upgraded again? No, it should be that Thor killed Sid's ghost and got the soul fragments, which activated the new function of the diary. Seeing that this soul could answer questions, Thor rolled his eyes and asked him, Sid, do you remember how you died? I was killed by Thor using a disposable witchcraft prop. But before that, in order to escape the siege, I had to break the elf sculpture, causing my spirit to be extremely active and unable to cast spells, which led to the sneak attack. In fact, I am much more powerful than Thor. Who are you? How do you know I am dead? It seems to be Sid. Thor guessed that this is the ability of the diary to communicate with the soul. This Death Wizard diary is probably much more powerful than I originally thought. Thor originally thought that the diary could only predict death. Now it seems. The diary has deep knowledge of death, soul, and matter. I really don't know what kind of person created this diary of a dead wizard. The two questions that Thor asked just now were answered truthfully by Sid's soul. This made Thor speculate on the function of the diary. Is it that the soul cannot lie? No, it should be the ability of the diary itself. If the vengeful spirits were honest, where would there be so many scary ghost stories in the world? Sid? Thor smiled and sat on the ground, shaking his legs proudly. No, I can't shake it, so I'd better put it down. How did you know about the Death Wizard's diary? The diary is Thor's biggest golden finger at present. He must confirm whether there are other people who know the existence of the diary. The Death Wizard's diary was passed down from our ancestors. Before my grandfather went crazy, he often read the book without a single word. In Sid's introduction, his grandfather was a very powerful first-level wizard. Because he majored in dark elements, he was particularly interested in the family-born Death Wizard's diary. He believed that it must tell some mysterious knowledge about death, and that knowledge is enough to make ordinary wizards advance to a level that was originally unattainable. But after many years of reading, from black hair to white hair, Sid's grandfather still did not come up with any results, and finally drove himself crazy. During the years when his grandfather was crazy, Sid's father lost a lot of money due to poor management, and finally had to sell all the things in the house. Among them was the diary of the dead wizard, and by chance, it was sold to a third-level apprentice from the Gorza Wizard Tower. The third-level apprentice took many books related to witchcraft from Sid's family, and casually said that he would hand them in to the library in exchange for credits. 3 days after the third-level apprentice left, my grandfather suddenly woke up and went to find his dead wizard's diary. After learning that the diary was sold, my grandfather got very angry and almost beat my father to death on the spot. Fortunately, Sid and his mother stopped him. After that, Sid's grandfather locked himself in the original laboratory for 3 days and 3 nights without eating or drinking. When he came out, he raised his hands and laughed at the sky. Because my grandfather's hair and beard were messy, and he was in a mess, everyone thought he was crazy again. But who knew that my grandfather suddenly killed Sid's father and mother while shouting, "I know, I know." Not only that, he also killed all the other people who came, and the whole manor became a bloody hell. After killing everyone in the manor, my grandfather ran out barefoot and disappeared. Sid, who was only 15 years old, hugged his knees and squatted beside his parents trembling. A pair of pants that smelled and smelled. The grandfather who killed people had disappeared, but he didn't dare to move. He was afraid that his grandfather would find out that he was still alive. After waiting for a long time, when he couldn't hear the crazy laughter anymore, Sid fell to the ground with his buttocks. His legs were numb and painful, as if he had fallen into a frying pan. But when he got up tremblingly, he looked up and saw that his grandfather had returned, holding the head of his sister who had married away. The grandfather threw the head of his sister at Sid's feet. Sid's legs softened, and he collapsed into the pile of corpses again. Grandfather walked up to Sid and slowly squatted down, but did not attack him. His expression became as kind as when Sid was a child, with a smile on his face to tease his grandson. "Little Sid, you are now a first-level apprentice? That's good." Sid looked at his grandfather, his whole body trembling. He didn't understand why his grandfather, who had just killed all his family members, could still talk to him with a smile. Grandfather didn't mind Sid's fear, but grabbed Sid's hand, which was as cold as a corpse, and said, "Now grandfather has a chance to become a great official wizard for you. Do you want it?" Sid shook his head like a tambourine. Grandfather glared at him, murderous. Sid immediately nodded his head up and down. So Sid was sent to the Gorza Wizard Tower by his grandfather, and became an apprentice wizard majoring in water attributes. Thor knew almost everything that happened later. When he talked about this, the white words on the black paper had changed from the original rich milky white to a very light white. Each word was no longer round, but became pointed. Before my grandfather sent me to the carriage, he told me that he had discovered that the diary was an extremely unique existence. Anyone who has a relative in this world cannot become its owner. Even if you get it, you can only see a hardcover book without words. And the diary will only appear after the original owner dies. But the person who killed the original owner personally will not be recognized by the diary. Who are you? Why do you know the diary? Why is there such a complicated setting? You can't have a relative alive, and you can't kill the owner of the diary yourself. Does this dead wizard's diary still follow cause and effect? Saul was a little confused, but he finally understood the reasons why Sid targeted him, and the reasons for the several poor frame-ups. It was the rules of the diary that bound Sid. I don't know either, my grandfather told me. Who are you? What is cause and effect? Saul completely ignored Sid's questions. No, didn't you say that you must have no relatives to get the diary? Don't you have a grandfather? My grandfather died before I left, but I left in a hurry, and didn't have time to attend his funeral. Who are you? Why do I have to keep answering your questions? Sid's handwriting was so light that it looked like gray, and it was difficult to recognize. Is your grandfather dead? Saul narrowed his eyes, leaned down, and carefully identified the words on the black paper. Suddenly, he chuckled and asked, Where is your grandfather buried? Chapter 80. The intermittent, hair-thin words slowly crossed the black paper, and after the last stroke, it fell silent. Sid's soul did not ask who Thor was, nor did it ask any other questions. He disappeared. All the white words on the black paper gradually dried up and disappeared, and the black paper itself also melted away as if it had been burned by fire, and finally nothing was left. The diary flew back to Thor's left shoulder and closed quietly. Is the diary actually a family heirloom of Sid? What kind of family ancestor could make a predictive tool like a diary? Given the power of the diary, Thor is more inclined to believe that Sid's family accidentally got the diary. But for various reasons, no one can become its owner, so they still don't know the true power of the diary. But Sid's family may have the origin of the diary and other secrets, and we can trace it back to the source when we have the opportunity. But Sid's grandfather's matter still needs to be considered in the long run. In memory, Sid had touched the diary before, but he couldn't activate it, so other conditions should be required to activate the diary. Thor digested the information he had just obtained, and then looked at his left hand. Let's stop talking about the soul fragments. My left hand is Spirit Esther? I seem to have seen this word somewhere. Yawn. Let me recall. Thor yawned, climbed onto the bed with his hands and feet, and buried his head in the quilt. He was really tired, and fell into a deep sleep before his thoughts drifted away. Thor opened his eyes before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Although he wanted to sleep until noon the next day, Thor really didn't have the courage to skip work. Office workers can still run away with a bucket, but if they run away with a bucket in the wizard tower, the bucket might not contain their own heads. The second floor of the East Tower still looks familiar, but the people have changed. Senior Byron left the morgue yesterday. As a third-level apprentice, he can no longer work in the morgue. That would be a waste of talent for the wizard tower. The tasks of third-level apprentices are mainly in the outside world, so in the future, Byron will be away from the wizard tower for a long time, like other third-level apprentices. Before leaving the morgue, Senior Byron told Soul that if Kong Sha came to ask about what Sid was looking for again, let Soul put it all on him. I think Kong Sha is not so stupid that she would offend Byron for something she doesn't know the details of, and lose the hidden relationship she has finally planted in the morgue. The person who took over Byron's job was a second-level apprentice, who was unfamiliar to him. It seemed that he had received Byron's instructions. When he first met Soul, he nodded politely. Today's work is as exciting as always. Not everyone is willing to die obediently. Soul patted a crying female corpse to sleep, and then cut off her ears with a knife. The ear grew a pair of wings and tried hard to fly away, but was finally tied up by Thor and put into a small box. That night, Thor finally stopped having nightmares. But in a small town separated from the Gorza Wizard Tower by a Viscount territory, someone couldn't sleep tonight. Since marrying her current businessman husband, Lady Hannah has been living like a noble lady. Especially since her businessman husband is often not at home, they play their own games and don't interfere with each other. The manor where the two of them live now was bought by the businessman's husband from an old housekeeper. Because the original owners were all dead, the price of the manor was kept very low. At first, Mrs. Hannah felt uncomfortable living in a house where someone had died, but after living there for a few days, she found that this manor was really good. It was spacious and noble, with front and back gardens, and a full set of luxurious furniture. Living here gave me the feeling of becoming a noble lady. But in the evening, the garden in front of the manor suddenly collapsed, revealing a sarcophagus underground. Mrs. Hannah quickly took people to deal with it. It was really uncomfortable to have other dead people buried in the house. She wanted to move the sarcophagus away, and then go to the old housekeeper, who sold the house to them to extort some money. When moving the sarcophagus, the lid of the sarcophagus accidentally slipped open. A servant coveted the possible burial jewelry in the sarcophagus, and opened the sarcophagus without authorization. But there was no treasure in the sarcophagus, only a skinny mummy. Everyone was very disappointed and just wanted to find a place to throw away the sarcophagus as soon as possible. Who knew that the mummy in the sarcophagus suddenly stretched out his hand, and grabbed an old servant standing next to the sarcophagus into it. The old servant screamed and struggled, but he was completely unable to resist the strength of the mummy. The charred skin of the mummy suddenly peeled off layer by layer as if it had life, stretched out, and turned into countless slender tentacles. The tentacles wrapped the old servant tightly, just like a giant python swallowing an elk. The people around were immediately scared and fled in all directions. Only Mrs. Hannah did not move, because she was so scared that her legs were weak, but no one came to help her. She wanted to turn around and run away, but her left and right feet did not listen to her control, and she shook and fell to the ground. At this time, an old, dark hand reached out to Mrs. Hannah, who was in tears. "Which old servant is it?" Hannah trembled as she held a strong hand in front of her, thinking about how much reward she would give the old servant after escaping. But when Mrs. Hannah stood up with the force, a strange old face appeared in front of her. "Don't panic, ma'am. It was just an accident just now. After all, I haven't eaten for too long." The old man in front of her was hairless, dark, wrinkled, and skinny. Mrs. Hannah finally remembered who this person was. "Isn't this the corpse in the coffin just now? He is alive, and a little fatter than before." Mrs. Hannah knew that she couldn't outrun the other party, so she cried and begged for mercy. The woman's crying made the old man irritated, and the skin on his face opened and closed, looking at the woman's fat and white breasts. "Master." At this time, an equally old voice called the old man's attention. He looked up and saw a white-haired old man wearing a black butler's uniform, and the other party was holding a set of clothes in his hand. The old man smiled. "Aunt, I saw so many strangers when I opened my eyes. I thought something happened to you." Butler Hunt came over calmly, handed over the clothes, and helped his master hold down the struggling Hannah. "Old Hunt, old Hunt." Mrs. Hannah recognized the butler who sold the manor to them. "Please save me, save me." Mrs. Hannah's other arm was tightly held by Hunt, and she realized that this old man was so strong. But neither the terrifying old man nor the old butler paid any attention to her. "I think if the master wakes up, he will be extremely hungry. These people are snacks I prepared for the master." Hunt said the extremely cruel words, with a respectful face. The old man laughed. "Ha ha, they are all edible. I checked, there is no special background. Please enjoy the master." The old man was very satisfied. He grabbed Mrs. Hannah, who was about to faint, and held it in front of his face. He did not open his mouth, but from his face to his lower abdomen, the charred skin opened from the middle, revealing the blood-red texture inside. One bite bit off half of Hannah's body. The old man who had just woken up from the sarcophagus spent some time enjoying the feast. Now the whole manor was silent. The old man also recovered from his original mummy state to an ordinary thin old man, but his skin was still dark, with a little dark red, which made people dare not look directly at him. The old man put on the robe handed by the butler Hunter, and touched his bald head like a preserved egg. "It seems that this hair will take a few days to grow out. I look ridiculous now?" the old man asked casually. "Master, you are always elegant." Butler Hunter remained respectful. The two walked into the manor together. Master finally woke up. "But did you find the diary?" "Something went wrong. The diary seemed to have been taken away by someone else, and little Sid was killed when he tried to get it back." "Ah, poor little master." Butler Hunter bowed his head again, but there was no trace of sadness on his face. "Yes, my poor grandson, he is my last blood relative. The dark-skinned old man is Sid's grandfather, Ralph. He is also the only surviving member of the Bloodthorn family." The old man soon became happy again, but Sid is still useful. He found the diary before he died and activated the mark I hid on him. His spirit will haunt the murderer because of the mark. I just need to go and confirm it myself, and I can find out who has the diary.